From a Stronghold NPC to the final boss chapter 450 to chapter 476. Boom. Boom, the battle between the players and the evil demons reached its climax as soon as Zero Wing took action. Or rather, the players were suppressed by the evil fiend after just one exchange. Evil Lord Sun Soul was a heavenly man major cultivator. Even in the True Dominion, he was equivalent to an expert who had condensed 2 or 3 universal sky locks. In the True Dominion, when both of them were at the peak true martial realm, a cultivator who had condensed 1 universal sky lock was more than twice as powerful as a cultivator who had not condensed one. This was not just twice as powerful. It was an all-around suppression. If the two of them exchanged blows, it would be easy for the person who had condensed the universal sky lock to suppress the person who had not condensed the universal sky lock. It was the same logic. An existence who had condensed 1 universal sky lock would be much weaker than an existence who had condensed 2 or 3 universal sky locks. This suppression was on a completely different level. It was hard to understand if one had not reached this level. Although Chao Hong and the others knew that the evil devil's strength was comparable to an expert who had condensed the universal heavenly lock, there were differences in the strength of the universal heavenly lock. The strongest expert was someone like Qin Shujian, who had condensed 4 universal heavenly locks. However, based on their understanding, an ordinary evil fiend would not be able to condense 4 universal sky locks. That was also why Chao Hong and the others had the confidence to defeat this evil fiend. After all, it was no exaggeration to say that the people gathered here were the elite players of the Fallen Moon Manor. Their strength and techniques were so strong that they could even contend with a great cultivator who was at the flight manifestation realm. However, no one would have thought that the strength of the universal heavenly lock would completely exceed the scope of their expectations. Boom, demonic chi turned into threads that easily penetrated the physical invulnerability quintessential essence. Then, a 7th-level true martial realm player turned into white light and dissipated before he could even resist. Chao Hong's heart sank when he saw this. What other techniques do you have? Don't hide them anymore. Otherwise, no one will benefit. A player shouted angrily after dodging Evil Lord Sun Soul's fatal attack. The moment he finished speaking, he had already taken out a jade stone and crushed it. Thousands of array patterns appeared and instantly formed an array formation that swallowed Evil Lord Sun Soul. In an instant, Evil Lord Sun Soul's huge body had already disappeared. Formation, looking at the scene before him, Chao Hong's eyes flickered. He was no stranger to formations. The master of Mount Liang, who he had always wanted to conquer, was a grandmaster of formations. He could be said to be a top-notch powerhouse in the field of formations. This is only a grandmaster level formation. It shouldn't be able to trap the demons for long. Before that person could finish his words, the runes on the array crumbled and Evil Lord Sun Soul walked out from within. However, this short delay was enough for the others to react. Bian Heng took out a jade talisman and crushed it. A terrifying aura chi True Yuan shot out from the jade talisman and bombarded Evil Lord Sun Soul. This was a jade talisman that he had paid a huge price to obtain. It contained an attack from a god martial realm expert. However, in the True Dominion, such a one-time technique would be suppressed by heaven and earth. Therefore, the jade talisman, which should have been comparable to a divine martial strike, was only at the limit of a true martial artist. But even so, this attack was not something he could unleash at his current stage. When Bian Heng made his move, the others no longer held back and used all their trump cards. The evil demons were too strong. If they did not injure and cripple the other party first, they would not be able to play anymore. All of the attacks gathered together, forming a mighty force that was frightening. Like a torrential current, it slammed onto the body of Evil Lord Sun Soul. Rumble, boom. Boom. All the attacks exploded. Evil Lord Sun Soul's huge body could not withstand it and retreated a few steps. Blood flowed out of his wounds. Upon seeing this, the players all smiled faintly. But soon, the smiles on their faces stiffened. Under the surging fiendish chi, the wounds on Evil Lord Sun Soul's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a breath's time, all the wounds disappeared and a terrifying aura spread. F***ck. Chao Hong could not help but curse. How could they continue playing? His wounds were healed instantly. This was an unlimited recovery of blood. It had not been easy for him to take out all his trump cards, but they had all recovered in a few seconds. This made him feel like he had wasted all his efforts. As for the others, their reactions were not any better than Chao Hong's. It was true that the evil demons were strong, but no one knew that apart from being strong, this boss's recovery ability was also heaven-defying. If they knew, they would not have taken down this boss so easily. It did not matter if his defense was strong. It did not matter if his attacks were unparalleled. Even if his recovery ability was strong, it was still acceptable. After playing the game for so many years, Chao Hong and the others had encountered all kinds of bosses. However, most of them only had one advantage and the other two were their weaknesses. However, for a boss like Evil Lord Sun Soul with shocking defense, shocking attack, and shocking recovery ability, there was no way to play with it. Retreat. Chao Hong made a decision right away. Unless one's strength was absolutely overwhelming, it would be impossible to kill a boss like this bit by bit. Moreover, with the strength of both sides, it was not certain who would be the one killing who. If they retreated now, it would be equivalent to stopping their losses. Otherwise, the losses would increase. The other player teams had similar thoughts as Chao Hong. However, if they wanted to retreat, they had to ask Evil Lord Sun Soul for permission. "Humans, you have successfully infuriated me," Evil Lord Sun Soul roared out. As a celestial evil demon, to think that he would be injured by an ant-like human. This was an insult to him. If he did not devour Chao Hong and the others today, he would not be able to vent the anger in his heart. Hence, just as Chao Hong and the others were about to retreat, Evil Lord Sun Soul took a step forward, and a palm came crashing down like a collapsing mountain. Monstrous demonic energy exploded, and a black and red energy palm covered everyone. Boom! The players also counterattacked. Everyone's strength was pushed to the limit, and a terrifying energy exploded. When the two collided, a terrifying shockwave spread out. The moment the black and red energy palm shattered, everyone's hearts shook, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Some players did not even have time to scream before they were killed by the shockwave. Under this attack, hundreds of players were injured, and a few players died. The evil demon's power was shocking. How are we supposed to fight this? Some players were both angry and desperate. The two sides were not on the same level. No matter how they fought, they could not be his opponent. As for Chao Hong, Bian Heng, and the other team leaders, their expressions were gloomy, and they were already thinking of a way out. If they wanted to retreat, Evil Lord Sun Soul would not give them the chance. In the previous head-on clash, they had already experienced the other party's strength. Evil Lord Sun Soul suddenly tilted his head, and looked at the distant sky. His huge eyes were filled with seriousness. This scene was immediately seen by the others. What's going on? Could it be that another expert has come? Regarding Evil Lord Sun Soul's actions, some players had already made their guesses, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. In the current situation, their teams could be said to be in a desperate situation. Any sudden change would not make the situation worse. Instead, it would give them a chance to turn the situation around. The players' thoughts, Evil Lord Sun Soul did not know, and did not want to know. In his eyes, these humans were as weak as ants, and he only needed to use a bit of strength to get rid of them. What was worth paying attention to was the powerful aura that was coming from afar. Just then, Evil Lord Sun Soul felt a warning in his heart. At the same time, he sensed that there was an expert stepping into the demonic land. That tyrannical aura made even him feel a little apprehensive. The Great Zhao has already sent a celestial? Evil Lord Sun Soul's mind was filled with thoughts. While guessing where that aura came from, he did not feel much fear. So what if it was a celestial from the Great Zhao? He was also a celestial, and he did not need to fear anyone. The reason why he was suppressed was not because he was defeated by the humans, but because he was defeated by the combined forces of several celestials. Now, it was different. In Evil Lord Sun Soul's senses, there was only one aura coming, which meant that there was only one person. You dare to come alone, you don't know your place. At this moment, the players finally sensed the tyrannical aura. Both sides involuntarily looked in the same direction, where a black dot was rapidly approaching. the black dot was moving extremely quickly. Occasionally, there would be flying demon disaster monsters that would come forward, but in less than a breath's time, they would be turned into dust. Soon, the black dot gradually grew bigger. With the player's current realm, their eyesight was extremely powerful, so they could naturally see the appearance of the person. After seeing the other party's appearance, Chao Hong's heart shook violently. Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. Actually, there was no need for him to say it, as some people had already recognized the person. However, not everyone could remember Qin Shujian's appearance. Therefore, when Chao Hong blurted out the words Cold Mountain Stronghold Master, it instantly caused a huge commotion. Cold Mountain Stronghold Master, Sect Yuan Sect Master, this was a famous big boss, and all the players had heard of his name. In addition, Qin Shujian also had the title of the #1 expert in the cultivation world of Baiyun Manor. After all, there were no top sects in Baiyun Manor, nor did any sect have a celestial. Qin Shujian's identity as an Array Dao Grandmaster and his powerful strength naturally made him the #1 expert. However, this title had not been very well known at first. However, the opening of the Yuan Pavilion and the subsequent series of events had completely pushed Qin Shujian's prestige to the peak. Cold Mountain Stronghold Master? Naturally, Evil Lord Sun Soul could hear what the players were saying. He could not help but feel a little puzzled. He had never heard of this title before. Stronghold Master? The last title sounded more like the leader of some mountain stronghold bandits. Since when had the Great Zhao become so powerful? How could a mountain stronghold leader possess such powerful strength? Just as Qin Shujian was closing in, Evil Lord Sun Soul could already tell that the other party had not reached the celestial level. However, his aura was not much weaker than his in the True Dominion. On the other side, Qin Shujian was also approaching at an extremely fast speed. Evil Lord Sun Soul's 300 feet tall body was simply too eye-catching. It was very difficult to not see him. After receiving the information from the Imperial Court, he had rushed to one of the places without stopping. He wanted to kill all the evil spirits in front of everyone. Therefore, after arriving at the Fallen Moon Manor, Qin Shujian had immediately barged into the Devil Calamity and prepared to kill the evil spirits with lightning speed. However, after arriving, he realized that things were a little different from what he had imagined. There were not only evil spirits here, but also players. It was not difficult for Qin Shujian to distinguish whether they were players or not. When his Dharma eye swept over, he could roughly tell. He had not expected that players would kill their way into this place. Based on their stance, it was obvious that they wanted to rob him. To this, Qin Shujian's heart was also filled with anger. He had wanted to kill the evil spirits wholeheartedly, but players had wanted to rob him. Fortunately, these players' strength was average. If they were really strong enough, it would not have been his turn this time. At this time, Qin Shujian had already arrived near Evil Lord Sun Soul and stopped floating in the air. Then, he used his Dharma eye and Evil Lord Sun Soul's attributes appeared in his mind. Compared to the spiritual eye, this time, the Dharma eye revealed one more attribute. Name, Evil Lord Sun Soul Realm, Peak of the True Martial Realm, Level 5 of the Heaven Human Realm. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. With the strength of level 5 of the Heaven Human Realm, Evil Lord Sun Soul was at least at the same level as the Moon-Devouring Beast King. He might even be stronger than the Moon-Devouring Beast King. But to him, Evil Lord Sun Soul's strength was not as tempting as the changes brought by the Dharma eye. Directly seeing through the enemy's cultivation realm was a practical ability. However, when he activated his spiritual eye, on the other hand, Qin Shujian saw that Evil Lord Sun Soul also had an azure providence. However, above the azure providence, there was a black-red providence covering it. It gave off an ominous feeling. Evil spirits also have luck? A doubt arose in his mind, but it quickly dissipated. It didn't matter if evil spirits had luck or not. To him, it was even better if evil spirits had luck. At least when facing a strong evil spirit, he would have another way to deal with it. When Qin Shujian appeared, Evil Lord Sun Soul's gaze landed on him as well. His tyrannical voice rang out in the air, "Who are you? How dare you enter my demonic land? I'm here to save you." Save? You're covered in dark clouds and a bloody light. I'm afraid you're going to face a bloody disaster soon. If it's serious, you might even lose your life. This is going to be tough. Qin Shujian looked at Evil Lord Sun Soul with his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile. Ridiculous. Evil Lord Sun Soul laughed in anger. He did not believe Qin Shujian's words at all. Qin Shujian said, "The reason why you're in such bad luck is because you met me today. I'd like to see where you get your confidence from." The moment the words left Evil Lord Sun Soul's mouth, he sent out a palm strike that shook the void and crushed down on Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian's aura was powerful. But in his eyes, humans who had not reached the celestial being realm were no different from ants. At most, he would need to use a little more effort to deal with stronger ants. The moment Evil Lord Sun Soul attacked, Chao Hong and the others held their breaths and watched the development of the situation without moving. For them, now that Qin Shujian had appeared, it was undoubtedly a good thing. Evil spirits were comparable to experts who had formed the universal heavenly lock, and so was Qin Shujian. The battle between the two sides would definitely be extremely tragic. They might even have a chance to take this opportunity to pick up ahead. As long as they killed the evil spirit, the Imperial Court's mission would be considered complete. Under everyone's gaze, thunderbolts suddenly emerged and turned into a powerful shield of upstanding qi, enveloping Qin Shujian's entire body. The next second, Evil Lord Sun Soul's palm had already descended. The two collided and the lightning instantly went berserk. The moment the protective shield shattered, Evil Lord Sun Soul let out a cry of pain and had no choice but to withdraw his palm. The originally huge palm was now charred black, as if it had suffered a terrifying attack. The charred skin cracked and blood flowed continuously from the wound. As the demonic qi surged, the wound was completely healed. This confrontation, it ended with Qin Shujian having the advantage. Although the protective thunderbolt was broken, the counterattack of the protective shield caused some minor injuries to Evil Lord Sun Soul. My strength is a little lacking. It's my turn now. Qin Shujian took a step forward. His originally 7-foot body suddenly grew taller, turning into a 300-foot giant. At the same time, a violent force erupted. At the same time, he threw a punch at Evil Lord Sun Soul. In an instant, the terrifying power was vast and mighty, causing everyone's mind to waver. The sudden turn of events shocked Demon Lord Sun Soul. The greatest advantage of evil spirits was their physical body. Now that Qin Shujian's body had grown bigger, this gap was immediately closed. However, he couldn't be shocked for too long because the opponent's attack had already arrived. Evil Lord Sun Soul immediately punched out. Shortly after, the two fists collided. Boom, the aftershock appeared between the two, instantly turning into a violent wind that swept across the world, causing the demonic qi in the sky to show signs of dissipating. Kill. In the previous exchange, the two sides were evenly matched. Qin Shujian's eyes narrowed and he unleashed his full strength. Crash, the 4 heavenly locks of the universe pierced the heavens and the earth, traversing the void. The aura on Qin Shujian's body skyrocketed in an instant, and he threw out another punch. When the terrifying power erupted, it directly caused the void to explode, followed by a white airwave sweeping out. For universal heavenly locks. Evil Lord Sun Soul was shocked. The 4 chains that pierced through the void had caused a great impact on his mind. He knew that Qin Shujian wasn't weak, but he didn't expect that his opponent would be an expert who had condensed 4 universal heavenly locks. Boom, another punch, as if he had mobilized the power of the entire demonic land, the demonic qi turned into a huge fist aura that met the attack. A face-to-face exchange. The fist aura shattered. A power that far exceeded what Evil Lord Sun Soul could withstand exploded, causing the skin on his arm to crack and blood to gush out like a fountain. Before Evil Lord Sun Soul could be shocked, Qin Shujian's attack came again. Boom. Boom, Evil Lord Sun Soul's body retreated, his flesh cracked and blood splattered across the sky. From the beginning, he was at a disadvantage. Qin Shujian's killing intent piled up. Every punch he threw out could cause Evil Lord Sun Soul's body to crack. This made the demon in front of him not look like an expert who had condensed the universal heavenly locks, but an ordinary peak true martial realm cultivator. The divine realm martial art, lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, original avatar of heaven and earth, has been changed, would not only increase his physique, but his physical strength would also increase as his physique grew bigger. This was the terrifying part of this martial art. Or else, if it only increased his body size without increasing his strength, the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth wouldn't be called a divine martial art. This was the only reason why Xianxia felt that this divine martial art was very similar to the techniques he had heard of in his previous life. His strength had already reached the level of condensing 4 universal heavenly locks. Then there was the divine martial art lawful embodiment of heaven and earth to support him. The combination of the two directly raised his strength to a terrifying level. Although it was still 4 universal heavenly locks, in terms of true strength, it couldn't be compared. This was also why. It was why Evil Lord Sun Soul was at a disadvantage in just one exchange. As for Chao Hong and the rest, they were all in a daze. They knew that Xianxia was very strong. After all, the title of Cold Mountain Stockade Master had never been fake. But no matter how strong he was, there was no reason for him to be this strong. The tyrannical Evil Lord Sun Soul was like a 3-year-old child in front of Xianxia. He was easily crushed and didn't even have the right to fight back. Compared to the situation where they were completely crushed by Evil Lord Sun Soul, it was a completely different situation. Such a strong contrast made Chao Hong and the others a little difficult to accept. At this moment, as Xianxia punched out again, Evil Lord Sun Soul's body was instantly sent flying. Then, he formed a seal with both hands and the Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal landed. After comprehending the true meaning of sealing, the Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal had undergone a transformation. After taking a direct hit from the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal, Evil Lord Sun Soul immediately realized that the demonic chi in his body had been forcefully sealed by some kind of powerful force. Just as he was about to break through the seal, another attack came. Bang! Under the punch, his body exploded. Demonic chi rushed over to repair his body, but it couldn't keep up with the speed of destruction. Under such an attack, Evil Lord Sun Soul had no chance to break through the seal. Instantly. Thus, the evil spirit became a living target, allowing Xianxia to attack as he pleased. In the end, when the demonic chi completely disappeared, the injuries on Evil Lord Sun Soul's body stopped recovering. Boom! His mountainous body was sent flying. Evil Lord Sun Soul smashed into the ruins of the fortress, obliterating the last vestiges of the fortress. Then, Xianxia released 27 square array discs from his storage ring. In less than a breath, a large array was formed and swallowed him and Evil Lord Sun Soul. Inside the formation. Before Evil Lord Sun Soul could recover from the dense and suffocating attacks, he saw his surroundings change, as if the stars had moved. Formation. With his eyesight, how could he not see where he was, but what Evil Lord Sun Soul didn't expect was. Xianxujian's strength was astonishing, but he was also proficient in formations. When did the human race have such an expert like you? Looking at the unparalleled aura of Xianxujian, Evil Lord Sun Soul couldn't help but cry out. At this time, he was already seriously injured, his body cracked and blood flowed like a pillar. Under the premise that his demon chi had dissipated, he could only rely on his body to slowly heal his own injuries. Evil Lord Sun Soul didn't care anymore. Anyway, demons couldn't die and couldn't be destroyed. At most, they would return to the dark demon abyss. Compared to this, he was more concerned about Xianxujian's tyrannical strength. An expert who had condensed 4 universal heavenly locks. Evil Lord Sun Soul remembered that he had once met such a person. That human strength was so tyrannical that ordinary demons couldn't contend against him. Even now, when he thought about it, he still felt a lingering fear. That was the first time he walked out of the demon abyss and met such an expert in the human race. It was also the first time he was killed and reborn in the demon abyss. So, Evil Lord Sun Soul had a deep impression of this. Now, the feeling that Xianxujian gave him made him feel as if he had returned to that time. He had also condensed 4 universal heavenly locks, and was also unbeatable. Evil Lord Sun Soul even had a premonition that once Xianxujian stepped into the diviner realm, the human race would definitely have another top expert who could suppress the world. Human, you can't live. When I am reborn in the demon abyss, I will definitely kill you when I step into this world. Evil Lord Sun Soul said with a serious expression. This wasn't a threat or a warning, but a statement of fact. For a top expert of the human race who could suppress the world in the future, they would never allow such an existence to appear. After returning to the demon abyss, Evil Lord Sun Soul already had plans to summon the other demons. Once the other demons knew of Qin Shujian's existence, they would never let him go. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression remained the same. A red lotus of purgation appeared in his hand. I will be waiting for your arrival. After saying this, the red lotus of purgation appeared. Just as Evil Lord Sun Soul was about to make a final struggle, Qin Shujian suppressed him with a punch, then used the red lotus of purgation to ignite him. The moment his body touched the red lotus of purgation, Evil Lord Sun Soul's expression changed drastically, as if he had seen something terrifying. No. Impossible. How could you have such a thing? What the hell is this? Ah. Evil Lord Sun Soul, who should have been prepared to die, roared crazily. His voice was filled with endless fear. But no matter how hard he struggled, he had no way to resist the red lotus of purgation. Very soon, Evil Lord Sun Soul was completely devoured by the red flames. And the moment Evil Lord Sun Soul died, a system message appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. You have successfully killed Evil Lord Sun Soul. You have obtained 100 luck points. 100 luck points. When he saw this message, Qin Shujian almost thought that he had seen wrongly. But after looking at it a few more times, he realized that he had not seen wrongly. It was indeed 100 luck points. Hiss, after killing all the demons, the luck points obtained are 10 points. Why would Evil Lord Sun Soul contribute 100 luck points? This sudden turn of events caused Qin Shujian's expression to change continuously. Then, he looked at the red lotus that was quietly floating in the air, then reached out his hand and beckoned. The red lotus was in his hand. Immediately, it turned into an unimaginably pure energy that flowed into his body. The purity of this energy. Even the energy given by the moon-devouring demon king in the past was slightly inferior. Originally, after breaking through to the second level of the divine martial realm, the divine spirit that had been raised to 200 feet instantly rose to 200 feet after being nourished by this energy. At the same time, the strength of all aspects of his physical body had also been strengthened. Although there was no change in his realm, his overall strength had increased by a level. In addition to that, Qin Shujian also noticed that his life source had directly increased by 200 million points after devouring the red lotus. 200 million points of life source, 100 luck points. It's even purer than the energy given by the moon-devouring demon king. All kinds of information flashed through his mind one by one. Finally, Qin Shujian thought of a shocking thing. Could it be that the demons killed by the red lotus of purgation can no longer be reborn from the demon abyss? This idea was very unrealistic, but it was the only possibility that was closest to reality. Or else, it was difficult to explain why the luck points given by Evil Lord Sun Soul were 10 times that of the previous demons. It was also difficult to explain why the energy and life source given by him were far superior to that of other demons. Especially the energy that was purer than the moon-devouring demon king's. Only an existence stronger than the moon-devouring demon king could contribute that. If that's the case, Evil Lord Sun Soul should have really fallen. Qin Shujian was basically certain of this conjecture. And from Evil Lord Sun Soul, he could also deduce what realm the moon-devouring demon king was in. Evil Lord Sun Soul, who was at the 5th level of the celestial being realm, had contributed more than the moon-devouring demon king in all aspects. Then, the moon-devouring demon king's realm should have been at the 4th level of the celestial being realm and had just stepped into the demon king realm. Now Qin Shujian's thoughts were a little messy as he thought of many things. In the end, it still came back to the red lotus of purgation. He had never expected that the red lotus of purgation, who had evolved with the wisdom king Hellfire, would be able to kill the demons. One had to know. As far as Qin Shujian knew, only Zhu Bing could kill the demons with a supreme treasure. Other than that, there was nothing else. Of course, there could be other things, but before the red lotus of purgation appeared, he had never heard of them. But now that he had the Red Lotus of Purgation, Xianxia understood that he had grasped a great killing weapon, a terrifying help that could make his strength soar. Originally, he had only killed the demons for 10 luck points. As for the life source and energy contributed by the demons, after he reached the God Martial realm, it could no longer play a big role. But now it was different. The Red Lotus of Purgation could truly kill the demons and also refine the true power of the demons. For a race that was at least at the celestial being realm, the power that each demon could contribute could be said to be massive. In an instant, Xianxia thought of the more than 1,500 demons in the Great Jiao True Domain. Originally, more than 1,500 demons were only worth 15,000 luck points. But now, after discovering the ability of the Red Lotus of Purgation, more than 15,000 demons were directly equivalent to more than 150,000 luck points. In addition, it also represented at least hundreds of billions of life sources and unimaginable energy. For a moment, Xianxia's mind was shaken. Not to mention anything else, even if he had 10 billion more life sources, he was confident that he could break through to the celestial being realm. As for hundreds of billions of life sources, he was afraid that he could become a powerful expert in one leap. When that time came, he was afraid of the imperial court and didn't dare to casually upgrade the level of the sect. He was afraid of the powerful experts of the demon clan and demons. In this world where the celestial being was the top and powerful experts were enough to suppress a part of the world. If he had hundreds of billions of life sources, he would be able to run rampant in the world without any scruples. Even if he faced the top celestial being experts of various races, he wouldn't have the slightest fear. Thinking of this, Xianxia was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Calm down, I must calm down. He forced himself to calm down and not think too much. But when he thought of the bright future that followed, his fingers trembled a little. He didn't need to kill all the demons in the Great Jiao True Domain. As long as he killed half or 1/3 of them, the resources he would get would be enough to fill his mouth with oil. After a long time, Xianxia suppressed his excitement and calmed himself down. The ability of the Red Lotus of Purgation can't be exposed yet. At least, before I become a powerful expert, this ability can't be exposed. Otherwise, it's hard to guarantee that it won't cause other troubles. Although there were some things that as long as one was strong enough, they wouldn't be afraid of being coveted by others. But it was obvious. The ability of the Red Lotus of Purgation was not something that a mere god martial arts realm or a formation master could handle. Even an expert in the 5th or 6th tier of the celestial being realm might not be able to protect himself. Unless one was a supreme expert in the 7th tier of the celestial being realm or above, one wouldn't be afraid of anything. Although he had the backing of Marquis Bayun, who was also an almighty, Xianxia didn't have the ability to protect himself. Because of the Red Lotus of Purgation, Xianxia couldn't guarantee that Marquis Bayun wouldn't have any ideas. To him, it was the most unreliable thing to put one's safety in the hands of others. Therefore, the ability of the Red Lotus of Purgation couldn't be exposed now. Apart from this, there was another matter that was the most important and had to be done immediately. That was, killing the demons. To Xianxia, the ability of the Red Lotus of Purgation was very important. However, the demons in the Great Jiao True Domain were also indispensable. Otherwise, it would be useless to have the Red Lotus of Purgation but no demons to kill. After all, it wasn't easy to find so many celestial being experts everywhere. Not every celestial being expert would stir up trouble in the True Dominion. The celestial beings of the human clan and the demon clan all guarded the Great Dominion and wouldn't leave easily, let alone enter the True Dominion. It could be said that, if the demons didn't exist, the Red Lotus of Purgation wouldn't be of much use at the current stage. If he wanted to obtain a huge amount of life source and energy, he would need an expert to refine it for him. Or else, there wouldn't be any difference if he had it. The array disintegrated and the 27 square array discs were in his hands. Xianxia's figure appeared in front of Chao Hong and the others. However, Evil Lord Sun Soul was nowhere to be seen. In response, the others naturally knew what this meant. Evil Lord Sun Soul was dead, an evil demon comparable to the celestial being realm, who could easily crush their boss, had died just like that. From the start of the battle until now, it had only been about 10 minutes. No one had expected such an overwhelming battle. For a moment, everyone was speechless as they sank into silence. In their opinion, the evil demon was a boss. The Cold Mountain Stockade Master was also a boss in their eyes. Chao Hong, in particular, was sweating profusely. Ever since he had entered the game, he had forgotten how many times he had been defeated by the other party. In particular, he had been singled out by Qin Shujian when he had sneaked into the Origin sect. This had made him wary of it. As he thought of this, Chao Hong instinctively lowered his head, not wanting to be recognized by Qin Shujian. Lu Qinghong did the same. However, it was obvious, Qin Shujian didn't remember the existence of these two players. Plus, they weren't from the Origin sect, so he couldn't see their dazzling loyalty. After scanning the players below him, he immediately took flight and left. In his opinion, killing these players wouldn't do him any good. The life source that these 100 players could contribute to him wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Especially now that he knew the importance of the evil demon, he didn't have any plans to deal with these players. It was purely a waste of time. After Qin Shujian left, Chao Hong and the others felt an invisible pressure disappear from their bodies. On the other side, Qin Shujian took flight and rushed to the next location. Now that the Red Lotus of Purgation could truly refine the evil demon in the Great Zhao True Domain would be one less to him. He had to dare to snatch the head before the experts of the Great Zhao dynasty killed the fiendish devil. Baiyong Prefecture, as one of the Great Zhao 13 prefectures, it was also ravaged by the demon disaster. However, other than the demon disaster, there was another serious problem: the rebel army. Baiyong Prefecture was the same as Qianshan, Luoyue, and Nanfeng prefectures. After the death of the human emperor, they had directly overthrown the Great Zhao dynasty. Although they still called themselves the Marquis of Baiyong, they no longer obeyed the imperial court's orders. That wasn't all. When the demon disaster started, the Marquis of Baiyong took advantage of the imperial court's suppression of the demon disaster to mobilize his troops and attack cities on a large scale to expand his territory. On a vast plain, two armies stood in formation. On one side was the rebel army led by the Marquis of Baiyong, while on the other side was the imperial court's troops. Zhao Xinghuai, His Majesty has always treated your Zhao family well, allowing your Zhao family to have a stable foothold in the Baiyong prefecture and rule over an entire prefecture. Now that you've rebelled, have you ever done His Majesty justice? Now that the demon disaster is rampant in the Baiyong prefecture, the commoners have lost their homes and suffered heavy casualties. Yet, you attacked us while we were suppressing the demon disaster. Have you ever done His Majesty justice? Guan Kai angrily glared as he questioned Zhao Xinghuai. This time, the Marquis of Baiyong, Zhao Xinghuai's actions had truly infuriated him. He would never have thought that Zhao Xinghuai would dare to commit such a heinous crime and start a war during the chaos of the demon disaster. Not only did he cause the imperial court to suffer heavy losses, but he also had to divide his forces to deal with the demon disaster. Both armies were silent, and only Guan Kai's voice resounded throughout the wilderness. A few moments later, on the rebel army's side, a man sat in the middle of a carriage. He had a jade-like face, sharp eyebrows, and starry eyes. His azure robes made him seem like a young master of the chaotic world. However, there was an invisible dignity between his brows that made others feel reverence. On the other side was the Marquis of Baiyong, Zhao Xinghuai. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. The human emperor is dead, and the imperial court has lost its virtue. The flames of war have already risen in the Great Zhao, and the various vassals have rebelled against the Great Zhao. Since you've been buried with the Great Zhao, why not submit to my Baiyong prefecture? This marquis will definitely not treat you poorly. Zhao Xinghuai lazily leaned against the carriage as he spoke with a faint smile. He didn't seem angry at Guan Kai's question at all. This kind of attitude. Seeing this, Guan Kai's killing intent surged. A second later, he rose into the air, his gaze like lightning as he looked down at Zhao Xinghuai. He coldly shouted, "Zhao Xinghuai, you're a disgrace to the Marquis of Baiyong. Today, I, Guan Kai, am here. Do you dare fight? Guan Kai, you think you're worthy of challenging this Lord Marquis? Let me take you on." As soon as he finished speaking, an expert leaped into the air from the rebel army's camp and charged towards Guan Kai. The explosive aura in that instant revealed the opponent's frightening strength. Guan Kai's hand transformed into a saber and slashed down. A terrifying saber aura instantly sliced through the air. The man had just risen into the air when he was struck down. Boom, the earth shook. A deep saber mark was carved into the ground. The man lay there, coughing up blood. He was already heavily injured. You think you're worthy of fighting with this general? Guan Kai glanced at that person, and a mocking sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. A half-step diviner. In front of a true diviner, he was just a slightly stronger grasshopper. He couldn't cause any waves at all. Of all the rebel soldiers, only the Marquis of Baiyong, Zhao Xinghuai, was worthy of his attention. After all, Zhao Xinghuai had presided over the Baiyong prefecture for many years and had become a diviner 1,000 years ago. He was fully deserving of the title of Baiyong Prefecture's supreme expert. Even in the entire Great Zhao Xinghuai was one of the top experts. However, Zhao Xinghuai hadn't fought for many years, so no one knew just how strong he was. However, Guan Kai didn't feel too much fear. Although Zhao Xinghuai was strong, he wasn't weak either. As a fellow diviner, Guan Kai didn't believe that he couldn't defeat Zhao Xinghuai. On the other side, following the defeat of their commander, the rebel army's morale was somewhat low. As for Zhao Xinghuai's faint smile, it had receded a little, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Zhao Xinghuai, do you dare fight? Guan Kai arrogantly soared into the air, his voice resounding through the clouds. Since you're seeking death, this marquis will fulfill your wish. Zhao Xinghuai's eyes were completely cold. Then, without any movement, he disappeared from the carriage. At almost the same time, there was a terrifying explosion in the air. Zhao Xinghuai's figure appeared in the empty space in front of Guan Kai. The two were less than 10 feet apart. Stellar energy erupted from their bodies, forming an oval-shaped stellar energy shield that fiercely collided with each other. A second later, Guan Kai stretched out his hand, and a crescent blade appeared in his hand. The moment the stellar energy shield shattered, the long blade slashed down in a mysterious trajectory, easily leaving a white mark in the air. Seeing this, a long sword appeared in Zhao Xinghuai's hand. A terrifying sword will condensed and shot out, directly neutralizing Guan Kai's attack. At the same time, the long sword's soft hum resounded through the heavens, as if an invisible long sword had pierced through the sky. As the boundless sword will erupted, an immeasurable amount of sword chi poured out, completely covering Guan Kai. Starry sword path. Guan Kai's expression turned serious. He slashed out with the crescent blade in his hand, using the Tao of breaking all techniques to forcibly extinguish the sword chi. There weren't many famous divinity realm martial arts in the world. The starry sword path of the Zhao family of the White Yong estate was one of them. As a divinity realm martial art, the starry sword path was enough to reach the peak. Guan Kai had always heard of the starry sword path's name, but had never seen it with his own eyes. Now, in the hands of Zhao Xinghuai, he finally saw this famous divinity realm martial art. Zhao Xinghuai held the sword in one hand, like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Every move and stance was natural, and the sword chi was like a river of stars. Amidst the brilliance, there was endless killing intent. Guan Kai, if you surrender to me, this marquis can let you retain your current position. Zhao Xinghuai, why waste your breath? If you surrender without a fight, this general can still report to His Majesty and let you live. A rebellion is a matter of life and death. How can I surrender without a fight? Zhao Xinghuai shook his head, a look of regret on his face. This marquis has always admired you. Now that I've given you a chance, don't blame this marquis for not taking into account our past relationship. Humph, the Zhao family's starry sword path is indeed not weak, but you, Zhao Xinghuai, must be dreaming if you think you can defeat me. Fine, then I'll let you see what the true starry sword path is. After Zhao Xinghuai finished speaking, the smile on his face completely disappeared. The long sword was engraved with 6 Tao seals. When the long sword slashed out, it seemed to divide the void between heaven and earth, evolving into a myriad of stars. The power of the sword path was like a river of stars descending. The terrifying power directly crushed the void and caused Guan Kai's expression to change. He had already expected Zhao Xinghuai's strength, but the starry sword path that he displayed after using the six-sealed Dao artifact that suppressed the White Yong estate was truly shocking. Facing this move, Guan Kai did not dare to relax. Guan Kai did not dare to relax at all. When his true essence erupted, a layer of frost covered the crescent blade, and he immediately slashed out. The blade slashed down, and a terrifying chill instantly erupted, as if it wanted to completely freeze the river of stars. The two exchanged blows for only a few breaths of time, but the vast power had already swept out in all directions, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Just as the two were exchanging blows, the rebel army and the imperial court's army no longer watched from the sidelines, and they directly charged at each other. As the role of the players was slowly revealed, each side would give the players corresponding missions when marching to war. Gathering the players to participate not only increased one's strength, but also reduced one's losses. The moment the two armies moved, their blood shook the clouds. It was like a fierce beast that had completely awakened from its slumber. The bloody and austere aura caused the other players, who had not participated in the war, to suddenly change their expressions. Their hearts trembled, and their bodies seemed to be frozen. At this moment, the two armies finally clashed, and a shocking massacre completely erupted. The sword split the void between heaven and earth and evolved into a myriad of stars. The momentum of the sword was like a river of stars. The force of more than 1,000,000 caddies directly bombarded the void and collapsed it. This divinity martial art that was only known in the world but few people had seen before, the stellar sword principle. This time, Xianxia finally displayed it in his hands. In the firmament, the myriad of stars emerged. The frosty blade energy occupied everyone's sight. As for the ground below, it was the battle between the army and the powerhouses of the two armies. Although the focus of this battle was on the victory or defeat of Xianxia and Guan Kai. But in reality, in addition to the victory or defeat of the two, the result of the battle between the two armies was also very important. What kind of conspiracy? But now, it was useless. On the plains, the battle between the two armies was the real battle of strength. As for the players who were participating in the battle, they were like sailboats that were swept into a huge wave. They would be easily crushed by this destructive force. Bang! As the arrow pierced through the air, one of the players instinctively activated his protective aura barrier and blocked the arrow outside of his body. However, just as he blocked the arrow, a squad leader who was fighting with him had already slashed with his blade. The powerful force instantly tore apart the protective aura and overflowed with killing intent. Damn! The slash came extremely fast and from a very tricky angle. It gave the player a big fright. He had no choice but to retreat to avoid the slash. However, as soon as he retreated, the other side had already closed in. Although each slash seemed simple, it was actually the most useful killing move. It forced the player into a corner. In the same realm, compared to these NPCs who had experienced hundreds of battles, the players were still far behind. The difference was in the blood-licking blade technique and the exquisite combat skills. These things, they were not things that could be learned overnight. To learn these things, one would need a lot of time and years of fighting to accumulate them bit by bit. These things could not be imparted to others except for one's own personal understanding. Although the players had been killing monsters and leveling up over the years, their cultivation realm had improved rapidly. However, in terms of combat experience, they naturally could not be compared to these old soldiers in the army. Moreover, the army that Guan Kai brought with him was the elite of the imperial court. Every one of them had been trained with a lot of effort. Therefore, it had only been a few rounds since the start of the battle. In a one-on-one battle, unless the player had the advantage of a higher realm, they would be crushed. Boom! Just as the player was forced to the point where he could only parry the attack, a powerful chi exploded from the side and headed straight for the squad leader. Facing such an attack, the 10-man squad leader twisted his body and pulled his saber back. The saber energy was attached to his weapon, giving it the ability to cut through everything. Thus, it easily cut through the gang chi. However, it was also because of this that the original player was relieved. After regaining his senses, he immediately launched an attack. Chaos! It was extremely chaotic. When the two of them clashed, there were only people in sight. Blades flashed and swords flashed as blood rained down. In order to distinguish between friend and foe, the only way was to rely on the different outfits on both sides. There was no other way. Retreat, retreat. Be careful, there are arrows. The players were making a big fuss as teams were formed one after another. This was the first time many of them had encountered such a situation. Both sides had many players participating in the battle. However, although the players were participating in the battle, it meant that the players' opponents had to be other players. If they were both players, they could still fight back and forth as rookies pecked at each other. However, if they were to encounter those old soldiers in the army, the players would be crushed if they could not defeat them in terms of realm. All of a sudden, many players could not adapt to the situation and were eliminated at the fastest speed. Of course, this was not the case for all players. Boom, the stars in the sky dispersed and turned into a shocking sword that slashed down. The long sword turned into a galaxy and fell. Its target was Guankai. The saber energy that could freeze everything slashed out in an attempt to freeze the galaxy. However, the disparity in strength caused the saber energy to collapse in the face of the galaxy. Soon after, Guankai's body fell instantly and blood splattered all over the sky. Zhao Xinghuai held the sword in one hand and stood in the void. His eyes were cold as he looked down at the battle below and Guankai who had fallen. Guankai has been defeated. You don't have to struggle anymore. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. His voice was loud and clear, spreading in all directions. Instantly, the morale of the imperial court side fell by more than half. On the contrary, the morale of the rebel army was high. Guankai and Zhao Xinghuai were the core figures of this battle. The defeat of either of them would cause a huge change. Now that Guankai had been defeated so quickly, it was a serious blow to the imperial court's morale. Below, Guankai fell to the ground. A wound so deep that his bones could be seen appeared on his shoulder. Blood kept flowing out of it. Even with the recovery ability of a celestial, the wound could not be healed immediately. Until now. He could not believe that he would be defeated so quickly. 6th level of the celestial being, a half-step grand sage. Guankai seemed to have thought of something. There was a hint of horror in his eyes when he looked at Zhao Xinghuai. Zhao Xinghuai was already a celestial being 1,000 years ago. However, he did not expect that Lin Huang would only use 1,000 years to go from a beginner celestial being to the 6th level of the celestial being. He was only one step away from breaking through to the Grand Sage level. After understanding Zhao Xinghuai's strength, Guankai knew that he was going to lose this battle. 6th level of the celestial being, a half-step Grand Sage, coupled with the 6 Seal Dao artifact. Unless the imperial court sent out a real Grand Sage, it would be possible to suppress Zhao Xinghuai. Or else, no one in the Baiyong residence would be a match for Zhao Xinghuai. Retreat. Guankai endured his injuries and immediately gave the order to retreat. No one could keep Zhao Xinghuai in check. If they continued to fight, they would suffer more losses. It was not that the imperial court did not send people to test Zhao Xinghuai before. At that time, Zhao Xinghuai only showed that he was about the 4th level of the celestial being. He did not reveal too much of his strength at all. But now, Zhao Xinghuai had been hiding his strength at that time. Kill. Guankai wanted to retreat. How could Zhao Xinghuai just sit and watch him retreat? He swung his sword, and the universe evolved. Endless killing intent had already been revealed. Seeing this, Guankai endured his injuries and slashed out with his saber to block the sword. But at the same time, under the rebound of this power, his injuries immediately worsened by a few more points. Roar, the army formation changed, and the army spirit immediately condensed. The terrifying army spirit that was hundreds of feet tall roared at the sky, blocking Zhao Xinghuai's attack and also blocking the attack of the rebel army spirit. Even if the army retreated, at this moment they were still able to maintain the same formation and defend, fighting as they retreated. Regarding this, Zhao Xinghuai could only watch coldly, but he did not attack. It was true that Grand Sages were powerful. However, the army formation formed by the army could not be underestimated. The top army formation of the Great Zhao was enough to contend against Grand Sages. The army in front of him could be considered the elites of the Great Zhao. Even if he wanted to break through the army formation, it would not be easy. Not to mention, Guan Kai's existence. Although Guan Kai was not as strong as him, he was still a 4th-level celestial being Grand Sage. As for the injuries on his body, although they seemed serious, he would not lose much of his combat strength. However, for Zhao Xinghuai, as long as the Imperial Court's army retreated, he would be able to use the momentum of his victory to further invade the Great Zhao's territory. Once he controlled the entire Baiyong prefecture, there would not be many people in the world who would be able to threaten him. By the time the news had spread out, everyone else had yet to react. No one expected that Zhao Xinghuai, the Marquis of Baiyong, would choose to attack the Great Zhao at this time and completely disregard the threat of the demon disaster. Just as this news spread out, Yi Zichen's expression changed. Almost at the same time, the Fallen Moon Prefecture and Nanfeng Prefecture also attacked violently. While the Imperial Court was distracted by the demon disaster, they expanded their advantage with lightning speed and did not give the Great Zhao any chance to react. By the time everyone came back to their senses, Yi Zichen had already finished speaking. More than half of the 3 prefectures had already fallen into the hands of the rebel army. As for the Imperial Court, they were retreating step by step and had no way to resist. For a time, the world, which had originally calmed down because of the demons breaking the seal, was once again filled with the flames of war. Many people thought that under the threat of the demonic disaster, the rebel army would not take any drastic actions given the urgency of the situation. After all, once the demon disaster spread, it would not be as simple as just a city or a region. If they did not pay attention, it was not impossible for the entire world to be turned into a land of demons. In the eyes of some people, what the 3 prefectures were doing now was no different from killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Middle State Prefecture, Imperial City, ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. After receiving the news, Shi Yang was furious. He sat on the emperor's throne and flew into a rage. He did not hide the power of a diviner as it spread throughout the imperial court. In response, the civil and military officials all lowered their heads and maintained a silent attitude. Shi Yang's eyes were filled with boundless anger as he coldly stared at the people below. He had the intention of leaving the imperial city immediately and killing Zhao Xinghuai and the others. There was nothing he could do about it. In order to deal with the demons, the imperial court had mobilized a large amount of manpower and resources. Not only did they mobilize the experts of the imperial court, but they also forcefully mobilized the experts of the other sects and a large number of players. The amount of resources needed to do this was not something that could be described with simple numbers. But now, the various rebel armies took advantage of this time to launch a large-scale attack on the imperial court. For a time, the imperial court suffered heavy losses. Although no diviner experts died, many cultivators below the diviner realm died. As for the cities and lands, they lost even more. In the 3 prefectures of Luoyue, Baiyong, and Nanfeng, the imperial court's control over this was instantly weakened to a freezing point. After venting his anger, Shi Yang forced himself to calm down, but his face was still gloomy. He looked at the officials and said coldly, "Dear officials, do you have anything to say?" As soon as he finished speaking, one of the officials stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, now that the 3 prefectures have attacked us while we are dealing with the demon disaster, such actions are against the world and should be condemned by everyone. However, there is one thing to be aware of, and that is if the other prefectures follow suit, I'm afraid they will be in danger." After that person finished speaking, he retreated. He did not say too much, nor did he specify which prefecture it was. After all, although some of the prefectures were rebelling, there were still some people who stood on the imperial court's side. Among the officials in the imperial court, there were also factions of these feudal lords. Some things could be said vaguely, but could not be said completely. Or else, that would be an arduous and thankless task. Thousand Mountains Prefecture has not made any moves yet, but we do need to be vigilant. Gu Chongqing is a decisive person. If there is a chance, he will not miss it, another person added. Hearing this, Shi Yang looked at Xianxia and said, "General Yan, in your opinion, what should we do?" "Your Majesty, the 3 prefectures' attacks are surprisingly consistent. They must have planned this beforehand. Although Gu Chongqing has not made any moves yet, we still have to be vigilant. I think we should station troops in Thousand Mountains Prefecture to prevent the rebels from attacking." The other 3 prefectures also need to send troops to suppress them as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be other troubles in the future. Xianxia cupped his hands and replied. There were only so many feudal lords who had rebelled. The other feudal lords were either on the imperial court's side or had an ambiguous attitude. Under such circumstances, if the imperial court showed a slight disadvantage, it might attract other feudal lords to side with them. If it really reached the point where they were surrounded by enemies, the imperial court would be in a terrible fix. Xiang nodded and said, General Yan, you're right. At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. In that case, pass down my order. General Yan will be the commander-in-chief and lead the troops to Thousand Mountains Prefecture to guard against more chaos. In his opinion, Xianxia had fought with Gu Chongqing many times and was quite familiar with Thousand Mountains Prefecture. He was the best person to deal with Gu Chongqing. After receiving the order, Xianxia did not refuse. Instead, he bowed and accepted the order. Yes, Your Majesty. Also, Dong Fengmao, Duan Sun, and Luo Jing, these 3 generals, listen up. Yes, Your Majesty. With Duan Sun in the lead, the 3 of them cupped their hands and stepped forward. Seeing this, many people's hearts skipped a beat. There were 5 generals in the imperial court. They were the leaders of the military officials. In the past, they had followed the human emperor to conquer the world and suppress the demons. Duan Sun and the others were 3 of them. General who pacifies the east, Duan Sun. General who pacifies the south, Dong Fengmao. General who pacifies the west, Luo Jing. It could be said that the 3 people that Xiang mentioned were equivalent to mobilizing half of the military officials' forces. There are many rebels now. I hope that the 3 generals can take action and suppress this chaos. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Good. Xiang nodded and said in a deep voice, General Pingnan, send troops to Fallen Moon Prefecture. General Pingxi, send troops to Nanfeng Prefecture. As for General Duan, send troops to Whiteyong Prefecture. Hearing these words, Yi Zichen smiled. Duan Sun and the others looked normal as they cupped their hands and accepted the order. As for the other civil and military officials, they did not show any strange expressions. Among the 3 prefectures, Whiteyong Prefecture was currently the strongest. The news of Zhao Xinghuai, the Marquis of Whiteyong, being a half-mighty figure, had already spread. Among the 5 generals, only Dingyuan General Dan Hao and Dong Pingdong General Duan Sun could reach this level. However, Dan Hao had already gone to various places to suppress the demon disaster. The only one he could mobilize was Duan Sun. General Duan, Zhao Xinghuai has reached the 6th level of the heavenly human realm. Your Majesty, don't worry. Your Majesty, my hands have been stained with the blood of half-mighty figures. Zhao Xinghuai's head will definitely be taken, Duan Sun said with a resolute expression. Seeing this, Xiang was also quite satisfied. He nodded and smiled faintly. With General Duan's words, I can rest assured. At this moment, another person stepped forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, it's rumored that Marquis Bayun has reached the half-mighty figure level. Why don't you summon him and let him follow the army? This way, Zhao Xinghuai will definitely die. As soon as he finished speaking, many people's expressions changed slightly. At this time, mobilizing a marquis to fight against another marquis was obviously not a wise choice. Therefore, when this person finished speaking, someone immediately objected. Your Majesty, although Bayun Prefecture is stable now, it still needs an expert to suppress it. Once Marquis Bayun leaves, I'm afraid others will take advantage of the situation. Now, our great Zhao can't suffer any more turmoil. When he said the word turmoil, his tone was obviously heavier. Xiang frowned slightly. He also had some thoughts in his mind. If the situation in the Great Zhao was stable now, it was probably only Bayun Prefecture and a few other prefectures. He was also a little wary of Marquis Bayun. If it were not for the exposure of the demon race, the imperial court would not have known that Marquis Bayun was already a 7th-level heavenly human realm expert. Similarly, since Xiang could reach this position, he was not a stupid person. He naturally understood how stupid it was to mobilize Marquis Bayun to suppress Zhao Xinghuai. If he did this, there were only 2 choices in front of Marquis Bayun. One was to go to war with the army. The other was to directly rebel. This method was equivalent to forcing the other party to take a side. There was no difference. If it was a normal day, the imperial court would not be afraid of a marquis. However, in the current situation, the sight of a marquis was too important for the imperial court. Xianxia did not require the other party to stand on the side of the imperial court. It was enough as long as the other party remained neutral and did not add insult to injury. Or else, the situation that he had just taken over had not stabilized much yet, and it would be chaotic again. Therefore, after hearing this, Xianxia shook his head and said, "We will discuss the matter of Marquis Bayun in the future. With General Duan's strength, suppressing Zhao Xinghuai is not a problem. Moreover, Bayun Prefecture cannot be chaotic now. After all, Bayun Prefecture borders the demon race. If there is no expert suppressing it, it will inevitably be coveted by the demon race. Although the demon race is now living in the endless mountain range, they have been coveting our great Zhao for thousands of years. If there is an opportunity, they will definitely not let it go easily. Your Majesty is wise." When the officials heard this, they all cupped their hands and replied. Seeing this, the person who spoke first could not say anything else. He could only bow in agreement and then retreat. Xianxia said, "In addition, transfer the forces in each prefecture to suppress the demon disaster and increase the offensive against the rebel army. We cannot let the same thing happen again. Your Majesty, if we do this, won't we be allowing the demon disaster to wreak havoc?" "Your Majesty, although the rebel army is serious, the demon disaster cannot be underestimated. If the demon disaster is allowed to spread, I'm afraid the human race will be in danger." "Your Majesty, you must not." At this moment, the expressions of everyone in the imperial court changed. Although the rebel army did not care about the danger of the demon disaster and attacked the imperial court, they could not just throw away the broken jar. After all, the world was still under the control of the great Zhao. If they transferred forces to suppress the rebel army, by the time they turned back, the demon disaster would definitely be on a large scale. At that time, it would not be as simple as millions of people dying. If it was not handled well, the foundation that the human race had built over countless years would be completely destroyed. The threat of the demon disaster. It was not an existence that could be ignored. Thus, as soon as Xianxia spoke, he was immediately met with opposition from the crowd. This matter concerned the human race, so they had to oppose it. Seeing the vehement opposition of the officials, Xianxia was not angered. He shook his head slightly and said, "My beloved officials, there is no need to be anxious. Although I am transferring forces to suppress the demon disaster, it does not mean that I will ignore the demon disaster. These are two different matters, and they cannot be discussed together." As soon as he finished speaking, some people looked confused, while others looked thoughtful. In front of the civil officials, an old man in embroidered robes opened his eyes and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, are you planning to transfer the forces of the Inhumans?" "Fu Wugong is right." Xianxia nodded. "Inhumans?" These words caused some people to look at each other. They could see the realization in each other's eyes. After receiving Xianxia's affirmation, Fu Wugong continued, "The Inhumans are undying and their numbers are not much smaller than the human race of the great Zhao country. Moreover, the Inhumans are generally in the true martial realm. Although they do not have a top expert, they cannot be underestimated. The biggest advantage of the demon disaster is its transformation and erosion. In this regard, the Inhumans can restrain it very well. In addition, the true martial realm and the true dominion is already considered the top, so dealing with the demon disaster should not be a big problem." In his opinion, although the demon disaster was comparable to an expert who had condensed the universal sky lock, there was still a limit to how strong it was. An expert who had condensed the universal sky lock could deal with 10 or 100 ordinary true martial realm experts, but it was impossible for him to deal with 10 or 10,000 ordinary true martial realm experts. Not to mention, there were no less than 100 million inhuman true martial realm cultivators. Such a number would be enough to fight against the demon disaster. However, Fu Wugong suddenly changed the topic and said, "The Inhumans value benefits. If your Majesty wants to transfer the Inhumans of the world, I am afraid that the amount of resources expended will be far greater than what we are currently using." These resources will not be a problem as long as we can quell the chaos. Xiang waved his hand, not caring about the expenditure at all. The foundation of the great Zhao country, which had been accumulated for thousands of years, was not something that others could imagine. Only after he had assumed this position did he know how much resources the imperial court had. With these resources, it would not be a problem even if the number of inhumans of the world was doubled, let alone transfer the inhumans of the world. This was why Xiang was so confident. Upon seeing this, Fu Guogong did not say anything else. After cupping his hands, he fell silent again. As for the other civil officials, when they saw this scene, they did not say anything else. In their opinion, transferring the inhumans to quell the demon disaster was indeed not a problem under the premise that they did not have to worry about the expenditure of resources. Meanwhile, these people had some vague guesses about the imperial court's foundation. Boom, a demon the size of a small mountain was sent flying. Its huge body smashed the ground, and the remaining walls of the fortress were completely destroyed. Human, you talk too much. Qin Shujian used the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal to shut his opponent up. Then, Qin Shujian and the evil demon disappeared the moment the 27 array discs landed and covered the area with the Great Array. Within the formation, the Red Lotus of Purgation burned and swallowed the demon. What the hell is this? No, impossible. Just like evil Lord Sun's soul, the evil spirit displayed extreme fear when it came into contact with the Red Lotus of Deliverance. Inside the Red Lotus of Purgation, he felt the fear of death. This was not as simple as returning to the demon abyss to be reborn, but really dying. Death, to the nefarious devil tribe, this was something they didn't dare to imagine. In the vast thousand domains, apart from the Zhu Bing that could truly kill demons, there was nothing else that could threaten them. But how rare was the Zhu Bing? Each and every ancestral armament would only be born after tens of thousands of years. According to his understanding, only the great Zhao royal family had a Zhu Bing, and that Zhu Bing was sealed by the demon abyss and could not be used without permission. Not taking that ancestral armament into account, Chu Feng's expression changed drastically. There was nothing in the world that could threaten them. But now, this demon felt the threat of death from the Red Lotus of Purgation. It had truly fallen and had no chance of being reborn. Human, my race will not let you off. After uttering the last threat, the demon was finally burned to ashes by the Red Lotus of Purgation. In the void, only a red lotus was left standing there quietly. Qin Shujian stretched out his hand to summon the Red Lotus and devoured the energy inside. This wicked demon was only at the second level of the Sky Human stage. It was much weaker compared to Heretic Lord Yang's soul. Thus, the amount of life force it could contribute was only around 60 million. The amount of energy it could absorb was enough to raise its spiritual god to a height of 213 zhongs. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was quite satisfied. When the Red Lotus of Purgation was refined, it was impossible to obtain the complete power of the celestial being. Otherwise, when he absorbed the first Red Lotus, he would have either exploded from the power or advanced to the celestial being realm. In the process of refining, more of the energy dissipated. What was left behind was only an extremely small portion. But even so, it could still be of great use. Especially after the spiritual deity broke through to its current stage, every bit of improvement was a considerable transformation of its strength. However, Qin Shujian was more concerned about what the demon said before it died. The demon clan is immortal, but there is Zhu Bing in the world that can threaten them. Maybe there were many things that could really kill the demon, but now, Zhu Bing is the only one left. Putting himself in the demon's shoes. If he was a member of the nefarious demon tribe, he would definitely not tolerate anything that could threaten him. He would definitely think of ways to destroy it. Of course. These were just Qin Shujian's personal guesses without any basis. But he was sure. Once the demon abyss knew about the existence of the Red Lotus of Purgation, the demons in the demon abyss would definitely not let him go easily. By then, he would really be the target of public criticism. Thinking that one day, he might be hunted down by thousands of demons of the celestial being realm, Qin Shujian felt a chill run down his spine. By then, even a mighty figure would have to kneel down. Suddenly, Qin Shujian was even more determined not to expose the existence of the Red Lotus of Purgation. After completely absorbing the red lotus, he dispersed the large array and put away the array disk again. The second one, Xianxia secretly said, then glanced at his life source, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He only saw that there were now more than 290 million life source. Among them, 260 million was contributed by the two demons, and the remaining life source was contributed by the disciples of the sect. As for the luck points, at this time, there were already 200 points. After glancing at the life source, Xianxia's thoughts moved, and the 200 luck points instantly turned into 20 million life source. Subsequently, on the original basis, the life source directly broke through to more than 310 million. At the same time, except for the special martial arts and the rite of passage martial arts, all the martial arts on the attribute panel had a plus sign that could be upgraded. For this situation, Xianxia naturally would not hesitate too much. Although the divine martial arts were powerful, after all, the realm was the foundation. As long as the realm was higher, martial arts were floating clouds, and by then, with a fist, he could sweep the world. Xianxia did not doubt this at all. He had always believed in the realm as the foundation, and the other martial arts were just auxiliary functions. With a thought, 300 million life source was consumed, and in its place, the Guiyuan ancestral canon was upgraded to the third level of the divine martial arts. Guiyuan ancestral canon 33rd level, divine level upper ancient immortal body level 3, impenetrable level 3, red lotus of purgation level 3. Upgrade by 1 level. Xianxia found that his divine spirit had grown a lot again, and a pure energy gushed out from his body, and in the blink of an eye, it opened a secret in his body, making his strength even more powerful. After the upgrade of the realm, his strength also increased a lot. His mood suddenly became good. At this time, with the death of the demons, the demonic clouds that covered the sky had retreated, and as for those demonic skeletons that relied on the demonic chi to survive, they seemed to have lost their support at this time, and all of them turned into bones and scattered on the ground. Only the ground below that was eroded by the demonic chi showed what had happened here. However, Xianxia also did not plan to set up an array to purify this demonic land. After all, this was not the Bayun mansion, and he was not from there. Sometimes, it was not necessarily a good thing to do too much. Moreover, the problem of the demonic chi was not a problem for the imperial court. As long as one was a high-grade array master, one could set up a purification array, but to purify the demonic chi, one had to be at least a master. But for the imperial court, there was more than one array master, not to mention others. So, these things could be left to the imperial court, and it was not his turn to intervene. And how much money he was paid to do it? Under normal circumstances, Xianxia did not want to get involved in any trouble. After taking a look at the situation around him, he immediately flew into the air and left the place. While flying in the air, he could sense that there was a murderous aura in the distance. To this, Xianxia secretly shook his head, and then changed his position, according to the location of the demons given by the imperial court. The world is going to be in chaos again. He had already received the news when the feudal lords launched a large-scale attack. After the Yuan Pavilion was opened, the Yuan sect's intelligence network was even more powerful, and a lot of secret information could not escape their eyes. So when something like this happened, someone had already sent a message to Xianxia. As for this news, he did not plan to get involved. The Yuan sect did not lack resources now, and it did not lack most things. It only lacked time to settle down. A sect had to give birth to enough experts and accumulate a deep foundation. Other than needing a lot of resources, the rest depended on time. The Yuan sect had the former, and now it only lacked the latter. From Xianxia's point of view, he did not want the great Zhao country to be in chaos again. Instead, he hoped that the world would be more peaceful and give the Yuan sect enough time to recuperate. But there were many things that he could not control. Even when the human emperor was still alive, he could not stop others from rebelling, let alone him. No one knew what he was thinking. Xianxia suddenly shook his head and laughed. Let it be chaotic. Since it is already chaotic, the more chaotic it is, the better. Given the Yuan sect's current strength, even if it is not aggressive enough, it is more than enough to protect itself. He still had a lot of confidence in this. Given the Yuan sect's current strength, unless it was facing the forces of the imperial court or a feudal lord or other rebel forces. Otherwise, there was almost no one in the cultivation world who could threaten the Yuan sect. Even if there were a few sects whose strength was comparable to the Yuan sect's, they were still far from being able to destroy the Yuan sect. But if this is the case, the luck points that I get later cannot be used casually. Now that the imperial court exists, the sect cannot be promoted immediately. But if the Great Zhao country cannot stabilize the current situation, then I have to think of a way to protect myself. Qin Shujian's thoughts turned, and he already had a plan in mind. What he needed to do now was to harvest as much life force as possible and then raise his cultivation level. At the same time, he would accumulate a large amount of luck points and directly raise the Yuan sect's level when necessary. Based on the current situation, this was the safest way to go about it. Now that the imperial court was still around, the sect could not be promoted to a 6th grade force casually. But if the true rebel forces expanded and completely overthrew the Great Zhao country's rule, then this hidden danger would be completely eliminated. When that time came, Qin Shujian could then raise the Yuan sect's level without any worries. But, even so, he did not want the Great Zhao country to collapse so quickly. After all, in the end, his current strength was still a little too weak. The 3rd level of the Divine Martial Realm was comparable to the peak of the Divine Martial Realm. Although this seemed very strong, it was actually circling around the Divine Martial Realm and did not surpass this realm at all. Although Qin Shujian had not fought with a diviner at his peak, he could understand how big the gap between the two was. A difference of 1 step was the difference between heaven and earth. Under the situation where he did not use the methods of a formation grandmaster, if he met a diviner in the spirit domain or a large region, he would definitely turn around and run. Whether or not he could escape was also a question. This was the difference between the two. If he could kill a diviner at the peak of the Divine Martial Realm, he would have to flee when he met a diviner. If he fought with a diviner without permission, he would not have any chance of survival. Once the Great Zhao collapsed, other than the various rebel forces, the demons who were watching from the sidelines would definitely not be willing to stay in the endless mountain range and not come out. When that time came, even if Baiyun Manor had a powerhouse guarding it, it might not be safe. After all, no matter how strong a powerhouse was, he was still a powerhouse and not invincible. Marquis Baiyun was not the only powerhouse in the human race. There must be powerhouses in the demon race as well, and it was not as simple as 1 or 2. If the situation really developed to that stage, he would still have to rely on himself. In the depths of the demon abyss, all the demon gods were inside, and a vast aura as deep as the abyss filled the air, interweaving into a domain of death. Even ordinary demons did not dare to come here without permission. Although demons were immortal and indestructible, there was a price to pay for each rebirth, and that was that their strength would be weakened. And in the demon abyss, every bit of strength was very important. Once it was weakened, the situation would become very difficult for the demons. Another demon's aura has disappeared forever. Our demon race is immortal and indestructible. The things that could threaten us in the past have been destroyed long ago. Only Zubing is difficult to destroy, so it was left behind. Could it be that the Great Zhao has used Zubing to start slaughtering our race? That's impossible. Zubing of the Great Zhao is still there, and the seal at the entrance is not broken. At most, they have divided some of Zubing's power. In the depths of the demon abyss, terrifying divine thoughts were transmitted back and forth. Low buzzing voices sounded as they conversed with each other. A demon god of unknown height suddenly trembled. The demonic aura of the entire demon abyss instantly fluctuated, and a loud voice accompanied it. You all feel that aura, right? Soon, the demon abyss will collide with the Great Thousand World. When that time comes, it will be our chance. Now that the human race is weak, unlike in ancient times, when the demon abyss and the Great Thousand World connect, it will be our chance to officially leave the dark demon abyss. Haha. A low and tyrannical laughter shook the stone walls of the demon abyss. Whether it was the demons at the demon lord level or the demon god level, they all hated the demon abyss. Although this place gave them the chance to live forever, it was also the same. It was also This place had imprisoned them for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. There was no chance for them to leave. The demon abyss was both a protection and a cage. For these demon gods, they had lived in the demon abyss for a longer time. It was an eternal silence. During this long time, not only did they not adapt, but their hearts became even more tyrannical. At this moment, a vast aura erupted from the depths of the demon abyss. It was incompatible with the tyrannical demons of the demon abyss. The moment the aura erupted, the shadow of a halberd appeared in the demon abyss. When the shadow of the halberd appeared, the demons above the demon abyss were all shocked. Zhu Bing. How can Zhu Bing exist in the demon abyss? The skybreaking halberd, this is the skybreaking halberd of the ancient tribe. Seeing the halberd's shadow, some of the demons were shocked and frightened, while others recognized the halberd's identity after recovering from their shock. For the demons, some had existed for countless years and were even lucky enough to take advantage of the evolution of heaven and earth to rush out of the demon abyss and go to the great thousand world. What they had seen and heard was not something that the other demons who had been imprisoned in the demon abyss could compare to. Therefore, after seeing the identity of the halberd, some demons immediately unlocked their sealed memories as if they had recalled something terrifying. One had to know. In the current world, Zhu Bing was the only thing that could threaten the demon race. However, no one would have thought that. The skybreaking halberd was not in the great thousand world or in the hands of the human race. Instead, it was in the demon abyss. When they saw the source of the aura, the hearts of these evil spirits trembled. In the depths of the demon abyss. That was the place where the demon gods were. Even the most powerful demons in the upper level did not dare to take a step into the depths of the demon abyss. At this moment, another wave of aura that was as vast as an abyss erupted, transforming into a giant hand that forcibly suppressed the halberd. How dare you be so arrogant after falling into the demon abyss for tens of thousands of years? Let's see if you can still be like this when the demonic aura corrodes and turns you into a demon weapon. In the depths of the demon abyss, the demon gods were furious. The skybreaking halberd had fallen into the demon abyss for tens of thousands of years, but it had not been corroded by the demonic aura and turned into a demon weapon. Regarding this, while these demon gods were angry, they also understood how difficult it was to deal with Zhu Bing. A demon god said, during this period of time, the skybreaking halberd has been acting strangely. Could it be that immortal Lord Haotsong has reincarnated again? Maybe. So what if immortal Lord Haotsong comes again? Now that the skybreaking halberd is in the demon abyss, even if the human emperor is reborn, he can't enter here. That's right, since the skybreaking halberd has fallen into the demon abyss, it has no chance of seeing the light of day again. It's fine if immortal Lord Haotsong doesn't come, but if he dares to come, I will devour him. The demon gods' divine thoughts intertwined, but there was not much emotion in their words. And in the eyes of all the demon gods, there was a black lotus blooming at the bottom of the demon abyss, and in the middle of the lotus was a bronze halberd. There were specks of golden blood on the halberd, showing off its vast divine power. At this moment, the halberd was not moving, but there was an invisible force spreading out. The surrounding demonic aura surged endlessly, but it could not get within 3 feet of the halberd. This was Zhu Bing's skybreaking halberd. It was also something that the demon gods in the demon abyss had been suppressing. For such a supreme treasure that could truly threaten the nefarious demon tribe, the nefarious demon tribe would not release it at all. And when the shadow of the halberd disappeared, after a short moment of shock, the nefarious demons in the upper levels of the demon abyss quickly recovered and entered a new round of killing. The way for the nefarious demons to increase their strength was very simple. Kill, devour. When nefarious demons were born, they were already at the heaven realm. And if they wanted to increase their strength, they would have to spend a long time absorbing demonic aura bit by bit, or they would have to kill other nefarious demons and devour their flesh and blood. And this was also the fastest way for nefarious demons to increase their strength. Roar. With an earth-shattering roar, 1,000 feet tall evil spirit grabbed a giant greenish-black arm, raised its head, and swallowed it. Then, a terrifying force erupted from his body, forcing the other nefarious demons who were about to besiege him to retreat. When they looked at the 1,000 feet tall nefarious demon again, they only saw that the 1,000 feet tall nefarious demon had grown to 15,000 feet tall. damn it, he actually devoured the Azura demon god's arm. A huge snake body coiled around. The blooming water demon lord looked at the huge nefarious demon hatefully, but he did not dare to recklessly step forward. He was only at the 3rd level of the heaven realm. And after that nefarious demon god devoured the Azura demon god's arm, he had at least broken through to the 6th level of the heaven realm, or even reached the peak. With such strength, if he went forward, there was no other possibility but to die. If he joined forces with other nefarious demons, he might have a chance to fight. The blooming water demon lord's body coiled around, his scarlet eyes staring coldly at the nefarious demon, but he was thinking of a countermeasure. Although nefarious demons were naturally bloodthirsty, it did not mean that they were brainless. And when the blooming water demon lord did not move, the surrounding nefarious demons also temporarily stopped, not daring to recklessly step forward. After devouring a demon god's arm, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Even if he did not reach the demon god level, ordinary nefarious demons could not contend with him. Ever since the Azura demon god returned to the demon abyss with heavy injuries, he was directly intercepted by other nefarious demons, not giving him a chance to return to the depths of the demon abyss. If he was at his peak, these nefarious demons would naturally not be a match for the Azura demon god. But with the demon god heavily injured and surrounded by so many nefarious demons, the Azura demon god could only meet his end. After a fierce battle, the Azura demon god's flesh was finally divided among the nefarious demons. And after the Azura demon god died, the demon abyss once again erupted into a fierce and prolonged battle. This time, they were fighting for the demon god's flesh. To reach the level of a demon god, the first step was to break through to the 7th level of the heaven-human realm, and the fastest way to break through to the 7th level of the heaven-human realm was to devour the power of the demon god's flesh. Like the nefarious demon before them, whose strength skyrocketed after devouring a demon god's arm, was not the first case in the demon abyss. After all, there was a lot of demon god's flesh. There were many nefarious demons who were fortunate enough to get a portion of the flesh. After devouring the demon god's flesh, these nefarious demons' strength exceeded their original limits, reaching a higher level. If we wait until he digests the power of the Azura demon god's flesh, we won't have a chance. The blooming water demon lord looked at the other nefarious demons and said eerily, "Why don't we take action now, while he has just devoured the demon god's flesh and has not fully absorbed it, and directly kill him and divide him? Anyway, there is no difference between devouring the demon god's flesh and devouring his flesh." Hearing that, the surrounding nefarious demons also had some strange movements. That's right, the nefarious demon god had indeed devoured the demon god's flesh, but the power still remained in his body. As long as the nefarious demon's flesh was divided, they might be able to obtain even more power. But, now that the nefarious demon lord's strength had increased, if he wanted to take action, the other nefarious demons were not confident. Therefore, no matter how the blooming water demon lord persuaded, none of the nefarious demons took action. Seeing this, the blooming water demon lord was also a little anxious. His huge snake tail kept swinging back and forth on the spot, showing his wavering heart. In his view, the longer he delayed, the faster the nefarious demon god would digest it. When he really completely absorbed the Azura demon god's flesh and blood, the chances of him snatching the flesh and becoming a demon god would be even slimmer. On one hand, he was afraid of the nefarious demon's strength. On the other hand, he was eager to become a demon god. Swaying left and right, the blooming water demon lord finally could not hold back the desire in his heart. His huge body suddenly moved, and pounced on the demon god. The moment he took action, the other nefarious demons immediately followed. The slaughter began again. The entire demon abyss buzzed and trembled violently, as waves of terrifying power bombarded continuously. Blood, slaughter, at this moment, it spread throughout the demon abyss. The blood moon hanging in the sky seemed to be watching all of this happen. Bang, a huge body fell to the ground, and blood spurted out from the snake's 7 inches. The head of the Guishui evil lord was directly grabbed by the 2,000 feet tall evil demon, and his scarlet eyes were full of horror. He wanted to kill and devour this evil demon. But the strength of the other party was obviously beyond his expectations. In the end, the besieging evil demons were all killed, and even he could not escape the fate of being killed. In the end, The evil demon grabbed the head of the Gui Shui evil lord, opened his mouth and swallowed it. After swallowing the Gui Shui evil lord, this evil demon seemed to have broken some kind of shackles, and his aura instantly skyrocketed, like a roaring tide, sweeping across the world. I am the undying evil lord. A roar, as if announcing something. A battle sword that was burning with dark red flames appeared in his hand. All the evil spirits that sensed this terrifying might retreated one after another, not daring to face it head-on. Not long after. In other parts of the demon abyss, there were bursts of aura that were not weaker than the undying evil lords, stirring up the demon chi. Kill. The soul fire in the undying evil lord's eyes flickered, and in the next moment, he had already left the place and rushed into the distance. After devouring the flesh of demon god Azura and many evil demons, he had officially broken through to the 7th level of the celestial human realm. However, the 7th level of the celestial human realm was just the threshold to becoming a demon god, and only by entering the depths of the demon abyss could he be considered to have the title of a demon god. But with just the strength of the 7th level of the celestial human realm, it was not enough to safely enter the depths of the demon abyss. So, he still needed more power. When I become a demon god and step into the great thousand world, I will definitely kill you. The undying evil lord thought of the scene in the undying plains, and the killing intent in his heart was even more awe-inspiring. To fall in the hands of a basic realm cultivator, this was a shame that could never be erased. Even so. However, the undead demon lord also understood that with Qin Shujian's ability to transform his qi and blood into a dragon at basic realm, he would definitely be a powerful figure among the human race in the future. Therefore, he was not worried that he would not be able to meet him in the great thousand world in the future. When that time comes, it was time for him to avenge himself. However, before that, he still needed to advance to a demon god so that he could possess greater power. When the undead evil lord moved, the other sinister devils also made their move. These evil demons were all experts who had devoured the flesh and blood of the Azura Fiend Celestial and had emerged victorious despite being besieged by other evil demons. At this moment, the other evil devils extinguished the thought of snatching the flesh and blood of the demonic god. They only watched as the undead evil lord and the other evil devils gathered together before erupting into a terrifying battle. If he wanted to become a demon god, he needed to be even more powerful. As for the undying evil lord, the other existences that had devoured the flesh of the demonic gods were his targets to increase his strength. Boom! Boom! More than 10 figures that were 20 to 30,000 feet tall were fighting in the demonic abyss. The power that erupted from each of his attacks caused the other evil demons to feel a lingering fear. Soon, some of the weaker evil spirits were killed and divided among the evil spirits. Subsequently, after the remaining evil demons divided up the flesh and blood, their strength became even more tyrannical. The battle lasted for an unknown period of time. In the final battle, there were only 2 evil demons left. The undead evil lord risked his bone armor to break. When his battle sword slashed down, he immediately beheaded the evil demon. Following that, he grabbed the other party's body and opened his mouth to devour it. Until now, all the evil demons that participated in the battle had fallen. Only the undead evil lord was left. When the other evil demons that were surrounding him saw the broken bone armor of the undead evil lord, their eyes flickered uncertainly. Scram! The undead evil lord roared, immediately scaring away many evil demons. Immediately after, he retracted his gaze and held his battle sword as he headed towards the depths of the demonic abyss. Boom! The moment the undead evil lord moved, those evil demons that were secretly coveting could no longer hold back their desire and launched an attack on him. Although the other party had devoured the flesh and blood of many evil demons, his strength was also severely depleted. At this time, if he did not make a move and allowed the other party to enter the depths of the demonic abyss, then his hopes of becoming a demon god would be completely cut off. Therefore, under the temptation of becoming a demon god, these evil demons finally could not hold back and wanted to take this opportunity to kill the undead evil lord. The moment these evil demons attacked, the undead evil lord's footsteps paused. Then, his battle sword absorbed a huge amount of demonic chi and slashed down. Evil spirit slash, with one slash, blood spilled over the demonic abyss. Several evil demons that attacked had their bodies torn apart and were forced to retreat. Seeing this scene, the other evil demons that wanted to attack all stopped their actions. Their eyes were filled with horror as they looked at the undead evil lord. Strong, the other party's strength was not much weaker than a demon god, heavily injuring several evil demons with one slash. Such strength was definitely not something a 6th-level celestial being could achieve. Even an average 7th-level celestial being could not reach such a level. And in the depths of the demonic abyss, those demon gods watched all of this silently. After seeing the might of the undead evil lord, a demon god's divine sense immediately spread out. There was a slight ripple in their hearts. The Azura demon god's position fell, and another demon god was born. It seems that his strength is much stronger than the Azura demon god. Isn't it better to be strong? This way, our foundation will be strong enough. That's true. No demon god intervened, allowing the evil demons in the upper levels of the demonic abyss to continue killing. After seeing the undead evil lord enter the depths of the demonic abyss, 100,000 feet tall demon god appeared. He looked at him and said, "Welcome to the depths of the demonic abyss. To become a demon god, there is still one last step." What last step? The undead evil lord looked at this demon god cautiously. He held his battle sword tightly as a strong fear rose in his heart. With his current strength, although there were not many evil demons in the upper levels of the demonic abyss that could contend with him. But here, a demon god was the foundation and also the pinnacle. His strength in the depths of the demonic abyss was not the weakest, but he was definitely not the strongest. Just this demon god in front of him made the undead evil lord feel a strong pressure. This pressure, it would only occur when facing an opponent of the same level or stronger. The demon god said, "It's simple. Use your own strength and leave your own mark on this demonic abyss stone tablet." While talking, the demon god pointed forward. The undead evil lord followed his line of sight and saw 100,000 feet tall stone tablet standing tall. At first, he only thought that it was a mountain wall. But after hearing the demon god's words, he realized that it was not a mountain wall, but a huge stone tablet. After saying that, the demon god retreated to the side and opened up a path to the stone tablet. Seeing here, the undead evil lord held his battle sword tightly and walked towards the stone tablet. When he stepped into the range of the stone tablet, an invisible pressure suddenly fell. But it was stimulated by the power in his body and forced out the pressure. It did not take long. He was already in front of the stone tablet. The 100,000 feet tall stone tablet seemed to be connected to heaven and earth. It made the undead evil lord's 50,000 feet tall body seem small in front of it. And on the stone tablet, they were engraved with titles, each of which exuded a terrifying aura. At the same time, they represented the existence of a demon god. Leave your name on the stone tablet and you can get the demon god title. The names engraved on the demon god tablet are the names of all the demon gods in the depths of the demon abyss. Once you lose the demon god title, your name will automatically disappear from the demon god tablet. A thunderous voice sounded, answering the doubts in the undead evil lord's heart. At this moment, he looked at the demon god tablet and felt an uncontrollable excitement in his heart. Demon god. The undead evil lord's mind was in turmoil. His soul fire was also flickering crazily at this moment. In the demon abyss, the greatest wish of all the upper echelon demons was to get the demon god title. Although the demons and demon gods were immortal and indestructible. But in comparison, the demon gods were more like the upper echelons of the demon abyss, dominating everything in the demon abyss. Soon, the undead evil lord waved the battle sword in his hand and erupted with the power of the 7th level of the sky-human realm. He directly engraved his name on the demon god tablet. The moment he left his name, the blood moon in the sky turned dark red, and a pure and vast energy fell from it, directly acting on the undying evil lord. After receiving this pure energy, the undead evil lord's body instantly expanded and stretched. 60,000 feet, 70,000 feet, 80,000 feet, 90,000 feet, 10,000 feet. After his body broke through 10,000 feet, the undead evil lord felt that the energy in the blood moon had not stopped. It had the intention of bursting his body completely. After feeling this change, the undead evil lord's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he waved the battle sword and erupted with a powerful force, cutting off the connection of this energy. Boom, a vast power erupted and swept through the entire demon abyss. In front of this power, all the demons in the upper echelon of the demon abyss were trembling in fear. They did not dare to move at all. At the same time, a 10,000-foot phantom appeared in the demon abyss. It immediately crossed the sky above the demon abyss and roared at the sky. I am the undead demon god. It was like a declaration and also like a proof. After hearing this, all the demons in the upper echelon of the demon abyss bowed their heads and greeted the undead demon god. In the depths of the demon abyss, on the demon god tablet, the words immortal demon god were engraved on it, as if they were naturally formed. As for the other demon gods hidden in the depths of the demon abyss, at this time, they also conjured their divine sense incarnations and congratulated in a deep voice, "Congratulations, undead demon god. Greetings, demon gods." The undead evil lord put away the battle sword and looked at the demon gods who had revealed themselves. He also returned the greeting. After that, he directly left the range of the demon god steel and found a place that was not occupied by any demon gods as his future residence. Thousand Mountains Prefecture. After receiving Xianxia's order, the imperial court once again sent Xianxia to guard. The movement of the army was not small. Naturally, it could not be hidden from the eyes and ears of others. Marquis Xianxia sent a message. He hopes that we will attack together and take this opportunity to defeat the forces of the Great Zhao Empire. In the Thousand Mountains Prefecture, a general cupped his hands and said. On the main seat, Gu Chongqing was silent. After a while, he waved his hand and motioned for the other to sit down. Then he looked at Bu Tianhua and asked, in your opinion, what should we do? Now that the forces of the Great Zhao Empire are suppressing the demon disaster, it is just right for us to attack now. But now that Xianxia has led the army to guard against Marquis, it is obvious that he is wary of you. Bu Tianhua thought for a while and said. Now that Xianxia has just arrived, the army must be tired from the journey. If Marquis is willing, we can attack the city while the army is tired and expand our advantage. Hearing this, Gu Chongqing nodded and said, Bu Tianhua is right. But now that the demon disaster is rampant, if we attack the Great Zhao Empire, the demon disaster will be a big problem. Those who achieve great things do not care about small things. Small sacrifices are necessary. I believe that even if others know, they will understand your good intentions. And, now that the experts are rampant, we can also mobilize the experts to stop the spread of the demon disaster. Just like what the Great Zhao Empire is doing now. Bu Tianhua said. Now that the Great Zhao Empire was gathering the experts in the world to fight against the demon disaster and then mobilizing the forces that were suppressing the demon disaster, although the latter was not completely leaked, it was not difficult for some people to find out the truth. The matter was settled quickly. Not long after, Gu Chongqing had already given the order. Next was the mobilization of the army. In the study, only Gu Chongqing and Bu Tianhua sat facing each other. I have a bad feeling. This time, the Great Zhao Empire will not let us succeed so easily. Marquis, what do you mean? When Bu Tianhua heard this, his eyes flickered. Then, he asked with a serious expression. Gu Chongqing glanced at him and said, I hope to get reinforcements from the demon race. Isn't this too risky? Bu Tianhua frowned and asked in a low voice. No matter what, the Great Zhao Empire was still human territory. Humans and demons had never been on good terms. If they wanted to take over the Great Zhao Empire, they had to have a good reputation. Now, the other party had gathered many talents. If news of them working with the demon race was exposed, the people's hearts would be in chaos. This time, the demon race had joined forces with Gu Chongqing because they wanted to take over this territory. But, the demon race did not plan to appear directly. Instead, they wanted to wait for the human race's internal conflict to end before they came out to clean up the battlefield. So when Gu Chongqing spoke, Bu Tianhua instinctively wanted to reject. But when he considered the other party's status and power, he changed to a more tactful way. Now that the human emperor was gone, the demon race could still defeat the humans without Gu Chongqing's help. But even so, they could not really do that. Because Gu Chongqing knew too many secrets of the demon race. If they left the other party behind and fought alone, they might end up in a life and death struggle. And now, the demon race could not leave Gu Chongqing. At least, before the Great Zhou Empire was completely divided, this Marquis Qianshan was still very useful. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the demon race could not fall out with the other party. As for Bu Tianhua's inner thoughts, Gu Chongqing understood, but he also had his own plans. I hope that a demon saint can help. A demon saint? Bu Tianhua frowned deeply. A demon saint was a powerful figure of the human race. A cultivator of this level was considered the top of the demon race. Now, a demon saint was in charge of the heavenly demon temple. Now, Gu Chongqing meant that he wanted a demon saint to help. Thinking of this, Bu Tianhua's expression was difficult. He refused tactfully. If a demon saint does not come out, I have no right to ask a demon saint to help. A demon saint is in charge of the heavenly demon temple to fight against the human emperor. Now that the human emperor is dead, a demon saint does not need to be in charge of the heavenly demon temple anymore. Since the demon race wants to cooperate with me, you should at least show some sincerity. Marquis, we have already shown you a lot of sincerity. Humph, is the so-called sincerity the 12 netherworld emissaries are talking about? Or do you think that I lack a few half-step heavenly humans? Gu Chongqing huffed coldly. His face was full of disdain. Now that we are fighting against the Great Zhou, it is my people who are risking their lives. If the demon race wants to take advantage of us without paying a price, they must be dreaming. If you want to cooperate, show some sincerity. Otherwise, I find it hard to believe that the demon race can show any sincerity. Or do you want me to fight with the Great Zhou until both sides suffer losses, then profit from it and use me as a weapon? Gu Chongqing's words were calm, but Bu Tianhua's expression was solemn. He sensed a hidden murderous intent in his words. This murderous intent. It was directed at him and the entire demon race. Bu Tianhua understood that Gu Chongqing was unhappy with the demon race's way of slacking. Although the 12 netherworld emissaries were from the 12 heavenly demons, they were only half-step heavenly humans. Their so-called noble status was given to them by the heavenly demon temple. If these 12 demon race could become the 12 netherworld emissaries, then other demon race could also become the 12 divine emissaries and 12 demon emissaries. In general. Or was it because the demon race had not sent out any decent experts until now that Gu Chongqing had spoken at this juncture, it seemed like he wanted to fight to the death. Hearing this, Bu Tianhua immediately explained, Marquis, please don't misunderstand. Since we are willing to cooperate with you, we are naturally sincere. However, the demon saint's matter is very important. This is not something that I can decide. If you can't decide, then go back and tell someone who can. No problem. I will send a message back. 7 days. I will only wait for 7 days. If the demons do not show their sincerity, then our cooperation will end here. Gu Chongqing gave his ultimatum. He did not give Bu Tianhua any chance to shirk his responsibility. Seeing this, Bu Tianhua could only nod in agreement. After receiving an affirmative answer, Gu Chongqing's solemn expression relaxed. He smiled faintly. Military advisor, you should know that both sides should show their sincerity. If only one side is willing, then we cannot cooperate. Marquis, you are right. It's good that you understand. After saying this, Gu Chongqing did not discuss this matter further. The next day, the Thousand Mountains Prefecture's army was reorganized. Soon, they attacked the Great Zhou city. This time, the rebel army had mobilized in full force. However, as soon as they moved, the news spread. Xianxia immediately received news of Gu Chongqing's army's movements and made corresponding arrangements. He knew very well. Gu Chongqing's attack was definitely not a small matter. Xianxia was facing such a decisive battle as soon as he arrived at the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. Although he felt pressured, he was more eager to fight. He never thought that he was weaker than Gu Chongqing. In the previous battle of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture, he had forced Gu Chongqing to a dead end. If the human emperor had not passed away and the other prefectures had not rebelled and threatened the central state prefecture, He would not have retreated at that time and given Gu Chongqing a chance to breathe. Or else, the Thousand Mountains Prefecture had already been pacified. Gu Chongqing, you were lucky last time. This time, you dare to attack again. I will make sure that you do not return. In the city lord's residence, Xianxia crushed the letter in his hand. His tiger-like eyes were filled with coldness. At this moment, Bu Tianhua's message officially fell into the hands of the Heavenly Demon Temple. Ever since the Heavenly Demon Temple appeared out of nowhere a few months ago and wiped out all the strange voices of the demon race, the Heavenly Demon Temple once again ruled the demon race and became a supreme sacred ground. In the Heavenly Demon Temple, the 12 demon saints were still in charge. Even now, they had no plans to leave the Heavenly Demon Temple. It was not that they did not want to. They were just more cautious. Gu Chongqing dares to ask our demon saints to come out. A mere Marquis of Qianshan dares to be so presumptuous. He really doesn't know what's good for him. After receiving the message, a demon saint sneered disdainfully. The Marquis of Qianshan Prefecture was nothing in his eyes. Unless he was also a powerful figure, no matter how noble he was, he would not pay attention to him. Moreover, in terms of status, the 12 demon saints were not lower than the Marquis of Qianshan Prefecture. In fact, they were even higher. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, this demon saint did not take Gu Chongqing seriously. Another demon saint shook his head and said, Gu Chongqing is in charge of a prefecture. His strength is not that simple. If we don't cooperate with him now, it will not be so easy to take over the great Zhao Empire in the future. Moreover, this person knows many of our secrets. It's hard to guarantee that neither side will win. In your opinion, Saint Zhe, should we agree to this matter? The demon saint finally looked at Saint Zhe and asked. For them. If there was anything they could not be sure of, they could let the other party calculate. Basically, everything would be clear. As soon as he finished speaking, the other beast saints also looked at Zhe Xing. Saint Zhe closed his eyes and was calculating something. After a while, he opened his eyes again and shook his head. Now that Xianxia has fallen, the great Zhao Empire is in chaos. People's killing intent has caused the celestial pull to be mixed up. I can't calculate anything. But this also proves that the world is in chaos. Our chance has come. Xianxia has fallen. There is no need for us to guard the Heavenly Demon Temple. Since Gu Chongqing wants a demon saint to come out, we will fulfill his wish. The demons did not reject Gu Chongqing's request. The Heavenly Demon Temple existed to defend against the human emperor. Now that the human emperor had fallen, there was no need for the 12 demon saints to guard the Heavenly Demon Temple. So, the Heavenly Demon Temple not only agreed to send 2 demon saints to help. In the Marquis of Qianshan's residence. In the banquet hall. One of them was Marquis of Qianshan, Gu Chongqing, and the other was Bu Tianhua. There were 2 others. Bu Tianhua introduced, Marquis, this time, our clan heard of your request and specially sent 2 beast saints to assist you. Speaking of this, he pointed to a silver-haired middle-aged man and said respectfully, this is Eagle Saint. Then he pointed to a middle-aged man in a blue shirt and said, this is Ghost Saint. During the introduction, the 2 monster saints saluted Gu Chongqing as if they were ordinary people. In response, Gu Chongqing returned the salute and smiled faintly. Greetings, demon saints. Marquis, you're too polite. Ghost Saint smiled. When will the Thousand Mountains Prefecture need me to make a move? Sage Eagle asked calmly with an indifferent expression. Gu Chongqing said, since the 2 demon saints are here, our army can attack immediately. However, the relationship between the humans and the demons is delicate now. Unless it's absolutely necessary, you 2 should stay in the army. If the great Zhao Empire sends out a mighty figure, we'll need your help. There was nothing wrong with this statement. The Eagle Saint and the Ghost Saint didn't say anything either. Just as Gu Chongqing said, the humans and the demons were not on good terms. If their identities were exposed, Thousand Mountains Prefecture would instantly become the target of public criticism. As for the other party's concerns, the 2 demon saints now understood. The banquet was simple and there was not much publicity. After the banquet, Gu Chongqing sent people to settle the two demon saints down. What do you think of Gu Chongqing, Eagle Saint? He's not bad. He's at least a cultivator above the 5th level of the heavenly human realm, but I don't know if he's a mighty figure. Eagle Saint shook his head. His expression did not change much. Although he sounded uncertain, he did not think that Gu Chongqing could really become a mighty figure. To a demon saint. If he was not a mighty figure of the human race, he was not worthy of his attention. If it were not for the fact that Gu Chongqing controlled the Thousand Mountains Prefecture and had a lot of power in his hands, he would not even give Gu Chongqing face. The ghost saint said, the human race is no longer the same as before. If it wasn't for the appearance of Xianxia, this world would have belonged to my demon race. Watch your words. Eagle Sage, you are too cautious. Those powerful cultivators have long since fallen. What is there to fear? Even if they reincarnate, we of the demon clan have nothing to fear. It's always good to be careful, to avoid being tainted by too much karma. Eagle Sage shook his head, clearly not wanting to discuss this topic any further. However, he agreed with the ghost saint's words. The strength of the demon clan had never been weak since ancient times. First-level demon saints had always been the top experts of the demon clan. She used to be. It was the same now. With his status as a demon sage, he indeed didn't need to worry too much. In the world. Unless it was someone at the level of a human sovereign or a demon sovereign, there was no one worth being afraid of. After the two demon saints arrived, a fierce battle broke out on the Thousand Mountains Prefecture's side. As if he had the support of the two demon saints, Gu Chongqing suddenly became very confident. He no longer had any scruples in his actions. Instead, he waged war on all fronts and officially seized control of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. In the face of the rebel army's attacks, the imperial court also responded. However, compared to Gu Chongqing, who had been running the Thousand Mountains Prefecture for hundreds of years, the imperial court's army was still at a disadvantage. Even with Xianxia's command, they could only retreat. In the end, they switched from offense to defense, trying to forcibly stabilize the situation in the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. As for the players, after the Imperial Court issued the mission to suppress the demonic disaster, 90% of the players fought with the demonic disaster all day long. This was a very normal thing. After all, there were not many missions that lasted as long as suppressing the demonic disaster and had such generous rewards. This was because there were simply too many players. There were so many that the competition to accept a mission was fierce. Therefore, many players devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the Imperial Court's quests. As for the players, at this stage, they could only fight on a small scale in the ordinary realm. Compared to the Imperial Court or the rebel army, the player's strength was nothing. Now, Qin Shujian was wholeheartedly focused on the great cause of exterminating the evil demons. In a true dominion, an intense battle was breaking out. A huge array was set up. 3 giants that were hundreds of feet tall fought with each other, causing a huge commotion that shook the surroundings. Boom, the evil demons retreated. Qin Shujian activated the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth to its current limit, causing his strength to soar. Even though he was fighting 1 against 2, he still had the upper hand. As for the 2 demons, they were in a state of confusion. Ever since they had met Qin Shujian, they had felt as if they were living in a dream. The evil demon race, which was known to be unrivaled among those of the same level, was now in the hands of a human. He was fighting 1 against 2 without any ability to fight back. It was hard for anyone to accept such a difference. You deserve to die, human. The evil demon roared like a ferocious beast. Then, the power of the entire devil earth was drawn over, causing the aura on his body to soar, causing the void to buzz. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Shujian's eyes flashed coldly. He used his hand as a saber and slashed out. A terrifying wave instantly spread out. Spirit severing, in the face of this saber, the evil demon felt its spirit god tremble, as if it had encountered a powerful attack. This caused its absorption of the devil earth's power to pause for a moment. But that was all. Although spirit severing could directly kill a spirit god, Qin Shujian's current strength was not at the level where it could kill a heavenly man or spirit god. Just being able to shake it a little was already an indication of his extraordinary strength. To this, Qin Shujian felt a little regretful. Among the 3 divine ascension martial arts, this spirit-severing technique was the least useful. Whether it was the 9 tribulations immortal body or the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, they complemented each other's strength. Spirit-severing, however, did not. This divine ascension martial art was completely based on the cultivator's body. If one's strength was insufficient, using this martial art would be the same as what was happening right now. It wouldn't have much effect. But for him, temporarily hindering the evil demon's movements was enough. Great Desolation Devil Suppression Seal. As the seal struck out, the true intent of sealing erupted. The evil demon instantly felt the power within its body stagnate, as if it had encountered some kind of terrifying seal. True intent. Boom! Without waiting for the evil demon to speak, Qin Shujian had already punched out, shattering its body. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Only when the first evil spirit retreated did the other evil spirit react. Soon, the other evil demon immediately attacked, attempting to neutralize Qin Shujian's attack. Seeing this, Qin Shujian swiped his right hand in the air. It seemed as if something within the great formation had been touched. In an instant, one could only see the stars moving and the void changing. The entire great formation split into 2, swallowing the evil demon. Within the formation, Qin Shujian was the absolute master. As long as he wanted to, he could split the formation at any time, separating the unnecessary opponents. In this situation, either he had absolute power to break the formation, or he had the means to do so. Apart from these 2, he could only obediently endure. From now on, there's nothing else to disturb me. After Qin Shujian split the evil spirit apart, his gaze fell on the evil spirit in front of him. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face that he believed to be amiable. But in the evil demon's eyes, this smile sent a chill down its spine. Next, the battle began once again. When the 2 evil demons joined forces, they were still no match for Qin Shujian. Now that there was only one left, there was even less of a chance for them to fight back. From the beginning of the battle to the end, it only took a little more than 10 minutes. When the red lotus of purgation ignited, the evil demon let out a mournful howl and finally died. After this evil demon died, Qin Shujian activated the formation once again, releasing the other evil demon. You killed him. After seeing Qin Shujian, evil Lord Shirong's eyes were filled with shock. Just a moment ago, he had sensed the aura of the other evil demon disappear. At that moment, evil Lord Shirong could smell the scent of death. But as far as he knew, the only one who could kill an evil demon was Zhu Bing. But on Qin Shujian, he could not sense Zhu Bing's aura. So, even though some bad thoughts arose in evil Lord Shirong's mind, he did not think too much about it. As for what would happen next, he was mentally prepared. Human, today, I've fallen in your hands. When I get out of the demon abyss, I'll have a real showdown with you. Evil Lord Shirong was not too afraid of death. At most, he would return to that dark place of the demon abyss. Even though he had stayed there for countless years, it was somewhat unbearable. But for him, it wasn't something that was hard to accept. In response to evil Lord Shirong's threat, the red lotus of delusion ignited in Qin Shujian's hand. He calmly said, if you have the chance to return to the devil abyss, I, Qin, will respectfully await your arrival. As his words fell, red lotus appeared. Evil Lord Shirong did not resist. He could not be bothered to put up a futile struggle. Since he could not win, he might as well accept his fate. But, when he touched the red lotus of delusion fragmentation, the expression on his face, which was originally unafraid of death, suddenly changed. What in the world is this? The moment evil Lord Shirong touched the red lotus of purgation, he could feel his entire body melting away. That melting was not just a simple melting, but an eternal disappearance. This feeling, it gave him a feeling of impending doom. He was truly going to die. Even with the demon abyss behind him, there was no chance for him to revive. If he had known that Qin Shujian had such a killing weapon in his hands, evil Lord Shirong would definitely not have accepted his death so obediently. But it was too late to say anything now. After the red lotus of purgation was ignited, his demon chi had been exhausted. He did not have any extra strength to extinguish this power. He could only let the red lotus burn and devour it completely. A minute or two passed. Evil Lord Shirong had completely disappeared, leaving only a red lotus floating in the air. Then, Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and sucked in the 2 red lotuses. These 2 demons. One was a 2nd-level celestial being, while the other was a 3rd-level celestial being. The life source that the 2 of them contributed was exactly 100 million points. And after devouring the 2 celestial beings, his strength had increased by a lot. Soon, I should be able to accumulate enough life source to upgrade to the 4th level of the Guiyuan Ancestral Classic. Based on the current speed, I should be able to reach the peak of the Divine Martial Realm or even break through to the Celestial Being Realm in a month or 2. Combining his own situation, Qin Shujian had a rough estimate. On the other side, while Qin Shujian was constantly hunting down the demons, the experts of the Imperial Court were dealing with the devil disaster in other regions. Although the Imperial Court had deployed many of its troops to suppress the devil disaster, the top-notch experts who were dealing with the demons were not deployed. On the contrary, in order to kill as many demons as possible, the Imperial Court deployed even more celestial being experts. A long spear pierced the sky. Dan Hao transformed into a golden-armored divine general and was engaged in an intense battle with an evil demon. As one of the 5 great generals of the Imperial Court, his strength was not ordinary even though he had not attained the Almighty Realm. Even though he was suppressed by the True Dominion, Dan Hao was still able to crush an ordinary evil demon. As his body grew bigger, the weapon in his hand also changed along with his body. The long spear, which was nearly 100 feet long, swept across and struck, causing the void to tremble. When the spear landed, it easily shattered the mountain rocks. Roar, a tyrannical roar was heard as the demon chi surged like black clouds. The evil demon controlled the demon chi and was not at a disadvantage against Dan Hao's attack. Human, your strength is not weak. Why don't you submit to the demon abyss and have a chance to live forever? Humph, a group of worms that rely on the demon abyss to survive. How dare you ask me to submit to you? Dan Hao smiled disdainfully, but his attacks became more and more fierce. He was not tempted by the eternal life that the evil demon mentioned. After all, eternal life also came with a price. Although the evil demon was immortal, the price was to be imprisoned in the demon abyss forever. Only by coincidence could he be qualified to leave the demon abyss and go to other worlds. It could be said that, when the evil demon obtained eternal life, he would be bound by the demon abyss forever. Dan Hao only felt disdain for the eternal life that was exchanged for freedom. Hearing that, the evil demon was not angry, but shook his head and said, "Mortals will always be mortals. They can't understand the use of eternal life. If I want eternal life, I can do it alone. Why should I submit to the demon abyss? Arrogant. Even the human emperor can't live forever. Do you think you are stronger than the human emperor? Although not as strong as the human emperor, it is enough to kill you." Dan Hao did not intend to continue the evil demon's words. While the 2 were talking, the attacks in their hands did not stop. The 2 bodies that were hundreds of feet tall and looked like small mountains were fighting. The aftermath of the battle had already flattened everything around them. Only the ground was cracked, leaving behind indelible cracks. Both sides were not weak. In terms of real realm, Dan Hao might be a level higher than the evil demon in front of him. However, in the demon abyss's home ground, this advantage was reduced to a negligible level. Boom. The fierce battle lasted for half a day, and neither side gained any advantage. Dan Hao relied on his strength to remain undefeated. On the other hand, the evil demon relied on the almost endless demon chi to recover from his injuries, making him invincible. Someone is coming. He thrust his spear, and the spear cut through the void and forced the evil demon to retreat. Dan Hao frowned slightly and looked in a direction to the side. The aura that came from afar made him feel a little pressured. Moreover, this aura. He also felt a sense of déjà vu. The moment this thought came to his mind, Dan Hao was also puzzled. Could it be that the Imperial Court has sent another heavenly being to help me? That was the first thought that came to his mind. It was a familiar aura. It could make him feel pressured. Then, the person who came was definitely not weak. At least, he was at the 4th tier of the heavenly being realm. The only people who could make him feel a sense of familiarity were people he had met in the past. However, Dan Hao asked himself. Among the experts at the fourth tier of the heavenly being realm that he had met, apart from his colleagues in the imperial court, there were no others. However, among these people, he remembered every wisp of aura clearly. Compared to the aura in front of him, it did not match at all. Dan Hao was puzzled. The evil demon was the same. Dan Hao alone was already difficult for it to deal with. Now that there was another expert of the same level, the situation suddenly tilted in its favor. At this moment, the evil demon was already considering if it should take the opportunity to retreat. With Dan Hao's current strength, if it wanted to leave, the evil demon would not be able to stop it. With that thought, the evil demon did not hesitate. It immediately rose to its feet and ran quickly into the distance. Want to leave? It's too late. Dan Hao sneered. Now, he did not care who the person was. Anyway, it was one of them. This evil demon also felt threatened, which was why it wanted to turn and run. If the other party was allowed to escape, it would be a huge hidden danger. If a powerful evil demon went to the spirit domain or the major domains, it would definitely be a situation of misery and suffering. Therefore, no matter what, Dan Hao would not allow the other party to leave just like that. Boom, the 10-foot-long spear fell like a mountain, bombarding the evil demon heavily. When the long spear crushed the void, there was a shocking explosion in the air. Under the pressure of the power, before the spear body smashed down, the terrifying pressure had already attacked. In response, the evil demon had to stop temporarily. It punched out with demonic chi. The fist aura collided with the long spear, and a strong aftershock spread out. Then, its body shook, and it took advantage of the recoil to pull away again. Seeing that the evil demon was about to escape, suddenly, a stream of light shot over from afar. Before it completely stopped, dozens of cold flashes shot out. Then, a huge array landed and surrounded the evil demon. The sudden unforeseen event made Dan Hao have no choice but to temporarily stop. The evil demon in front of him had disappeared. There was only a subtle force lingering in the empty space. He was very familiar with this scene. It was the power of an array formation. Then, he looked at the figure that appeared after the stream of light disappeared. He did not look surprised. Sect Master Qin. General Dan. Qin Shujian cupped his hands in the air and said with a faint smile. Dan Hao's 100-foot body dissipated and returned to its normal size. There was also a faint smile on his face. I was wondering which expert had come to make the evil demon flee. It's actually Sect Master Qin. He was no stranger to Qin Shujian. Back in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, Dan Hao had been paying attention to this array formation Grandmaster. When he had found out that Qin Shujian had condensed 4 universal heavenly locks to break through the shackles of the true dominion and attain the spirit martial realm, he had not underestimated him. The imperial court had invited Qin Shujian to help in the fight against the demon disaster. This was something. Dan Hao knew about it too. If he had not been sure who this person was when he had sensed the familiar aura, he had already gotten the answer when he saw the array formation. However, he was surprised that Qin Shujian had come at such a coincidental time. Dan Hao did not think too much about it. Instead, he said, Sect Master Qin, you have come at the right time. If we join forces, we will definitely kill this evil demon. I alone am enough to deal with this evil demon. There is no need to trouble General Dan. It's not that I don't believe you, Sect Master Qin. However, this evil demon is of great importance. We definitely cannot let it escape. Dan Hao said seriously. Qin Shujian could not find a reason to reject Dan Hao's insistence. Thus, he had no choice but to release the array formation and let Dan Hao and him enter together. After entering the array formation, Qin Shujian immediately said, General Dan, please hold the line. If I am no match for you, you can help me. That's good too. Upon hearing this, Dan Hao did not reject him. He also wanted to see how powerful a cultivator who had condensed 4 universal heavenly locks was in the true dominion. Was he really comparable to a top-notch almighty like the rumor said? After receiving Dan Hao's reply, Qin Shujian immediately executed the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. His body became more than 300 feet tall. The 4 universal heavenly locks pierced the void and a vast aura spread out. When he sensed this aura, Dan Hao was shocked. All the hair on his body stood on end as though he had encountered a terrifying existence. However, before he could be shocked, he saw Qin Shujian punch out. The evil demon had just raised his hand when he was sent flying by this violent force. His valiant body cracked and blood gushed out crazily. SSS, when Dan Hao saw this, he gasped silently. He knew that Qin Shujian was very powerful in the True Dominion. However, he had never expected him to be so powerful. An evil spirit that wasn't much weaker than him was sent flying in a single exchange. Furthermore, it seemed to have sustained heavy injuries. This kind of strength was completely overwhelming. This also meant that if he had been in the evil demon's place, he would definitely not have been Qin Shujian's match in the True Dominion. This is a cultivator who has condensed 4 universal heavenly locks. He is really terrifying. Dan Hao's thoughts churned. Meanwhile, the evil demon was also completely suppressed. However, after a few minutes of fighting, it was severely injured by that violent force. It was already lying on the ground, struggling with all its might. It could not even get up. Upon seeing this, Dan Hao did not have time to think too much. He immediately shouted, "Sect Master Qin, please wait." Huh? Qin Shujian had originally planned to divide the array formation and separate the evil demon from Dan Hao. Then, he would refine the evil demon alone. However, after hearing Dan Hao's words, he instinctively paused. Qin Shujian paused for a moment. Dan Hao took out a stone spear. A deep and ancient aura filled the air, causing one's mind to shake uncontrollably. Zhu Bing. Qin Shujian was bewildered. Just as he was about to open his mouth to stop him, he saw Dan Hao's spear pierce through the demon. Subsequently, in his line of sight, the body of the evil lord had already turned into bone powder and fell to the ground. As for the stone spear in Dan Hao's hand, it was once again dyed with a touch of black, occupying half of the stone spear. Seeing this scene, Qin Shujian's fingers trembled. It was not because he was frightened by Zhu Bing's power, but because he was simply angry. He was robbed again. A single evil demon had at least 100 luck points, tens of millions of life force, and pure energy. These things added together, it was not an exaggeration to say that they were priceless. Thinking about how he, Sect Master Qin, had been roaming the world for so many years. Although he had the experience of being robbed, he had never been like this. The other party called out to him and then openly robbed him. Angry, very angry, Qin Shujian suddenly had the urge to kill Dan Hao. However, he could only think about it and could not really do it. No matter what, Dan Hao was still a member of the imperial court. In addition, the other party had a stone spear suspected to be Zhu Bing in his hand, so he was not easy to deal with. If they really fought, even if he could kill Dan Hao, he was afraid that he would have to pay a heavy price. Just as Qin Shujian's heart surged with killing intent, Dan Hao also felt an inexplicable chill in his body, but it quickly disappeared. To this, he looked around and did not find any problems, so he was too lazy to care. Then, he kept his stone spear and looked at Qin Shujian with a smile. Sect Master Qin, the evil demons are known to be undying and indestructible. If they are killed using other methods, they will be reborn in the demon abyss. Only ancestral armaments or divine armaments infused with the power of ancestral armaments would be able to kill them. He was worried that Qin Shujian did not know anything and would be dissatisfied with his actions, so he specially explained. Hearing this, Qin Shujian squeezed out an ugly smile. I naturally understand General Shan's good intentions. No matter how angry he was, he had to put a smile on his face. When Dan Hao saw this, he smiled and said, however, Sect Master Qin's strength is truly shocking. With the strength of the demons, it is impossible for them to contend against you. In my opinion, why don't you and I join forces and quell the demon disaster together? After witnessing Qin Shujian's absolute strength, he was shocked. An idea formed in his mind. Qin Shujian would crush the evil spirit, and he would deal the final blow with his spear to eliminate all future troubles. Dan Hao thought about it and realized that this idea was really impeccable. In this way, the devil calamity in the world would be greatly alleviated, and it would not be impossible for the demons to be completely wiped out. However, Qin Shujian's face stiffened. What was the meaning of this? He wasn't satisfied after stealing one monster from him and wanted to steal more. With regards to Dan Hao's suggestion, he naturally disagreed 10,000 times in his heart. However, if he were to directly refuse, he would need a proper reason. Or else, it would easily cause unnecessary trouble. After thinking for a while, Qin Shujian said, I'm more used to acting alone. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint General Shan's good intentions. Sect Master Qin should understand that if Zhu Bing didn't kill them, the demons would all return to the devil abyss. This is an endless hidden danger. Only by truly killing them can this problem be solved. Dan Hao said in a deep voice. I naturally understand Sect Master Qin's thoughts, but I still suggest that the two of you join forces. He did not deny Qin Shujian's strength, but he did not think that the other party had the means to truly kill the demons. If Yuanzong possessed an ancestral armament, it would definitely not be as simple as a top sect. With Zhu Bing, it was enough to establish a dynasty and even suppress the fate of a clan. Yuan sect. This was absolutely impossible. May I ask if the thing in General Shan's hand is the rumored Zhu Bing? If it was Zhu Bing, he would have already killed this demon. This is just a weapon stained with a trace of Zhu Bing's power. To be honest, it's even inferior to a Dao artifact in some aspects. Dan Hao's words made Qin Shujian understand a little. The stone spear was only stained with Zhu Bing's power, so it could kill the demons. However, after killing the demons, there was a touch of black on the body of the spear. That should be Zhu Bing's power being consumed. In other words, the stone spear could kill demons, but there was a limit to the number of times it could be used. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian said, if I'm not wrong, the stone spear in General Shan's hand should also have a limit to the number of times it can be used. Even if you and I join forces, the number of demons that we can kill with this stone spear is not many. Why don't you and I separate and try our best to alleviate the demon disaster in front of us? That's the most appropriate thing to do. Hearing this, Dan Hao frowned slightly. This was something that he had overlooked. After all, the stone spear in his hand was not Zhu Bing, and it couldn't kill demons without any scruples. Just as Qin Shujian said, if he wanted to kill all the demons in the world, unless he asked Zhu Bing to help him, there was no other way. In that case, I was wrong. Dan Hao no longer insisted. Moreover, in his opinion, Qin Shujian was also young and impetuous and wasn't willing to join forces with others. For such a genius, it wasn't the first time Dan Hao had encountered such a situation. Although the other party was the reincarnation of a mighty figure, the previous life was the previous life, and the present was the present. The arrogance of a young man still existed. Therefore, he didn't mind too much. If he were at Qin Shujian's age, he might be even more arrogant than the other party. After dispelling Dan Hao's thoughts, Qin Shujian originally wanted to turn around and leave, but he seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Dan Hao and asked, General Dan, have you heard of the name of the chaser? The chaser? Dan Hao looked confused before he shook his head and said, I haven't heard of it. If Sect Master Qin can give me some specific information, I can help you check it out. That won't be necessary. I was just asking casually. Qin Shujian shook his head and didn't discuss this further. The reason he had thought of this was because the Sky Origin sect had been searching for information about the chaser but hadn't found anything. Therefore, he had asked casually. After all, Dan Hao was a member of the Imperial Court and had many things in his hands. However, based on his expression, his answer didn't seem fake. This meant that Dan Hao didn't know about the chaser either. This made Qin Shujian's heart sink slightly. A dharma I could cut off one's luck. It was impossible for a person with such ability to be a nobody. However, there was no information at all. This made Qin Shujian feel a little uncomfortable. This was because he was a little afraid, but also because he wanted to explore and learn about the unknown. Soon, Qin Shujian separated from Dan Hao and headed to the other True Dominion to hunt demons. He had just lost a kill, so he didn't want to stay with Dan Hao any longer. The chaser? Dan Hao frowned as he watched Qin Shujian's departing figure. He didn't think that Qin Shujian's words just now were spoken casually. However, it was just as he had said. He really hadn't heard of the chaser before. Soon, Dan Hao took out a jade talisman and sent this information back. After doing this, he took out a few jade stones from his storage ring and crushed them. A vast array covered the demonic land. The heaven-earth spirit chi swarmed over. It kept expelling the demonic land. The purification array. This was an array that had to be set up in every place where a demon calamity had occurred after the demons had been eliminated. The biggest problem with the demon calamity was the demonic chi that could destroy all living things. The demons were easy to eliminate, but the demonic land was difficult. This was an important reason why everyone was afraid of the demon calamity. Fortunately, there were a few array grandmasters in the imperial court. It wasn't difficult to set up a purification array. On the other side, after Qin Shujian bade farewell to Dan Hao, he immediately rushed to the next place. When he saw Dan Hao, he already knew that the imperial court had sent many experts to kill the demons. If he was a little slower, there might not be many demons left for him. No, I have to hurry up. Qin Shujian focused his mind. Soon, he rushed to the next true dominion. Boom, a terrifying wave spread. A group of players was besieging a demon that was hundreds of feet tall. Ants. The Nether Ghost Lord's eyes flashed coldly. A wave spread from his eyes and instantly destroyed the consciousness of a few players. He was very annoyed now. He was really annoyed. These people didn't seem any different from the human race. However, they seemed to have an immortal body like the evil demon race. At least in the eyes of the Nether Ghost Lord. He had already seen a few people who had clearly been killed by him, but then reappeared not long after. Immortal and indestructible, fearless of death, there were many of them. These three attributes added together were enough to make the Nether Ghost Lord feel annoyed. In terms of strength, these players naturally couldn't be compared to him. However, there were too many of them. Moreover, everyone was in the True Dominion and was suppressed by the shackles of the True Dominion. Therefore, although the gap between the two sides was huge, it wasn't so big that it was difficult to cross. Boom, as the demonic chi palm descended, it obliterated many players. However, other attacks landed on the Nether Ghost Lord's body, causing his body to break apart and some blood to flow out. Since the start of the battle, this was not the first time that he had been injured like this. Although there was a large amount of demonic chi supporting him, the demonic chi wasn't endless. It could be consumed continuously. This boss doesn't have much strength left. Increase the intensity of your attacks. This time, we will be the first group of players to defeat the demons. We will definitely become famous. Luo Jinan shouted, his face full of excitement. Defeating the demons, this was the first time they had opened up a new territory. Ever since the demons had been born, no player had ever been able to kill the boss of this race. To him, if he could kill the demons this time, he would become famous among the players. As for the consumption during the process of defeating the demons, in Luo Jinan's opinion, it was nothing. After all, as long as he had money, it wouldn't be difficult to hire a group of players who weren't afraid of death. Coincidentally, he was the kind of person who had money. Although the spirit chi in the real world had recovered, causing the cultivation level in the game to become especially important, it was still a matter of money. In order to kill the Nether Ghost Lord, Luo Jinan had already spent a lot of money. However, as long as he could kill the Nether Ghost Lord, it wouldn't be a problem. The battle on the field continued. The hill-like evil Lord of Phantoms could unleash unparalleled power with just a wave of his hand, easily breaking through the players' protective auras. However, it was still the same thing. There were too many players. There were more than 1,000 players, each of whom was no weaker than the 4th stage True Martial Realm. With so many players gathered together, even a peak True Martial Realm expert would be killed instantly. As for the experts who had formed the Universe Heavenly Lock, they were much stronger than peak True Martial Realm experts. However, in the face of such a large number of attacks, it was difficult to continue. In particular, the players could revive after death. More than 1,000 players could unleash the power of 2,000 to 3,000 people. This way, the Nether Ghost Lord was even more uncomfortable. This was the first time he had encountered the players. Before this, he had been sealed in the array altar for thousands of years. He had no chance to see the light of day again, let alone fight with the players. After so many years, the seal was finally broken. The Nether Ghost Lord had planned to wash away his shame. However, as soon as he came out, he encountered a group of players who completely blocked his plans. As time went by, the players would revive every 10 seconds or so. However, the injuries on the Nether Ghost Lord's body were also increasing. As his body continued to recover, the consumption of demonic chi became more and more serious. Seeing this, Luo Jinan's mind calmed down. According to this trend, it wouldn't be long before he could defeat this evil demon. Boom! The 27 array discs fell, and a killing array was instantly activated. With the Nether Ghost Lord as the center, everything within 100 feet radius disappeared. This sudden change, Luo Jinan was stunned in place. 1 second, 2 seconds, F*CK, how dare you steal this father's monster? Luo Jinan looked at the empty scene and was about to go crazy. In order to kill the Nether Ghost Lord, he paid a big price. If they succeeded in killing the boss, that would be fine. They would have to pay the price. But if he didn't kill the boss, he would suffer a loss for nothing. That would be really uncomfortable. He had suffered a double loss. No matter where it was hard to accept. Not only Luo Jinan. Even the other players didn't expect to encounter such a thing. They all looked at each other and didn't know what to do. Luo Jinan angrily shouted, "Is there anyone who knows about arrays? If there is, find a way to break this array. There will be a reward after this." Hearing this, suddenly, some players were eager to try and show off. In addition to cultivation, alchemy, casting, and arrays, there were also many people who dabbled in them. Especially in the Tao of formations. If used properly, it could greatly increase one's strength, so there were many players who were willing to learn. However, when these players looked at the array in front of them, they were directly dumbfounded. This was because they found that they couldn't understand it at all. In just a few minutes, before the players could figure out the clues of the array, the large array suddenly broke, revealing Qin Shujian's figure. He glanced at the players present. Qin Shujian directly flew into the sky and left. This time, he was in a very good mood. Originally, Dan Hao had stolen his monster, which made him a little depressed. Now that he had stolen another group of players' monsters, it could be considered even. Stealing monsters is much more comfortable than fighting monsters. Qin Shujian was in a good mood. He was still very enthusiastic about this kind of thing. He came quickly and left quickly. The only difference was that the Nether Ghost Lord was no longer there. Seeing this scene, Luo Jinan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. In the following period of time, Qin Shujian almost didn't stop for a moment. He had been rushing to the various prefectures of the True Dominion, constantly hunting evil spirits. On the other side, Nanfeng Prefecture. Two armies were at war. Marquis Wuan, you and I are both marquises of a prefecture. When the human emperor was alive, it was nothing much for us to work for the imperial court. However, the human emperor has fallen. How can a mere Xiyang make us bow down to him, now that the great Zhao dynasty's destruction is inevitable? Why do you have to do such a heaven-defying thing? Marquis Nanfeng Zhangyi, who was sitting in a carriage, looked at the imperial court's camp in front of him and shouted sternly. This was supposed to be a war between the Nanfeng prefecture and the great Zhao dynasty. However, the Wuhan prefecture had intervened, which surprised Zhangyi. Given his current strength, it was not a problem to deal with the experts of the great Zhao dynasty in the Nanfeng prefecture. However, if the Wuhan prefecture joined in, the problem would be serious. As soon as he finished speaking, in the imperial court's camp, an old man in embroidered clothes heard this and reprimanded, "We are loyal to the imperial court. How can we do such an unloyal and unjust thing? If you surrender now, I can still ask the emperor to be lenient. Marquis Wuan is righteous." Luo Jing smiled faintly, then looked at Zhang Yi and shouted coldly, "The Zhang family has been loyal to the imperial court for generations. Marquis Nanfeng, why do you have to ruin the Zhang family's thousands of years of reputation at this time? If you do this, you will not let down the ancestors of the Zhang family when you go to the underworld." Humph. Zhang Yi smiled disdainfully. He did not look at Luo Jing and looked at the Wuan Marquis. He said in a low voice, "Shenhong, do you really want to be enemies with me? Anyone who betrays is a traitor, and everyone has the right to punish traitors." Shenhong shouted in a righteous manner. Luo Jing nodded in agreement. The Wuan Marquis is right. Zhang Yi, since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for not giving you face. Kill. After he said this, the army moved abruptly and charged over. If it was in the past, Luo Jing would not dare to start a war so easily. However, it was different now. The Wuan Marquis had suddenly led troops to help, which gave him great confidence. Of course, it was not that Luo Jing did not have his guard up against this kind of action. However, the Wuan Marquis was different from the others. He was the official who had followed the human emperor for the longest time. In terms of loyalty, there were not many officials in the imperial court who could compare with the Wuan Marquis. Therefore, Luo Jing was not worried that the Wuan Marquis would betray the imperial court. After all, if even the Wuan Marquis betrayed, then there would not be many people left in the imperial court. Kill. Zhang Yi's face was gloomy. He waved his hand and commanded the army to charge forward. Although the Wuan Marquis had intervened, they still had to fight. If they retreated in fear, then there would be nothing left. The army charged together. The sound of fighting shook the heavens. Arrows and swords flew everywhere, splashing blood. In just one exchange, no less than hundreds and thousands of people died. This was war. The number of people dying every second was in the hundreds and thousands. At the moment when the army charged, the generals of the various armies also flew into the air and fought in the air. The army fought. In addition to the soldiers at the bottom, the victory of the generals at the middle and high levels also played a big role. At this moment, Luo Jing's body suddenly shot up into the sky. A vast power spread out, causing the heavens and earth to hum violently. Zhang Yi, do you dare to fight? Why wouldn't I dare? Zhang Yi said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his body disappeared from the carriage. In the next instant, he appeared in front of Luo Jing. The moment Zhang Yi appeared, Luo Jing brazenly attacked. A long spear pierced through the air, and a terrifying power instantly erupted. Facing such an attack, Zhang Yi was not afraid. He pointed his finger in the air. Like a rainbow piercing through the sun, his finger collided with the long spear. Just as the two attacks were about to destroy each other, Zhang Yi did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward, and a fiery red flag appeared in his hand. The flag was waved in the air, and thousands of flames swept out. The sky turned red, and even the surrounding clouds were instantly evaporated. Burning mountain raging flame flag. Luo Jing's face was solemn. As the body of the spear trembled, countless spear flowers spread out. Each flower was lifelike and contained a terrifying killing intent. When the thousands of flames swept over, the spear flowers bloomed and completely swallowed the flames. Boom, the spear flowers exploded in an instant, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out. Luo Jing approached at an extremely fast speed. His long spear exploded with a biting cold attack. The snow-white tip of the spear seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and the terrifying sharpness was enough to destroy everything. Seeing this, Zhang Yi took a step back and waved the burning mountain raging flame flag in his hand. Amidst the endless flames, a vicious beast Qilin rushed out to meet the tip of the spear. Boom, the two exchanged blows at an extremely fast speed, and the power they contained was also extremely powerful. As the Marquis of Nanfeng, Zhang Yi's strength had already reached the acme of perfection. As for Luo Jing, as one of the 5 great generals, he had always followed the human emperor on his expeditions, and his strength could not be underestimated. The exchange of blows between the two was like the sun and the moon competing for glory. It made people's minds shake. Burning mountain raging flame flag. Below, the Marquis of Wuan, Shenhong, had not made a move. However, when Zhang Yi took out the burning mountain raging flame flag, a trace of graveness flashed across his eyes. Every Marquis had a 6-seal Dao artifact in their hands. This was the supreme treasure bestowed by the human emperor when he established the world. The burning mountain raging flame flag in Zhang Yi's hand was one of them. However, as the West conquering general, Luo Jing also had a supreme treasure in his hand, so seriously speaking, he was not much worse than Zhang Yi. The battle between the two was destined to be a fierce struggle. After a long time, Xianxia suddenly shouted, "General Luo, don't panic. Watch as this marquis subdue this traitor together with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood. In the next second, a shocking aura erupted. A long rainbow streaked across the sky, and Xianxia appeared directly in the battlefield where the two were fighting. Luo Jing didn't stop Xianxia from intervening. Xianxia was very strong. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew that he couldn't take him down alone. Not to mention that he couldn't take him down. With Xianxia holding the burning mountain raging flame flag, he might even be defeated. So, after Xianxia made his move, Luo Jing laughed, "Xianxia, now that Wuan Marquis and I have joined forces, what do you have to fight against us? Just surrender." While speaking, the spear didn't slow down at all. "General Luo, you and I will take sides. Don't give him a chance to escape." "Okay." Luo Jing nodded and immediately attacked Xianxia separately with Xianxia. It was different from Luo Jing. Wuan Marquis Xianxia used a halberd. When the halberd appeared, a dormant power was awakening and a strong killing intent was stimulated. Boom! The two of them flanked Xianxia from the left and right. Xiangyi's expression changed. He waved the burning mountain raging flame flag in his hand, and the flames that could burn the mountains and boil the sea swept across the sky and attacked the two of them. At this moment, the flames were monstrous. The halberd tore the sky and the earth apart and the violent power erupted. Xiangyi's expression changed again. Among the two of them, Wuan Marquis was the most worthy of his fear. As the head of a prefecture, Wuan Marquis was actually one generation higher than him in terms of seniority and was on the same level as the previous Marquis Nanfeng. He was also the most senior Marquis in the Great Jiao 13 prefectures. Similarly, Wuan Marquis had the most seniority. Before Marquis Baiyun revealed his almighty strength, his strength was also the most unfathomable. However, Marquis Baiyun had become an almighty now. Among the 13 prefectures, Marquis Baiyun was the most respected. However, after Marquis Baiyun, Wuan Marquis Xianxia was still a powerhouse that couldn't be underestimated. Although Luo Jing's strength was extraordinary, in terms of true strength, he was slightly inferior to Xianxia. Xiangyi's strength was also not bad. However, it was easy to deal with Luo Jing, but if Xianxia was added to the mix, it would be difficult. No matter what, Xiangyi didn't plan to retreat. In addition to the victory and defeat of the heavenly beings, the victory of the army below was also very important. Since he couldn't win, Xiangyi had already planned to delay the two of them to buy enough time for the army. Boom, crack, the power of the battle between the three of them could be said to be earth-shattering. Every time they collided, it caused the sky to rumble, as if it was a bolt from the blue. Wuan Marquis looked old. However, his strength was still at its peak. The battle halberd in his hand was also the Wuan Marquis Mansion Protection Dao treasure. Traces of sharpness seeped out, causing ripples in space. "General Luo, don't hold back anymore. We need to end this battle quickly. Otherwise, if the army suffers too many casualties, it won't be good." The halberd extinguished the raging flames. Xianxia's hair stood on end as he shouted loudly. Hearing this, Luo Jing also noticed that they were at a disadvantage. It had to be said that the Zhang clan had been doing well in the Southwind Prefecture all these years. They had secretly trained many elite soldiers. Even if the imperial court had the help of the Wuan Prefecture's army, they still did not have much of an advantage. He understood a little about Xianxia's thoughts. It was just that the Wu and manor had lost too many soldiers, and this Wu and Marquis felt heartache. Thinking of this, Luo Jing didn't intend to drag things out for too long, so he nodded and said, "All right, Wu and Marquis, please help me suppress this fiend." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Jing no longer hid anything. He gathered all his strength together and then displayed his trump card. He shot out a spear. Heaven and earth trembled. It was as if it had swept through the entire world, causing people's hearts to tremble. At the same time, Xianxia also made his move. The battle halberd tore the sky and earth apart, as if it could destroy everything. It directly erupted with a terrifying attack. However, just as the attack was about to hit Xiangyi, it suddenly changed directions and went straight for Luo Jing. As for Zhang Yi, it was as if they had already discussed this beforehand. The power that was originally attacking Shenhong was just for show, while the real power was all directed toward Luo Jing. In an instant, the situation had undergone a drastic change. Shenhong, how dare you betray the imperial court? The sudden change made Luo Jing both shocked and angry. He didn't expect that Shenhong would betray the imperial court at this time. He also didn't expect that the Wuan Marquis would betray the imperial court. If Luo Jing had been a little vigilant at the beginning. But now, he didn't have any vigilance against Shenhong. Everything seemed to happen very slowly, but in fact, it happened in a flash. The air trembled. An arm holding a spear fell off. Blood wildly gushed out. Luo Jing's face paled as he retreated in defeat. The sudden change caused Luo Jing to be injured and defeated. I didn't expect you to secretly ally with Zhang Yi. You're also a traitor. Luo Jing coldly stared at Shenhong and Zhang Yi. His heart was filled with both shock and anger. However, after the shock passed, he still maintained his calm. As for the wound on his shoulder, the blood had already stopped flowing. Flesh began to grow from the wound, and not long after, a new arm appeared. Limb regrowth, nothing more. However, the new arm had just been regenerated and hadn't been tempered too much. It couldn't compare to the original arm. At the same time, the long spear that had fallen along with his arm was now pulled back into his hand. Hearing Luo Jing's question, Shenhong didn't become angry. He smiled faintly and said, "The great Zhao has suppressed the world for more than 6,000 years. Its fate has long since been exhausted. This old man is just following the will of the heavens. On the other hand, General Luo, now that this old man has joined forces with Marquis Nanfeng, you no longer have any chance of resisting. Why don't you abandon the imperial court and join our alliance? Why do you want to die with the imperial court? Damn it. I, Luo Jing, was blind to have trusted you." Luo Jing was so angry that he laughed. However, he was already thinking of a way out. Although he didn't agree with Shenhong's words, he knew one thing. The Marquis of Wuan had betrayed them. The imperial court's original advantage was gone. If they continued to fight, they wouldn't have any hope of winning. As for his own strength, even if Luo Jing was at his peak, he wouldn't have the confidence to resist. Not to mention that he was now heavily injured. As if he could see Luo Jing's plan, Shenhong took a step forward and appeared behind him. Together with Zhang Yi, they blocked his path of retreat. "General Luo, if we let you go, then we'll be incompetent today." At this point, Shenhong's expression turned solemn. Suddenly, he roared, "Wuan army, listen to my order. Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, the Wuan army, which was fighting with the Nanfeng army, suddenly turned their muzzles and attacked the imperial court's people. Faced with such a sudden change, the soldiers of the imperial court were also bewildered and confused. Many of them didn't expect that their comrades would suddenly backstab them. For a moment, many of the imperial court's soldiers died tragically under the Wuan army. In just a few minutes, the imperial court's army was completely at a disadvantage. With Shenhong's betrayal, the situation that the imperial court had been maintaining collapsed. Luo Jing didn't expect Shenhong to betray them. The others also didn't expect Shenhong to betray them. Even the Nanfeng army, except for the high-ranking generals, didn't know that the Wuan army, which they had been fighting to the death, was their ally. By the time they realized it, the situation had changed. As for the generals of the Nanfeng army, they immediately commanded the battle to prevent the soldiers from attacking the Wuan army and creating an awkward situation. In the sky, the battle had broken out again. It was different from the previous time when Zhang Yi was attacked from both sides. This time, the person who was attacked from both sides was Luo Jing, the general of Pacifying West. Luo Jing's strength was slightly weaker than the two of them. Now that he was heavily injured and had to fight against both of them, he was at a disadvantage almost as soon as he attacked. Raging flames burned the sky. The halberd shattered the void. Luo Jing was forced to retreat with his spear, and he kept coughing up blood. It wasn't that he didn't think of escaping, but Shenhong and Zhang Yi were determined to keep him here. Therefore, every time Luo Jing wanted to retreat, he would be forcefully intercepted, not giving him any hope of leaving at all. As time went by, Luo Jing's injuries were getting worse and worse. Shen Hong and Zhang Yi had already gained the upper hand in the battle. Boom! After taking a blow from Shen Hong's halberd, the flesh on Luo Jing's chest was torn open, causing his injuries to worsen. At this moment, Luo Jing didn't attack again. Instead, he threw the long spear in his hand behind him, and it instantly streaked across the sky and disappeared. Then, he pulled a huge amount of spirit chi of heaven and earth over, and it surged into his body like a tide. Oh no! He's going to self-destruct. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yi and Shen Hong were both shocked and furious. They didn't expect that Luo Jing would be so ruthless as to self-destruct so decisively. When a cultivator self-destructed, it was equivalent to destroying everything, including spirit gods. Once a cultivator self-destructed, he would die completely, and he wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate in the future. In the face of this, the first reaction of the two was not to escape, but to stop Luo Jing from self-destructing. The self-destruction of a divine or supreme cultivator. In particular, the self-destruction of an expert at Luo Jing's level was powerful enough to move mountains and overturn seas, and destroy the world. Even if they could escape, the army below would definitely suffer heavy losses. Therefore, neither Shen Hong nor Zhang Yi thought of escaping. Instead, they unleashed their strongest attacks the moment Luo Jing was about to self-destruct. Let's die together. Luo Jing's eyes were filled with madness. He didn't resist the attacks of the two, allowing the attacks to hit his body. Almost at the same time, boom, the sky shook, the earth cracked. With Luo Jing as the center, a destructive force suddenly erupted and swept out in all directions. Shen Hong and Zhang Yi were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Without thinking, the two of them waved their hands and set up layers of energy defenses around their bodies. Then, a powerful force blasted out in an attempt to completely block the aftermath of the explosion. It only lasted for a moment. The energy defenses set up by the two of them were like paper in front of this force. They were completely useless. As for the attack that erupted, it was destroyed when it collided with the aftermath of the explosion. Zhang Yi and Shen Hong coughed up blood and fell from the sky. At the same time, a vast wave of spiritual deity energy swept through the world, and all the living beings that were affected by it suffered a destructive blow. As for the great cultivators of the god martial arts realm, they screamed and fell from the sky, no longer able to stand in the air. The aftermath of the explosion lasted for almost an hour before it finally stopped. When Shen Hong and Zhang Yi came to their senses, they saw that 70 to 80% of the millions of soldiers below had been attacked by the spiritual deity, causing their divine consciousness to be completely destroyed. Puff, seeing this, Zhang Yi spat out another mouthful of blood. Looking at the situation in front of him, his eyes were about to split open. Good, very good. This marquis misjudged you. I didn't expect you, Luo Jing, to be so ruthless as to drag millions of soldiers down with you. After all, the Nanfeng and Wuan armies were not the only ones who had died. The Imperial Court's army had also died. Luo Jing's self-destruction had caused them to suffer heavy losses, but it had also caused the Imperial Court's army to suffer heavy losses. After all, self-destruction was an indiscriminate attack that did not distinguish between friend and foe. Shen Hong's expression was also gloomy. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and coldly said, injuring the enemy by 1,000 but losing 800 of our own men. This time, we have fallen at Luo Jing's hands. However, with Luo Jing's death, one of the great Zhao 5 great generals has also fallen. This time, we did not lose out. Then, he looked at the soldiers below who had yet to come to their senses, and the killing intent in his heart soared. Marquis Nanfeng, we will first destroy these remnants of the great Zhao army. Then, you can completely unify the Nanfeng prefecture. After that, it will not be your turn to assist the Wuan prefecture. Marquis Wuan, rest assured. This marquis will keep his word. That would be for the best. Shen Hong's expression was still gloomy. He was not afraid that Zhang Yi would go back on his word. At this time, their greatest enemy was the great Zhao army, not the other marquis. If Zhang Yi went back on his word, he would be seeking his own death. Very quickly, Shen Hong and Zhang Yi organized the remaining soldiers and surrounded the remnants of the Imperial Court's army. However, the two did not kill them all. Instead, they gave them a chance to surrender. Luo Jing self-destructed. The army had suffered heavy losses. In the view of the remnants of the imperial court, there was no chance of victory in the current situation. Not everyone was unafraid of death. Not everyone was afraid of death. Thus, when faced with the threat of two armies, some people did not fear death and refused to surrender, while others simply threw away their weapons. As for the remaining method, it was much simpler. Those who were unwilling to surrender were all killed. Those who were willing to surrender were left behind and incorporated into the original army. All soldiers, listen to my order. Take down Nanfeng Prefecture as quickly as possible. Marquis Nanfeng Zhangyi's eyes were like torches as he loudly ordered. The greatest power of the imperial court in Nanfeng Prefecture was Luo Jing and the army under him. Now that Luo Jing was dead and the army had either died or surrendered, the defenses of Nanfeng Prefecture had fallen into a state of weakness. This could be said to be the best time to take over Nanfeng Prefecture. They would not give the imperial court any chance to react. Therefore, Zhang Yi did not need to worry about the existence of the surrendered soldiers in the army, nor did he need to worry about the possibility of a rebellion. Betrayal, that was only possible if they had enough confidence. Without sufficient strength to support them, these people who had already surrendered would not be able to betray them. After all, those who could surrender were almost all cowards who were afraid of death. After receiving Zhang Yi's order, the generals of the Nanfeng army immediately accepted the order. On the same day, the news of Marquis Wuan's rebellion and the death of General Luo Jing finally spread. Instantly, the world was in an uproar. Shen Hong, that old bastard, you've gone too far. If I don't kill him and his entire family, how can I face General Luo and those soldiers who have died? Shi Yang was furious and roared in the imperial court. This news, compared to the time when the various marquis took advantage of the situation to attack, he was even more furious. Although the imperial court suffered heavy losses when the marquis took advantage of the situation to attack last time, it was still within an acceptable range. Moreover, they only lost some cities and land, which was not a big deal. However, this time was completely different. Luo Jing had died, the 5 great generals had once fought alongside the human emperor and were now the leaders of many military officials. Luo Jing's death was not a small loss to the imperial court's strength, but it was also a huge shock to the people's hearts. Moreover, they had completely lost control of a marquis. This was not a small matter. Not to mention, Marquis Wuan had also betrayed the imperial court. This was an even bigger blow to Shi Yang. A person who could not possibly die had died. A person who could not possibly betray him had betrayed him. For a moment, Shi Yang felt that some things had broken free from his control and were spreading in an uncontrollable direction. Faced with such things that were out of his control, he could not help but feel a trace of fear in his heart. However, this trace of fear had just been born when it turned into fuel for his anger. As for the other civil and military officials, their expressions were also grave at this moment. Not only was Shi Yang furious, but they were also completely caught off guard by this news. Marquis Wuan had rebelled, Luo Jing was dead, these things were completely out of anyone's expectations. Under Shi Yang's anger, no one dared to casually interrupt to avoid getting into trouble. After a long time, Shi Yang's anger subsided a little, but his eyes were cold to the extreme. Lord Chen, if I remember correctly, you should be quite close to Shen Hong. Your Majesty, please understand. I am only acquainted with Shen Hong. I know nothing about his rebellion. Lord Chen heard this and immediately knelt down in fear as he hurriedly explained. Whether it is true or not, I will know. Shi Yang turned a deaf ear to him and coldly shouted, Guards! The moment he finished speaking, the guards in front of the hall immediately rushed in. Drag him out and behead him as an example to the public. Yes. Hearing this, 2 guards immediately lifted Lord Chen up and dragged him outside. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I am innocent. That person struggled madly and screamed, but Shi Yang's expression did not change at all. He was just as indifferent as before. At this moment, the other officials also lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Shi Yang. No one dared to plead for mercy. It didn't matter whether Lord Chen was innocent or not. What was important was Xiang needed someone to vent his anger on. If this fire didn't burn the other party, it could burn anyone present. No one would do such a thing that would bring trouble to themselves. As for Lord Chen, he was also struggling madly. To be able to enter the imperial court as an official, he had a cultivation base. Even if he was a civil official in the cultivation world, he was still a strong cultivator. However, the guards in front of the hall were also extremely strong. Otherwise, how could they be qualified to sit in front of the hall? Not long after, that person was completely dragged out. Soon, someone heard a faint scream in their ears. The smell of blood had already drifted in from outside. Then, a guard came in with a tray. On the tray was a human head that was glaring angrily. "Your Majesty, the guilty official has been executed. Take it away." Xiang waved his hand. He was not in the mood to look anymore. Hearing this, the guard immediately took the tray and left. At this moment, the smell of blood in the hall still did not dissipate. Xiang looked around at everyone and said coldly, "The Marquis of Wuan has rebelled. The other Marquis may not be loyal to the imperial court. What do you think?" "Your Majesty, although the Marquis of Wuan has rebelled, the other Marquis are still loyal to the imperial court. If we take strong measures, it will inevitably make people disappointed." An official stepped out and said with cupped hands, "In my opinion, it is better to increase the management of the other Marquis. As for the other Marquis of Wuan, let's not make a move first." "Your Majesty, Lord Zhang is right." At this moment, the other officials also voiced their agreement. Xiang sat on the throne in silence. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, he said slowly, "Order the other Marquis of Wuan to pay attention to any unusual movements. If there are any clues, they must report immediately. Otherwise, they will be sentenced as rebels and their families will be implicated. In addition, suppress Nanfeng Marquis and Wuan Marquis. Shenhong and Zhang Yi must die." When he mentioned these two names, a strong killing intent appeared on Xiyang's face. In addition to Wuan Marquis. Now, in the huge Great Zhao, 5 Marquis of Wuan had openly rebelled. The power of the imperial court had been reduced by almost half. But now, in addition to these places, the remaining Marquis of Wuan was also an unstable factor. However, it was just as the other officials had said. A guess was just a guess. If he wanted to make a move on the other Marquis based on a guess, he would be digging his own grave. But when these unstable factors would erupt, Xiang himself was not sure. Even the Marquis of Baiyun was also a thorn in his heart. If an almighty who had hidden his strength could be used by him, it would naturally be a great thing. But if he couldn't be used by him, then it would be a great disaster. Xiang suddenly felt very tired. After his father died, what he left behind was a mess. Demon disaster, mutants, rebel Marquis, there was also the Yao clan eyeing him covetously. All these things piled up together and exploded, making him mentally and physically exhausted. But, now that he was sitting on the throne, there was no way out. He could either sit tight, or he could die. Xiang had never thought that he would give up the throne. For his current position, he had waited for too long. I heard that the Yao clan is also making strange movements in Thousand Mountains Prefecture. There are also rumors that there are Yao saints among the Yao clan who are preparing to intervene. Just in case, I'll have to trouble Zhennan King to go to Thousand Mountains Prefecture and help Xianxia stabilize the situation. In addition, there will also be experts from the Imperial Astronomer. I accept the order. Zhennan King Luo Feiyu, who had been silent all this time, cupped his hands and accepted the order. As for the others, when they heard Xiang mention the Imperial Astronomer, they were shocked. The Imperial Astronomer, it was an organization established when the human emperor was alive. In terms of mystery, the Imperial Astronomer was number 1. The West pacifying General Luo Jing was defeated. The Imperial Court was defeated in Nanfeng Prefecture. That was not all. The Marquis of Wuan, Shenhong, rebelled and joined forces with the Marquis of Nanfeng Zhang Yi to attack the Imperial Court's army. Apart from that, Qianshan, Luoyue, and Baiyong prefectures also attacked the Imperial Court on the same day. The 5 marquises seemed to have discussed it beforehand. At the same time, they attacked the Imperial Court. If the imperial court could be said to be stable in the previous turmoil, then the current turmoil broke the situation that the imperial court barely managed to maintain. The imperial court had a lot of troops. But in fact, this number of troops included the number of prefectures. Ignoring the troops of the prefectures, the ones who really controlled the military power were the 5 great generals led by Dan Hao. But now that Luo Jing was dead, the army in his hands was buried together with him. One weakened while the other strengthened. The power of the imperial court was weakened a lot. Especially now that everyone was nervous and the marquises who did not move were all likely to rebel. In this way, the imperial court still needed to divide a lot of troops to secretly guard against this matter. It could be said that all kinds of things combined caused the situation to fall into a state of collapse. The world is in chaos too quickly. Qin Shujian put down the communication jade talisman in his hand and frowned, but his mind was thinking about the message in the jade talisman. He did not think about it. In just a few days, the world was in chaos. Even Qin Shujian still had to pay attention to the movements in Baiyun Prefecture. In the current situation, the Marquis of Baiyun might have some ideas. But is the Great Zhao really going to fall apart? Qin Shujian looked in the direction of Zhongzhou Imperial City with a strange expression. The human emperor had only passed away for about a year, and the world was in chaos. This was not something that should have happened. After all, the human emperor had been on the throne for so many years. It was impossible that he was not prepared at all. But now, one of the 5 great generals had fallen, and the situation was obviously out of control. To be able to be one of the 5 great generals, he was at least an expert of the 4th tier of the celestial human realm. Qin Shujian's thoughts kept turning, thinking of countermeasures to the current situation. Although the cultivation world and the imperial court were quite far away. In fact, they were very close. If the Great Zhao really collapsed, then it would be impossible for the sects to remain unscathed. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian immediately sent a message. Subsequently, he glanced at the source of life and immediately upgraded the Guiyuan ancestral canon to the 4th level of the Divine Martial chapter. As his cultivation technique improved. As a result, Qin Shujian's strength increased by a few notches. Unlike the genuine martial force and the spiritual martial force, although the God martial force was also divided into 10 levels, each level did not have any real transformation. They all directly increased one's strength. Therefore, the God martial arts realm was not divided into internal invulnerability and external invulnerability like the true martial arts realm, nor was it divided into spirit God martial arts realm. Divine martial arts was indeed divine martial arts. At most, it would be divided into front, middle, back, peak, and so on. The 1st to 3rd levels of the divine martial realm were the early stages, the 4th to 6th levels were the middle stages, the 7th to 9th levels were the late stages, and the 10th level was the peak. Further up, they were half-step Deva realm cultivators and Deva realm cultivators. But seriously speaking, in fact, there was no such thing as a half-step celestial being. They were either at the peak of the God martial arts realm or at the diviner realm. The so-called half-step celestials were actually people who had failed to break through to the celestial realm, but their strength was still somewhat stronger than the average peak divine martial realm cultivator, which was why they were called half-step celestials. Strictly speaking, a half-step celestial being was a symbol of failure. This was because a true expert would never be stuck in an awkward position like a half-step celestial being. They would either not break through. Once they broke through, they would succeed 100%. After breaking through to the 4th level of the divine martial realm, Qin Shujian felt his strength increase in all aspects. I'm at the 4th level of the divine martial realm now. I'll try to break through to the celestial realm in 3 months. He set a small goal for himself. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, breaking through to the celestial realm would require about 10 billion life sources. Even though this range would fluctuate, it would not exceed that by too much. 10 billion in 3 months. If it was in the past, it would naturally be impossible. However, it was not impossible now. There were a bunch of evil demons in the true dominion waiting for Sect Master Qin's arrival. If he did not take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune, he would not have another chance. Subsequently, Qin Shujian took flight and headed to a nearby city. If the true dominion was not far away, it would be more suitable for him to travel by himself. However, if the distance was too far, he would still need to rely on a teleportation door. Although Qin Shujian could open a teleportation door himself, he would need the coordinates of the other end. Otherwise, the teleportation door that he opened would only allow one to enter and not exit. One would only get lost in the spatial turbulence. In front of the city, Qin Shujian landed and walked towards the city like an ordinary person. Every city had a flight restriction array. Given his means, he could naturally forcibly take flight. However, doing so would be too high-profile and unnecessary. This was the Southwind Prefecture. The city in front of him had just experienced the flames of war. There were still traces of smoke on the city walls, and the smell of iron and blood had not been completely eliminated. However, although the city had just experienced the war, the order in the city had more or less been restored. At least, when Qin Shujian walked into the city gate, there were already many commoners entering and exiting. There were also guards at the gate. When Qin Shujian walked into the city gate, he thought that a guard would stop him. However, after the guard glanced at him, he politely stepped aside with a kind smile on his face. Upon seeing this, Qin Shujian returned a smile and entered the city. Why didn't that person stop him? That person is definitely a powerful cultivator. There was no need to stop him for some money. He might even offend the other party. After Qin Shujian had walked far away, one of the guards asked. The other guard also answered. The so-called entry checkpoint was only for ordinary people. Many people could enter the city without a travel permit. The only difference was that they had to pay more or less. If these people casually fabricated an identity, there would be no way to verify it. Therefore, the guard's job was not to check the people entering and exiting, but to collect money. Given his eyesight, they were also able to sense the extraordinary aura emanating from Qin Shujian, which was why they did not stop him. On the other side, Qin Shujian walked into the city. Some of the shops on both sides of the street were open, while the rest were closed. Although there were pedestrians on the street, there were not many people. Among these people, there were also players. Regarding this, he did not care too much. This time, he came to this city only to borrow the teleportation gate. As for other matters, Qin Shujian did not plan to pay attention to them. When he arrived at the teleportation gate, the general guarding the teleportation gate cupped his hands and asked respectfully, "May I ask if you are Sect Master Qin Shujian?" "So what if I am?" "Sect Master Qin, don't misunderstand. It's just that the Marquis has already instructed that if he meets Sect Master Qin, he hopes to have a chat with Qin Shujian." Afraid of causing Qin Shujian displeasure, the general directly stated his purpose. Hearing this, Qin Shujian frowned slightly and refused, "I have other things to do. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Marquis Nanfeng's good intentions." At this juncture, he did not intend to have too much contact with Xianxia. The current situation was good. If they chatted a little more, it might arouse suspicion. The Great Zhao and the rebel army were like fire and water. Even if the Great Zhao collapsed, these feudal lords and the rebel army would fight to the death sooner or later. Under the circumstances, it was not time to pick a side yet. In response to Qin Shujian's refusal, the general looked troubled. However, he did not dare insist. Instead, he turned sideways and made way for Qin Shujian. "Since Sect Master Qin is busy, I dare not stop you. May I know where Sect Master Qin is heading to? Which city in Nanfeng Prefecture is the closest to Level Chuan Prefecture? This is a city in the True Dominion. If Sect Master Qin wants to go to Level Chuan Prefecture, you will have to go to Gentle Wind City first before changing to the teleportation gate." "Let's go to Gentle Wind City then." Qin Shujian nodded. Then, the teleportation gate activated and he disappeared from the spot. The moment Qin Shujian left, the general relayed what he had seen to his subordinates. The space changed. Qin Shujian discovered that he had appeared in an unfamiliar city. After the first teleportation, he did not stop. Instead, he immediately started the second teleportation. Although the teleportation gate could allow one to travel a long distance, it did not mean that one teleportation would allow one to travel across a prefecture. Many times, the distance of one teleportation could be as short as several true dominion or as long as 1 or 2 spirit dominion. After going through the teleportation gate 5 times, Qin Shujian finally arrived at the border of Level Chuan Prefecture. Just as he was about to enter Level Chuan Prefecture, someone stopped him. Sect Master Qin, please wait. May I know who you are? Qin Shujian asked calmly as he looked at the young man who was dressed like a scholar. Even though the person in front of him looked extremely weak, he could not stand up to the wind. However, when his Dharma eye swept past him, he could see the depth of his cultivation level. He was at the 2nd level divine martial realm. Even in the world of cultivation, such strength would still make him an extremely powerful expert. The young scholar cupped his hands and said with a smile, I am Gao Jing, Marquis Nanfeng's aide. When I heard that Sect Master Qin had arrived, I specially came to welcome you. I have never interacted with Marquis Nanfeng before. Why are you here? Sect Master Qin's reputation resounds throughout the cultivation world, and the Marquis has always yearned to meet you. This time, in order to meet Sect Master Qin, he has been waiting in the city. I hope that Sect Master Qin can give me face and follow me this time. Gao Jing's attitude was sincere and his tone was respectful. There was no trace of the arrogance that a divine martial realm expert should have. Seeing this, Qin Shujian was silent for a while before he said faintly, please lead the way. Sect Master Qin, please. Gao Jing turned sideways to lead the way. Then, he walked in front to lead the way. Qin Shujian followed behind him with his hands behind his back. Originally, he had not wanted to meet Zhang Yi. However, it was obvious that Zhang Yi was here to stop him. Therefore, he might as well take a look and see what Marquis Nanfeng had up his sleeve. If he refused again and again, he would inevitably offend Zhang Yi. Up until now, Marquis Nanfeng had been polite in his actions. Qin Shujian also did not want to provoke another enemy for no reason. Therefore, if Zhang Yi wanted to meet him, he would meet him. Since he could not avoid it, then he would face it calmly. With his current strength, even if Zhang Yi had any bad intentions, he would not be able to keep him here. Following behind Gao Jing, he saw Marquis Nanfeng's aide turn left and right. Finally, after passing through several large streets, he stopped in front of a mansion. On the plaque of the mansion were written the words Marquis Nanfeng Mansion. This is Marquis Nanfeng's mansion. Marquis Nanfeng is waiting inside. Sect Master Qin, please follow me in. Gao Jing paused for a moment, turned sideways and explained. Then, he took the lead and walked in. Qin Shujian did not hesitate and followed him in. The Marquis Nanfeng mansion here was not much different from the Marquis Bayun mansion he had been to before. In every large city, there would be a mansion like this. It could be considered the temporary residence of a marquis. Compared to a real marquis mansion, the mansion in front of him could only be considered as something that could be done without. Not long after, Qin Shujian followed Gao Jing into the main hall. On the main seat, there was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing. After seeing the other party, Gao Jing bowed. Marquis, Sect Master Qin Shujian has been brought here. You can leave. Zhang Yi nodded, then his gaze fell on Qin Shujian. When Zhang Yi's gaze fell on him, Qin Shujian stood motionless. He only cupped his hands symbolically and smiled. Greetings to Marquis Nanfeng. Sect Master Qin, please take a seat. Many thanks. Qin Shujian sat down at the side, not too restrained. After Qin Shujian sat down, Zhang Yi carefully sized him up, then said with a smile. I have heard of Sect Master Qin's reputation. I have always regretted that I did not have the chance to meet you. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. Marquis Nanfeng is praising me. I only have a small reputation, it's nothing. Qin Shujian did not show any expression of surprise towards Marquis Nanfeng's flattery. He was just as calm as before. Subsequently, he asked again, Marquis Nanfeng, for you to invite me here, I wonder what is the matter. I invited Sect Master Qin here for a total of 2 matters. Zhang Yi stretched out 2 fingers and said. First, Sect Master Qin has been killing demons in the South Wind Mansion during this period of time, preventing the South Wind Mansion from being affected by the demon disaster. I also need to thank the people of the South Wind Mansion. As for the second, speaking to hear, Marquis Nanfeng's tone clearly paused. His faint smile also turned solemn. I hope Sect Master Qin can lend a hand. You and I can join in this grand undertaking. After saying this, Qin Shujian's expression also changed slightly. Join in this grand undertaking. This was to put it in a good way. To put it in a bad way, it was to ask him to join in the rebellion. As early as when Xianxia wanted to see him, he vaguely had some guesses in his heart, but he was not too sure. But Qin Shujian also did not expect this. Zhang Yihui said it so straightforwardly and openly pulled him into the group. Although he was shocked, he maintained a calm expression. Marquis Nanfeng, I'm afraid you've asked the wrong person. I'm just a small wandering cultivator. How can I be valued so highly? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Sect Master Qin, don't be in a hurry to leave. Allow me to say a few more words. Seeing Qin Shujian about to leave, Zhang Yi also opened his mouth to urge him to stay. After seeing Qin Shujian sit down again, he continued. Now that the human emperor has fallen, although Prince Xiyang has ascended the throne, he does not have the means to control the world. Now that the flames of war are everywhere, it's only a matter of time before the great Zhao falls apart. And I now control the entire Southwind Mansion. My strength is number one among all the marquises. The only thing I lack now is an Array Dao Grandmaster like you, Sect Master Qin. If you are willing to help me, I will definitely treat you with a high position and generous salary when I succeed in the future. It's even possible for the Sky Origin sect to become the only orthodox sect in the world. Zhang Yi kept throwing out olive branches. He really valued Qin Shujian. Not only did he value his current achievements, but he also valued his future growth. According to his understanding, Qin Shujian had only been cultivating for 3 to 5 years, yet he was already a great cultivator of the divine martial realm. Based on this cultivation speed, it would not take long for him to break through to the heavenly man realm. Besides, it was rumored that he was the reincarnation of an almighty. Such an expert would definitely not stop at the initial heavenly man realm once he broke through. He would have a very high chance of reaching the peak of his past. Such a genius expert was very likely to become an almighty in the future. Zhang Yi naturally wanted to rope him in. Even if the future was not mentioned. Based on the current situation, the other party was considered invincible in the True Dominion and an Array Dao Grandmaster comparable to the Heavenly Man realm. Plus, the Sky Origin sect was not weak. This was exactly what he needed at the moment. Because of all these reasons, Zhang Yi wanted to think of a way to rope Qin Shujian into his ship. On the other side, Qin Shujian was a little shaken by Zhang Yi's promise. The only orthodox sect in the world. If Zhang Yirong really ascended to the throne, the Sky Origin sect would surpass all the other sects and become a truly supreme existence. However, the premise of all this was that Zhang Yi could ascend to the throne. In Qin Shujian's opinion, the other party might not have this opportunity. Therefore, after Zhang Yi finished speaking, he thought for a while before shaking his head and saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but I know my limits. I'm afraid I can't take on such a heavy responsibility. Sect Master Qin, you don't have to be in a hurry to reject me. What I said now will still be effective in the future. You can come to the Southwind Manor whenever you have thought it through." Zhang Yi smiled faintly, not angered by Qin Shujian's rejection. "However, I still want to remind you that although Xiao Qingfeng is an almighty, the Beiyun Manor's foundation is still too shallow. The Great Zhao's power is also deeply rooted, unlike the Southwind Manor. I'm not afraid to say something arrogant. Among the current feudal lords, there is no one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Southwind Manor. I'm not asking you to give me an answer now. Sect Master Qin, you can consider it carefully." "Alright, let me think about this carefully first." Qin Shujian nodded and gave an ambiguous answer. What did the other party mean by his last words? He obviously thought that Qin Shujian would stand on the Beiyun Marquis side, so he gave him a heads up in advance. To this, he did not explain anything. As for Zhang Yi, after hearing Qin Shujian's answer, he did not talk too much about this issue. Many things only needed to be said in a sentence or two to make things clear. If he said too much, it might backfire. At least in Zhang Yi's opinion, if Qin Shujian were to choose a side, the Southwind Manor would be his first choice. This was his confidence. It was also the strength that the South Wind Matter possessed. After that, the two of them chatted for a while, but the topic did not change to the matter of which side to choose. In the end, Qin Shujian suddenly stood up, cupped his hands, and said, "I have other matters to attend to and have wasted a lot of time here. I'll take my leave first." "Alright, I look forward to the next meeting with Sect Master Qin." Xianxia nodded, clapped his hands, and a servant came in from outside. "Send Sect Master Qin off for me." "Yes, Sect Master." The servant bowed and accepted the order. Qin Shujian cupped his hands, followed behind the servant, and left the main hall. About a quarter of an hour passed. Xianxia was originally alone in the main hall, but Gao Jing had unknowingly walked in from the side. "Marquis, Qin Shujian obviously has no intention of standing with us. If we let him go now, I'm afraid we'll be letting a tiger back into the mountains. Some things don't need to be rushed. He's a smart person and should know how to choose." Zhang Yi's expression became indifferent, and he no longer had the amiable expression from before. If he's not careful when choosing a side, he'll end up being smashed to pieces. If he agreed immediately, I would have to worry if he was a spy sent by Xiao Qingfeng. His current actions are a lot more reassuring. "Marquis, do you really think Qin Shujian will stand on our side?" Gao Jing asked. "If he chooses to participate, it'll be much safer for him to stand on our side than Xiao Qingfeng's. If he really wants to stay out of this, then he'll have to make other plans." However, Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly exploded with killing intent, and his voice turned cold. "If he insists on becoming enemies with the South Wind Matter, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Not friends. He was an enemy. He had never been merciful to his enemies. This was especially so for an enemy with limitless potential like Qin Shujian. If he didn't get rid of him as soon as possible, he would become a major threat in the future when he grew stronger." Just now, Zhang Yi had thought of making Qin Shujian stay. However, he hadn't done so in the end. After all, he still wasn't confident that he could take him down. This wasn't the Spirit Protectorate or the Great Protectorate, but a small true dominion. Although he was a heavenly being realm expert, in the true dominion, he was only equivalent to a cultivator who had condensed the universal heavenly lock. In terms of true strength, he might not be a match for Qin Shujian. If he really attacked and couldn't take him down, that was tantamount to pushing this expert to the opposite side of him. Such a thing, Zhang Yi wouldn't do it easily. Gao Jing, who was standing aside, fell silent when he heard this. He could roughly guess what the Marquis was thinking. Plus, Qin Shujian had already left. It was too late to say anything else, so he didn't say anything else. As for Qin Shujian, after leaving the South Wind Matter, he directly entered the Flat Chuan Manor through the teleportation door. Marquis Nanfeng had tried to rope him in because he was an Array Dao Grandmaster and the strength of the Origin sect. Qin Shujian knew this very well. After the Origin sect had annexed the Heavenly Corpse sect and established the Yuan Pavilion, its strength had changed. In terms of strength. In terms of resources. The Origin sect was not any weaker than the other top sections. Although the cultivation world had always been weaker than the Imperial Court, that was only in comparison to the Imperial Court. It was definitely not as simple as a prefecture or a region. For a marquis, if they could obtain the support of a top sect, their strength would definitely increase tremendously. After all, half of the cultivation world's strength was made up of the top sections. The remaining half was made up of other sects, factions, and itinerant cultivators. Thus, it was obvious how much weight the top sects had. Zhang Yi has unified the Nanfeng prefecture. His strength is indeed top-notch among the marquis. Unfortunately, compared to the strength of the marquis, I value the foundation of the Imperial Court more. Otherwise, this matter would have been settled. Qin Shujian shook his head silently. When it came to rebellion, one could only win and not lose. Once one lost, only death would await them. Now that the Origin sect was in a good situation, what they needed in the short term was not time, but other things. Unless he was crazy, he would not rebel with Zhang Yi. Otherwise, it would be best to play it safe. After entering the Level Chuan prefecture, Qin Shujian headed toward the location of the demon disaster according to the original location he had obtained. This time, he did not use the teleportation door. This was mainly because the distance was not far. Rather than spending money to use the teleportation door, it was faster to fly in the sky. A stream of light streaked across the sky, creating a series of explosions. He crossed a true dominion. In less than an hour, Qin Shujian had already arrived at the location of the demon disaster. However, the scene in front of him made Qin Shujian somewhat depressed. There was not a single living being on the scorched black demonic land. There was not even a single skeleton. Among the ruins, there were still traces of the stronghold. The place was still the same. However, the evil demons were nowhere to be found. Qin Shujian's spiritual force spread out and quickly covered the entire devil land. The devil chi in the air is still there, but it has already begun to dissipate. There are no traces of the demon disaster, nor are there any traces of demons. It seems that someone was one step ahead of me and eliminated all the evil spirits here. Qin Shujian's face was gloomy. He carefully scanned the surroundings several times with his divine sense before withdrawing it. There were no traces of demons in the demonic land. Under such circumstances, there were only two possibilities. The first possibility was that the evil spirit had escaped. Secondly, the evil spirit was dead. If it was the former, it was impossible for the evil demon to escape without causing a commotion. However, from what he had seen when he arrived and the fact that the demonic earth showed no signs of spreading, the probability of the evil demon escaping was extremely low. In that case, only the latter was left. Although Qin Shujian had long expected that some of the demons would have been exterminated by others before he had arrived, he hadn't expected them to break out of their seals. But when they really met, he still felt heartache. Because the evil demon sealed in this place was not an ordinary evil demon, but a seal set up by an 8-star formation. In that case, this evil demon was at least at the 4th tier of the celestial being realm. If there was a difference in strength between both demons, the life source and energy they contributed would also be different. The life source of a demon at the 4th or 5th tier of the celestial being realm was comparable to that of 2 demons at the 2nd or 3rd tier of the celestial being realm. He did not stay here for too long. Qin Shujian immediately flew into the air and rushed to the next place. Liang Mountain Spirit Region, Yuan Sect. Several elders of the sect were gathered together as if they were having a casual gathering. Su Yuanming took a sip of spirit tea and then put down the teacup. He looked at the others and said, "I suggest that Yuan sect no longer accept missions related to the imperial court and the rebel army. Now that both sides are in a tense situation, if Yuan sect openly accepts such missions, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble." Now that Yuan sect had become famous, they had begun to provide Yuan sect with income. Most of the people who issued the missions were forces of the cultivation world, and some were itinerant cultivators. The difficulty of the missions varied. Anyway, as long as they were paid, Yuan sect would put them up. It was just that Yuan sect had a mission rating system, and then assigned a corresponding level to the missions. But during this period of time, there were also some missions that involved the imperial court and the feudal lords. For example, assassinating an important official of the imperial court, or assassinating a certain feudal lord, or the advisor of a certain feudal lord. There were even missions to assassinate Xiang. When such missions appeared, they were basically immediately suppressed by Yuan sect. In the land of the Great Zhao, what was the difference between offering a bounty on the emperor of the Great Zhao and courting death? The people who issued these missions obviously wanted to cause trouble for Yuan sect. So, during this period of time, for the sake of the missions, Yuan sect had also destroyed a few forces. Then, they followed the vines to find the melons and set their eyes on a few sections. It was just that there was no definite evidence, and it was not good to cause too much trouble in the current situation, so they temporarily gave up. In Su Yuanming's opinion, now that Yuan sect had the strength of the imperial court, it was wise to protect themselves. As for whether or not refusing these missions would affect Yuan sect's reputation, it was not an important issue. Niao Feng said, "It's good to not accept the missions of the imperial court and the feudal lords. Not many of those missions can be completed, and instead, we will offend others for no reason. But we can investigate. What is the background of these people who issued the missions? Are they the enemies of these people, or are they just here to disgust us?" Speaking of this, his expression was cold, and he did not hide his killing intent. If they are enemies, then so be it. But if they are deliberately framing my sect, this matter will not be over. Although he had been an elder of Yuan's sect for the past few years, Niao Feng had also slowly cultivated his character. But the character of the bandit leader of Mingai Mountain had not changed much. He was not the only one. In the entire Yuan sect, there was never a lack of vicious and merciless people. I'm just afraid that some people will be used as a tool, and still don't know what happened. Su Yuanming sneered. Elder Su is right. Yuan sect should not intervene in the affairs of the imperial court and feudal lords. The unperturbed Xingfang slowly said at this moment. The Marquis of Wuan has rebelled, and the Western pacifying general Luo Jing has died in battle. Since the Marquis of Qianshan rebelled and started the war, this is the first time the imperial court has suffered such a loss. From the actions of the Marquis of Wuan, the other rebellious feudal lords must have secretly formed an alliance. Soon, the world will be reshuffled. With our sect's strength, it is not difficult to protect ourselves. But if we intervene, we will be reduced to ashes if we are not careful. Great Elder, do you think that they are preparing for a decisive battle? It is hard to say if it will be a decisive battle, but the current situation cannot be maintained for too long. Wuan, Baiyong, Nanfeng, Luoyu, and Qianshan have all rebelled, and the Great Zhao has lost 3 or 4 out of 10. The other feudal lords also have an ambiguous attitude, and are most likely waiting for an opportunity. Once the strength of these rebels has accumulated to a certain extent, even if the imperial court does not act, they will be the first to start a decisive battle. After all, the Great Zhao has a deep foundation. If they are given a chance to rest and build up strength, these feudal lords will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Xingfang stroked his beard and shook his head as he spoke. In the eyes of these feudal lords, the imperial court itself was the greatest threat. They could take advantage of the death of the human emperor and rise up in rebellion, but after the imperial court recovered, this power that had ruled the world for thousands of years would still be able to sweep through the world. So, these people would not give the imperial court a chance to breathe. Also, for these feudal lords, there was only one goal in rebelling, and that was to sit on the position of the former human emperor. As long as the imperial court was not destroyed, then this position would forever fall into the hands of the imperial family. Even if someone established a country and dynasty, it would not be legitimate, and it would be difficult to truly convince the masses. It could be said, the 6,000 years of the Great Zhao had left an indelible mark on the world. All the people only knew that the Great Zhao was the rightful ruler, and the rest were all rebels. This influence had to be eliminated. Only by eliminating the Great Zhao first, and then relying on time, the influence would fade bit by bit until it completely disappeared. Niao Feng suddenly sneered and said, the attitudes of the other feudal lords are ambiguous, and the actions of the Baiyun manor are difficult to guess. I wonder what our Marquis of Baiyun is planning. When he mentioned the Marquis of Baiyun, everyone else's expression became a little more serious. If there was anyone in the Baiyun manor that they feared the most, it would be the Marquis of Baiyun. He was backed by the imperial court. Not only was he in charge of a manor, but he was also a mighty figure. When it came to strength, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest person in the Baiyun manor. An almighty, not to mention a prefecture, even if one looked at the entire world, they would be considered an unparalleled powerhouse. Although Yuanzong was now very close to the Marquis of Baiyun. But in the end, one side represented the imperial court, and the other side represented the cultivation world of the Baiyun manor. The attitudes of both sides had always been ambiguous. Furthermore, the current situation had added an element of uncertainty to the relationship between the two. If it was possible, Zhongfang and the others did not want to be enemies with the Marquis of Baiyun. Although Yuanzong was strong now, he was still far from being an enemy of the Marquis of Baiyun. Unless one day, Yuanzong could also have an expert who could contend with a mighty figure. Otherwise, he would always be weaker than the Marquis of Baiyun. Su Yuanming looked solemn and said in a deep voice, if the Marquis of Baiyun rebels, then the imperial court will probably collapse. Our sect has been cooperating with the Marquis of Baiyun before, and we are also established in the Baiyun manor. In this case, I'm afraid the Marquis of Bayun will not leave us alone. From today onwards, our sect will temporarily restrain our strength and seal the mountain gate when necessary to protect ourselves. For now, that's the only way. Have there been any movements in the Skyend mountain range and the demon clan recently? Zheng Fang changed the topic and directly changed the topic. Hearing this, Su Yuanming shook his head and said, the Skyend mountain range has been much quieter recently. We regularly release corresponding tasks for the disciples to go in and kill monsters, so we don't have to worry about the beast tide in the short term. However, I heard some movements in the demon clan. The demon clan? Zheng Fang's old face became a little more solemn. The demon clan was the biggest problem. As a race that was comparable to the human clan in its heyday, only when the human emperor was alive could they firmly suppress the human clan. Such strength. It was no longer something that one or two sects could contend with. Unless the entire human clan's strength was counted, otherwise, they would have to retreat in the face of the demon clan. Su Yuanming said, I heard that a demon saint of the demon clan has appeared and went to the Thousand Mountains prefecture to cooperate with Gu Chongqing. A demon saint has appeared. Although we can't verify the authenticity of this news, the probability of it being fake is not high. A demon saint is a matter of great importance, and the relationship between the two clans is delicate now. If a demon saint has really appeared, the news would not have spread so quickly. What if the news was spread by the demon clan? Su Yuanming smiled slightly. He also had some doubts about the source of this news. A demon saint's matter was not ordinary. The most likely reason for the news to spread was that the demon clan secretly spread it. As for the purpose, it was unknown for the time being. However, these things did not have much of an impact on them. However, the appearance of a demon saint also proved that the demon clan was no longer willing to silently watch the show and planned to participate in it personally. Now, the Great Zhou Empire was facing collapse. It was about time for the demon clan to make a move. Bayun Prefecture is now close to the demon clan, and there is a powerful figure, Marquis Bayun, guarding it. If the demon clan does not make a move, it will be a thunderous blow. We still need to prepare early. Xinghong said in a deep voice with a solemn expression. Especially since the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain is close to the Endless Mountain Range. If the demon clan makes a move, Marquis Bayun may not be able to get the news immediately. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. In the end, one still had to rely on one's own strength. Yuan Zone was located in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, which to a large extent determined that if the demon clan launched a large-scale attack, he would be the first to bear the brunt. However, after annexing the Heavenly Corpse sect, Yuan Zong's strength had also improved greatly, so there was not much to worry about. Yuan Zong has a formation left by the sect master, and Jiang Feng is guarding the mountain gate. Even if an ordinary celestial being comes, we can deal with it. When Niao Feng said this, he suddenly felt a little depressed. He did not live up to his title as the mountain guardian elder when Jiang Feng came. When it came to guarding the mountain, this heavenly corpse sect with the combat strength of a celestial being was obviously much stronger than Niao Feng. An airborne realm. A celestial being. The difference between the two realms was like heaven and earth. Even if Niao Feng was given 80 to 100 years, he was not confident that he could advance to the celestial being realm. Now that Qin Shujian was out, the matters in Yuanzong were basically decided by a few elders led by Jing Feng. Therefore, after a simple discussion, they decided on some things. The first was the problem of Yuan Pavilion. In the face of the current internal strife in the imperial court, Yuan Pavilion, as a force of the cultivation world, definitely could not participate in it. Unless they also had the heart to fight for the world, or had the idea of fighting for the merit of ascending to the throne. Or else, they definitely had to stay away from it. On the other hand, they had to pay attention to the movements of the demon clan at all times and be prepared to deal with the demon clan's attack at any time. Marquis, Yuan Pavilion has cancelled the tasks related to the imperial court and the feudal lords. It seems that Yuanzong intends to play safe. In the seat below, Fubo cupped his hands and said. Marquis Bayun shook his head and laughed, saying, at this time, it is normal to play safe. With the current situation in the world, anyone who participates will be crushed if they are not careful. He also agreed with Yuan Zong's approach in his heart. At this time, playing safe was much better than foolishly rushing in. Fu Bo pondered for a moment and said, I heard that Marquis Nanfeng, Zhongyi, had once met Qin Shujian. Talents will be roped in wherever they go. Qin Shujian is a smart person. He knows what to do. Marquis Bayun did not care at all and said with a faint smile, Zhongyi is now sitting in Nanfeng Prefecture and is quite proud in his heart. No wonder. After all, he joined forces with Shen Hong to plot against the imperial court, and even the West pacifying General Luo Jing died. Luo Jing's strength is not weak. It is a pity that he died like this. At the mention of Luo Jing, Marquis Bayun's expression was a little strange. Although he did not know much about the West pacifying general, he had met and talked with him. He also had some respect for Luo Jing, who had once followed the human emperor to wipe out the enemies. To be honest, Marquis Bayun was also shocked when he heard the news of Luo Jing's death. Marquis, now that the 5 prefectures have all rebelled, the situation is out of the imperial court's control. Now, more than half of the imperial court's forces are in the hands of the various prefectures. Without the human emperor's suppression, I'm afraid that the current sacred emperor will not be able to suppress them. What are you trying to say? Marquis, now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With your power and influence and the many years that our Bayun prefecture has been operating, our strength is not weaker than the other prefectures. Moreover, as long as you raise your arm and call for help, the cultivation world and other experts will definitely come to join you. When the human emperor was still alive, we were naturally loyal to the imperial court. But now that Shi Yang has succeeded the throne, he is much weaker than the human emperor. What qualifications does he have to make us submit? Fu Bo no longer beat around the bush, and even stopped using honorifics when he addressed Shi Yang. His intention to rebel was clear as day. Marquis Bayun was not angry and asked in return, do you want to rebel? I'm just thinking for you, Marquis. If you rebel, I will follow you with my life. Let's talk about this later. Marquis Bayun waved his hand and did not want to talk too much about this matter. He naturally understood Fu Bo's words. If he wanted to rebel, this was the best time to do so. However, Marquis Bayun understood that with the human emperor's methods, it was impossible for him to not have any backup plans. He had a bad premonition that the situation in the Great Zhao had collapsed so quickly. All of this had happened too quickly. It was so fast that no one had expected it. If the Great Zhao had collapsed, with its thousands of years of foundation, it would not have encountered problems so quickly. At least, it was more reasonable for it to have reached this stage after a few decades. Fu Bo also knew what Marquis Bayun was thinking and immediately said, although the human emperor's methods are shocking, he has suppressed the world for so many years and accumulated a lot of resentment. Now that the human emperor has failed to break through and suddenly died, it is normal for the situation to go out of control. Time does not wait. For me. If we hesitate for too long and miss this good opportunity, it will not be good. Although Marquis Bayun did not want to talk about this matter, as the other party's aide, he could not let this opportunity slip by. Even if this angered the other party, he would not hesitate. After all, every official had the idea of succeeding the emperor. This was something that would bring glory to their ancestors and family. Once they succeeded, they would be immortalized for generations. The current officials in the imperial court, as well as the various vassals, had once followed the human emperor to conquer the world. When the Great Zhao had established the world and wantonly infected people, they had their current status. This was the benefit of succeeding the emperor. Now that Marquis Bayun had such a big advantage, Fu Bo really did not want him to hesitate for too long and miss this good opportunity. Once the other party succeeded, then he would succeed, and the Fu Jia he was in would become a famous family in the world. Marquis Bayun fell into a short silence. Clearly, he was also considering the gains and losses of this matter. It was true that the Shao family had been loyal to the imperial court for generations, but Marquis Bayun was not blindly loyal. If the imperial court was worthy of his loyalty, he would naturally stand on its side. However, if he encountered an irreversible situation, he would not die with the imperial court. In the end, there was still a problem of gains and losses to consider. Let's wait and see. Marquis Bayun thought for a moment and still did not make a decision. Yes, When Fu Bo saw this, he did not insist anymore. At this point, Marquis Bayun still had not made a decision, so he did not dare to say too much. After all, if he said too much, he would be suspected of forcing the emperor to abdicate. You may leave first. I will carefully consider this matter. I will take my leave. After Fu Bo bowed and left, Marquis Bayun did not do anything, but the voice in his mind sounded again. Why don't you agree? If you can sit on the throne, it will be very beneficial to you. Is there something different about the throne? Of course. The voice responded to Marquis Bayun's doubts. The throne of the human emperor gathers the fate of the world. The person who sits on the throne can control the fate of the world and has great benefits. In ancient times, there was a supreme expert who established the heavenly court and ruled over a part of the world. Tens of thousands of races came to worship it. It was much more powerful than the current human emperor. The ancient heavenly court really existed? Marquis Bayun's expression changed. He was shocked by this information. It was not that he had never heard of the ancient heavenly court. After all, he had a prefecture, so he would always hear some ancient rumors. It was just that these rumors were both true and false. Not all of them could be distinguished. The voice said, the heavenly court naturally existed. Back then, a supreme expert of the human race appeared out of nowhere and swept across the world, intimidating the tens of thousands of races. In the end, the heavenly court was condensed with the fate of the tens of thousands of races. That was the peak of the human race. Unfortunately, since the arrival of the Great Calamity and the collapse of the heavenly court, many of the powerhouses in the heavenly court also died. The tens of thousands of races were killed and injured. Now, only a few races are left. One of them is the human race, and the other is the demon race. Marquis Bayun did not come back to his senses for a long time after hearing this. He had never asked the other party about the ancient heavenly court, so he did not know there was such a rumor. In fact, Marquis Bayun did not know that the ancient human race was so powerful when it was strong. This was even more shocking than when the human emperor established the world and established the great Zhao dynasty for thousands of years. However, what really concerned Marquis Bayun was, what kind of great calamity could cause the heavenly court to collapse and the tens of thousands of races to die? The ancient human powerhouses were able to establish the heavenly court and rule over the 10,000 races. What kind of calamity could cause the heavenly court to be destroyed and the 10,000 races to be wiped out? Marquis Bayun asked the question in his heart. According to the voice, the ancient human race should have been very strong, at least much stronger than now. After all, the ancient human race could suppress the 10,000 races. But now, the human race couldn't even subdue a single demon. The gap between them was simply too great. In his mind, the voice sounded in a low voice, you should know the reason why the heavenly court collapsed. You mean the demon abyss? Marquis Bayun was not a stupid person. Since the other party had made it so obvious, he had guessed the result in an instant. However, this result, he did not expect it. That's right, it's the demon abyss. At the mention of the demon abyss, the voice had a hint of killing intent. This world has existed for a very, very long time, so long that no one can even find the source of this world. Since the birth of this world, it has been constantly expanding outwards. After a long time, this world gave birth to all living beings. Among these living beings, there were not only the human race and the demon race, but also other races. Some races were gifted, and some races were born with divine power. That era could be said to be the most glorious time of this world. The voice seemed to be reminiscing and reminiscing. However, in the end, the voice became angry again. However, at that time, the world grew to an extremely vast extent and finally connected with the demon abyss. The demon abyss gave birth to thousands of evil demons, and each of them was at least in the celestial realm. Above the evil demons were demon gods, and each demon god was at least in the 7th level of the celestial realm. In addition, the evil demons were immortal. Every time they died, they would be reborn in the demon abyss. At that time, the heavenly court was at its peak, and there were many celestial realm powerhouses. Even so, in the face of the endless evil demons, the heavenly court was defeated in the end. Although there were some supreme treasures in ancient times that could really kill the evil demons, there were too few of them. Moreover, after the evil demons discovered these supreme treasures, some demon gods also took action to snatch and destroy them. In the end, the only one left is Zhu Bing of the myriad races. It's just that Zhu Bing isn't easy to raise. Even among the 10,000 races, there aren't many who have Zhu Bing. How could they fight against the evil demons? The Marquis of Northern Cloud remained silent as he listened to what the voice was saying. There were some secrets. It wasn't something that one could know just because they were in a high position. Many things had been buried in the river of time after countless years. It was very difficult to find out the truth. The Heavenly Court has been defeated. The demonic abyss has successfully invaded this world. Although the myriad races are powerful, even the Heavenly Court has been defeated. How can those myriad races that are inferior to the Heavenly Court resist the demonic abyss? That was the darkest period of time. At that time, the Emperor of Heaven of the Heavenly Court was also the strongest person in the human race. After discovering that the 10,000 races could not resist the demonic abyss, he used the fate of the 10,000 races as the foundation and finally slashed out. This slash caused more than half of the world to return to ruins. It also cut off the connection between the demonic abyss and the world. However, it was also this slash that caused the 10,000 races to suffer heavy losses. Along with the return of the world, it caused the deaths of hundreds of millions of living beings. Some races grafted their anger towards the Emperor of Heaven onto the entire human race. There were also some races that approved of the Emperor of Heaven's actions. But no matter what, after this slash, the Heavenly Court completely collapsed. All the top powerhouses either died during the invasion of the demonic abyss or accompanied the world to ruins when the Heavenly Court collapsed. Until now, there aren't many traces of the Heavenly Court left in the world. After hearing the other party's words, Marquis Bayun remained silent. With one slash, the world returned to ruins and all living beings were destroyed. Although he didn't agree with the Emperor of Heaven's actions, he could feel the other party's helplessness. The demonic abyss invaded. The 10,000 races were defeated. If they didn't cut off the connection with the demonic abyss, the entire world would become a demonic land. At that time, all the 10,000 races would die. However, shattering the world and cutting off the connection with the demonic abyss could save a portion of living beings. Such a method was no different from a warrior cutting off his wrist. However, not everyone could make such a choice. Back then, the great calamity of the demonic abyss caused the Heavenly Court to collapse and the 10,000 races to return to ruins. Now, the world has been reborn. The strength of this world is much weaker than that of the human race back then. Not to mention compared to the entire 10,000 races. Now, the second great calamity of the demonic abyss is not far away. The possibility of you being able to resist the evil demons is very slim. If you want to cut off the connection between the world and the demonic abyss, the current cultivators might not be able to do it. I still say the same thing. The ultimate heavenly connection and letting the world enter the age of Dharma is the only hope of survival. You might still be able to make it now. With my help, coupled with your almighty realm, there aren't many people who can contend against you. The ultimate heavenly connection, severing the foundation of the world's cultivation and letting the world enter the age of Dharma. Marquis Bayun took a deep breath and finally shook his head. Why didn't the Heavenly Court cut off the world's cultivation back then? I'm afraid they also wanted to leave a hope. As long as they continued to cultivate, there would be a day when they could contend against the demonic abyss. In his opinion, the Heavenly Court would rather destroy the world and cut off the connection with the demonic abyss than cut off the path of cultivation. There was probably a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Hearing this, the voice was silent for a moment. After a while, it replied, perhaps the Heavenly Court's approach back then was a mistake. Now, even if the humans and demons join forces, there's no hope of resisting the demonic abyss. We'll talk about the future in the future. Marquis Bayun changed the topic and asked, there should be a realm above the celestial being, right? Yes, the Emperor of Heaven back then was a powerhouse who surpassed the celestial being realm. The voice replied accurately, it's just that it's not easy to break through the threshold of the celestial being realm. The human emperor of the human race hasn't taken this step yet. The Emperor of Heaven can't stop the demonic abyss. Then, if someone is stronger than the Emperor of Heaven, can they stop the demonic abyss? I've never met someone who can be stronger than the Emperor of Heaven. The realm that the Emperor of Heaven is at is the true peak of the myriad races. The so-called peak is only because no one has truly touched on the higher level. You have to know that there's no end. Perhaps it's not impossible to go further. Marquis Bayun shook his head, not agreeing with the voice's words. There's no end to the Tao, you're the first person who dares to say so. The voice seemed to have thought of something. In the end, it only said one sentence before completely falling silent. I look forward to the day when you can break through the peak of the Emperor of Heaven. Break through the peak of the Emperor of Heaven, ascend to the throne and sit on the destiny of the human race. Marquis Bayun's expression was inexplicable. He muttered to himself, let's wait a little longer. It's still too early. Subsequently, he took out a letter with the seal of the South Wind Manor on it. This was a letter from the Alliance. They hoped that the North Cloud Manor could take action together and completely destroy the Great Zhao Empire. Without seeing Marquis Bayun do anything, the letter directly turned into ashes. Ever since Xianxia completely took over the South Wind Manor and Wuhan Manor officially rebelled, the various battles started again. The marquises of the 5 mansions formed an alliance. Tens of millions of troops attacked the imperial court together. Facing such an attack, the imperial court had to treat it seriously. There were almost no clashes. The imperial court directly gave up the 5 mansions and then gathered strength. With the Middle State Manor as the foundation, they directly faced the 5 mansions alliance. The battle situation changed in an instant. The Middle State Manor, which was supposed to be the center of the world, suddenly became the place to face the rebel army. On the same day, Xianxia finally couldn't withstand the pressure. He gathered the marquises of the other mansions to send troops to help the emperor and resist the rebel army together. The Great Zhao situation collapsed quickly. It completely exceeded everyone's expectations. As early as when the human emperor was alive, there were already rebellions. There were even cases of marquises establishing their own countries. However, these things were unable to shake the foundation of the Great Zhao. Even if Marquis Qianshan, Gu Chongqing, rebelled, the situation was still under the control of the Great Zhao Empire. However, ever since the human emperor fell, in just 1 or 2 years, the Great Zhao completely lost control of the world. The marquises all rebelled, causing the situation to collapse to an irreversible point. Boom! Qin Shujian's seal fell and suppressed an evil spirit. In an instant, the void buzzed. Then the array fell. The red lotus of purgation ignited and completely swallowed the evil spirit. After he absorbed the red lotus, his life force finally broke through the 700 million mark. After his life force broke through the 700 million mark, the Guiyuan ancestral cannon once again had a plus sign that could be upgraded. For Qin Shujian now, as long as he had enough life force, he would immediately convert it into strength. So, after using up the 700 million life force, the Guiyuan ancestral cannon was officially upgraded to the 5th level of the divine martial arts. At the same time, his strength was further enhanced. Guiyuan ancestral cannon 35, high divine level 5 ancient immortal body, level 5 impenetrable, level 5 red lotus of purgation. These were Qin Shujian's current attributes. In addition to that, his luck points had finally reached 1,300 points. This meant that 13 evil spirits had already fallen in his hands. And with the successive breakthroughs in his realm and the absorption of many red lotuses, his spiritual god had officially reached 320 meters from its original height of more than 200 meters. 320 meters of spiritual god, this had already exceeded the range of the ordinary peak of the divine martial realm. A cultivator at the peak of the divine martial realm would have a spiritual god of 300 meters. Only those great cultivators at the half-step celestial being level could break through this limit and reach another level. In other words, without relying on array techniques, Qin Shujian was already not weaker than a half-step celestial being level 1 expert. But in terms of true strength, even without using array techniques, he was still stronger than a half-step celestial being. Back then, the envoy of the Black Abyss was also a half-step celestial being, but his overall strength was definitely inferior to mine now. The 5th level of the divine martial realm is comparable to a half-step celestial being. If I continue to improve like this, maybe I don't need to break through to the celestial being realm to have the combat strength comparable to a celestial being. Xianxia thought to himself. This was a very important transformation. At that time, with the help of array techniques, he would have the confidence to fight against experts at the Demon King level. However, these were only his guesses. Everything had to really reach that point before he could be completely sure. During this period of time, although Qin Shujian had been killing demons, the Sky Origin sect had sent him messages almost every day. The content of the messages was naturally the current situation of the world and the changes in the situation. The Marquis of Bayonne of the Five Provincial Alliance hasn't made a move yet, but it's about time to take sides. In this case, the Great Zhou Empire shouldn't be able to hold on for too long. The decisive battle between the two sides will only be tomorrow. At that time, either the Great Zhou Empire will defeat the rebel army and reshuffle the cards in the world, or the rebels will win and the Great Zhou Empire, which has existed for thousands of years, will be completely destroyed. But no matter what, it's time to reshuffle the cards in the world. As this time approached, Qin Shujian became more and more anxious. It was really time to reshuffle the cards. The entire world would be affected. If the Sky Origin sect wanted to stabilize the situation, it would naturally be better if he was stronger. In particular, the Demon Clan was unwilling to just watch the show and wanted to get involved. This made him understand how tense the situation was. The 5th stage Divine Martial Realm is not enough. Even if I'm at the peak Divine Martial Realm, I'm still lacking. I have to break through to the Heaven Being Realm and not just become an early stage Heaven Being. Only then will I be able to protect myself from the surging waves and not completely capsize. When he thought of this, Qin Shujian immediately left his original spot and rushed to the next place. Now that he was killing more and more demons, he was getting more and more comfortable killing them. In the True Dominion, condensing 4 universal sky locks was a symbol of invincibility. No matter what kind of demon it was, they were no match for him. Especially with the help of the array formation, these demons had no chance of escaping even if they wanted to. In the short span of slightly more than a month, Qin Shujian didn't just travel to Level Chuan Prefecture. He also traveled to Fallen Moon Prefecture, White Yong Prefecture, and other prefectures. To him, it didn't matter which prefecture it was. What mattered was which place the demons were closest to him. In order to save time, Qin Shujian no longer targeted the prefectures one by one. Instead, he went to wherever he was closest to. This way, he would be able to avoid taking unnecessary detours. After all, while he was killing demons, other people were also hunting demons. If he didn't happen to encounter them, he might end up empty-handed. In this case, this wasn't the first time Qin Shujian had encountered such a situation. He had encountered empty-handed situations no less than 3 to 5 times. Of course, when it came to kill-stealing, no one else had been able to do so except for Dan Hao, who had made him experience the evils of the human world. In the span of slightly more than a month, Qin Shujian had also gained a lot. His luck points had broken through the 5,000 mark. As for the Origin Returning Ancestral Canon, it had successfully reached the 8th level. The 8th level of the Origin Returning Ancestral Canon. This also meant that his cultivation level had officially reached the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm. He could be considered to have entered the late-stage Divine Martial Realm. He was only 2 levels away from the peak Divine Martial Realm. However, after breaking through to the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm, Qin Shujian found that his original calculation was also wrong. He originally thought that after reaching the peak of the Divine Martial Realm, he would need about 10 billion life sources. But when he broke through to the 8th level, he had already consumed 2 billion. Combined with the consumption of the previous breakthrough, the consumption of life sources had already broken through the 5 billion mark. And judging from the past progress, the last 2 levels of life sources were often unrealistic. In this case, if he wanted to reach the peak of the Divine Martial Realm, he would need to consume at least 15 billion. Combined with the previous consumption, a Divine Martial Realm would consume at least 20 billion life sources. 20 billion life sources, this doesn't include the consumption of the Divine Martial Realm to break through to the Diviner Realm. If it is included, I'm afraid it will add another 20 to 30 billion. If he didn't count, he wouldn't know. But when he did, even Qin Shujian himself was shocked. Judging from the life sources that Yuanzong provided every day, if the original foundation was maintained, it would take more than 30 years, a total of more than 10,000 days. More than 30 years to reach the diviner realm. This time was actually not very long. All the cultivators in the world who had reached the diviner realm had all gone through hundreds of years of hard work. But looking at the current situation, whether it was the human race or the demon race, it was impossible for them to develop steadily for 30 years. Not to mention 30 years. Qin Shujian suspected that the current situation could not even last for 3 months. Fortunately, the Red Lotus of Purgation can directly kill evil spirits after leveling up. Otherwise, even if we don't have to wait 30 years, this time would not be shortened by much. However, if the Red Lotus of Purgation can kill evil spirits, then can it also kill players? Evil spirits were immortal and indestructible. Players were also immortal and indestructible. Comparing the two, there was a great similarity. Such a situation did not allow him to not think about this question. But, although this idea appeared, Qin Shujian did not have time to test it. Because players could be resurrected after death, but the location of their resurrection was not fixed. Unless he found the location of a player's resurrection and then waited there after killing the player, it would be impossible to distinguish. But this matter was not the most important thing now. After this matter was over, Qin Shujian had already planned to try it himself. If the Red Lotus of Purgation could really kill players, then the greatest threat in history could be completely eradicated. Players would die, then, the player's greatest advantage would be gone in front of him. By then, he would not be afraid no matter how many players there were. Wuhan Prefecture. Wuhan Marquis Prefecture. Shenhong sat in the main seat, as for the other marquises on his left and right. Marquis Qianshan Guchongqing. Marquis Baiyong Zhaoxinghuai. Marquis Luo Yuduchen Wu. Marquis Nanfeng Zhangyi. Other than the 5 of them, there was no one else in the hall, not even a guard at the door. Marquis Baiyun's side is still unwilling to join forces. With us? Shenhong tilted his head and asked Zhangyi. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhangyi shook his head and sneered. The Xiao family thinks highly of themselves. I thought Xiao Qingfeng was quite ambitious, but I didn't expect him to be so foolishly loyal. But it doesn't matter if there is one more Marquis Baiyun or one less. Now that the great Zhao dynasty has suffered heavy losses, we are enough to deal with it. He was the person in charge of contacting the Baiyun prefecture. For more than a month. He had already sent messages to Marquis Baiyun no less than 5 or 6 times, but he did not even reply once. Not to mention replying to the letter, he didn't even show the slightest bit of movement. He stood erect as if he didn't see anything. As a marquis, Zhangyi was also a proud person. Marquis Baiyun did not give him face, so naturally, he was not in a good mood. Du Qingwu sneered. If Xiao Qingfeng is foolishly loyal, then so be it. I'm afraid that Marquis Baiyun has a bigger plan and wants to take advantage of us. We have to be careful. Humph, how dare he? Zhangyi's face turned cold. He said coldly, Baiyun Prefecture's foundation is the weakest among the 13 prefectures. Xiao Qingfeng may be a powerful figure, but he is not invincible. If he wants to scheme against us alone, he's just digging his own grave. So what if he was a powerful figure, among the people present, who didn't have the means to deal with mighty figures, to be able to control a prefecture? He was naturally not a simple character. But even so, Zhangyi was still very cautious about Marquis Baiyun. No matter what. Marquis Baiyun was one step ahead of them and had broken through to another level. Powerful or not. The difference was still huge. Shenhong said, since Marquis Baiyun did not respond, we will ignore him for now. Our biggest opponent now is the great Zhao dynasty. Although the human emperor has fallen, the foundation of thousands of years is still there. There are many powerful figures in the royal family and many in the imperial astronomer. Marquis Qianshan should know this very well. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Guchongqing. Not long ago, a great battle had broken out in the Thousand Mountains prefecture. The Lord of the South had joined forces with the powerful figures from the imperial astronomer. It could be said that the battle had been earth-shattering. Gu Chongqing had found a mysterious powerful figure from somewhere. Then, with their support, they had defeated the Lord of the South and the Imperial Astronomer. They had completely expelled the power of the Imperial Court from the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. As for the mysterious powerful figure, he did not want to talk much about it. But when Shen Hong thought about the recent rumors, he had some guesses in his heart. But these things. It was not the time to talk about it, so he turned a blind eye. It was so much so that the other people present also had their own opinions and thoughts regarding this matter. As for Shen Hong's words, Gu Chongqing looked calm and did not feel any sense of urgency. He replied calmly, "You have seen the strength of the Imperial Astronomer with your own eyes. I don't need to repeat myself. The human emperor's fall was too sudden, and the royal family was not prepared. Now is our best chance." Speaking of this, he paused for a moment and looked at the others with a mocking expression. "Don't tell me that you have not thought about the throne. Anyway, things have already come to this point. There is no need to think so much. Let's take down the Middle State Prefecture in one go. The rest can be discussed in the future." Gu Chongqing's words echoed in the hall. Shen Hong and the others did not feel embarrassed because their thoughts had been exposed. Everyone looked normal. After all, everyone was well aware of why they were determined to rebel. At this time, trying to cover up would only make it more conspicuous. It was completely unnecessary. Zhao Xinghuai, who had been silent, said, "We have already set up a spy in the Great Zhao dynasty. When the time comes, it will naturally create an opportunity for us. Shi Yang's methods are not bad, but they are still too weak. After thousands of years as a prince, he can no longer distinguish the big picture. If the Great Zhao falls into his hands, it will be destroyed sooner or later. The Great Zhao does not have many soldiers, and most of them are in the hands of Dan Hao and the others. But we killed Luo Jing first and weakened their power." Shen Hong continued, looking at the others. "Other than the experts of the Imperial family and the Imperial Astronomer, the Great Zhao does not have much power. As for the Imperial family and the Imperial Astronomer, there should be powerful people, but there should not be many. With our current power, there should not be much of a problem to deal with them. The Great Zhao's biggest problem right now was the Imperial Astronomer and the Imperial family. The Imperial Astronomer was mysterious. The Imperial family had deep foundations. Not counting these two, the Great Zhao did not have much power left. As for the other officials, most of them were just grass on the top of the wall, and would not stand firmly on any side. Also, they had been in charge of their own estates for many years, and could not be completely uninvolved in matters of the imperial court. Therefore, in the imperial court, there were also people in their faction. It was just that they were more secretive and were not detected by others. What's the point of thinking so much? Do we still have a choice in the current situation? Du Qinggu did not care, shaking his head. Either we enter or we die. Even if we do not act, when Shi Yang recovers, he will not give us a way out. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for us. Right now, the 5 prefectures have already surrounded the central province. We can just send troops. Who cares if it is the Imperial Astronomer or the Imperial family? If they had the power, they would have destroyed us long ago. Why wait until now? In Du Qingwu's view, if the Great Zhao had the power, how would they have fallen to the current situation? They would have sent an army of experts to destroy them long ago. Falling to the current situation. In the end, the Great Zhao did not have enough power and could not control the overall situation. The 5 prefectures had surrounded the central province. The Great Zhao could only seek help from the other prefectures. But from the current situation, Shi Yang might not be able to trust the vassals of the other prefectures. Until now, the situation in front of the Great Zhao was a dead end, and there was no need to worry too much. Hearing this, the others were silent for a while. Zhao Xinghuai suddenly laughed. Marquis Luoyue is not wrong, we are thinking too much. What is there to think about in the current situation? The central province prefecture is already surrounded by us. The next step is naturally for the 2 armies to clash and take down the eternal imperial city. What do you guys think of the Inhumans? Zhang Yi suddenly changed the topic to the players. Inhumans are troublesome. Xianxia's expression was also slightly dignified as he said, however, at this stage, the mutants are not enough to pose a threat to us. However, there are some experts among the mutants that we need to think of a way to suppress. The biggest problem with the Inhumans was that they were immortal. However, there was also a shortcoming, and that was the lack of top-notch experts overseeing it. According to Xianxia's understanding, at this stage, the strongest among the variant humans was only at the spirit martial realm. There are also some people with wild ambitions, but we must guard against them. However, we must first take down the Great Zhao Empire. It will not be too late to slowly resolve the other problems later. Gu. Chongqing smiled meaningfully. After saying this, the other dukes also had different expressions on their faces, but no one spoke again. As for the other questions, after Great Zhao was dealt with, it went without saying what other problems there would be. 3 days later, our army will attack and take down Great Zhao. All right. Soon, Gu Chongqing and the others stood up and returned to their respective residences. In the Thousand Mountains Prefecture, Bu Tianhua said in a low voice, Marquis, although we are working with the other dukes now, after Great Zhao is destroyed, we will definitely have to fight with them. We must guard against them. With the strength of the demon race, can't we deal with them? Of course, we are not afraid of them. However, there are differences between the two races. If we attack openly, I'm afraid it will cause more intense resistance. Bu Tianhua revealed a worried expression. Gu Chongqing smiled faintly and said, there is no hurry. The day the imperial city is destroyed will be the day they die. As long as we kill Xianxia and the others, the rest will have no leader. Naturally, there will be no one who can fight against us. There was only one emperor's throne. It was destined that only one person could sit on it. Although the 5 prefectures were working together now, that was because of the pressure from Great Zhao. Without the pressure from Great Zhao, the 5 prefectures were never true allies. The moment the Great Zhao was destroyed, it would be time for their alliance to split. Gu Chongqing believed. Other than him, the other dukes must be preparing as well. When the time was right, they would be completely exposed and fight for the emperor's throne. Thinking of this, Gu Chongqing looked at Bu Tianhua and said calmly, for some reason, someone leaked the news of the demon saint's appearance. However, this is fine. After all, everyone only thinks that the demon race has produced one demon saint. If the heavenly demon temple can provide a few more demon saints as support, then all the problems will no longer be a problem. I will go back and report this. Bu Tianhua frowned deeply and did not answer directly. It seemed that Gu Chongqing felt that 2 demon saints were too few and hoped that the demon race would send out more forces. This was not a small matter. Now that the demon emperor was dead, the demon saints were the top cultivators of the demon race. The 12 demon saints were the sky. As long as we take down Great Zhao, then I will not go back on my promise to split the world between humans and demons. Gu Chongqing said, in 3 days, the army will attack Middle State Prefecture. I hope that the demon saints will follow the army. The day the imperial city is destroyed is the day Great Zhao falls. It is also the beginning of the collapse of the alliance. At that time, if Xianxia and the others are allowed to leave, there will be a lot of trouble. I think the demon race will not be willing to give up so much and not get the reward they deserve. Bu Tianhua was silent for a while. After a long while, he nodded and said, I understand. I will go back and report to the Heavenly Demon Temple. I will give you an answer then. Okay, I will wait for your good news. Gu Chongqing nodded with a smile on his face. Although the Heavenly Demon Temple already had 2 demon saints, he did not think that 2 demon saints were enough. The marquises all had powerful trump cards. Although the demon saints were powerful, they might not be able to do anything to them. After all, they had thousands of years of accumulation and enjoyed the resources of a prefecture. Even a pig would not be unprepared after such a long time. Moreover, Xianxia and the others were all scheming people. If they revealed their trump cards, it would definitely be shocking. In the Marquis' mansion. Now, Eagle Saint and Ghost Saint lived in seclusion. Most of the time, they were like ordinary people and did not show too much. As for the servants in the Marquis residence, they did not know that the 2 of them were demon saints, let alone that they were powerful demon saints. Luo Feiyu's strength is indeed extraordinary. He is probably at the 6th level of the celestial human realm and close to the half-mighty realm. The Great Zhao's foundation is really deep. Eagle Sage recalled the previous battle, and a grave expression appeared on his face. A half-mighty realm could not make the demon race so cautious. But one had to know. A half-mighty realm was only one of the powerful people that the Great Zhao had nurtured over the years. There were 4 marquises in the Great Zhao, and Luo Feiyu was only one of them. Since the other party was at the 6th level of the celestial human realm, the other marquises would not be much weaker. There might even be almighties. Besides this, there were still powerful people in the imperial family and the mysterious imperial astronomer. The demon emperor established the heavenly demon temple. The human emperor established the imperial astronomer. To a certain extent, the imperial astronomer was a place with the same name as the heavenly demon temple. However, in terms of foundation, the imperial astronomer could not be compared to the heavenly demon temple, but it was not to be underestimated. Hearing this, the ghost sage took a sip of his tea and asked casually, based on your previous battle, what level are the experts from the imperial astronomer at? About the same as Luo Feiyu. They are not almighties. This can't be the true strength of the imperial astronomer. Xing Tian spent so much effort to build the imperial astronomer. There must be some almighties overseeing it. It seems that the Great Zhao is hiding something. The ghost saint shook his head and did not care too much. So what if the imperial astronomer had almighties? They could only be at most at the 7th level of the celestial human realm. Before the Great Zhao was established, the demon race ruled the world and the human race could only protect themselves in a corner. The reason for this was because the human race was weak. 10,000 years ago, the human race only had a few almighties supporting them and did not have the qualifications to compete with the demon race. It was not until the rise of the human emperor that the human race had one more powerful person who led the human race to rise and drove the demon race out. However, the human emperor was the strongest in the human race. The rest were weak. More than 6,000 years had passed. For the human race, it was already an incredible thing to be able to produce so many half-step almighties and celestial humans. As for the almighties above them, it was already a miracle that a few of them appeared. The heavenly demon temple had 12 demon saints. This was the accumulation of the demon race for tens of thousands of years. In addition, the demon race's lifespan was much longer than the human race's. 10,000 years ago, the human race did not have many powerful people. The only almighties were the human emperor. Even if the human emperor had tried his best to nurture the human race for thousands of years, how many could he have nurtured in a few thousand years? After all, almighties. They could not be born just by relying on time. In some races, an almighty was considered the almighties of the demon race. There were even some races that did not even have almighties and only relied on a few celestial humans. However, for large races like the human race and the demon race, almighties were not qualified to be called almighties. 2 demon saints are not enough. It seems that Gu Chongqing has a big plan. Could it be that he really wants to bury all his opponents on the day the imperial city is destroyed? The eagle saint's voice was cold. As a demon saint, he had naturally received news of this matter. The ghost saint said, if Gu Chongqing doesn't have a big plan, why would he cooperate with our race? But it doesn't matter. No matter how big a plan is, he has to have enough power to support it. Otherwise, in the face of absolute power, all plans are just a joke. Now, let's see how the heavenly demon temple responds. The eagle saint slowly shook his head. On the same day, the troops of the various prefectures were mobilized and gathered, causing quite a commotion. Under the situation of besieging the Middle State Prefecture, there were still troops gathered and mobilized. Everyone knew what this meant. In the following 2 days, the 5 prefectures' armies were mobilized and ready for war. As for the imperial court, they also issued several orders to prepare to deal with the 5 prefectures' allied army. These things. As Qin Shujian traveled through the various regions, he also received real-time information. Originally, whether it was the feudal lords or the imperial court, it had nothing to do with him. However, he received another message. Terminate the cooperation. Qin Shujian put down the communication jade talisman in his hand and frowned. The imperial court originally wanted him to kill the demons of the various prefectures and then exchange 5 demons for a spirit stone as a reward. But now, an envoy from the imperial court had come to Liang Mountain again, hoping to terminate this cooperation. To put it bluntly, he wanted him to stop killing evil demons. After receiving this message, Qin Shujian stopped in his tracks and his expression changed. The imperial court has been forced into a desperate situation to make such a decision. What did terminating the cooperation mean? It meant that the imperial court didn't plan to use too much power on the demons. It even meant that they hoped to leave the demon disaster in the various prefectures as a means to restrain the rebel army. One had to know. The demon disaster was no small matter. The great Zhao dynasty was still the ruler of the world in name. With this order, it meant that the other party was prepared to sacrifice the rook to save the king. Xianxia was really forced into a corner to make such a decision. However, if he does this, the great Zhao dynasty will lose a lot of people's support. This isn't a wise decision. Qin Shujian put away the communication jade talisman and looked around. When he activated his Dharma eye, he saw that the originally clear sky was now covered in a layer of red clouds. Red clouds to kill, this meant that the heavens and earth were brewing some kind of killing intent. At this moment, Thousand Mountain Prefecture and the other prefectures had their luck rising and turning into auspicious beasts that surrounded the Middle State Prefecture. It was like they were about to explode and rip apart the imperial court's luck. As for where the Middle State Prefecture was, this time, Qin Shujian was smart and didn't look around casually. Last time, he almost died. He had almost killed himself. Although his strength had increased a lot this time, he was not confident that he could protect himself. However, he was also curious about the Middle State Imperial Court's luck. Last time, he only took a quick glance and didn't see many things clearly. Just one look, just one look. If things go wrong, I will stop immediately. Anyway, I was fine last time. This time, I have broken through to the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm and my strength has increased by several times. I also have a supreme treasure to protect myself, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Qin Shujian kept comforting himself. It was as if a cat was scratching his heart, making it itchy and unbearable. The last time he took a look, he was heavily injured and was blind for a few days. Ever since then, he warned himself not to use his Dharma eye to look around blindly every day. But now, Qin Shujian still couldn't resist the urge to take a look. In the end, he took out the 27 square array discs and the rank 6 golden lotus and the dustless celestial robe were already in place. Then, he gathered his true essence and completely activated his Dharma eye. The moment his Dharma eye was activated, Qin Shujian took a step into the air and looked directly at the Middle State Prefecture. Boom, looking out, one could see a vast expanse of yellow clouds. A huge dragon was sleeping in the yellow clouds. An aura that looked down on the world swept out. No matter how the auspicious beasts of the 5 prefectures roared, it had an aura that suppressed everything. When Qin Shujian glanced over, he saw that Qin Shujian's expression had changed. The 10,000 feet long giant dragon suddenly opened its eyes. Its gaze crossed an endless distance and landed on Qin Shujian. When they looked at each other, Qin Shujian felt a sharp pain in his eyes. He had no choice but to close them, not daring to meet its gaze. Roar! An earth-shattering roar shook his soul to the point that his soul trembled violently. A terrifying force came crashing down from the heavens, as if to completely destroy Qin Shujian. There was no hesitation. He immediately used the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, then summoned the rank 6 golden lotus to block the attack. Then, he used the dustless celestial robe to weaken it further. Until the very end. Qin Shujian took out the blood of 1,000 mountains. Using this 3-seal Dao artifact as the foundation, he used the first severing. This force was invisible and intangible, and it acted directly on the spirit god. Therefore, using the spirit severing to deal with it was just right. Boom! When the 2 attacks collided, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The aftermath of the destruction spread in all directions. At the same time, Qin Shujian felt the acupoints in his body tremble violently. His blood boiled like magma, and the power of the ancient immortal body was completely activated. This attack. It directly triggered his physical body's instinctive counterattack. After a long time, Xianxia grunted. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he retreated. However, the force finally disappeared. So strong. Xianxia was shocked. At this moment, the power of his Dharma eye disappeared. He looked in the direction of the central state prefecture. There were no more yellow clouds or giant dragons. Compared to the last time, when he only took a quick glance, he was directly hit by the fate. This time, he was obviously much better. Although he was still injured, it was only a minor injury. It was not a big deal. What really shocked Xianxia was, the great Zhao dynasty had already fallen to such a state, but the fate of the nation was still so vast. It could be seen that the great Zhao dynasty's foundation had reached a shocking level. The fate of the origin sect was also at its peak. However, compared to the great Zhao dynasty, it paled in comparison. There was no comparison at all. Is this the fate of the imperial court? Xianxia took a few deep breaths. He did not see it clearly the last time, but this time, he saw the whole picture. He had originally guessed the imperial court could be a 9th grade force. Now, it seemed that he was even more certain of his guess. Only a 9th grade force could do such a thing. It could directly turn an ordinary divine martial artist into ashes with just a glance of fate, or else, if the great Zhao dynasty was not a 9th grade force, then how terrifying would the legendary 9th grade force be, subsequently? Xianxia glanced at his own fate. At this moment, the light green fate was slightly thinner. It was faintly showing signs of falling. Seeing this, his face darkened even more. To take a peek at the fate of others without permission, one had to pay a heavy price. However, a normal fate backlash would not affect one's body. However, the great Zhao's national fate was different. Not only did the backlash of the providence injure Xianxia, but even the providence on his body was weakened. However, it was worth rejoicing over. Although his luck had dropped by 1 point, it was still in the green stage. With the power of the origin sect, as the head of the origin sect, the fate that had been weakened would slowly recover under the support of the origin sect. This time, Xianxia understood another thing. The Dharma eye really could not be used carelessly. If he took a glance and his qi and blood were to be weakened by a few levels, then he would not even be able to cry. Curiosity killed the cat. This sentence cannot be faked. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Everything was fine, but he had to take a look at the fate of the great Zhao dynasty. However, from the current fate of the nation, the imperial court should have other trump cards in hand. There would not be any problems in the short term. As for the message from the imperial court, he directly ignored it. Now was not the same as before. After discovering the ability of the Red Lotus of Purgation, the spirit stones given by the imperial court could only be considered as a bonus. Although it was not dispensable, compared to the gains of the demons, it was not much. If the imperial court terminated the cooperation, at most they would take less spirit stones. Regarding this, Xianxia did not have any objections. At most, he would just purely do voluntary labor. Anyway, it was not a big deal. He took a look at his attributes, as well as his source of life and luck points. Xianxia murmured, I am now in the 8th level of the divine martial realm and have more than 5,000 luck points. It is just that my source of life is a little less. In another 2 or 3 months, I should be able to reach the peak of the divine martial realm or directly become a diviner. The normal time was more than 30 years. Now, it only needed 2 or 3 months. Naturally, he would not mind that it was too long. If it was someone else, not to mention 2 or 3 months, even if they could become a diviner in 20 or 30 years, it would be enough to make them go crazy. He simply adjusted his breathing on the spot. Xianxia took out another pill and swallowed it, completely recovering the injuries in his body. Shortly after, he directly flew into the air and headed in another direction. Now, the great Zhao directly took out their forces and no longer cared about the demon disaster. As for the various lords, they were obviously eager to take down the middle state prefecture and did not put too much effort into the demon disaster. As a result, 90% of the people fighting against the demon disaster were players. It could be said that the demons released by the players were still dealt with by the players in the end. It was just that in this process, many people gained benefits. However, it was still the same sentence. Although there were many players, there was a lack of top experts. Although there were many true martial realm players, there was a chance to reach the peak of the true martial realm and even the spirit martial realm players. As a result, in some places, the players did not have enough strength. When fighting against the demon disaster, it was a little difficult. As a result, the demon disaster in some places had already shown signs of going out of control. When Xianxia arrived just in time to see the demon disaster break through the players' blockade and spread to other places. As for the demons, they also left the broken land and headed to other areas. In the eyes of the players, the demons were like big bosses that were hard to deal with. If one wanted to deal with a boss of this level, unless it was an elite team that did not care about casualties, they would have a chance. Or else, it would be impossible for normal teams to deal with them. What can we do? The boss is too strong. We can't stop it at all. A female player retreated as she fought. Even with her physical invulnerability state strength, she couldn't stop the endless waves of demons. Not to mention, it was the mountain-like evil spirit that was approaching step by step. Now that the demons had broken through the blockade, the situation was out of control. Originally, the players formed a large circle to encircle these things in an orderly manner. As long as they didn't go too deep, there wouldn't be any danger. But it was different now. The situation was out of control. The blockade that the players maintained was gone. Under the surging demons, many players were trapped. For a moment, the death rate of the players increased greatly. Retreat! Wu Luoling shouted. The long whip in her hand moved like a silver snake. It instantly pierced through the skulls of two skeletons and extinguished the soul flames inside. Then, looking at the demons that were moving toward them, she chose to retreat immediately. It wasn't that she didn't want to kill this boss. On the forums, there were many players posting videos and posts, all of which contained information about the evil demons. Since the start of the demons had been synonymous with invincibility at the beginning. Now, they were gradually conquered by some powerful player teams. However, compared to the large number of demons that broke out of the seal, the demons that were conquered by the player teams were only a small part of the total. Moreover, every team that defeated the demons had to pay a heavy price. Most importantly, the demons didn't seem to drop many things. Most of them only gave experience points and mission rewards. If they were lucky enough, the demons would carry weapons. Some players guessed that the weapons could be dropped. It just needed a certain probability. But so far, no one had succeeded. Conquering demons. It was more to make a name for themselves. Of course, the mission rewards were also generous. But after deducting the losses, there wasn't much to be gained. But no matter what, killing demons was very difficult. Very difficult. Someone had once calculated that if they wanted to defeat Sinister, they would need at least 1,000 physical invulnerability experts and above. Only then would it be possible. And it was under the premise that they didn't take into account the losses. So, although Wu Luoling had the idea of killing the boss, she didn't have the courage to put it into action. Until now, the team had spent a lot of time and money on nurturing. If they were wiped out by the evil demons, their overall strength would drop by a level. This was not an easy thing for her to accept. When Wu Luoling gave the order to retreat, the other players in the team also gave up on their opponents and retreated in an orderly manner. It was worth mentioning. All the players in the team were female. There were no males. Leader, should we contact the others and kill this boss? Wu Luoling remained unmoved. Glancing at the petite girl beside her, she shook her head and said, "Who can we contact? Evil demons basically won't give us anything good, so what's the point of killing it? Let's retreat first." When the others saw this, they didn't say anything else. After all, Wu Luoling was the team leader. There were many things that they had to listen to her. Boom, with a single slap, he killed several players who were as small as ants. demonic Lord Ming Luo drove all the demonic disaster to invade other regions. It was unknown when it started. The forces that had besieged him were greatly weakened, giving him the opportunity to expand to other regions. At first, demonic Lord Ming Luo thought that the other party was plotting something, so he didn't do anything. He just silently absorbed the energy provided by the demonic disaster and gradually recovered from his injuries. To be able to be suppressed in the seal. This proved that he had been defeated by a strong person before. And in the seal, there was no chance for demonic Lord Ming Luo to recover from his injuries. This could only be done after the seal was broken. But after his injuries recovered, demonic Lord Ming Luo realized that the humans didn't do anything, but the forces that besieged him were further weakened. At this point, he couldn't be bothered to find out if there was really a conspiracy and directly drove the demonic disaster to attack. The result was unexpectedly smooth. The blockade that suppressed the demonic disaster was broken through without much effort. As the demonic disaster spread out, demonic Lord Ming Luo was also a little excited. The reason why the evil demons were eager to go to the Greater Thousand World was, on one hand, because the demonic abyss was too lonely. On the other hand, it was for the flesh and blood of the living beings in the Greater Thousand World. Evil demons were born to be celestial beings. However, it would not be easy to improve on this foundation. Only by devouring the flesh and blood of living beings could their cultivation level increase rapidly. This was also the reason why the evil demons were obsessed with creating demonic disasters. Because was to plunder enough flesh and blood. Kill, listen to my command, kill to your heart's content. Demonic Lord Ming Luo laughed wildly. In an instant, demonic chi spread out in all directions, as if it was the end of the world. You look very happy? Who? Demonic Lord Ming Luo's laughter stopped abruptly. The moment he turned his head, he only saw a huge fist, directly occupying his entire line of sight. Boom, a terrifying force exploded. Demonic Lord Ming Luo's face exploded with blood, and his body was also bombarded backward. A sudden change of events. Demonic Lord Ming Luo was caught off guard, and it also made the other players stunned on the spot. What happened? Many people weren't clear about the situation. But looking at the sudden appearance of the tens of feet tall body, some people had doubts in their eyes, while others had a thoughtful look. Demonic Lord Ming Luo was injured in one blow, and immediately took the opportunity to pull apart the distance between them. Then, demonic chi rolled back, healing the injuries on his face. Immediately after, he looked angrily at the person in front of him and shouted sternly, "Who are you? How dare you sneak attack me? The person who will kill you." Qin Shujian sneered. In the next moment, he had already closed in on him and attacked again. The universe sky lock filled the sky. A terrifying force was revived. In the face of this power, demonic Lord Ming Luo was shocked. Without thinking, he attacked. Boom, due to the difference in strength between both parties, demonic Lord Ming Luo was at a disadvantage after just exchanging blows. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, coupled with the primordial indestructible body, in terms of strength, Qin Shujian was confident that not many people in the same realm could be his match. And in the true dominion, unless an almighty attacked, no one would be inferior to him. Originally, he hadn't planned to come here. After all, there was another place that was closer. However, because the demon disaster had spread out, Qin Shujian had sensed the demonic chi from afar. Thus, he had changed his direction at the last minute and come over to take a look. In the end, he happened to meet demonic Lord Ming Luo. There was no need to say anything else. In Qin Shujian's eyes, any evil devil was a walking treasure. If he hadn't met demonic Lord Ming Luo, it would have been fine. However, since he had met him, there was no way he could ignore him. When he looked over with his Dharma eye, the other party was a fifth-stage heaven-being evil devil. To Qin Shujian, this was a very lucrative character. Fifth-stage heaven being. At least 200 million life sources. Sister Ling, what should we do now? A young girl suddenly didn't know what to do as she looked at the scene before her. Originally, they had been pressured by the evil devil. They had no choice but to retreat. However, now that an even more powerful character had arrived, it became a problem whether to retreat or not. Regarding Qin Shujian's words, many people recognized him. However, after he executed the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, he looked somewhat unfamiliar. However, very soon, some people recognized Qin Shujian's identity. During this period of time, this cold mountain stronghold master had been killing evil devils all over the world. This was not a secret. There were also many players who complained about the fact that they were being targeted for kill stealing. Looking at the scene before her, Wu Luoling's pretty face hesitated for a moment. Then, she gritted her teeth and said, "While the boss is occupied by Cold Mountain Stronghold Master, let's kill the other monsters with all our might. Find another opportunity and see if we can snatch the boss." Ah, snatch the boss? Some people were shocked by her bold decision. Wu Luoling rolled her eyes and said, "Cold Mountain Stronghold Master has snatched the boss from other players many times. Why is he the only one who can snatch the boss and we can't? At most, we'll just die once. As long as we snatch the boss's last hit, the quest reward alone will be enough to make up for our losses." In her opinion, no matter how famous Qin Shujian was, it didn't matter. In any case, snatching the boss depended on the strength of both parties. Moreover, the other party wasn't a good person. There was no rule that stated that he could snatch from others and others couldn't snatch from him. However, although Wu Luoling had the idea of snatching the boss, she also knew that it wouldn't be an easy task. Qin Shujian's strength was especially strong. They only had one chance. Once they failed, it would be impossible to snatch the boss again. At this thought, Wu Luoling dealt with the devil disaster skeletons beside her while slowly leading the team towards the battlefield. However, she didn't want to attract other people's attention. The team's advance was less deliberate. Meanwhile, the battle between Qin Shujian and Demon Lord Ming Luo was still ongoing. As a 5th-stage heaven-human expert, Ming Luo had recovered completely. The strength he could unleash in the True Dominion was not weak. Even though he wasn't as strong as a cultivator who had condensed 4 universal heavenly locks, he wasn't too far off. Therefore, he was at a disadvantage. In the face of Qin Shujian's fierce attacks, Demon Lord Ming Luo was still able to maintain the situation. However, he was able to maintain the situation. The scales of victory were tilting towards Qin Shujian at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom, thunder burst forth. Qin Shujian took out the 1,000 mountain blood. The 3-seal Dao artifact exploded instantly. Coupled with the spirit-severing martial art, he slashed out a terrifying saber move. Saber/physical body, heart/spiritual spirit. The first spirit-severing saber move was to turn the spiritual spirit into a saber to slash the opponent's spiritual spirit. Now, coupled with the 1,000 mountain blood, the power of this move merged with the Dao artifact. In an instant, the monstrous fiend Qi was torn apart. Demon Lord Ming Luo struck out with his finger. A vast finger aura shot out but was destroyed by the thunder saber aura. In the next second, the saber aura landed. As Demon Lord Ming Luo's physical body crumbled, he felt a sharp pain in his mind, forcing him to scream. Ah! The devil Qi could heal the injuries of the physical body, but it couldn't heal the injuries of the spirit god. This saber move directly injured both his physical body and spiritual spirit. To this, all Qin Shujian had to do was to follow up the victory. Although the 2-stage saber intent was not at the level of simplifying, his saber moves were extremely exquisite. Demon Lord Ming Luo had almost no power to resist and fell into a passive situation. The saber slashed out. His physical body was torn apart. As blood flowed, the fiend Qi constantly repaired the physical body. But no matter how the fiend Qi recovered, there was no way to reverse the situation. Soon, Demon Lord Ming Luo was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Now, Wu Luoling, who had been paying close attention to the battle, saw that Demon Lord Ming Luo was seriously injured and on the verge of death. She did not have time to be shocked by Qin Shujian's strength and rushed forward. At the same time, she took out a jade talisman and crushed it with force. Crack, like a bolt from the blue, purple lightning shot out from the jade talisman and blasted toward Demon Lord Ming Luo like a rainbow. This jade talisman, Wu Luoling had completed a difficult hidden mission and obtained it as a reward. As for the function of the jade talisman, it contained the power of a god martial arts realm attack. And thunder was pure yang, which was the best way to restrain demons. Therefore, a jade talisman comparable to a god martial arts realm attack was enough to kill the seriously injured demon Lord Ming Luo. A sudden attack. Before demon Lord Ming Luo could react, Qin Shujian on the side was the first to come back to his senses. Kill steal. Seeing that attack, this was the first thought that came to his mind. Suddenly, a surge of endless anger surged from Qin Shujian's heart. Kill steal. What he, sect master Qin, hated the most in his life was people who stole other people's kill. Swish, Qin Shujian's saber, which was originally aimed at demon Lord Ming Luo, changed its direction and slashed towards the purple thunderbolt. The terrifying saber aura instantly destroyed the purple lightning. It was not over yet. After the saber aura destroyed the purple lightning, it continued to slash toward Wu Luoling's direction. The saber aura that was hundreds of feet long fell. Everything within a radius of a few feet was completely destroyed. After venting the anger in his heart, Qin Shujian threw away the array disc and used the grand array to cover himself and demon Lord Ming Luo. On the other side, in the resurrection point. Until now, Wu Luoling had not completely recovered from the saber that was deeply imprinted in her mind. It was not that she had never seen a powerful NPC. When she was completing that hidden mission, she had met an extremely powerful NPC. In order to complete the mission, Wu Luoling used all her trump cards. But, now that she was facing Qin Shujian, she realized that there was always someone better than her. That NPC expert she met before was nothing in front of this Cold Mountain Gang master. That saber's brilliance. It directly shattered Wu Luoling's heart. The imprint of that saber could not be erased no matter how hard she tried. She had even temporarily forgotten about the loss she had suffered this time. Sister Ling. Captain, what's wrong? Until a voice beside her woke Wu Luoling up from her daze. She looked at the others. She took a deep breath and shook her head. It's nothing. I was careless this time. I did not expect the Cold Mountain Gang master to be so powerful. At this moment. Only then did Wu Luoling remember the loss this time. Her heart skipped a beat and she could not breathe. Loss, huge loss, that jade talisman of the god martial realm was very valuable. And Qin Shujian's final saber attack had almost wiped out her entire team. Their collective realm had dropped by one level. This price was simply too great. Central State Prefecture, Imperial City. In the back garden of the Imperial Palace, there was a pond decorated with lotus flowers. Below, koi fish would occasionally jump out of the water and then disappear into the pond. Xianxia held a handful of bait in one hand and used his other hand to pick up some of it and sprinkle it into the pond. Instantly, it attracted a group of fish to gather. Your Majesty, ever since we diverted our forces to suppress the demon disaster, many places have lost control of the situation and the demon disaster has spread. If this continues, I'm afraid there will be no end to the trouble. An old eunuch stood behind Xianxia. His body was slightly bowed as he reported some matters. Out of control? Xianxia shook his head and laughed, but he did not stop feeding the fish. In your opinion, how much more out of control can the current situation get? Although the situation is tense, there will be a time to resolve it. Resolving it is easier said than done. Xianxia's tone was calm, but there was coldness in his eyes as he looked at the pond. Now that the rebel alliance is about to invade our Central State Prefecture and reach the Imperial City, how do you think the current situation can be resolved? The old eunuch was speechless. At this moment, Xianxia did not stop talking. His voice gradually turned into a low growl. The imperial court has always treated them well. For thousands of years, they were given high positions and land to sit on, blessing the younger generation. But now, look at how they are treating me. Betrayal, rebellion, they are no longer satisfied with the position of a duke. What these people want is the entire world. What they want is my head. Tell me, what else can I do in this situation? Xianxia suddenly turned around and stared at the old eunuch with a pair of cold eyes as he questioned sternly. Hearing this, the old eunuch could only lower his head in silence. A moment later, Xianxia suppressed the anger in his heart and turned around again. He repeated his actions. You have been by my father's side for thousands of years. You should know a lot of things, but even you don't know what to do in the current situation. I wanted to suppress the demon disaster and return peace to the world, but these rebels are not willing to do so. Since they are forcing me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Only by erecting the title of Great Zhao will the world have meaning. Otherwise, I don't care about this world. So what if they were demons? In Shi Yang's eyes, none of this was important. If he could not even keep his throne, then he would rather drag the world down with him. The ruler of a fallen country was destined to go down in history in infamy. Shi Yang did not mind adding a few more stains to his reputation in the future. So, that was why he directly withdrew his troops and no longer cared about the demon disaster. If the rebellion could be quelled, then he would naturally be able to free up his hands and destroy all the demons. But if he could not quell the rebellion, then there was nothing to say. At most, he would fight to the death. If I can't have it, then no one else can either. Shen Hong, Gu Chongqing, Zhang Yi, Zhao Xinghuai, Du Qingguo, you all deserve to die. Shi Yang murmured. His murderous intent had accumulated to a very high level. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out from his body. In an instant, all the koi fish in the pond were crushed into minced meat by this power. The originally clear pond water had turned blood red. As for the servants beside him, their bodies directly exploded under this aura, turning into a bloody mist that scattered across the sky. Only the old eunuch's body emitted a subtle wave of energy that blocked this aura. Your Majesty, please calm down. Quell my anger, I will naturally quell my anger. As long as all the traitors are killed, that will be enough. Shi Yang also withdrew his aura at this time, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As for the bloody scene around him, he simply glanced at it. Then, the old eunuch waved his hand, and a gust of wind appeared out of thin air, erasing all traces. Even the blood in the pond was gone. Instead, it was replaced by clear pond water. Let's find a time to raise some fish here. Otherwise, an empty pond will be a little ugly. After Shi Yang finished speaking, he had already walked away. Yes. The old eunuch bowed and accepted the order, then followed behind Shi Yang and left. At the same time, the aura that had just erupted also alarmed the experts who were hiding in the palace. However, after these people did not notice anything unusual, they all regained their calm. Not long after Shi Yang left, a guard immediately rushed over. The moment he saw Shi Yang, he knelt down on one knee. Your Majesty, the rebels have attacked the Central State Prefecture. They're here. Shi Yang's fingers that were tucked in his sleeves trembled slightly, and the expression on his face turned cold. The rebels had attacked the Central State Prefecture. This was something that he had long expected. In these few days, the 5 prefectures had been mobilizing their armies. The news that they had stationed troops at the border of the Central State Prefecture was not a secret. Even the commoners knew about this news. It was impossible that the imperial court did not know about it at all. However, even though this was something that he had long prepared for, when it really happened, it still made his heart tremble, and he felt a great pressure. However, Shi Yang did not reveal any of this. Instead, he quietly looked at the guard and said, "Tell me what exactly happened." The rebels from the 5 prefectures, Nanfeng, Baiyong, Qianshan, Wuan, and Luoyu, have divided into 3 armies. A total of 70 million troops have officially crossed the border and are heading towards the Central State Prefecture. The guard's voice trembled slightly. 70 million troops, Shi Yang took a deep breath, then suddenly laughed. They've really invested a lot. This 70 million troops are probably the elites of the 5 prefectures. They're not afraid that they'll all die in our Central State Prefecture. At the end, his eyes were frighteningly cold. Then, Shi Yang ordered, immediately gather the officials for a meeting. I'll wait for them in the hall. If anyone doesn't arrive within an hour, they'll be treated as rebels and punished. Yes. Rumble, an immeasurable army was besieging a city. A dense rain of arrows was constantly thrown toward the city. It was just that the defense array formation rose, blocking the rain of arrows outside. Kill. Kill. The first person to climb the city wall will be heavily rewarded. With a heavy reward, there would naturally be brave men. Instantly, The siege became even more intense. Block them all. The Imperial Court's reinforcements will arrive in a flash. The rebels can't break the city. Fang Jin stood on the city wall and looked down at the dense army below. He raised his arms and shouted to raise the morale. In his line of sight, he could also see the flags raised by the enemy. The Southwind Army, the Fallen Moon Army, this was the rebel alliance of the Southwind Prefecture and the Fallen Moon Prefecture. There was no need to say how strong they were. Fortunately, the Imperial Court had already made preparations when the rebels gathered their troops. Therefore, the cities bordering the rebels were heavily guarded and built like iron buckets. They did not give the rebels a chance to break into the city at all. However, Fang Jin looked at the dense army. It was impossible to estimate how many people there were. He was not very confident about whether they could hold their ground. The Central State Prefecture has not experienced war for thousands of years. Suddenly, he sighed with emotion. The Central State Prefecture had not experienced war for thousands of years. Many of the soldiers here had not experienced the baptism of war. Although they had all kinds of resources, in reality, they might not be as good as the elites of other prefectures. Based on the current situation. Although Fang Jin was worried, he did not lose his composure. What he really cared about was the expert behind the two prefectures. At this moment, the storage ring on Fang Jin's finger heated up. He immediately took out a communication jade talisman. His divine consciousness landed on it and the information in the jade talisman was extracted. Bang! He squeezed his palm hard and the jade talisman suddenly shattered. However, Fang Jin did not care at all. Instead, he stood there in a daze. He was obviously shocked by the news. 70 million soldiers. The rebels will not stop until they take down the Central State Prefecture. After receiving this news, his heart was under a great deal of pressure. 70 million soldiers, what kind of concept was this? Currently, there were less than 1 million gold coins in the city. Although it was impossible for all 70 million soldiers to be here, even a third of them would be enough to make him suffer. Send a message to the Imperial Court immediately and ask them to send reinforcements as soon as possible. Fang Jin shouted after recovering from his shock. When the deputy general beside him heard this, he immediately accepted the order and left. Even though he had a city to defend and 1 million soldiers under his command, Fang Jin did not feel safe at all. This time, the rebels had come with the intention of occupying the Central State Prefecture and destroying the imperial city. Under such circumstances, the other party definitely wouldn't leave after a simple fight. It would definitely be a tough battle. Thinking of this, Fang Jin immediately called for the second deputy general and ordered, immediately issue a mission to gather the Inhumans in the city to help defend the city. Also, pay close attention to any movements in the city. Anyone who dares to take advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble will be killed without exception. This subordinate obeys. Go. Fang Jin's expression was solemn as he watched the deputy general's departing figure. Only then did he calm down a little. Using the Inhumans to defend the city. It was no longer a secret. For the Inhumans who were immortal and indestructible, as long as they were given enough benefits, nothing else would be a problem. As for the unrest in the city, those who dared to cause trouble at this time were undoubtedly rebels and traitors. No matter where this was, it was a serious crime to be beheaded. Quick! A beam of cold light shot down from the sky and directly bombarded the city defense array. The terrifying power caused the array to shake slightly, but it did not shatter. Fang Jin, do you dare to fight? At this moment, a person flew into the air and stopped 300 feet away from the city. His voice directly passed through the city defense array and spread throughout the city. Hearing this, Fang Jin was unmoved. He sneered and said, if you want to fight, you can wait until you have the chance to come in. I didn't expect you to be such a coward. I was wrong about you. Haha, if you have the guts, come up to the city. If I don't beat you until you call me father, then consider it my loss. If you don't dare to come over, then hurry up and get lost. Don't fly so high and be an eyesore to me. Fang Jin's expression of disdain made the cultivator so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Unless there was something wrong with his brain, he would not leave the city and fight under such circumstances. Moreover, Fang Jin was certain. As soon as he left the city, the experts lying in ambush around him might swarm him. At that time, whether or not he could return alive would be a problem. The most important thing now was to defend the city. As long as he could defend the city, the other problems would no longer be a problem. However, if he caused the city to fall because of his problems, beheading would be considered a light punishment. If things went wrong, he might even implicate 9 generations of his family. Fang Jin, you talk too much. Fang Jin did not wait for the cultivator to finish speaking. He directly took out a bow and an arrow from his storage ring. Then, he drew in a huge amount of spiritual energy and shot a shocking arrow. The arrow caused the void to buzz. The cultivator's expression changed. Without thinking, he struck out with his palm. The normal energy palm grew 10 times larger in the wind. Then, it collided with the arrow. Under the powerful force, the arrow was directly shattered. However, the cultivator was also forced by the arrow and had no choice but to descend. Peace and quiet. Fang Jin put down his arm that was holding the longbow, and a smile appeared on his face. As the lord of a city, how could he not be proficient in archery? Unfortunately, the bow in his hand was not a Dao artifact. Otherwise, the arrow just now would have taught the other party a lesson. However, even so, when the others on the city walls saw their city lord shoot down the cultivator with a single arrow, they cheered loudly, "All hail the city lord." This arrow also inspired the hearts of the people. Fang Jin's strength is not bad. In the rebel army's camp, Du Qinggu saw this scene and smiled faintly. No matter what, Fang Jin is a talent personally promoted by the human emperor. Although others think it's a waste of his talent to guard a city as a heavenly being, it's precisely because the human emperor values him. It won't be easy to destroy this city. Xianxia shook his head and explained truthfully. This was one of the gates to the Middle Province Prefecture. Its defenses were naturally strong. However, if they took down this city, then, the army would have a chance to march straight in without encountering too many obstacles. The Middle Province Prefecture had such a layout. Perhaps the human emperor back then had never thought that there would be a day when an army would be able to reach this step. Du Qinggu said, "This city protection formation is not simple. It was at least made by a second-stage grandmaster. Even if you and I were to attack, we might not be able to destroy it." Second-stage grandmaster. Its power was not something a first-stage grandmaster could compare to. Second-stage grandmaster. The Great Zhao's foundation is still as deep as ever. Xianxia sighed and then said, "However, in front of our army, even if it's a second-stage grandmaster, what can it do? If there are no reinforcements within 2 days, this city will definitely be destroyed. The Great Zhao's reinforcements should be arriving soon. Even if the reinforcements arrive, they will only be able to hold on for a few more days. What's the use?" Xianxia was disdainful of this. This time, the 5 prefectures' army would not give up until they took down the imperial city. An army of 70 million was already the elite of the 5 prefectures. In order to ensure the supply of food, other than the storage rings, more food was still being sent over. This time, they were already prepared to fight a long war. After all, the central state prefecture was the foundation of the Great Zhao. Thousands of years of accumulation was definitely not simple. Whether it was Xianxia, Du Qinggu, or the other marquises, they had never thought of taking down the entire central state prefecture in such a short time. What they needed to do was to press on and not give the Great Zhao a chance to breathe. As long as they could do this, it would be enough. As for taking down the imperial city, it was just a matter of time. Pass down my orders. The army will continue to attack and use up the enemy's stamina. We will not give them any chance to breathe. Also, pay close attention to the movements of the Great Zhao's reinforcements. If there are any abnormalities, immediately report to me. Xianxia ordered calmly. The general at the side immediately bowed and accepted the order. Very soon, message after message was passed down. Not long later, the army's momentum became even more fierce. At this time, after the city issued the mission, players had already started to accept it. These kinds of city defense missions usually had generous rewards. Especially now that the Great Zhao was facing a life-and-death situation, they would not be stingy with these resources. For the same city defense mission, the rewards that Fang Jin gave were at least double the market price. This way, there were naturally countless players who accepted the mission. For them, although it was easy to die in a city defense mission, as long as they were careful, the probability of dying was very small. At the very least, compared to the rewards, this little risk was worth taking. For a time, a large number of players appeared on the city walls. With the appearance of these players, they replaced the positions of the exhausted or injured soldiers and became the main force in the fight against the rebel thieves. Looking at the movement on the city walls, Zhang Yi, Du Qingguo, and the others frowned slightly. Players. From the outside, there was no difference between the players and the locals. But in reality, the way these players did things was fundamentally different from the locals. These differences, even if one looked at them from afar, they could tell. Zhang Yi had guessed that Fang Jin would mobilize players to defend the city. However, when this scene really happened, his expression became more serious. Players who could not die or be destroyed. They were indeed the best main force in battle. However, whether it was Nanfeng Prefecture or Fallen Moon Prefecture, it was impossible for them to mobilize players to attack the Middle State Prefecture, because there was still a devil disaster raging in their headquarters. On the surface, the various vassals did not seem to care about the devil disaster and directly sent troops to attack when the imperial court was suppressing the devil disaster. But in reality, whether it was Zhang Yi, Du Qingguo, or the other vassals, it was impossible for them to really ignore the devil disaster. Although they took the opportunity to attack De Zhao, at the same time, they issued a mission to mobilize players to suppress the spread of the devil disaster. The demons were released by the players. Then the devil disaster would be dealt with by the players. Even if the player's strength was not enough to completely deal with the devil disaster, it was enough to suppress it. All they needed was a little time. A little time to destroy De Zhao. As long as De Zhao was destroyed, they could turn around and clean up the devil disaster. The premise was, at that time, the devil disaster had not spread to a certain scale. In the city, the teleportation gate flashed continuously. The first to appear was a middle-aged man in a light golden robe with a dignified appearance. General Ming Yuan, Dan Hao. The moment Dan Hao appeared, there was already a general waiting there. This subordinate greets General Dan. How is the situation in the city now? Dan Hao asked in a low voice. Now, the sounds of killing had already covered the entire city. Even if one was in the teleportation gate, they could still feel the chilling aura. Hearing this, that person respectfully reported, the city lord is currently on the city wall supervising the battle. Now, he has already mobilized the players in the city to help defend the city. However, there are still some disturbances in the city and he has already sent troops to suppress them. Disturbances. Dan Hao's face was filled with killing intent as he coldly said, at this time, those who still dare to cause trouble are no different from rebelling. At this time, the teleportation gate flashed again, and many generals with powerful auras appeared. Seeing this, Dan Hao ordered, Chen Quan, Li Yi, take a group of people and kill all the disturbances in the city. This subordinate obeys. The two generals cupped their hands and accepted the order. Then, they took a group of soldiers who were teleported over and walked towards the city. To this, Dan Hao was not too worried. Both of them were generals under his command and were experts who had reached the late stage of the divine martial realm. They were enough to wipe out everything in the city. Subsequently, Dan Hao took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, on the city wall, Fang Jin seemed to have noticed something. When he turned his head, he immediately cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, General Dan. How is the situation now?" Dan Hao waved his hand, indicating that he did not need to be so polite. In his sight, he could see the dense army in front of him, constantly charging towards the city. Arrows were densely packed like rain, shooting on the city defense formation. After the formation was activated, it also consumed energy to maintain its operation. Especially when it was attacked, it would consume more energy. What the rebels were doing now was also to consume the city defense formation's energy. That was why they were constantly attacking to consume it. Fang Jin said, "Now that we've mobilized the players to defend the city, it won't be a big problem in the short term. However, I'm more worried about Zhang Yi and Du Qinggu. No matter what, Zhang Yi and Du Qinggu were still dukes of a prefecture. Those who could be dukes of a prefecture were at least experts above the 5th level of the celestial being realm. Among them, the outstanding ones were like Marquis Baiyun Xiao Qingfeng, who directly advanced to the level of a mighty figure. Zhang Yi, Du Qinggu, I'd like to compete with them and see how strong they are. A cold light burst out from Dan Hao's eyes. Especially Zhang Yi, he had already made up his mind to kill him. As one of the 5 great generals, although he did not have a good relationship with Luo Jing, General Pingxi, they were colleagues who had worked together for thousands of years. Now that Luo Jing had died in Zhang Yi's hands, this grudge must be avenged. If Zhang Yi had killed Luo Jing fair and square, it would have been fine. Luo Jing could only say that his skills were inferior. However, the other party used despicable means and joined forces with Shen Hong to kill Luo Jing. In this way, things were different again. Zhang Yi, do you dare to come out and fight? Dan Hao suddenly flew into the air. His pair of tiger eyes seemed to pierce through the void and landed directly in the middle army tent. Dan Hao. Seeing the person who flew into the air, Zhang Yi and Du Qingwu's expressions changed slightly. Dan Hao was the leader of the 5 great generals. In terms of strength, this General Ming Yuan was the most unfathomable. Subsequently, Du Qingwu's expression returned to normal. He turned his head to look at Zhang Yi and said with a smile, Dan Hao is not weak. Marquis Nanfeng, do you have the confidence to deal with him? Humph. How could a mere Dan Hao be a match for this Marquis? Zhang Yi sneered. In the next second, he had already left the tent and arrived above the battlefield. That soaring killing intent did not affect him in the slightest. Dan Hao, Luo Jing is already dead. Are you in a hurry to go down and accompany him? It's just using some despicable means. Zhang Yi, you're really getting worse and worse. No wonder the previous Marquis Nanfeng was unwilling to pass the position to you. It's a waste for the Nanfeng mansion to fall into your hands. Dan Hao's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said with a mocking expression. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's face suddenly turned ugly. His expression was cold. The winner takes all. I only care about the result. What's the point of the process? Dan Hao's words had already poked his sore spot. When the previous Marquis Nanfeng was still alive, the candidate for the position was actually not him, but another genius disciple. As for the end, why did the position fall into Zhang Yi's hands? This was a little thought-provoking. Even if these things didn't need to be deliberately publicized, the upper echelons were very clear about it. In Zhang Yi's eyes, what happened back then was a taboo that could not be mentioned. Now that Dan Hao mentioned it directly in front of him, it was no different from publicly slapping him in the face. Boom, Zhang Yi directly struck out with his palm. The palm energy covered the sky as if it could cover the entire city. A great cultivator at the 6th level of the heaven-human realm was close to the level of a half-step almighty. The moment he struck out, the weather changed. Dan Hao's expression was normal as he flicked his finger. The vast finger energy shattered the air and collided with the palm energy. The huge palm energy shook violently and was then penetrated by the finger energy. Zhang Yi saw this. He frowned slightly and flicked his sleeve. The space distorted violently, and a terrifying wind erupted and destroyed the finger energy. It was a short exchange of blows. Both of them did not move, and it seemed that they were evenly matched. However, only a few people knew that Zhang Yi had already fallen into a disadvantageous position in the previous exchange. In front of the tent in the middle army camp, Du Qinggu stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the void in front of him. He was watching the two of them fight. Dan Hao is indeed the leader of the 5 great generals. He's indeed extraordinary. Zhang Yi might not be a match for him. It was different from Luo Jing. Dan Hao's strength was clearly superior. Moreover, Zhang Yi might not even be able to take down Luo Jing back then. The reason he could kill Luo Jing was because of Shen Hong's help. However, both of them were experts at the 6th level of the heaven-human realm. Even though there was a gap, it would take a lot of time to reach the level of determining the victor. Du Qinggu watched the changes in the battle and thought about something in his heart. At this moment, Flames filled the sky and turned into a golden crow that soared into the sky. Xianxia held the burning mountain raging flame flag and activated the six-seal Dao artifact. As for Dan Hao, he held a long spear and spear flowers bloomed, devouring the flames and extinguishing them. In the past, the human emperor bestowed the burning mountain raging flame flag to let the Zhang family stabilize the position of Marquis Nanfeng and protect the peace of the region. Now, you're using this supreme treasure to commit treason. You deserve death. Dan Hao's spear pierced through the void and looked at Xianxia with cold eyes. The burning mountain raging flame flag was extraordinary. It was a six-seal Dao artifact. With this supreme treasure, the other party's strength would increase by at least 50%. Xianxia said calmly, the human emperor is dead. The burning mountain raging flame flag belongs to the Zhang family and has nothing to do with the great Zhao dynasty. Today, I'll let you perish under my burning mountain raging flame flag. Arrogant. Boom, the battle between the two caused a huge commotion. Be it Dan Hao or Xianxia, their strength had reached the sixth level of the heaven-human realm and was close to the level of an almighty. Between them, Dan Hao's strength was obviously stronger and was already at the peak of the sixth level of the heaven-human realm. He was a half-step almighty who was close to the almighty realm. Even if Xianxia had the burning mountain raging flame flag, he did not have much of an advantage. On the other hand, Dan Hao. His spear techniques were wide open and seemed to sweep across the world. He used offense as defense and neutralized all of Xiangyi's attacks. As the Bright Vision General, he had followed the human emperor to war. Dan Hao's spear art was something he had comprehended from countless battles. This was a true move to kill the enemy without any fanciful moves. It was all about simplifying the complicated and using the smallest amount of strength to unleash the greatest effect. On the city wall, Fang Jin was also watching the battle. Now that Dan Hao had arrived with a large number of reinforcements, the situation in the city eased a lot. To him, the main problem now was the outcome of the battle between Dan Hao and Xianxia. If Dan Hao won, the morale of the enemy would definitely be low. However, if Dan Hao lost, things would be very troublesome. However, based on Fang Jin's understanding of Dan Hao, this Bright Vision General rarely lost. Since he dared to challenge Xianxia so openly, he must have absolute confidence. Moreover, from the start of the battle until now, Dan Hao did not fall into a disadvantage and even vaguely had the upper hand. This allowed Fang Jin to have a deeper understanding of his strength. The probability of Dan Hao losing this battle is not high. What we need to do now is to prevent others from interfering and launching sneak attacks. On the surface, Fang Jin's expression was calm, but his thoughts were lively. If no one interfered, the probability of Xianxia losing was very high. If someone interfered, then the problem would be hard to say. Thinking to there, he moved his gaze away from the battle and looked at the rebel army's tent. Over there, Du Qinggu also sensed the gazes that were focused on him. Thus, he shifted his gaze and met the gaze of the other party. Du Qinggu, Fang Jin's heart froze and he immediately became vigilant. Fallen Moon Marquis Du Qinggu. This person's strength was also unfathomable. As a marquis, he was not much weaker than Xianxia. If the other party wanted to interfere, then he would. Then the problem would be much more serious. Just as Fang Jin was thinking to himself, the situation of the battle was already changing rapidly. A long spear pierced out with the power to shatter mountains and split the earth. The golden crow that was hundreds of feet tall let out a high-pitched cry, but in the end, it disappeared into the void under the spear. The moment the golden crow shattered, the burning mountain raging flame flag seemed to have dimmed. Xiangyi's expression suddenly changed. Then, he quickly retreated without thinking. As soon as he retreated, Dan Hao immediately closed in on him. Boom! In front of the middle army tent, Du Qinggu directly exploded. In the next moment, a terrifying attack had already arrived. 2 against 1. Do you really think there's no one in the great Zhao dynasty? Fang Jin shouted angrily. He also jumped into the air from the city wall and directly shot toward the sky. He had long been on guard against Du Qinggu, worried that the other party would intervene at the critical moment. So, the moment Du Qinggu made his move, Fang Jin would react. Seeing Fang Jin blocking in front of him, Du Qinggu threw a punch and shouted angrily, "Get lost! Get lost!" Fang Jin did not retreat half a step and also threw a punch. The two fists collided. A terrifying gust of wind swept out like a wave. Fang Jin let out a muffled groan as his body retreated a distance. Du Qingwu's attack momentum was also blocked. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From Du Qingwu's attack to Fang Jin's interception, it added up to less than a breath of time. Standing in the air, Fang Jin suppressed the boiling blood in his body and looked at Du Qingwu with a sneer. The rumored Marquis Luoyue is nothing more than this. You don't dare to fight openly and only do those shameful things. But it's also true that you should associate with people of the same kind. A despicable person like Xianxia only deserves to be with despicable people like you. Fang Jin, you're courting death. Du Qingwu's face was terrifyingly cold. He stared at the other party and said word by word. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have thought that Fang Jin would be so annoying. If it was possible, Du Qingwu wanted to kill him right now. In the exchange just now, Fang Jin's strength was not weak. At least, he had reached the Saint Realm. The Celestial Realm was divided into 3 stages: Transcendent, Saint, and Almighty. The Saint Realm. At least the 4th level of the Celestial Realm. In the Saint Realm, the gap between the 4th and 6th level of the Celestial Realm was not very big. It was far less terrifying than the gap between the Transcendent Realm and the Almighty Realm. Facing Du Qingwu's threat, Fang Jin took out a battle saber and said, I'd also like to see how strong a Marquis is. I wonder if a Marquis at the 6th tier of the Celestial Human Realm has really reached the level of a half-step Almighty. You will die. Anyone can boast. Whether or not I'll die depends on whether you have the ability. Since you insist on seeking death, then this Marquis will fulfill your wish. Du Qingwu couldn't be bothered to waste any more words with Fang Jin. Although Saint Realm cultivators were troublesome, they were nothing to him. It was fine if they didn't fight. If they were to fight, he would make his opponent understand the difference between them. After saying this, Du Qingwu punched out like a god of war with unparalleled momentum. The Dao artifact of the Fallen Moon Manor was not a saber, a spear, or an ordinary weapon. It was a pair of gloves. It was a pair of gloves on Du Zhongwu's hands that allowed him to sweep through everything. As such, although it looked like a simple punch, it was actually more terrifying than any Divine Realm martial arts. Good timing. Fang Jin roared angrily, green gang chi swirling around his saber. In the next breath, he had already slashed down. Boom, the battle between the two of them suddenly turned into a chaotic battle between 4 people. Dan Hao relied on his spear to force Xianxia into a passive defensive posture. Although he had the Burning Mountain Raging Flame flag in his hand, he couldn't use too many tricks. On the other side, Fang Jin's strength was indeed not bad. After breaking through to the 4th level of the Celestial Being Realm, he was already one of the strongest celestial beings. Unfortunately, his opponent was also one of the top figures in the world. To be able to control a manner, Du Qingwu's strength was naturally not weak. Otherwise, how could he be qualified to suppress everything? Therefore, in comparison, although Fang Jin's strength was strong, he was still much weaker than Du Qingwu. This gap didn't mean much at first. But as time passed, it grew bigger and bigger. Boom, the battle here was fierce, but the battles in other parts of the Middle State Prefecture were not weak at all. This time, the 5 prefectures' coalition army had a total of 70 million people. They were divided into 3 groups, and the length of the battlefront caused half of the Middle State Prefecture to be engulfed in smoke. In the imperial court, all the officials looked grim. Xianxia sat on the emperor's throne, his expression indifferent. No one knew what he was thinking. Your Majesty, the army led by General Dan has already been transferred to the front lines. This time, the 5 prefectures' coalition army has a total of 70 million people. Although our army is not weak, there is still a gap. If there are no changes, if this continues, it will be difficult to continue. In the imperial court, a military official dressed in casual clothes stepped out and cupped his hands as he spoke. When the others heard this, they all fell into silence. The severity of the current situation had already exceeded the expectations of the majority of people. An army of 70 million. Even when the Great Zhao Empire was at its peak, it was not to be underestimated, let alone now. Xianxia said indifferently, our great Zhao Empire has suppressed the world for thousands of years. Our foundation is not something that normal people can compare to. Today is only the first day of the rebels' attack. Could it be that we can't stop them? Your Majesty, one day is naturally not a problem. But as time passes, I'm afraid that the situation will spiral out of control. The military official's forehead was covered in sweat as he forced himself to speak. In this period of time, Xianxia's temper had become more and more irritable. Some of the officials who spoke out of turn were punished by him, so he didn't dare to speak nonsense. As time passes? Xiang repeated this sentence, then shook his head. Dear officials, do you have any solutions to the current situation? Your Majesty, the only way out now is to summon all the vassals to come to the aid of the Emperor and resist the rebels' attack together. A person stepped out and said. As these words fell, instantly, someone agreed. That's right, the rebels' army is only the 5 vassals. We still have the 8 vassals in our hands. If the vassals come to the aid of the Emperor, the rebels won't be able to cause much trouble. Hearing this, there were people who wanted to speak up to stop this, but they stopped. As for Xiang, he did not reply. The vassals coming to the aid of the Emperor was indeed a solution. But in the current situation, it was possible that one of the vassals had already rebelled against him. If he summoned the vassals at this time, he might be bitten back. But, if he did not summon the vassals, then with the current situation of the Central State Palace, they would definitely not be able to stop the rebels' army. Even if Xiang did not want to admit this point, he knew what was the truth. If he did not summon the vassals to help, the Central State Palace would definitely fall. If he summoned them to help, he might be inviting the wolf into the house. The former would definitely die, while the latter would still have a chance. After thinking for a moment, Xiang immediately made a decision. He said, pass down Jin's order. The rebels' army is pressing against the Central State Palace. Summon the vassals to send reinforcements. Your Majesty is wise. The civil and military officials all bowed. No one wanted to die. Especially when they had reached their current position. Not many people were willing to give up. If the Great Zhao was destroyed, they would not have an easy time. As for whether the rebels would accept them if they sided with them, it was still uncertain. So, rather than gamble on those possibilities, it was better to hope that the ship of the Great Zhao would remain safe. He summoned the vassals to the aid of the Emperor. Xiang gave a second order. He summoned the large sects of the cultivation world to send experts to help. This order was also opposed by many people. After all, the cultivation world had always been separate from the imperial court. The two did not interfere with each other. Now that the imperial court had summoned the sects of the cultivation world to intervene, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. But for Xiang, right now, the biggest problem was the rebels. As long as the Great Zhao's orthodoxy was preserved, then all the problems would not be a problem. Although the human emperor had fallen and the imperial court's power had weakened. However, the person sitting on the throne before him still possessed great majesty. So Xiang insisted on doing things his way. Even if the other officials objected, it was of no use. Vassals of the various vassals send reinforcements to the emperor. Have the sects of the cultivation world intervene. It seems that Xiang has really lost his head to dare to do such a thing at this time. Zhao Xinghuai looked at the report in his hand with a mocking smile. The imperial court had just decided on something not long ago. He already had the corresponding information in his hands. It was impossible for the vassals of the various vassals to not intervene in the matters of the imperial court after so many years. Those who did so were either fools or idiots. But, if the Great Zhao allows the cultivation world to intervene, it may cause some changes. After the mocking, Zhao Xinghuai's expression became serious. Although the cultivation world was not as strong as them, they could not be underestimated. If the cultivation world really intervened, it would be a big hindrance to them. After all, with the Great Zhao's current foundation, if they were willing to be ruthless, the sects would not reject them. Gu Chongqing smiled faintly and said, Xiang can gather the forces of the cultivation world. We may be weaker than the Great Zhao in terms of foundation, but now we have a higher chance of winning. In this case, I believe they know what to do. Brother Gu is right. Zhao Xinghuai nodded and said. They could do what the great Zhao could do now. Soon. The imperial court's edict was spread. In Baiyun Manor. Marquis Baiyun held the edict and said, now that His Majesty has sent an edict, the Baiyun Manor needs to send troops to rescue the emperor. What do you think? Marquis, the imperial court has sent an edict. It's obvious that they can't hold on anymore. If we send troops, we may not be able to resolve the current situation. Li Guang'an thought for a moment and answered. On the other side. Fu Bo nodded and said, Master Li, you're right. Although the other marquises have not shown any intention of rebelling, there are many people who want a piece of the pie in the imperial court's current state. Now that the imperial court has asked the marquises to send troops, they may be inviting a wolf into the house. If we send troops to help, we may be in deep trouble. Marquis, I hope you can understand. Sending troops to rescue the emperor. Fu Bo was very unwilling in his heart. After all, the Baiyun Manor had such a big advantage now. Why should they risk their lives for the imperial court? With Marquis Baiyun's reputation and strength, he could instantly become the biggest force in the imperial court. Even the possibility of fighting for the throne was not low at all. Until now. Fu Bo did not give up the idea of persuading him to rebel and become the emperor. It was not only Fu Bo. Even the other family generals and consecrators had the same thought. If Marquis Baiyun really did not have the strength to fight for the throne, then forget it. But the problem was. The other party had the strength and the probability of success was high. If they gave up just like that, no one would be willing to accept it. As the saying went, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven. Everyone knew how important it was to help the emperor become the emperor. Hearing this, Marquis Baiyun pondered for a while and said, now the great Zhao is still here. If we rebel, we will be disloyal and unrighteous. Our Shao family has also been indebted to the human emperor. We can't forget this. Since the imperial order is given, as a subject of the great Zhao, I have no reason to refuse. Speaking of this. He looked at the others and ordered, pass down my order. Immediately prepare the troops and follow me to the Middle State Mansion in 3 days. Marquis, now the demon clan is eyeing us covetously. If we withdraw most of our forces, will the demon clan have an opportunity to take advantage of us? The demon clan. Marquis Baiyun frowned. This was a trouble that could not be avoided. In the end. The foundation of the Baiyun Manor was still too weak. Although there were some great cultivators in the god martial arts realm in the Baiyun Manor, there was not a single expert in the celestial realm. In other words, when he, a powerful figure, was here, the Baiyun Manor was impregnable. But when he, a powerful figure, was not here, the strength of the Baiyun Manor was a little weak. Thinking of this, Marquis Baiyun said, send a message to the Origin sect. Tell them to be vigilant of the demon clan's attack. Also, leave the chaotic blood army in the Baiyun Manor to guard against the demon clan's experts. Yes. The others looked at each other and did not object. Now, apart from them, the strongest force in the Baiyun Manor was the Origin sect. No matter what, it was the only top sect in the Baiyun Manor. Apart from the Origin sect. Although there were several sects in the Baiyun Manor, they were not strong. It was already a miracle that they had a few cultivators in the god martial arts realm. It was no different from a fool's dream to think that they could fight against a celestial realm expert. In addition, pay close attention to the movements of the experts in the Baiyun Manor. If anyone dares to act rashly, send troops to suppress them immediately. Marquis Baiyun was not at ease with the experts now. After all, these people had done something bad before. Previously, someone had attacked a city in the ordinary realm. But later, he sent troops to suppress them with a thunderous force. Only then was this evil trend suppressed. But Marquis Baiyun was sure. Once the army of the Baiyun Manor was withdrawn, these experts would not be willing to be left out. In this way, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Speaking of this, Marquis Baiyun was silent for a while. Finally, he said, if necessary, you can look for the Origin sect. As the top sect in the Baiyun Manor, it won't do them any good if this place is in chaos. If it was another force, he would not have said this. But the relationship between the Baiyun Manor and the Origin sect was relatively harmonious. Therefore, Marquis Baiyun had a certain degree of trust in the Origin sect. Especially now that the world was in chaos, it was impossible for him to take the front line and let the Origin sect develop steadily in the rear. There was no such good thing in the world. Therefore, at this time, Marquis Baiyun could not let the Origin sect develop steadily. If necessary, he had to take the lead. Soon, the Baiyun Manor began to move. Mobilizing troops was not a small matter. Not to mention that most of the forces in the Baiyun Manor were mobilized this time. The movement caused by this could not be concealed at all. At the same time, the Origin sect also received a message from Marquis Baiyun. Apart from that, there was also a message from the imperial court. In a courtyard, 2 messages were spread out in a row. A few elders were staring at them with puzzled expressions. What do you think? After a long silence, Zhengfang was the first to break the silence. Hearing this, Zhang Tiniu sneered and said, "What else can we think? We can basically ignore the imperial court's recruitment. Now that the sect master is out and has not returned, with our strength, the imperial court may not be willing to accept us even if we offer ourselves for free." His words made the others look a little embarrassed. His words were crude but reasonable. The current strength of the Origin sect was supported by Qin Shujian alone. Among the remaining people, there were only a few in the divine martial realm, and they were all guests. For elders like them, being able to enter the airborne realm was already considered a talent. As for the prominent divine realm, there was not a single one. Cultivators in the airborne realm. Even if he could jump realms to fight against prominent divine stage cultivators, it would be useless. With the imperial court's foundation, they would not lack such cultivators. The only ones who could really change the situation of the battle were those above the divine martial realm. Diviner realm, they were the ones who truly stood at the peak of cultivation. Even if he did not get any information from other sects, Zhang Tiniu could basically guess that only the top sects could receive this message. Elder of Law Enforcement is right, but we need to pay attention to Marquis Baiyun's message. Su Yuanming nodded and then said, "The demons have not made a move because there is a powerful figure in the Baiyun mansion. Now that most of the forces in the Baiyun mansion have been transferred to the Zhongzhou mansion, the garrison here will be empty in a short period of time. If the demons want to make a move, this is the best opportunity. Our sect's location is probably the first to bear the brunt, so we have to be careful." I knew that these beasts would not stay put. Some time ago, the news of the demon saint's birth spread, and now there are many strange movements in the Skyend mountain range. Although there are no beast tides or demons, they are probably planning something else. Niao Feng snorted coldly. He also had a great hatred for the demons. In the previous beast tides, many people in the Origin sect had died. Some of them were his original subordinates in the Mingnai mountain. And as one of the elders, he had also taken in some disciples to pass on his legacy. However, after 2 beast tides, several of his disciples died directly. Over and over again. Even if there was no hatred, there was hatred. What's more, the human clan and the demon clan were originally on opposite sides, so there was no need to say more. Su Yuanming said, "Let the Yuan Pavilion pay close attention to the movements of the demons, in case they really come to our sect and find out about it." The Yuan Pavilion was now the biggest industry in the Origin sect. Similarly, now, a lot of information was collected through the Yuan Pavilion. After all, the Yuan Pavilion was set up in various places, and there was no lack of rogue cultivators, disciples of sects, and omnipresent variant humans who accepted missions. The information provided by these people was both true and false, but there was basically no problem as long as it was screened. On the other side, with the mobilization of the army in the Baiyun mansion, the Yuan Pavilion frequently issued various missions against the demons. The quiet atmosphere in Baiyun mansion became tense all of a sudden. Everyone could understand. What did such a change mean? The Blue Cloud sect. Qingsu was now worried, so he immediately ordered the disciples in the sect to be vigilant during this period and pay attention to any unexpected situations. When necessary, he was already prepared to move the sect. There was no other way. Until now, the Blue Cloud sect only had Qingsu, a spirit god, in charge. In addition, there were many true martial realm cultivators. But for the current Blue Cloud sect, no matter how many true martial realm cultivators there were, it was useless. The spirit martial realm was the entry level. The god martial realm was the entry level. Only the diviner realm could truly stand at the top. This was the sorrow of being next to a top sect. The Origin sect was once weaker than the Blue Cloud sect, and then it was equal to the Blue Cloud sect, and then it surpassed the Blue Cloud sect. Now, it had completely left the Blue Cloud sect in the dust. All this time, Xianxia was under a lot of pressure. Now he was a little regretful. Why did he only ask the Origin sect to protect the Blue Cloud sect for 20 years? If he knew that the Origin sect was so strong, it should have been 200 years or even 2,000 years. But it was too late to regret now. What really worried Xianxia was the Origin sect's actions. After all, the Origin Pavilion was founded by the Origin sect. The Origin Pavilion's actions represented the Origin sect's actions. How could it be a simple matter to make a top sect treat it so cautiously, when that time came? If something really happened to the Origin sect, then even a little bit of the aftermath would be able to turn the Blue Cloud sect into ashes. No, the Blue Cloud sect can't just disappear like this. It seems like I have to think of a way to leave this place. If a power that can barely be considered an ordinary sect of the spirit domain gets involved in the matters of a top sect, then it's really digging its own grave. The more he thought about it, the more shocked Xianxia was. If something really happened, it was a problem whether the Origin sect could care about the Blue Cloud sect. As for what exactly caused Yuan Zong to be so cautious, one only needed to think about it carefully before one could basically guess it. Either it was related to the imperial court, or it was related to the demon race. Considering the location of Mount Liang's spirit domain, Xianxia was certain that this matter was related to the monster race. The demon race. Xianxia took a deep breath. Instantly, the thought of moving the sect became stronger. But, when Xianxia thought about the current situation of the Blue Cloud sect, he was somewhat unwilling to leave just like that. As the number of experts in the Origin sect increased, other than the Origin sect itself, the other areas would also be able to obtain some benefits. In addition, the Blue Cloud sect had been operating here for so many years. If they moved, it would be equivalent to starting from scratch. For a moment, Xianxia's expression was conflicted. Unknowingly, his hand had already pulled out a handful of his beard. To move or not to move, this was really a problem. On the other side, the Origin sect had received the news. As the sect master of the Origin sect, it was naturally impossible for Qin Shujian to not receive any news. Almost at the same time, Sect Master Qin's communication Jade Talisman sent a message. P.S. It's the end of the month. Begging for a monthly ticket, Jidian Chinese Network. It has finally come to this. Not only has Marquis Baiyun been dragged into this, but the cultivation world has also been dragged into it. At this time, no one can stay out of this. After receiving the news, Qin Shujian's expression also became solemn. The imperial court's action proved that the situation had reached a certain extent. Or else, now that the vassals were rebelling, they would definitely not easily summon the other vassals to send troops to help the king. This carelessness. Perhaps this was the situation of leading the wolf into the house. Human, don't go too far. An angry roar came from below, interrupting Qin Shujian's contemplation. Soon, Qin Shujian came back to his senses after hearing the roar, then looked down at the evil demon under his feet and said, "Why are you in such a hurry to die? Human, do it if you have the guts. The next time I come out of the demon abyss, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Pull out your spiritual deity and suppress it under the demon abyss forever. You will not be reincarnated and suffer day and night." The evil demon seemed to have gone crazy, and he kept spitting out threatening words from his mouth. Now, he just wanted to die. Qin Shujian's strength was too strong, so strong that he, as a celestial being, had no chance to fight back at all. Instead of being humiliated by the other party, he might as well be killed by the other party. Anyway, the evil demon clan was immortal, and Qin Shujian did not look like he could take out Zhu Bing. At worst, he would just go back to the demon abyss. A gentleman's revenge. 10,000 years was not too late. Sooner or later, he would walk out of the demon abyss again. At that time, it would be time for revenge. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Qin Shujian had never refused such a request. A red lotus of purgation was thrown down and swallowed the evil demon. When it touched the red lotus of purgation, the evil demon's expression, which was originally unafraid of death, suddenly changed and became extremely frightened. However, once the red lotus of purgation fell, there was no chance for regret. It only took a few minutes. The several hundred feet tall evil spirit was completely refined, leaving only a red lotus behind. Qin Shujian absorbed the red lotus, and his life source increased by a lot. And when the source of life broke through to 1 billion. In the special martial arts column, the Celestial Light Alchemy Tome and the Ancestral Foundry Cannon both had a plus sign that could be upgraded. The last increase was 10 million, but this time, it's 1 billion. It's a 100-fold increase. Qin Shujian had also collected a lot of information about Array Dao. He also knew a little about the division of Array Dao Grandmasters. Array Masters were divided into 3 realms. He was currently at the first level of the Grandmaster realm. After that, there were still the second and third levels of the Grandmaster realm. Among them, at the peak of the second level of the Master realm, one could contend against an expert at the 6th level of the Celestial Being realm. However, the strength of the formation was largely dependent on the strength of the cultivator. Otherwise, if one's strength was insufficient, it would be difficult to support the operation of the formation. When Qin Shujian broke through to the first level of the Grandmaster realm, the formation he set up was only used to deal with the God martial arts realm. If he wanted to deal with the celestial being experts, he would need to use many Taoist artifacts and then set up the formation. It was not until he broke through to the God martial arts realm that his spirit god became extremely powerful that he could fully exert the strength of the first level of the Grandmaster realm without the help of Taoist artifacts. From the Ancestral Foundry Cannon, Qin Shujian was sure that the upgrade this time was a transformation from the first level to the second level. However, at the peak of the second level of the Grandmaster realm, he could deal with the 6th level of the Celestial Being. But with his current strength, he could not fully exert the strength of the second level of the Grandmaster realm. As for the help of Taoist artifacts, it was impossible. 3 sealed Taoist artifacts could deal with those who had just entered the Celestial Being realm. But if he wanted to deal with experts above the 4th level of the Celestial Being realm, it was much worse. But Taoist artifacts with 3 seals and above, Qin Shujian did not have any now. So, the upgrade of the second level of the Grandmaster realm would not be of much help to his strength. 1 billion life sources is not a small amount. I'd better keep it first. The second level of the Grandmaster realm is not necessary now. Right now, the main thing is to find a way to advance to the Celestial Being realm. Qin Shujian shook his head. This was not the first time that this prompt had appeared. It was just that he had focused on the Guiyuan Ancestral Cannon the first few times and did not pay much attention to other things. Then, he took a look at the surrounding array formation before heading to the next area. The world was going to be in chaos. Not only would there be internal strife in the Great Zhou Empire, but there would also be war between races in the future. Without enough strength to support it, it would be a dead end. Qin Shujian had never denied that he was greedy for life and afraid of death, so he naturally did not want to die. In the following period of time, his way of doing things was like a machine. He ran around and killed all the evil spirits he encountered. During this period of time, the war in Zhongzhou Prefecture was also particularly fierce. The dukes of various prefectures sent troops there, as well as the participation of the Cultivation World sects, which greatly increased the power of the imperial court. Not only could they resist the rebels, but they also had a faint tendency to drive them out. The form of victory. It was tilting toward the imperial court. It was only now that other people understood just how deep the imperial court's foundations were. In this kind of situation, it was shocking that a single imperial edict could still salvage the situation. The current situation of the imperial court was very good. On the other hand, the situation on the rebel side was not very good. Qin Shujian heard this news, but did not pay any attention to it. If this predicament could be resolved so easily, the army would not have attacked Xianxia Prefecture. Also, the Yao would not sit and watch the Great Zhao quell the rebellion. Some people were optimistic about the current situation of the Great Zhao, but others could see what kind of danger was hidden behind this ostentatious appearance. Especially during this period of time, the frequent strange movements in the endless mountain range caused Qin Shujian to be extremely vigilant. Boom! Another evil spirit fell. Qin Shujian threw down the red lotus of purgation and cleanly refined this evil spirit. Soon, all of its life force was exhausted. The Guiyuan ancestral canon had been upgraded to the 9th level of the divine martial arts. It was not much different from Qin Shujian's estimation. To upgrade to the 9th level of the divine martial arts, it consumed 5 billion points of life force. Looking at the situation in the past, the amount of life force consumed to upgrade to perfection was usually twice as much as the previous level. 10 billion points of life force. Qin Shujian muttered in his heart, and then his gaze became firm. Soon, 10 billion won't take long. My luck points are about to break through 10,000. I don't know if the Dharma I still has room for improvement. In the past, the biggest improvement he had encountered was 10 times. But the special martial arts now told him that there was still a 100-fold improvement. With the Dharma Eye's ability, if it did not improve at 10,000 points of luck points, then the next improvement might be at 100,000 points of luck points. 100,000 points of luck points. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian felt a little suffocated. Even if he had the red lotus of purgation now and could kill evil spirits all over the world, he might not be able to gather 100,000 points of luck points. Do I really have to kill my way into the demon abyss? This thought suddenly appeared in Qin Shujian's mind, and then he immediately expelled it. Kill his way into the demon abyss. This idea was too crazy. The celestial realm was considered a top expert in the human race, but in the demon abyss, the lowest level was the celestial realm. Not to mention that he was only at the 9th level of the divine martial arts. Even if he became a celestial realm in the future, he would not have the chance to kill his way into the demon abyss. After breaking through to the 9th level of the divine martial arts, Qin Shujian had already felt that his strength had gradually reached a peak level. It could be said that the improvement in the divine martial arts was completely different from the spirit martial arts. The reason why he could be so fast was also because of the existence of the red lotus of purgation. He glanced at the cultivation method column. There was only one Guiyuan ancestral canon, sitting there alone. Qin Shujian thought to himself, I don't know if the cultivation method can break the shackles of the level without fusing the cultivation method, or if I have to fuse other cultivation methods to break the shackles of the level. To be honest, he was very satisfied with the current Guiyuan ancestral canon. If it was possible, Qin Shujian didn't want to fuse with other cultivation methods. As for the reason, if he fused with the red lotus of purgation, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. And there were a lot of things. To upgrade a divine martial arts method to perfection, it required about 20 billion life sources. 6 cultivation methods. That would be 120 billion. Qin Shujian wasn't sure if killing all the demons in the Great Zhao could provide so much life sources. Not to mention 120 billion, even if there was another 30 or 40 billion, it would probably be difficult. Because he wasn't the only one killing demons now. During this period of time, there had been a lot of missed opportunities. Without the demons providing life sources, it would take at least a few hundred years to accumulate so much life sources. As for advancing to the celestial realm after a few hundred years, Qin Shujian shook his head. There was really no need for that. The divine martial arts realm consumes too much life sources. I can't play like before. No matter how strong the divine martial arts realm is, it's only the divine martial arts realm. Even if my foundation is so deep that it's scary, I still can't get rid of this restriction. If I pile this life sources on a cultivation method, it'll be enough for me to walk a certain distance in the celestial realm. At that time, with the strength of the celestial realm, it'll definitely be easier to harvest life sources. It was different now. In the past, the basic martial arts realm, the true martial arts realm, and the spirit martial arts realm were better. The highest level of life sources required was only 10 million. With the speed at which Yuanzong provided life sources, it didn't take much time. But after breaking through to the divine martial arts realm, it was completely different. The divine martial arts realm consumed at least 100 million life sources. For Qin Shujian, the consumption was too great. So from the beginning to the end, he didn't think about staying in the divine martial arts realm for long. As long as there was a chance to advance to the celestial realm, he would immediately break through. There was no need to stay too long. After staying in place for a while and adapting to the power of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm, Qin Shujian left this place and headed to the next location. Endless Mountain Range, Heavenly Yao Temple. The Great Zhao situation has stabilized. Did the humans really find a chance to breathe? A Yao Saint's expression wasn't very good. Internal strife was what they wanted to see. Now that the Great Zhao situation had stabilized, it wasn't a good thing for the Yao race. Another Yao Saint tilted his head and looked at that figure. Can Zexing divine the fate of the Great Zhao? Hearing this, Zexing said, the Great Zhao's fate is stable. I can't see much. The human emperor has fallen and the flames of war are rising everywhere. How can the Great Zhao's fate still be stable? Hearing this, the Yao Saint's expressions changed. Stable fate. This wasn't just a saying. Only when the situation was stable and prosperous could the fate be stable. If the Great Zhao's fate was stable, it proved that the humans still had other tricks up their sleeves. All their previous investments would have been for nothing. Regarding this, Zexing, on the other hand, didn't make any big movements. He smiled and said, the Great Zhao has an ancestral weapon to suppress its fate. The fate of the nation is naturally not so easily shaken. Unless the imperial city is truly breached, the fate of the nation will only shake. What Zexing means is that the reason why the Great Zhao nation is stable is because of the ancestral armament. Of course. Zexing nodded. Ever since the Yao Emperor fell, the Yao race also declined for a period of time. But with Zhu Bing stabilizing the fate, it didn't cause the fate of the clan to be shaken. This is the same principle. That's good. The other Yao Saints sighed in relief. They had thought that the human emperor hadn't died and that was why the Great Zhao's fate was stable. If the human emperor really hadn't died, then the Yao race would be in great trouble. Zexing also saw what the other Yao Saints were thinking and laughed. Xianxia will definitely fall. This is the news that this seed obtained after divining the world. It's easy to hide it from us, but it's extremely difficult to hide it from the world. In addition, although the lifespan of a human diviner is long, the strongest can only live for 7,000 to 8,000 years. It's difficult to surpass this limit and reach 10,000 years. Thinking about it carefully, Xianxia has almost reached his limit. Unless he can break the shackles of a diviner. Speaking of this, Zexing paused for a moment before shaking his head. But even if we calculate for 100,000 years, there hasn't been a strong person who broke the limit of a diviner. Even if Xianxia broke through, there's no need for him to fake his death. The Heavenly Yao Temple could stop a human emperor in the diviner realm. But they couldn't stop a strong person above the diviner realm. No matter how you looked at it, there was no need for the human emperor to fake his death. Looking at the results of the divination, Zexing was 100% sure that the human emperor must have fallen. A Yao Saint said, since the human emperor is confirmed to have fallen, then we definitely can't let the Great Zhao stabilize the situation. Otherwise, if our race goes to war with the humans, even if we win, we'll suffer great losses. Didn't Gu Chongqing hope that we have more Yao Saints to help us? In this seat's view, this is very promising. As soon as he finished speaking, another Yao Saint chimed in. Previously, Gu Chongqing hoped for more Yao Saints to help, but the demon race didn't agree easily. First, the demon race thought that 2 Yao Saints were enough for the situation at that time. Second, they were worried that the humans might be plotting something, so they didn't make a move. Although Gu Chongqing was their ally now, the demon race wouldn't completely trust him. After all, one was a human and the other was a demon. If the other party was determined to trick them, then they wouldn't even have a place to cry. Zexing pondered for a moment and nodded. It's a good opportunity for us to intervene now. I heard that Xiao Qingfeng has also made a move in Baiyun Manor. Should we take this opportunity to test them? You want to test Baiyun Manor? Why not? Now that the Great Zhao has stabilized the situation, part of the reason is because of Marquis Bayun. Right now, Bayun Manor is defenseless, so we can test them. If Bayun Manor is really defenseless, then we won't make a move. If Bayun Manor is defenseless, humph. The demon saint snorted coldly at the end of his sentence. If Bayun Manor was defenseless, then they would massacre the entire Bayun Manor and let the humans know what the demon race's anger was. Back then, Marquis Bayun went deep into the endless mountains and killed a heavenly human Yao. The heavenly demon temple didn't say anything, but it was impossible to say that they weren't angry at all. However, after weighing the pros and cons of a heavenly human Yao, the Yao Saints didn't start a war with Bayun Manor in the end. Hearing this, Xianxia frowned and then said, "What do you plan to do?" The most influential force in Bayun Manor, aside from the Great Zhao, is Sky Origin Sect. You plan to start with Sky Origin Sect? Sky Origin Sect's sect master is currently running around in other manors. Even if it's a top sect, how much can a sect that was just established a few years ago have? Sending a powerful Yao over is enough. If that's the case, it's doable. Xianxia nodded. No matter what, the North Cloud Manor was a manor that was guarded by a powerful being. Even a beast overlord wouldn't risk his life for no reason. As for the Yao Kings, with the current strength of the Heavenly Demon Temple, although they could order them around, it wasn't easy to directly order them around. After all, the Yao Kings were only one step away from the Yao Saints. Although they killed a few Yao Kings when they suppressed the Yao clan last time, they couldn't threaten them with the Yao Saints of the Heavenly Demon Temple. Otherwise, it would easily cause a bad reaction. As for the Yao Saints in the God Martial Arts realm, they couldn't test anything. After thinking for a long time, only Yao Saints in the Heavenly Human realm were the most suitable. I heard that when the Sky Corp sect was destroyed, the Sky Origin sect obtained a celestial being level zombie. Could this zombie be overseeing the Sky Origin sect? Suddenly, a demon overlord seemed to have thought of something and spoke up to remind them. Xianxia shook his head and said, "The Heavenly Corp sect spent a lot of effort to control that zombie. Even if Sky Origin sect got the zombie, it's impossible to control it in such a short time." As Yao Saints, they knew a little about zombies. It wasn't that easy to control them. Even if Yuan Zong obtained that zombie, he could only seal it or hide it in some other place. No matter what, it wouldn't be easy for Sky Origin sect to control that zombie. Then, the Yao Saints talked. After a long time, the Heavenly Demon Temple fell silent. On the other side, a middle-aged man in purple walked out of the Skyend mountain range. Along the way, all the Yao beasts that encountered him prostrated on the ground or retreated, not daring to approach him. The man looked at the Yao beasts with indifference, as if he was looking at ants. Humans? Looking at the player who appeared not far away, Ziwu paused for a moment and then shook his head. This wasn't a human. It was a mutant. Although he was a Yao Saint and had always lived in the depths of the Skyend mountain range, he had some understanding of the mutant race that appeared out of nowhere. Although they looked exactly the same as humans, they were immortal and indestructible. Although their strength wasn't high, they were still a race that couldn't be underestimated. Ziwu understood that the Heavenly Demon Temple's order was to test the strength of the Bayun Mansion, so he didn't want to start a conflict with these mutants. Or else, if he exposed himself in advance, the effect would be much worse. Ziwu took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. Was there someone there just now? Why did he suddenly disappear? A player looked at Ziwu who disappeared and couldn't help but be puzzled. He even rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had seen wrongly. Hearing this, the player beside him turned his head and looked over. Then, he shook his head and laughed. Where did he come from? Besides, if there was someone, you can't be the only one who saw him. He must have made a mistake. Maybe. The player replied with uncertainty. Made a mistake, with his physical invulnerability realm strength, the probability was very low. However, if the purple-robed figure wanted to disappear in an instant, he would have to be extremely powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do it. However, there were experts in the Skyend mountain range from time to time to hunt some Yao beasts or search for treasures. This wasn't something to be surprised about. After that, the player forgot about what had just happened. As long as it didn't affect him, it didn't matter who the other party was. On the other side, Ziwu had already appeared at the border of the Xianxia mountain range. When he took a step forward, the demon-slaying formation suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, a bolt of lightning struck down. The terrifying power was enough to threaten a celestial realm expert. Formation pattern. Ziwu's expression was serious. Then, a layer of faint purple light appeared on his body. He took a step forward and faced the bolt of lightning. The moment the bolt of lightning struck, the purple light shattered. Ziwu groaned, but he had already charged out of the range of the demon-slaying formation. As expected of something left behind by a formation's master. This demon-vanquishing formation is enough to stop any demons below the heavenly man realm. Ziwu looked back at the demon-vanquishing formation in the sky as a sliver of seriousness appeared in her eyes. The moment he charged through the formation pattern, it seemed very simple. In fact, only he himself knew how dangerous that step was. If it wasn't for his strength as a celestial realm Yao, any other Yao would have been seriously injured when he took that step, even if it was a peak god martial realm Yao. Just as he entered the Liang mountain range, he encountered such a thing. The trace of disdain that Ziwu originally had in her heart had completely vanished at this moment. This formation grandmaster of the origin sect is really not simple. He sighed with emotion. Then, he took a step forward and left this place. After the demon-slaying formation pattern was activated, it didn't take long for the experts of the origin sect to arrive. How is it? Did you notice anything? There's nothing unusual. A Yao beast should have accidentally walked out and touched the formation pattern left behind by the sect master. If nothing unexpected happened, that Yao beast should have been turned into ashes. The two spirit god realm patrollers observed the situation in the surroundings. However, they didn't notice anything unusual. A situation like this had happened a few times in the past. It was all when a demonic beast accidentally left the Xianxia mountain range, and then it caused the demon-slaying formation to appear and obliterate it. So, after investigating for a while, they didn't notice anything unusual. The two patrollers directly left. The demon-slaying formation was triggered. Could it be that the demon clan is making a move? Zheng Fang looked into the distance. It was the location of the endless mountain range. The commotion just now had attracted the attention of many people. Niao Feng said, the patrolling disciples have already gone to check it out. They didn't find anything abnormal. It should be because a demon beast accidentally walked out of the endless mountain range and triggered the demon-slaying formation. The demon-slaying formation was extremely powerful. It was also the first line of defense against demon beasts and the demon clan. If one wanted to break through the demon-slaying formation, they would need to be half-step diviners or diviners. As for those at the peak of the divine martial realm, they might not be able to resist the formation. It's always better to be careful. Zheng Fang's expression turned serious. Pay close attention to the Liang mountain range. See if there are any demon clan experts who have broken out of the endless mountain range. If there were any demon clan experts who had broken out, it would be a diviner. If so, it meant that the demon clan could no longer hold back and was preparing to attack the Baiyun mansion. It's good to check it out. Niao Feng nodded. At this moment, his expression was also calm. The patrolling disciples didn't find anything abnormal. There were only two possibilities. One was that the demon clan experts had been killed by the formation. The other was that they had ignored the formation's attack and directly broke out. If it was the former, it would be fine. If it was the latter, then things would be troublesome. If they could ignore the demon-slaying formation, with the current strength of the Baiyun mansion, it was still a question whether they could stop such an expert. Soon, Niao Feng used his identity as the mountain guard elder to ask all the patrolling disciples to pay close attention to the Liang mountain range. The news that the demon clan might have broken out of the endless mountain range. Gradually, the news spread out. With so many people talking, it was impossible to hide it. However, even if the news spread out, it wouldn't have a big impact. Just as the patrolling disciples increased, purple mist had quietly passed through the layers of blockades and arrived at the foot of Liang Mountain. This is Liang Mountain. No wonder it's where the city lord lives. It's really a place of fortune. Looking at the Liang Mountain in front of her and the overflowing spirit qi, Purple Mist was shocked. When it came to the density of spirit chi, Liang Mountain range was much stronger than the demon clan's territories that were guarded by great demons. Everything could be seen with a single glance. From the concentration of spirit chi, one could tell the strength of a sect's foundation. Even if they weren't strong now, with such rich spirit chi, it was only a matter of time before enough powerhouses were born. It is rumored that the Yuan sect has only been established for 3 years, yet it already possesses such a foundation. In another 30 or even 300 years, it is likely that it will pose quite a great threat to our demon tribe. Ziwu stood in the same spot without moving. Her thoughts rotated within her heart. He suddenly understood why the Heavenly Demon Temple wanted him to start with Yuan Zong. Such a human sect with such great potential would be a disaster for the demon clan sooner or later. If he didn't solve it as soon as possible, perhaps in the future, he would be in even more trouble. At this moment, many disciples of Yuan sect passed by and saw the middle-aged man in purple robe standing motionlessly in front of the mountain gate. Everyone had a puzzled look on their face. As far as they were concerned, the appearance of the purple mist was simply too unfamiliar. All of a sudden, Purple Fog frowned. He felt that someone was trying to spy on him. He turned his head and saw a player standing there motionless. Hiss. This is definitely a powerhouse. At this moment, Sukai didn't notice Ziwu's gaze. He was completely focused on the results of the profound insight technique. Blank. Everything was blank. In the past, even if he encountered a cultivator who was stronger than him, he would be able to see something with the profound insight technique. But now, everything was blank. Then, there was only one possibility. The strength of the middle-aged man in purple robes in front of him was far beyond his imagination and had reached an unimaginable level. Thinking of this, Sukai's face immediately revealed a kind smile. Then, he walked forward and asked politely, "Senior, you look unfamiliar. May I know why you have come to Yuan sect?" As he spoke, he was already thinking about the mission in his heart. He was powerful. His background was also quite mysterious. Perhaps, he would carry a mission with him. When the time came, he would casually give him 1 or 2 missions. The reward would probably not be small. Ziwu glanced at the other party. Just now, this person had used some unknown method to spy on him. According to the temper of a heavenly human demon, he should have swallowed the other party directly. However, the matter of the demon slaying array pattern just now made Ziwu much more cautious and didn't act rashly. At this moment, hearing this, there wasn't much expression on his face as he said, "I've heard of Yuan sect's great name. I'm just here to take a look and pay a visit to the experts of Yuan sect." "I see. Senior, I'm a disciple of Yuan sect. If you don't mind, do you need me to introduce you?" "There's no need." Ziwu frowned slightly at Sukai's enthusiasm. However, he didn't care about it. A person who hadn't even entered the spirit martial realm was no different from an ant in his eyes. After speaking, he didn't bother to pay attention to Sukai and slowly walked up Mount Liang. Although Yuan sect was on Mount Liang, strictly speaking, the foot of Mount Liang wasn't considered Yuan sect's mountain gate. Seeing that Ziwu completely ignored him, Sukai was somewhat dumbfounded. However, as a player, having the spirit of perseverance was one of the necessary conditions. Therefore, he directly followed behind Ziwu, wanting to catch up with him. However, the strange thing was, every step Ziwu took seemed small, but Sukai couldn't close the distance between them no matter how hard he tried. Seeing this, his heart shook again. To be able to do this, he was undoubtedly a powerful expert. As for Sukai, the purple mist completely ignored him. After stepping onto Mount Liang, not long after, he arrived at Yuan sect's mountain gate. Originally, Ziwu planned to directly barge into Yuan sect's mountain gate and use his strength as a diviner to test the depth of Yuan sect. If this sect's strength wasn't enough, then the test would no longer be a test. However, just as he was about to step into Yuan sect's mountain gate, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. At the same time, a terrifying premonition arose in his heart. "There's an expert." Ziwu's face was filled with bewilderment. Then, he swept his gaze to the left and right and happened to see a black-robed man sitting cross-legged in front of the mountain gate's stone tablet. When he saw the black-robed man, his heart shook again. When he first arrived here, he really didn't notice anyone here. It wasn't that he didn't notice, but that the other party's aura was hidden too well. If he didn't look with his eyes, he wouldn't be able to sense it at all. Not only that. When Ziwu's attention was fully focused on Jiang Feng, the expression on her face became even more solemn. He couldn't see through him at all. This unforeseen event caused the sense of crisis in his heart to become even more intense. He suppressed the shock in his heart. Ziwu cupped his hands and said, "May I ask who you are?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was no response. In his line of sight, the black-robed man didn't even move. He was like a stone statue and didn't reveal any aura at all. Seeing this, Ziwu's face was also unhappy. He said in a deep voice, "Aren't you too arrogant? Don't you even dare to show your true face?" There was still no response. The silence was a little awkward. Especially since this was Xianxia's mountain gate. There were many people entering and exiting. When they saw Ziwu cupping his hands and talking to a black-robed man, it was as if they were looking at an idiot. "I'm afraid he's not new. I didn't expect that there would be people who don't know that the black-robed man never speaks. He looks unfamiliar. Maybe he really is new." Many disciples stopped and discussed in low voices. However, to Purple Mist, these people's whispers were no different than if they were speaking loudly in his ears. Suddenly, Ziwu's face darkened even more. "Since you don't want to meet me, don't blame me for being rude." He took a step forward and grabbed the black-robed man's hood with his palm. This scene. Immediately, it shocked the others and Sukai who had just arrived. Then, a curious look appeared on their faces. It wasn't just Ziwu. Even the other people in Yuan's sect were curious about the black-robed man's identity. However, there were rules in the sect that no one could disturb the black-robed man. Therefore, although they were itching, they couldn't really challenge the sect rules. Now that Ziwu had made a move, the others had the idea to find out. However, there were also people who noticed that something was wrong with Ziwu and had already sent a message to the experts in the sect. It was also at this moment. When Ziwu's palm was less than 3 feet away from the black-robed man, an aura that seemed like a sleeping beast that had just woken up suddenly exploded. Then, a palm that seemed to be made of black iron stretched out from the black-robed man and blocked Ziwu's palm. Then, the hood of the black-robed man lifted up and a pair of red eyes stared coldly at him. That pair of eyes. They didn't have the slightest bit of normal emotions. There was only brutality and bloodlust. The moment this aura spread out, the surrounding disciples had the illusion that they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their bodies seemed to have frozen and they couldn't move at all. Not only that. Even the entire Yuan sect was covered by this terrifying aura. In a split second, the wind and clouds changed color. Even the sun seemed to have been blocked by it. A sudden change. It immediately alarmed everyone in Yuan's sect. At the same time, Ziwu didn't even think about it before explosively retreating. Then, she rushed out of Mount Liang. However, even though he wanted to leave, Jiang Feng had no intention of letting him go. As a sky corpse, Qin Shujian had given him an order to prohibit anyone from entering Yuan's sect without permission. In addition, anyone who attacked him would be killed without mercy. The first order. Ziwu hadn't acted up yet. However, the second order had triggered Qin Shujian's order. Therefore, the moment Ziwu left, Jiang Feng suddenly stood up from the ground. A brutal aura crazily exploded. In the next moment, he had already disappeared from where he stood. After Jiang Feng had left, only then did the freezing cold dissipate a lot, allowing the others to come back to their senses. Damn, the black-robed man is really a hidden peerless expert. That aura is even stronger than those God Martial Realm experts I've seen. I'm afraid that only the sect master can stand shoulder to shoulder with this strength. The ancients didn't lie to me. Those who sweep the floor and guard the door are all peerless experts. Awesome. After a short moment of silence, there was an earth-shattering noise. No one had expected that the black-robed man sitting next to the mountain gate's stone tablet was really an expert. Moreover, he wasn't just an ordinary expert. Some of the players who had tried to test Jiang Feng and wanted to take on a mission to no avail were now even crazier. At first, they thought that Jiang Feng was either arrogant or a fool. But now, wasn't it normal for a peerless expert to maintain his demeanor? Just as Jiang Feng was about to explode, in Yuan sect, Zheng Feng and the other elders were the first to react. What's going on? Looking at Jiang Feng, who had disappeared from the mountain gate and the constantly fluctuating vast aura in front of him, Zheng Feng asked in a deep voice. After that, immediately, a disciple replied, "First elder, a middle-aged man in a purple robe just came and attacked the black-robed senior, and then this happened." A middle-aged man in a purple robe. Zheng Feng muttered in his mouth. Immediately, a glint flashed in his old eyes. The demon clan. Not long ago, the demon slaying formation was activated, and now someone came to the sect to provoke it, which led to Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng's attack. He would never believe that there was no connection between this and the demon clan. However, Zheng Feng originally thought that if the demon clan really came out of the Xianxia mountains, they would go to the entire Baiyun mansion. He didn't expect that the other party would be so bold as to come directly to Yuan sect. Thinking of this, he and the other elders looked at each other and saw their own thoughts from each other's eyes. Then, Zheng Feng said, "Our sect is invaded by a strong enemy. All disciples return to the mountain gate and don't interfere. This guy must be in the celestial being realm. Don't let any unnecessary injuries happen." Celestial being. Many disciples of Yuan's sect were shocked again. However, Zheng Feng didn't have time to say too much to them. After giving some simple instructions, he followed the other elders and left together with them. The mysterious enemy retreated and Jiang Feng went to chase after them. However, no one was sure what the result would be. In the absence of Qin Shujian, Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng was Yuan sect's biggest trump card. A zombie with the battle strength of a celestial being was absolutely not to be lost. At this moment, the two of them, one fleeing and one chasing, had already left the boundary of Liang Mountain and directly entered the Xianxia Mountains. No matter what, Ziwu was still a celestial being demon. Being chased by the other party all the way to the Xianxia Mountains, she felt a little embarrassed, so she decided not to escape. Everyone was a celestial being. Who could be stronger than the other? Although Jiang Feng's aura was terrifying, it definitely hadn't reached the level of a demon king. In this case, Ziwu didn't think that she was weaker than the other party. Therefore, the battle unfolded like this. When two celestial being experts fought, even if it was just a punch or a kick, it could cause the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack, and crush everything into powder. The moment the two sides clashed, the terrifying position covered a large area. But all the beasts that felt this power all ran away with their tails between their legs, not daring to stay for a moment. Some beasts couldn't escape in time and directly exploded in the aftermath of the battle between the two. Not only that, even some humans who entered the Xianxia Mountains couldn't escape. However, whether it was Ziwu or Jiang Feng, they didn't care about these things. The demon race had an indifferent attitude towards the demon beast men. No matter how many of them died, it wouldn't affect Ziwu's heart. As for Jiang Feng, as a heavenly corpse, he was cruel and bloodthirsty, and he had no emotions to speak of. Boom! For a moment, the towering tree collapsed, and the earth shook incessantly. As the previous sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect, Jiang Feng's strength was already extraordinary. After his death, he was refined into a heavenly corpse by refining ancient Ming. His strength didn't decrease but increased instead, reaching a terrifying level. As a demon race, Ziwu was powerful. But compared to Jiang Feng, she was still a little weaker. Vital essence condensed into purple feathers, and then turned into endless blades, strangling toward Jiang Feng. The black robe was shattered, revealing the black iron-like body inside. Those purple feathers only left faint marks on the body, but they couldn't break through the defense at all. Heavenly Corpse. At this moment, Ziwu finally knew Jiang Feng's true identity. He had long heard that Yuan Zong had obtained a heavenly corpse from the Heavenly Corpse sect. However, according to the information from the Heavenly Demon Temple, this heavenly corpse should have been sealed by Yuan Zong and not controlled by him. However, the scene in front of him made Ziwu's heart tremble. For a moment, many thoughts surged in his mind. The Heavenly Demon Temple said that the Heavenly Corpse was sealed by Yuanzong, but now the Heavenly Corpse was controlled by Yuanzong. Is the Heavenly Demon Temple trying to trick me? Or is the Heavenly Demon Temple preparing to destroy my Purple Mist Clear Feather Crane clan? Ziwu couldn't help but think. He was the only heavenly being in the Purple Mist Clear Feather Crane clan. If he died in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, then there would be no heavenly being in his clan. When that time came, the Heavenly Demon Temple could probably destroy the Purple Mist Clear Feather Crane clan with a flick of their fingers. As for the reason why they wanted to destroy the Purple Mist Clear Feather Crane clan, Ziwu instantly thought of it. Back then, his clan had also gone against the Heavenly Demon Temple. However, after the Heavenly Demon Temple killed several top clans, the Purple Mist Clear Feather Crane clan immediately surrendered. But thinking about it carefully, the Heavenly Demon Temple probably remembered this matter too. Heavenly Demon Temple, you want to trick me? We're not done with this matter. Ziwu was furious as he fought with Jiang Feng. With the power of the Heavenly Demon Temple, how could he not know that the Heavenly Corpse had been refined by Yuanzong? If he hadn't escaped quickly, if he had fought on Yuanzong's home ground, the situation would have become critical. After all, Yuanzong had an array formation grandmaster in charge. Even if the other party wasn't in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain now, some of the means left behind were enough to threaten ordinary heavenly beings and demons. Plus, there was the Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng. The probability of him being left behind was too high. He had a guess in his heart. Ziwu didn't want to be entangled with Jiang Feng anymore. If he waited until the experts of Yuanzong arrived, it wouldn't be so easy to leave. Thinking of this, Ziwu immediately revealed his true form, turning into a huge Purple Mist Clear Feather Crane. Then, he spread his wings and instantly streaked across the sky, turning into a stream of light and disappearing into the distance. In terms of speed, the Purple Mist Clear Feather Crane was enough to be ranked in the top 5 of the Demon Clan. As for Jiang Feng, although he was powerful, his speed was his weakness. So, when Ziwu escaped, he could only roar angrily on the spot. For a moment, the beasts in the endless mountain range prostrated themselves, not daring to make the slightest movement. Compared to the suppression of Ziwu's Demon Clan identity, Jiang Feng's tyrannical aura made these Demon Clan members tremble in fear. Not long after, Zhengfang and the others had already rushed over. Many people had grave expressions in their eyes as they looked at the furious Jiang Feng on the spot and the ground that seemed to have been destroyed. But some people also felt relieved. The Demon Clan has retreated. I hope Elder Jiang can return to the mountain. Zhengfang cupped his hands and said politely. For Jiang Feng, Qin Shujian had given him the position of an elder on the surface. Although this elder was similar to a puppet, he still needed an identity to settle down. When Zhengfang was speaking, the other elders of Yuan's sect did not easily approach. For Jiang Feng, they also had a lot of fear in their hearts. After all, this was not an ordinary person, but a sky corpse refined by special means. In the entire Yuan sect, except for Qin Shujian who could control him, no one else had the ability to control him. If Jiang Feng were to kill someone at this time, no one would be able to stop him. Fortunately, Jiang Feng did not make a move when he heard that. Instead, he glanced at them with his red eyes. That glance could make people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Seeing this, Zhengfang seemed to understand something. He took out a black robe from his storage ring and handed it over. Just as the other disciples were looking up, Zhengfang and the others had already returned by air. Accompanying them was Jiang Feng, who had chased after them but now had his face covered by the black robe. After returning to the mountain gate, Jiang Feng consciously went to the front of the mountain gate stone tablet and sat down cross-legged as usual. Other than that, he did not do anything else. This is Elder Jiang of our sect. No one is allowed to approach and disturb him. Otherwise, they will be dealt with according to the sect rules. There will be no mercy. Zhengfang looked at the others and warned them sternly. He was really worried that these people would desperately rush up after seeing Jiang Feng's strength. If it were those variant humans, it would be fine. If they died, then so be it. After all, they could still be resurrected. But if the others followed, then the scene would be a little bloody. If Jiang Feng were to be ruthless, no one would be able to stop him. When that time came, these people would die in vain. Hearing that, the other disciples all cupped their hands and replied, "Yes, Master." Disperse. Yes. Seeing the disciples scattering like birds and beasts, Zheng Fang took another look at Jiang Feng and then left with the other elders. Very soon, the news that the black-robed man at the mountain gate stone tablet was a Skyman expert spread throughout the entire Yuan sect as if it had grown wings. Skyman expert, just these 4 words were enough to attract people's attention. Immediately, there were many disciples who heard the news and came over. There were even many players who used various methods to get close to Jiang Feng, wanting to accept some missions or hoping to be valued by the other party and be accepted as a disciple. However, they also remembered what Zheng Fang had said and did not dare to use other methods to harass the other party. They only communicated with Jiang Feng with a normal and polite attitude. However, no matter how these people spoke or how polite their attitude was, they could not get the slightest response from Jiang Feng. Gradually, some players also gave up on this anger. A Skyman expert who could only watch but not accept missions made many people feel regretful. However, there were also an extremely small number of people whose expressions changed several times after hearing Jiang Feng's name. Elder Jiang, the other party's surname was Jiang. Thinking of this, some people thought of some rumors and had a rough idea in their minds. It wasn't strange for someone to have the surname Jiang. However, the previous sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect was also surnamed Jiang. More importantly, the other party was a Heavenly Corpse. Although the news of Yuan Zong obtaining a Heavenly Corpse was spread among the higher-ups of the sect, there was no such thing as an absolute secret. No matter how tight the news was, it would still leak out eventually. When it came to news, players were the most well-informed. There was an offline forum. As long as one was willing to pay a little price, the news could be connected seamlessly. Although not everyone knew about this news. However, there were so many people in Yuan Zone, and some of them knew about this news. In less than a day, the news that a heavenly human demon snuck into Baiyun Mansion and fought with a Sky Origin sect expert, but was eventually defeated spread like wildfire. For a time, Baiyun Manor was in a state of panic. At this time, Baiyun Manor's strength was at its weakest as Baiyun Marquis led the army to rescue the king. If the demon clan took this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Baiyun Manor, they would be in big trouble. If they didn't pay attention, who knows, he might even be killed. Especially since even a heavenly human demon was involved, the problem would be even more serious. In such a big Baiyun Manor, there were only 2 forces with heavenly human combat strength. One was Baiyun Manor, and the other was Yuan Zong. Besides that, there was no third force that could withstand the attack of a heavenly human demon. It was fine if a heavenly human demon attacked Yuan Zong. With Yuan Zong's strength, they could still withstand it. However, if the heavenly human demon went past Yuan Zong and went directly into Baiyun Manor, anyone who encountered it would die. Even the major sects of the big regions felt a strong sense of crisis. Even these sects that had existed for thousands of years. They didn't have the qualifications to resist a heavenly human demon. Therefore, when this news spread, many sects felt a sense of crisis and turned their attention to Yuan Zong as the only top sect in Baiyun Manor. To be honest, Yuan Zong was the #1 sect in the cultivation world of Baiyun Manor. It was just that some major sects of the big regions felt that Yuan Zong had surpassed their thousands of years of accumulation in just a few years and were unwilling to admit this fact. But now, facing the invisible deterrence of the demon clan, some sects immediately turned their attention to Yuan Zong. Grand Elder, the elder of Traceless sect requests an audience. A deacon stood at the side and reported. Zheng Fang paused for a moment and then said, "Invite him over." Yes. After the deacon left, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. The Traceless sect was one of the biggest sects in the Northern Cloud Mansion. Even now, the strength of this sect could be counted with one's fingers. However, the Sky Origin sect and the Traceless sect had never interacted much. At this time, a Traceless sect's elder came over. Zheng Fang didn't know what the other party's intentions were. A few minutes later, a gray-robed old man came forward. As soon as he saw Jing Fang, he smiled and cupped his hands. Traceless sect Su Yuan greets Great Elder Jing. So it's Elder Su. Please take a seat. Thank you. Su Yuan thanked him and sat down opposite Jing Fang. To be able to become an elder of the Traceless sect, he was also a great cultivator who had reached the God realm. But even so, Su Yuan didn't dare to look down on Jing Fang, a cultivator in the airborne realm. Elder Su, what is the purpose of your visit this time? Looking at Su Yuan in front of him, Jing Fang asked calmly. Hearing this, Su Yuan's expression suddenly became solemn and said, "This time, I'm here for the demon race. I heard that a heavenly human demon had attacked your sect. I don't know if this news is true or not." Jing Fang let out a soft hum, which was a tacit agreement. However, he now understood the purpose of Su Yuan's visit. The demon race, judging from the fact that the Traceless sect and the Sky Origin sect didn't have much interaction, the other party couldn't have just come to greet them. The real reason was probably related to their own interests. Now that the imperial court is in constant civil war, it's difficult for the sects in the cultivation world to stay out of it. The northern cloud mansion is close to the endless mountain range, and the demon race is also eyeing it covetously. After getting Jing Fang's acknowledgement, Su Yuan took a deep breath and said seriously, "Elder Jing should be very clear about how strong the demon race is. The cultivation world of the northern cloud mansion is weak. If the demon race attacks on a large scale, I'm afraid it will be difficult to resist. Therefore, I hope that the Traceless sect can join forces with your sect to fight against the demon race." He didn't mean to beat around the bush. The current situation didn't allow the Traceless sect to do so. Or else, no one would be able to get any benefits if they made the Sky Origin sect unhappy. As for Jing Fang, he didn't immediately reply. Instead, he pondered for a moment. Alliance, he had thought about this before, but he didn't do it. Because of the alliance, whoever spoke first would be at a disadvantage. With the strength of the Sky Origin sect, they could sit still and wait for the other sects to take the bait. Now that Su Yuan had come, it proved that the other sects could no longer withstand the pressure in front of the demon race. Otherwise, the Traceless sect would never send anyone here. Thoughts ran through his mind. Jing Fang didn't respond directly. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Is the alliance only your sect's idea, or do the other sects have the same idea?" "This is my Traceless sect's idea, but I think the other sects should have the same idea." Jing Fang nodded but didn't say anything else. The scene was a little awkward for a moment. A moment later, Su Yuan had to ask, "I wonder what your sect thinks about this matter." "I don't have any opinion. The human race has always been on the same side, so it's natural for us to fight against the demon race together." Jing Fang smiled and then said, "But who should be the leader of this alliance?" "The Sky Origin sect is the top sect in the Northern Cloud Mansion, so it should be led by the Sky Origin sect." Su Yuan replied without hesitation. "If that's the case, then my sect can't agree." "Okay." "What?" Su Yuan wanted to nod and agree, but he quickly reacted. He looked at Jing Fang with a puzzled expression, as if he didn't understand why the other party refused. The entire cultivation world of the Northern Cloud Mansion was led by the Sky Origin sect. It could be considered as directly acknowledging the supreme status of the Sky Origin sect. In this way, the reputation of the Sky Origin sect would definitely increase greatly. In his opinion, the Sky Origin sect shouldn't refuse such a good thing. Jing Fang shook his head and said, "This matter is of great importance. Let's wait for my sect master to return before discussing it further. Elder Su must be tired after coming all the way here. You can go to Cold Mountain City and rest for the night. It won't be too late to return to Traceless sect tomorrow." At this point, he had already asked Su Yuan to leave. Seeing this, Su Yuan had to get up and leave. After Su Yuan left, Jing Fang sneered and shook his head. "It's a good plan to have the Sky Origin sect as the leader." This matter seemed to be very beneficial to the Sky Origin sect. In fact, if one seriously thought about it, there was no practical thing at all. As the only top sect in the Northern Cloud Mansion, the Sky Origin sect had two celestial beings. Whether the other sects recognized it or not, it was impossible to shake the supreme status of the Sky Origin sect. This status, the Sky Origin sect obtained it with his own strength, so he didn't need others to set him off. On the contrary, if the Sky Origin sect agreed to the alliance with the Traceless sect, the entire cultivation world of the Northern Cloud Mansion would come to them immediately when something happened, and the Sky Origin sect would be in endless trouble. The original top sect would directly become the Northern Cloud Mansion's hired thug. Of course, if other sects obtained this status, they would be willing to be hired thug. But for the Sky Origin sect, there was no need for this at all. Su Yuan wanted to gain something without risking anything, so how could Jingfang be fooled? With the current power of the Sky Origin sect, he didn't need those illusory things at all. Or these sects would come up with practical benefits. Otherwise, the Sky Origin sect wouldn't play with them. Of course, although Jingfang was the Great Elder, he couldn't really make the decision. He still needed to wait for Qin Shujian to return before he could make a decision. Moreover, currently, the other sects in the cultivation world of the Northern Cloud Mansion didn't feel too much pressure, so it wasn't to the point of desperation. After all, although the celestial beings of the demon clan set foot in the Northern Cloud Mansion, they didn't cause any harm to them, but were beaten back by the Sky Origin sect as soon as they came out. The reason why Su Yuan came. It was also because he was afraid of the deterrence of the celestial beings. But it wasn't easy to say that these sects were willing to pay the price just because of deterrence. Unless these sects really felt the pain, then there was a possibility that they would give in. It's a good idea to gain something without risking anything, but it's a pity that you found the wrong target. Zheng Fang laughed in spite of himself, feeling disdain towards Su Yuan. On the other side, after Su Yuan left, his face didn't look too good either. The direct refusal of the Sky Origin sect made all the original plans of the Traceless sect fall through. As for waiting for the sect master to return before making a decision, it was completely perfunctory and didn't have any credibility at all. For this, Su Yuan couldn't force anything. Since the Sky Origin sect didn't agree, he could only think of another way. Just as the Northern Cloud Mansion was stirring up waves, the situation in the Central State Mansion became even more tense. Originally, there were dukes who came to the rescue of the emperor. The situation in the Central State Mansion had been alleviated a lot. But with the outbreak of several consecutive battles, the imperial court was retreating step by step. For a time, they lost a lot of experts and troops, which led to the destruction of the original advantage they had. Kill. The army continued to fight. Arrows were shot out like feathers, bringing with them puffs of blood. The originally stable city defense array was shaking violently at this moment, as if it would break at any time. Although the blood on the hard city wall had been refreshed and disappeared, those terrifying attacks still left indelible traces on it. All the enemies who step on the city wall will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver for every one killed. Fang Jin blasted an enemy with a palm strike, then looked around the chaotic battle situation with scarlet eyes and roared loudly. Until now, he had forgotten how long he had lasted. Maybe 10 days, or maybe more than a month. The army's attack never stopped for a moment. The defenders on the city wall were replaced again and again, and the casualties were countless. But they had been desperately resisting the enemy's advance. Until now, many enemies had climbed up one after another. But the city wall was still under the control of the imperial court. Kill. Fang Jin casually picked up a broken sword and threw it forward. A terrifying force exploded in the air, directly shooting a dozen enemies. Then, he took another step forward and flew into the air. As his saber fell, 2 great cultivators of the divine martial arts realm who were bombarding the city defense array were cut in half in the air. After doing all this, Fang Jin's chest also rose and fell violently. Even after breaking through to the celestial being realm, there was a limit to his vital essence. After fighting for so long, he basically didn't stop. No matter how vast his vital essence was, it couldn't hold on any longer. Fang Jin didn't expect the rebels' attack would be so crazy, without any rest at all, and they didn't care about the casualties of the soldiers. Until now, the soldiers who were originally guarding the city had almost all died. Those who were still guarding the city were almost all people sent by the imperial court. At this moment, in the void, there were also celestial beings fighting. With the intervention of the sects and other vassals, more and more celestial beings were fighting. Led by Dan Hao, there were 7 celestial beings on the imperial court side. Looking at the rebels' side, there were also many celestial beings. Xianxia held the burning mountain raging flame flag in his hand, and the 1,000-foot-long golden crow burned the mountains and boiled the sea, pouncing toward Dan Hao and the others. On the other side, Du Qingwu's fist momentum was also shocking, with a tendency to destroy everything. Rumble, the void trembled, and the sun and moon dimmed. Fang Jin was also constantly paying attention to the changes in the battle in the void. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move, but that he didn't have the opportunity to do so. The rebels' attack was fierce. Without him, a celestial being, there was a possibility that they could break through the city at any time. So, the only thing he could do was to stand guard here and stabilize the situation. Uncle Qin Yang, how dare you betray the imperial court? Suddenly, Dan Hao's angry voice spread through the world. One of the people who were originally working together to fight against the rebels suddenly turned around and attacked Dan Hao when he was unprepared, bombarding him until he coughed up blood. For a moment, the battle had undergone a huge change. Not good. Seeing this scene, Fang Jin was shocked. Then, he looked into the city and saw that the West Lofty Prefecture's army had already killed their own soldiers. For a moment, the situation was also chaotic. West Lofty Marquis has betrayed us. Kill all the West Lofty Prefecture's army. Fang Jin wouldn't completely trust these vassals, so he was already prepared. Then, he took a step into the air and went to the sky to help Dan Hao. Originally, the two sides were evenly matched. Now that West Lofty Marquis Qin Yang had betrayed them and caused Dan Hao to be seriously injured, the imperial court was suddenly at a disadvantage. Among them, Dan Hao was in danger. Fang Jin couldn't just sit and watch Dan Hao be defeated, so it was natural for him to save him. He took to the air. The saber in his hand slashed out, and the saber energy slashed directly at Qin Yang. Qin Yang blasted out a palm, and the palm energy instantly annihilated the saber energy. Fang Jin took a step back and slashed out with his saber, instantly neutralizing the other party's attack. Everything happened in an instant. Dan Hao was originally caught off guard by Qin Yang, but after Fang Jin's intervention, he took the opportunity to adjust. Everyone, retreat into the city. Dan Hao covered his chest with one hand and looked at the situation in front of him. He immediately made a decision. Hearing this, the other celestial beings no longer entangled with Xianxia and the others, and directly fled into the city. The celestial beings were bent on it. It was difficult to stop them. Therefore, Xianxia and the others also allowed the celestial beings of the imperial court to retreat. Don't worry, Dan Hao is already seriously injured. Now that we have Marquis Shichong on our side, it will be easy to break into the city. Letting them escape will only make them live a little longer. Xianxia looked as if victory was in his hands. At this time, Qin Yang said, our Shichong army has already caused internal strife in the city. Now is the time to attack the city. Otherwise, when they are relieved, the difficulty of attacking the city will be greatly increased. There was one more thing he didn't say. If they let the Shichong army fight alone, the longer they delayed, the greater the losses would be. As for Qin Yang's thoughts, the others were also very clear in their hearts. Subsequently, they returned to the central military camp and immediately ordered the army to attack. Immediately, the strength of the siege became even more fierce. On the other side, Dan Hao and the others retreated into the city, and everyone's expression was frighteningly ugly. The thing they were most worried about had happened. Some of the other dukes who came to help the emperor also secretly allied with the rebels. Now that Marquis Shichong, Qin Yang, had rebelled, no one dared to guarantee that the other dukes would not be the next Qin Yang. But before this happened, the imperial court could not take any measures. Or else, the rebels hadn't even attacked yet, but he and his men had already fallen apart. Fang Jin's expression was grave. He looked at the pale Dan Hao and asked, General Dan, how is your injury? It's okay. If I hadn't been on guard against that old thing, I might have really died in his hands. Dan Hao panted a few times, but his complexion looked better. He gritted his teeth and said. He never thought that Qin Yang would betray him. It was only because of Luo Jing's matter that he had been vigilant, just in case. As a result, Qin Yangbua was really a traitor. For this, Dan Hao was both angry and helpless. Fang Jin said, now that Qin Yang has rebelled, the Shichong army in the city has already caused internal strife. If I'm not wrong, those rebels will definitely take this opportunity to break into the city. In the end, he also felt tired. If there was no internal strife, with the current strength, they could still defend the city. But with the Xichong army cooperating from the inside and outside, the garrison in the city was in chaos, and it was difficult for them to do anything. Hearing this, the others didn't look good either. If things don't work out, we should focus on preserving our strength, one of them suddenly said. Dan Hao and Fang Jin immediately looked at each other, not knowing what to think for a moment. The person who spoke was not someone else. It was an expert from the Imperial Astronomer. To some extent, the Imperial Astronomer represented the face of the royal family and had a lot of power. So, neither Dan Hao nor Fang Jin could ignore the other's words. Fang Jin said, "If we retreat, I'm afraid His Majesty will punish us." "It's not your problem, City Lord Fang. There's nothing you can do if the city is broken. His Majesty is wise and won't punish you. At worst, I'll plead for mercy on your behalf. I don't think His Majesty will get angry easily." Ji Yin smiled and dispelled Fang Jin's worries. Hearing this, Fang Jin also felt relieved. As long as the Imperial Astronomer was willing to step in, the problem would not be big. Dan Hao also nodded and said, "Now that the city is in chaos, it's impossible to defend the city. Xianxia and the others have greatly increased their strength with Qin Yang, a saint expert. At this moment, the best thing to do is to abandon the city and leave to preserve their strength. That's the only way." Fang Jin nodded. He was not someone who only knew how to defend blindly. He could still distinguish when he could and when he could not. Not long after, the teleportation gate opened and everyone retreated from here one after another. The city that had been defended for more than a month was finally declared to be destroyed. Compared to the fierce battle here, the battle on the other side was obviously much calmer. Although there were also armies attacking the city, the siege was not as fierce as Xianxia and the others. The two sides fought back and forth, and no one had any advantage. On the city wall, Marquis Bayun stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the battle in front of him calmly. And in the camp of the rebels, Shen Hong stared at him coldly and shouted in a deep voice, "Marquis Bayun, the human sovereign is already dead. As an almighty, why do you have to risk your life for Xiang? Why don't you and I work together to break into the imperial city and enjoy the world together in the future? The Xiao family has been in the imperial court for generations. Although the human emperor is dead, the imperial court has never betrayed the Xiao family. How can I be such a disloyal person?" Marquis Bayun laughed heartily. "In my opinion, Marquis Wuan should retreat now. As long as I am here, you will not be able to break this city. Xiao Qingfeng, even if you can stop me, can you stop others? The destruction of the great Zhao dynasty is inevitable. Even if you are a mighty figure, you are not qualified to change your fate. I dare not say that I can change my fate, but it is enough to deal with you." Shen Hong's chest heaved up and down. Obviously, he was very angry with Marquis Bayun. If he could, he would like to break the city in front of him right now and let the other party know that even a mighty figure could not do whatever he wanted. However, although Shen Hong was angry, he understood in his heart. With his current strength, unless he joined forces with the other marquis, he might not be able to do anything to the other party. A mighty figure. To a certain extent, he could already suppress one party. Moreover, the army that Marquis Bayun brought this time was made up of the elites of Bayun Mansion. In terms of strength, they were not much weaker than Wuan Mansion. From the start of the war until now. It had been a few days, but there was still no progress in attacking the city. It was not that Shen Hong was unwilling to attack the city with all his might, but Marquis Bayun was guarding the city, making it impregnable. The difficulty of breaking through was beyond anyone's imagination. Retreat. After thinking for a long time, Shen Hong suddenly gave the order to retreat. The army that was originally attacking the city was now rapidly retreating like the tide. On the city wall. When Su Mingyang saw this, he could not help but ask, "Marquis, should we take this opportunity to kill Shen Hong when he retreats?" "Let him retreat. It is enough as long as the city is intact." Marquis Bayun was nonchalant and did not care about Shen Hong's retreat at all. He had only promised the imperial court to guard the city under his feet and not let the rebels break through. As for other things, it had nothing to do with Bayun Mansion. Su Mingyang and the others understood what the Marquis of Northern Cloud meant, and they all smiled. They were afraid that their Marquis would really pledge his loyalty to the imperial court to the extent of disregarding the lives of his brothers. However, now it seemed that things weren't that bad yet. Shenhong retreated. Marquis Baiyun turned a blind eye to it. He only promised Xiyang to defend the city, but he didn't promise to help him destroy the army of Wuan Prefecture. He had done his best to defend the city and make Shenhong take a detour. As for other things, Marquis Baiyun didn't intend to get involved. For Shenhong, now that Marquis Baiyun was in the city, unless he wanted both sides to suffer, there was no hope for him to break into the city. But if he went all out to attack the city, he was unwilling to do so. The army of Wuan Prefecture was not the only army in the coalition army. Although breaking into the imperial city was their main goal now, after the imperial city was destroyed, the fight for the throne would be another matter. So, Shenhong also needed to preserve his strength now to avoid losing to others in the fight for the throne. He didn't want to do anything for others. He didn't want to do it, and he wouldn't do it. Although Shenhong's efforts were in vain because of Marquis Baiyun. However, in the other two places, the alliance army crushed the imperial court's advantage like a hot knife through butter. The imperial court was defeated so quickly. The first reason was because of the rebellion of the Shichong army led by Qin Yanghua. The second reason was that Marquis Pingchuan, Duanzhe, also betrayed the imperial court at the critical moment. Two vassals rebelled. In an instant, the imperial court's advantage was wiped out. That was not all. Because of the two vassals' rebellion, the imperial court's army also suffered a great loss. In the end, they had to abandon their territory and retreat in defeat toward Zhongzhou Prefecture. Boom! An evil demon fell. Qin Shujian swallowed the red lotus, and his life force finally soared to 20 billion points. 20 billion points of life force. It had long exceeded the amount of life force needed to upgrade the Guiyuan ancestral scripture to perfection. But during this time, Qin Shujian had been crazily hunting evil demons, and he didn't even waste the short time to improve his strength. So even if he had accumulated 20 billion points of life force, he still didn't upgrade the Guiyuan ancestral scripture. After the demon was killed, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. He directly consumed 10 billion points of life force to upgrade the Guiyuan ancestral scripture to the 10th level of the divine martial arts. Then, it was an improvement in all aspects of his body. The peak of the divine martial arts realm. Qin Shujian closed his eyes and felt the increase in strength in his body. A feeling of fullness rose in his heart. After a long while, he opened his eyes again. The peak of divine martial arts. It was the limit of the realm that could be reached under the heavens. Without the help of the Red Lotus of Purgation, it would have taken him decades to reach this stage. But now, that time had been shortened by over 100 times. Subsequently, he turned his attention back to his attribute panel. Level 40 of the Guiyuan Ancestral Canon, High-Grade Divine Level 10 Ancient Immortal Body, Level 10 Impenetrable Body, Level 10 Red Lotus of Purgation. It was a simple attribute. There were no other changes due to the breakthrough in his cultivation technique. However, after all three traits reached level 10, Qin Shujian gained unparalleled strength. Immediately after, he then turned his attention to other cultivation methods and martial arts. Apart from the Dao-level martial arts and the Guiyuan ancestral scripture, all other martial arts cultivation techniques had a plus sign that indicated they could be upgraded. However, Qin Shujian simply glanced at it and ignored it. For him, before the Guiyuan ancestral scripture broke through to the celestial realm, all other cultivation techniques had to be put aside. Nothing was more important than breaking through to the celestial realm. Although there was only a fine line between the peak of the divine martial arts realm and the celestial realm. But it was this fine line that made the difference between the two. Now, there were still more than 10 billion life sources left, but there was no plus sign on the Guiyuan ancestral scripture that could be upgraded. Qin Shujian thought to himself, I'll find a way to harvest 10 billion life sources. If there is still no sign that it can be upgraded, then I can only take the path of Yiqing cultivation technique. Or rather, I can directly learn a divine cultivation technique and then upgrade it to the celestial realm. In this way, my own realm will also break through. For a moment, Qin Shujian had arranged 2 backup plans for himself. If 20 billion life sources could not upgrade the Guiyuan ancestral scripture, then he would go back to the old path or learn other cultivation techniques to break through. The former would take time. The latter. Perhaps other divine cultivation techniques might not be as powerful as the Guiyuan ancestral scripture after breaking through to the celestial realm, but it would take much less time. There were pros and cons to both. It just depended on what he chose. As for the divine cultivation techniques, Qin Shujian also had them. When he destroyed the Heavenly Corpse sect, he moved all the other parties' belongings, including the divine cultivation techniques. The demon clan also wanted to take advantage of Marquis Bayun's absence to test the waters in the Bayun mansion. They were also unwilling to be left out. The situation in the imperial court is also changing constantly. I don't know when this fire will burn me. To put it bluntly, the one with the bigger fist has the final say. Qin Shujian skimmed through the information during this period of time and had an idea in his mind. The imperial court was easy to deal with. As long as he did not take the initiative to get involved, whether it was the imperial court or the rebels, they would not attack him for no reason. But the demon clan was not so easy to deal with. The celestial realm cultivator who attacked before was just a test and also a sign. If they attacked again later, then it would not be as simple as 1 or 2 celestial realm demons. Thinking of this, the joy of breaking through to the peak of the divine martial realm was also gone. Fortunately, there was still Jiang Feng overseeing Yuan sect. Although the Sky Corpse's intelligence was not high, its strength was truly terrifying. If he had not cut off Lian Gumming's luck back then, in that battle, he would have been 100% defeated. Lian Gumming alone was not easy to deal with, let alone Jiang Feng. Immediately, Qin Shujian left where he was and continued his history of hunting demons. Human, boom. You, boom. Boom. Just stand still. Why are you talking so much? Qin Shujian looked speechlessly at the demon lying on the ground. He squeezed his wrist hard as if he was relaxing his muscles and bones. As for that demon, it was still in a state of confusion. He did not know when it started. A person descended from the sky and then hammered it. The strength of the person was so strong. It had reached a level he had never seen in his life. Even the human clan expert who defeated it and sealed it in the end did not completely crush it like Qin Shujian. Suddenly, this demon felt that times had changed. He had thought that the human clan expert he had met back then was strong enough. He had not expected that an even stronger one would appear. This strength was only reflected in the true dominion. However, for an expert like this, if he was strong in the true dominion, he would be an extremely powerful existence in the future. He looked at the demon lying on the ground. Qin Shujian did not feel much of a sense of accomplishment when he looked at it. With his Dharma eye, it was only a first-stage heaven being. In the true dominion, it could barely condense a universe skylock. With such strength, among the hundreds of evil devils he had hunted, it could be ranked in the bottom 10. Therefore, there was nothing to be proud of. Qin Shujian, who had originally wanted to use the red lotus of purgation to refine the demon, suddenly thought of something and stopped. Let me ask you a question. How many demons are there in the fiend abyss? Human, I am afraid that I will scare you to death if I tell you. Bam! As soon as he finished speaking, a huge fist landed on the demon's face, causing flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. Qin Shujian withdrew his fist as a blood-curdling scream was heard. Then, he said calmly, "Speak human language. How many demons are there?" "I don't know." Bam! "How dare you be so stubborn? How many demons are there?" "I don't know." "Ah." Bam! "Very good. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn." Qin Shujian laughed out of extreme anger. As he looked at the demon under his feet, anger surged from the bottom of his heart. How dare you be so stubborn at this time? He was not prepared to talk nonsense with this demon. After all, if he could not get an answer from this demon, he could ask the next one. Seeing that the demon still had some fiend chi left, Qin Shujian raised his fist. He intended to exhaust the demon's remaining fiend chi first. Qin Shujian raised his fist again. Upon seeing this, the evil devil angrily said, "Human, I really don't know. The devil abyss is vast and boundless. No one knows how many evil devils there are. In any case, evil devils will be born every once in a while. If you really want to know, you can go to the fiend abyss and take a look yourself." Bam! Another punch landed. Wu, the demon, was dumbfounded once again. He clearly said it, but the other party still wanted to beat him to death. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't do anything. 10 minutes later. The demon's fiend chi was exhausted. It was lying on the ground in a bloody mess. If it wasn't for its undulating chest, it would be no different from being dead. Seeing this, Qin Shujian withdrew his fist and waved his hand to set up a formation. Then, the red lotus of purgation ignited and swallowed the demon. The red lotus of purgation swallowed the demon. He was thinking about what the other party said before. The fiend abyss was vast. Even the demons did not know how many of their kind there were in the fiend abyss. This news, it was undoubtedly very shocking. After all, the demon's strength was at least a celestial. In this case, how many demons were there? 100,000? Or 1,000,000, or even more? If that was the case, then the strength of the fiend abyss was very terrifying. No one could guarantee when the fiend abyss would descend here. If such a thing really happened, not only him, but all the creatures in this world would be finished. This was not him scaring himself. Since demons could descend to this world, it meant that more demons could descend. Even if there wasn't one now, it didn't mean that there wouldn't be one in the future. Qin Shujian had always had this sense of crisis. It was just that it had unknowingly shifted from the players to the fiend abyss. More importantly, based on the words of this evil devil, Yizichen didn't know what to do. Every once in a while, demons would be born in the fiend abyss. This meant that, even if he kept hunting demons now, he might not be able to weaken the fiend abyss too much. The fiend abyss is the real trouble. Compared to the fiend abyss, the players are nothing. When Qin Shujian thought of this, his train of thought suddenly changed. Maybe when the players collectively break through to the celestial level, they might be able to compete with the fiend abyss. Everyone was immortal and indestructible. The number of players was more than the fiend abyss. The more Qin Shujian thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. However, according to the current progress of the players, it would take at least 100 years for the first celestial level player to be born. The players are troublesome, the fiend abyss is also troublesome. If there is a chance to destroy both, things will be much easier. Letting out a long breath, Qin Shujian looked at the red lotus in front of him. After such a long time, the demon had already refined and gathered all the energy in his body on this red lotus. Reaching out his hand, he grabbed the red lotus. In a few seconds, the red lotus was completely absorbed. At the same time, the source of life had once again broken through the 20 billion mark. When the source of life broke through, Qin Shujian's attention was fixed on the cultivation method column. If he couldn't break through the 20 billion source of life, then he would have to choose another path. To be honest, he didn't want to do this. But if he stayed at the peak of the divine martial arts for too long, it was also not what he wanted. As the source of life broke through to 20 billion, there were no changes in the Guiyuan ancestral canon. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's heart sank. Is it not possible? Even though he was prepared, when he saw this news, he was still a little disappointed. Suddenly, Qin Shujian thought of another thing. It seemed that when he had upgraded the cultivation method to perfection, he was stuck at the peak of the current realm, and there was no plus sign that he could upgrade. When he broke through the spirit martial arts realm, the source of life he stored was many times more than when he broke through the peak of the true martial arts realm, but there was still no sign that he could upgrade. It was just that Qin Shujian didn't care about this at that time. For a moment, he forgot about it. F***ck, do I really have to fuse the cultivation method, or do I have to learn the God-connecting cultivation method of the Heavenly Corpse sect? Qin Shujian couldn't help but complain. He didn't want either of these two options. Then, his mind scanned the Guiyuan ancestral canon a few times unwillingly, hoping to trigger something. It is detected that your divine level upper level cultivation method, Guiyuan ancestral canon, has reached perfection, and you can consume 20 billion source of life to break through the limit. Because breaking the limit of the cultivation method requires a certain amount of luck value to break through. Note, the more luck value consumed, the higher the upper limit of the cultivation method after breaking through the limit. Note, the minimum amount of luck value to inject is 100 points, and the maximum amount of luck value to inject is 10,000 points. The system prompt suddenly appeared. At first, Qin Shujian was stunned for a few seconds, and then he revealed a look of ecstasy. It was feasible. The original limit of the cultivation method could be directly broken without fusing. Looking at the Guiyuan ancestral canon, there was still no plus sign that could be upgraded. Seeing this, Qin Shujian knew that this should be a hidden function. Thinking of this, without any hesitation, he immediately chose to break through. But when Qin Shujian was completely sure, he suddenly stopped. The breakthrough time is long, and the breakthrough time cannot be moved, please be prepared. The breakthrough time is long, cannot be moved, these 2 points made Qin Shujian frown. He looked at the surrounding environment, obviously it was not a suitable place to break through. I've been out for so long, it's time to go back, just in time to break through to the heaven realm in the sect, no one will disturb me. Soon. Qin Shujian collected his mind, lifted his body into the air, and flew towards a nearby city. This was Wuhan Prefecture. Unknowingly, he had already left Baiyun Prefecture. Even if there was a teleportation gate, it would take dozens of consecutive transfers to reach Baiyun Prefecture. Fortunately, Qin Shujian was not short of money now. Even if the cost of each transfer was very expensive, it was still within the range that he could afford. It took more than half a day. When the scene changed again, Qin Shujian found himself in a familiar place. Sect. Sect Master. Disciple greets Sect Master. When the 2 Yuan sect disciples guarding the teleportation gate saw the person who had suddenly appeared, they were stunned for a moment. However, they quickly reacted and bowed with an excited expression. For many Yuan sect disciples, Qin Shujian was a legend. Even some of the player disciples had great respect for Sect Master Qin. Such respect. Not because of other places, but because of his strength. Qin Shujian nodded, and said casually, no need to be so polite, is there anything unusual in Cold Mountain City during this period? Sect Master, everything in the city is normal during this period. Good, thank you for your hard work. Qin Shujian revealed a gentle smile, and then left the teleportation gate. On the spot. Only the 2 native disciples were left standing there with excited expressions. For a moment, they were somewhat at a loss for what to do. Sect Master's praise, this was not a treatment that anyone could receive. If he managed to catch the other party's eye because of this incident, then even if he didn't have a meteoric rise in his career in the future, he would definitely have a much better life. Leaving the teleportation gate, Qin Shujian was not in a hurry at this time, and did not fly away directly. Instead, he walked slowly in the city like an ordinary cultivator. Since the establishment of Cold Mountain City, he was considered a city master, but he had not been here too many times. At most. Even if the number of times he had used the teleportation gate was included, it would not exceed the number of times he had come here. Speaking of which, I have neglected my duty as a city master. Walking in the city, Qin Shujian did not hide his appearance. If he had to hide his identity in his own territory, then it would be meaningless. Moreover, Qin Shujian was not afraid of being famous. If he had the strength and still had to hide his identity, then he might as well find a deep mountain and hide in it, and directly cultivate. Wouldn't that be better? Anyway, he could not understand the mentality of such a person. He was afraid of being famous. And he wanted to be famous. This was no different from taking off his pants to fart. Sect Master Qin. Greetings, Sect Master Qin. As expected by Qin Shujian, there were still many people in Cold Mountain City who knew him. Walking here, from time to time, people would stop and greet him. Their expressions were either polite or respectful, making him feel comfortable just by looking at them. For a moment, Qin Shujian was in a good mood. He politely nodded and smiled in response to everyone. Along the way, when he reached the city gate, he felt that the expression on his face had become somewhat stiff. After exiting the city gate, he flew into the air and flew towards Yuan sect. In midair, Qin Shujian rubbed his face hard, causing the originally stiff facial muscles to recover. Although it was tiring to laugh. But needless to say, he realized that this feeling was quite good. Cold Mountain City was not far from Yuan sect. With Qin Shujian's flying speed, he did not even need a minute to appear at the foot of Cold Mountain. Disciple greets Sect Master. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Sect Master. When the disciples in and out saw Qin Shujian, they all stopped and bowed respectfully. At this time, the news of Qin Shujian's return had officially spread. Actually, when he appeared in Cold Mountain City, there were already disciples who had sent the news back. When he arrived in front of the mountain gate, Qin Shujian could not help but pause for a moment. His gaze fell on Jiang Feng, who was sitting in front of the mountain gate's stone tablet. This sky corpse had also sensed Qin Shujian's arrival. However, it did not make any movements and continued to sit there cross-legged. To this, Qin Shujian did not pay too much attention to it. He realized that his contact with Jiang Feng was not broken. This was enough. As long as the contact was not broken, then, this heavenly corpse would still be under his control. As Qin Shujian entered the sect, Niao Feng also came up to him and smiled. Sect Master, what did you gain this time? Not bad. Speaking of gains, Qin Shujian also smiled and then changed the topic. This time I need to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. Put aside all the important things temporarily. Everything will be discussed after I come out of seclusion. Sect Master, are you going to break through again? Sort of. Qin Shujian replied ambiguously. He did not say whether he was going to break through to the celestial being realm or the divine martial arts realm. However, judging from Niao Feng's reaction, he obviously would not guess that he was going to break through to the celestial being realm. Seeing this, Qin Shujian would not deliberately explain too much. Before breaking through to the celestial being realm, there was no need to deliberately publicize these things. Everything would be discussed after the breakthrough. After a few simple words, Qin Shujian did not meet the others and went straight to the forbidden area alone. On the other side, Niao Feng stood in place and did not come to his senses for a long time. Sect Master should have broken through to the divine martial arts realm less than half a year ago. Now he is going to break through to the second level of the divine martial arts realm. The speed is really amazing. In his mind, if it continued at this speed, in less than 10 years, the Origin sect would really have a celestial being realm cultivator. Thinking of this, Niao Feng felt a little breathless and muttered to himself, is the reincarnation of a powerful figure really so terrifying? Breaking through to the next level is as simple as eating and drinking. Compared to Qin Shujian. Compared to himself. Niao Feng felt the deep malice of this world towards him. Regarding Niao Feng's thoughts, Qin Shujian had no idea at all. Now he had completely come to the forbidden area. In order to ensure that there would be no accidents during the breakthrough, he deliberately took out the 27-square disc and set up a powerful defensive formation around him. The formation was set up. Only the celestial being realm cultivators could break it. At this time, Qin Shujian was finally at ease. Then he calmed his mind and was ready to break through to the celestial being realm. He opened the attribute panel. His consciousness fell on the Guiyuan ancestral canon. When the system prompt appeared, he directly chose to upgrade. In an instant, 20 billion life source consumed. Along with the consumption of life source, there were also 10,000 luck points. Since he wanted to break through the limit, he had to do it perfectly. Anyway, Qin Shujian wasn't that short of luck points now. After killing a lot of evil spirits, his luck points had also broken through the 40,000 mark. Right now, he was only using 10,000 to upgrade his cultivation method, which was still within the acceptable range. Moreover, not to mention a quarter, even if he took out all of his luck points, Qin Shujian would still be willing. The experience of the spirit martial realm and the god martial realm told him. If the starting limit of the later cultivation methods was not high enough, then the consumption of life source to upgrade was enough to make people despair. the God Martial Realm could be upgraded so quickly? It was because there were still many evil spirits in the Great Zhao. But until now, the evil spirits were almost all killed. Even if there were still demon disasters in some places, there wouldn't be too many. Unless the evil spirits in the spirit realm and the great domain were brought out. But, the spirit realm and the great domain didn't have the so-called shackles. Even if he broke through the heaven realm, Qin Shujian wasn't confident that he could kill the evil spirits with 100% certainty. If any of them were to leak out, it would be a huge disaster, causing a demon disaster for no reason. Qin Shujian didn't think that he was crazy to this extent. At this moment, as his life source and luck points were consumed, Qin Shujian only felt the scene in front of him change, and in the next moment, he had already appeared in a void. The void was boundless and boundless. In the sky, there was a river of stars hanging down, causing people to unconsciously sink into it. Qin Shujian was stunned. In the past, when he broke through, such a situation had never happened. Just as he was puzzled, in the river of stars in the sky, endless starlight emerged. Looking carefully, it was a small star. Then, endless starlight gathered together and formed the image of a person. When he saw this person, Qin Shujian's heart shook again. Because the person formed by the starlight looked exactly like him. Then, the man stood in the middle of the galaxy. Endless Taoist rhymes flowed around his body. His body turned transparent at this moment. Streams of primordial chaos chi flowed around his body. It looked messy but also orderly. Just as Qin Shujian's attention fell on the other party, the origin returning ancestral scripture that he cultivated also involuntarily moved at this moment. Regarding this, Qin Shujian didn't care at all. This was because his mind was completely immersed in the Taoist rhymes of the starry figure, as well as the aura flowing within his body. From the outside world, Qin Shujian sat cross-legged. From time to time, the sound of thunder could be heard from his body. There was a faint aura of might. It spread out from his body. The bow of heaven and earth, which had been released to absorb spiritual energy, hid far away. Although the power was very faint, it gave people a kind of unstoppable terror. *CK, a God Martial Realm cultivator has such power? It must be fake. The cosmos bow was so shocked that even its body was shaking unsteadily. How could it not know that a God Martial Realm cultivator was so strong? It was no longer the spiritual artifact in the Coiling Stone sect that relied on its inherited memories and hadn't seen much of the world. Now, it had followed the Origin sect cultivators and killed many God Martial Realm cultivators. It had even fought with the Monster King. In terms of knowledge, the bow of heaven and earth felt that even among the connate spiritual artifacts, it could be considered as knowledgeable. Although the aura that Qin Shujian emitted was very faint, it was enough to make people's hearts palpitate. It was certain. It was definitely not as simple as just breaking through a small realm. It can't be that he broke through to the diviner realm. For some reason, the bow of heaven and earth had this thought. But soon, it banished this thought from its mind. How could it be possible to break through to the diviner realm? How long had it been since the other party broke through to the God Martial realm? The bow of heaven and earth thought for a while. It seemed to be 3 or 4 months, but it also seemed to be 4 or 5 months. Anyway, it was less than half a year. Half a year. From the first level of the God Martial realm to the 10th level of the God Martial realm, then from the 10th level of the God Martial realm to the diviner realm. It knew that this was impossible just by thinking about it. Sect Master must have cultivated some kind of powerful cultivation method. Only when he broke through a small realm can he have such power. But it makes sense. Back then, the Sect Master was able to suppress an expert at the peak of the God Martial realm with the strength of a beginner in the God Martial realm. It's normal for him to have such power when breaking through. The bow of heaven and earth quickly figured out the crux of the matter and stopped worrying about it. Anyway, a breakthrough was a breakthrough. The stronger Qin Shujian was, the better its life would be. Its life now was much better than when it was in the Coiling Stone sect. It had abundant spirit chi. And it had a lot of face. As for his former employer, he had long forgotten about the Cosmos Bow. On the other side, The news that Qin Shujian had returned to the sect was known by the entire Origin sect. But the news that he had entered seclusion was only known to a few elders. The sect master is in seclusion again. It seems that his cultivation has broken through again. Su Yuanming sighed. He couldn't help but admire Qin Shujian's talent. In the past, they were all in the basic martial realm. Although there was a gap, it wasn't to the point of despair. But he didn't know when it started. The gap between the two sides grew bigger and bigger. Until now. If he hadn't been blessed by the sect several times, he might not have been able to break through to the real martial realm at this time. On the other hand, he had already broken through to the god martial realm. When the disparity had reached a certain extent, no one would have the thought of comparing themselves. Niao Feng shook his head and said, "If I didn't know that the sect master was the same as us, I would have thought that the sect master was a mutant." It was a well-known fact that mutants could improve their cultivation very quickly. Su Yuanming smiled disdainfully and said, "Even mutants don't improve as fast as the sect master. What's there to compare?" Niao Feng wanted to refute, but he opened his mouth and didn't say anything. Because Su Yuanming was right. It was true that inhumans could improve their cultivation very quickly, but this speed was only relative. Compared to Qin Shujian, the rate at which the inhumans were improving could only be described as average. However, although they were shocked by Qin Shujian's breakthrough speed, now that Qin Shujian had returned, they were relieved. Earlier, a celestial being of the demon clan attacked. Even if they were beaten back by Jiang Feng, they didn't dare to relax. One celestial being of the demon clan could resist, but if there were two celestial being of the demon clan, the Origin sect would be in danger of being destroyed. Not to mention, above the celestial being of the demon clan, there were demon kings, and above them were demon saints. Now the Origin sect was at the border of the Endless Mountains. If the demon clan attacked in large numbers, a celestial being wouldn't be able to resist. At this critical moment of life and death, Zheng Feng and the other elders didn't say anything on the surface, but they were under a lot of pressure. Now Qin Shujian had returned. Even if he didn't do anything, it was equivalent to giving them a reassuring pill. Although the other party was only in the god martial realm. In the eyes of Zheng Feng and the others, the effect was much stronger than Jiang Feng, the Sky Corpse. With the return of Qin Shujian, the other disciples of the Origin sect had also calmed down a lot. After all, although the things that happened some time ago had been settled, the sect was still under martial law. There were rumors that the demon clan army was going to attack from time to time. In the face of such things, many disciples felt a lot of pressure in their hearts. It gave them the illusion that a storm was about to come. Fortunately, now that Qin Shujian had returned, they seemed to have found their backbone. In the next few days, the Origin sect was much calmer. There were also some sects that heard the news of Qin Shujian's return and sent people to visit. Unfortunately, they were all rejected by Niao Feng and the other elders. The reason was very good. The sect master was in seclusion and everyone refused to see him. Hence, these people from the various sects either left with regrets or stayed in Cold Mountain City for the time being. It was worth mentioning. Now that more and more cultivators were staying in Cold Mountain City, there were also some powerful blacksmiths. With the eyesight of these blacksmiths, they could see that the city was extraordinary. Hence, the news that Cold Mountain City was actually a huge spiritual weapon also spread like wildfire. Casting a city into a spiritual weapon, such a method could be described as shocking. Even the sects and cities owned by other top sects could not reach such a level. Instantly, after the news that Cold Mountain City was a huge spiritual weapon spread, it attracted many blacksmiths to come. After all, this was the work of a grandmaster. If they could comprehend something from it, it would be enough for them to benefit immensely. As for whether there would be trouble as more and more cultivators came, at the beginning, there would be. But now, there was no one who dared to cause trouble in Cold Mountain City. Because all the troublemakers had been killed by the Origin sect. Among them were some disciples of top sects or descendants of powerful families. Facing these people, the Origin sect did not hold back at all. Such an iron-blooded method naturally intimidated everyone. The other party did not even give face to the top sections. Who would think that their face was greater than those top sects, hence? After a few bloody baptisms, these people had learned their lesson. On the other hand, the Sky Origin sect's control over Cold Mountain City was very lax, except for the area of maintaining order. This gave these people a lot of freedom. Anyway, to the Origin sect. As long as they paid taxes regularly and did not cause trouble, other things were not a problem. After a few times, things were much simpler after that. On the 5th day of Qin Shijian's seclusion, a familiar person came to Cold Mountain City again and said that he wanted to visit Qin Shijian. In the inherited martial hall, Zhongfang, as the great elder, temporarily took over the duties of the sect master and sat on the left side of the main seat. Opposite him was Wu Lang. Wu Lang. Zhongfang was no stranger to him. This was the 4th time this imperial envoy had come to the Cold Mountain Spirit Domain. The first 2 times were because of the demons. The 3rd time was because of the war in the imperial court. And now, this was the 4th time. However, compared to the previous few times, Wu Lang's expression was not very good this time. Zhongfang said, "May I know why the esteemed envoy has come this time? May I ask if Sect Master Qin has returned? I am here on His Majesty's orders. I hope to invite Sect Master Qin to the Central Province to fight against the rebels." Wu Lang squeezed out an ugly smile, cupped his hands, and got straight to the point. The current him. He no longer had the appearance of an imperial envoy. If one did not know his identity, they would think that he was a cultivator from a fallen sect. How difficult this period of time had been. Only Wu Lang himself knew. In the past few months, the situation had changed a lot. From the demons breaking the seal to the death of the West pacifying General Luo Jing, the situation in the Great Zhao had rapidly deteriorated. Later on, the feudal lords came to rescue the emperor and saw a chance to turn the situation around. In the end, Marquis Shichong and Marquis Pingchuan stabbed the imperial court in the back, causing their original advantage to disappear in an instant. That was not all. It was one thing to lose their advantage, but the situation had worsened. Until now, the imperial court's power had been completely suppressed and the Central Province Prefecture had become a place of war. Xianxia was often angry and was clearly under great pressure. As an official of the Great Zhao, he was so worried that his hair was about to turn white. If the Great Zhao was destroyed, he, Wu Lang, would not have an easy time. As for defecting to the rebels, it was not that Wu Lang had not thought of this before, but as soon as it appeared, he forcefully extinguished it. It was not that he was truly loyal to the imperial court. It was because, even if he defected to the rebels, they might not want him. For Wu Lang, the imperial court absolutely could not be destroyed. Otherwise, he would also be upset. As a result, when he heard that Qin Shijian had returned, he immediately came to Yuanzhong, hoping to invite him to come out of seclusion. After all, Qin Shijian was not weak, especially with his identity as a formation grandmaster. He could be of some use in this kind of war. Even if he could not turn the situation around. As long as he could give the Great Zhao an advantage, that would be enough. The current Wu Lang did not dare to have too many extravagant hopes. He only hoped that he could complete Shi Yang's orders and invite Qin Shijian over. It was not just Yuanzhong. The imperial court had also issued the same edict to the other top sections. Unfortunately, there were very few sects that responded. If the imperial court hadn't completely collapsed, everything would have been fine. But now, no sect was willing to get involved. The imperial court was about to be destroyed. In this kind of situation, whoever got involved might be on the wrong side. Once the imperial court was destroyed, all the investments would be lost. So up until now, there were not many helpers that the imperial court could draw to their side. One more diviner, one less diviner. For now, they had a role that could not be ignored. Looking at Wu Lang's expression, Zhongfang shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that you have come at the wrong time. Although the sect master has returned, he has already entered seclusion. We cannot contact him now." Hearing this, the light in Wu Lang's eyes dimmed a little. But he was still unwilling to give up and asked, "May I ask when Sect Master Qin will come out of seclusion?" I can't give you an answer about this. Sect Master did not give a time limit before entering seclusion. No one knows if it will be long or short. Then I will wait in Cold Mountain City. If Sect Master Qin comes out of seclusion, I hope that Elder Jing can inform me immediately. Wu Lang did not want to force him and only said one more sentence. This time I have come with great sincerity. As long as your sect is willing to help, the imperial court will definitely reward you well. After dealing with Yuanzong a few times, he knew Yuanzong's pulse. Yuanzong was a sect that prioritized benefits. As long as they were willing to give benefits, everything was negotiable. This was also the reason why Wu Lang had been staying in Cold Mountain City. Because he was confident. This time, the imperial court would definitely reward Yuanzong well. Seeing this, Zheng Fang could not refuse and nodded. If Sect Master comes out of seclusion, I will immediately send someone to inform you. Thank you. Wu Lang relaxed a little and then got up to leave. His purpose of coming here was to see Qin Shujian. But now that Qin Shujian was in seclusion, there was no need for him to stay. Then, Zheng Fang sent someone to send Wu Lang out of the sect. On the 6th day, Qin Shujian was still sitting there cross-legged without moving. However, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi flowed slowly and seemed to have become stagnant. Dong, a thundering sound came from Qin Shujian's body. At the same time, everyone in Yuanzong suddenly felt as if their hearts had stopped beating for a moment. However, they quickly recovered. In the array hall, Xianxia was studying the things that Qin Shujian had left behind. It could be said that this was the foundation of the array hall and everyone's hope of becoming an array master. After joining Yuanzong for 1 or 2 years, he could already feel that the bottleneck of his array Dao that had not moved for a long time was showing signs of loosening. Such a discovery. This made Xianxia extremely happy. Compared to the Dao of cultivation, he preferred the Dao of formations. After being stuck as an upper-tier array master for so many years, now that he saw the hope of breaking through, it was naturally difficult for him to calm down. Moreover, once he broke through to the array master level, he would have the battle strength equivalent to the divine martial realm. For Xianxia, once both his realm and array Dao reached the divine martial realm, his strength would rise to another level. Dong, a sound that sounded like thunder and drums could be heard. Xianxia's expression changed greatly. The sound just now made his heart beat half a beat slower and he could not concentrate at all. What happened? Xianxia was bewildered. At this moment, Dong, another voice rang out, causing his mind to be unable to calm down at all, let alone comprehend the formation. Forced by this, Xianxia had to walk out of the array hall and go directly outside. At this moment, the other disciples of Yuanzong who were in seclusion also came out of their state of cultivation. What happened? I was about to break through to the 8th level of the true martial realm, but it was suddenly interrupted. Isn't the cultivation room 100% safe for cultivation? What's going on now? Return the contribution points. We must return the contribution points. Within the sect, many people were complaining about this. Some people who cultivated normally were fine. But some disciples who spent contribution points to enter the cultivation room to cultivate were a little uncomfortable at this moment. The contribution points were spent. As a result, they were forced out of the cultivation room after cultivating for a short time. To this, the outer sect elder who was in charge of the cultivation room also had a dark expression on his face. What's the rush? Do you think the sect would cheat you of such a small amount of contribution points? All of you better behave yourselves. If anyone dares to speak nonsense, be careful of the sect's rules. As soon as he finished speaking, many disciples who complained shut their mouths. It was okay to talk fast, but if they were really punished by the sect's rules, they would be wronged. After the outer elder glanced at these people, a look of bewilderment flashed across his eyes. What happened, to be honest, he himself did not know. The cultivation room was protected by the array Dao, and some ordinary movements could not affect the inside at all. But this sound seemed to be able to penetrate all the barriers and hit the deepest part of people's hearts. No matter how they tried to stop it, it did not work at all. For a moment, people in the sect were restless. On the other side, Zhongfang, Su Yuanming, and the others were also shocked and confused. The others were dumbfounded. They also did not understand. Great Elder, do you know what's going on? Zhang Tinia looked at Zhongfang. The others did the same. When it came to seniority, at this time they had to ask the Great Elder. Hearing this, Zhongfang smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know anything either. I can't find the source of this sound. Could it be caused by the sect master's closed-door cultivation? It's not impossible. After Niao Feng's reminder, the others also reacted. Now, in the Yuan sect, the only person who could cause such a movement was Qin Shujian. Every time the sect master cultivated, he would cause some movement. But just like now, this was the first time they had encountered it. At this moment, a stream of light shot down from the peak of Mount Liang. Soon, the stream of light dissipated and the cosmos bow appeared in their line of sight. It's too hard. It's really too hard. As soon as the cosmos bow appeared, it seemed to be relieved. Seeing this, they looked at each other. In the end, Niao Feng asked, Qian. Elder Qian, do you know what happened? As a doctrine artifact, the cosmos bow was more like an elder. Niao Feng did not want to be too rude in front of this doctrine artifact. What else can happen? He's definitely not breaking through a small realm of the god martial arts. How can a god martial arts realm cultivator have such power? Damn it, I suspect he's breaking through to the celestial being realm. As soon as Niao Feng finished speaking, the cosmos bow cursed. During this time, it stayed in the forbidden area. At first, it was okay. Although Qin Shujian's breakthrough was powerful, it could withstand it as long as it stayed far away. But slowly, this power was getting stronger and stronger. Even it couldn't withstand the sound of the thunder and lightning. Under the pressure, the cosmos bow had to escape. Only then was it free. Until now, it no longer believed that Qin Shujian just made a small breakthrough to the god martial arts realm. No matter how powerful a breakthrough to the god martial arts realm was, it could not be so powerful. It thought for a long time. Only a breakthrough to the celestial being realm could bring about such power. As for the others, after hearing the cosmos bow's words, they all stood rooted to the ground with astonishment on their faces. A breakthrough to the celestial being realm, wasn't this a little too fast? No. This was no longer something that could be described as fast. For a moment, Zhongfang and the others were all shocked. They could not calm down for a long time. Niao Feng asked in disbelief, Elder Qian, is Sect Master really going to break through to the celestial being realm? But he just broke through to the god martial arts realm. Haha, you ask me? Who should I ask? The cosmos bow replied with a haha. It did not want to answer this question anymore. Soon, Zhongfang came out and explained that this was a phenomenon caused by the sect master's closed-door cultivation. He told everyone not to worry too much. At this point, this matter finally stopped. If it was Qin Shujian who was cultivating, in that case, there was nothing strange about this strange phenomenon. The thunder-like sound lasted for an entire day before it gradually quieted down. On the seventh day, the clouds in the sky changed color. The red clouds in the blue sky shone for 3,000 miles, attracting everyone's attention. On the eighth day, the waves surged endlessly. On the ninth day, a huge shadow crossed the void, covering the sky and the sun. Its specific appearance could not be seen. It was as if an ancient aura was recovering step by step, sweeping across the world. At this moment, this phenomenon was no longer limited to the Yuan sect. Even the entire Liang Mountain spiritual region and other regions could faintly feel it. In the endless mountain range, many beasts fled in panic. With the beasts' perception of seeking fortune and avoiding disaster, they seemed to be able to sense a destructive disaster. Lion Tiger Plain, Demon Ox Cave. Niao Dali was lying there, looking weak. How much longer? It's been a few days, why hasn't it ended yet? He was very tired. Ever since the phenomenon appeared, he had not slept for a few days. When that power swept across, It could shake one's mind and make one unable to calm down, let alone sleep. For the sleeping Yodali, he could not sleep. It was worse than killing him. In Liang Mountain City. Now, a large number of experts had come through the teleportation gate. In the past few days, the phenomenon of the Yuan sect had already spread throughout the Baiyun mansion. Many experts came because of the fame and wanted to see what was going on. At this moment, the Traceless sect's elder, Su Yuan, was sitting in a tea house with an old man. Like an ordinary person, he ordered a pot of tea and some food. Supreme Elder, please have some tea. Su Yuan respectfully poured a cup of tea for the old man and then sat upright. He did not dare to underestimate the old man at all. They were both in the divine martial realm. Grand Elder Yin Bancheng was an expert who had reached the peak of the divine martial realm 1,000 years ago. He was also the true foundation of the Traceless sect. Yin Bancheng didn't move. He shook his head and said, "No need." According to Grand Elder's opinion, exactly what is the reason for the abnormal sign in Origin sect? Su Yuan did not dare to force the issue. Thus, he changed the topic and asked. This time, he had come to Cold Mountain City again. Firstly, it was because of Qin Shujian's return. Secondly, it was because of this phenomenon. As for Yin Bancheng, he had come purely for the latter. When Yin Bancheng heard this, he pondered for a while before softly spitting out 2 words, celestial being. What? Su Yuan turned pale with fright. Celestial beings, could it be that Qin Shujian was about to break through to the Deva realm? If he remembered correctly, the other party had just broken through to the God martial realm not long ago. Since the ancient times, when celestials appeared, there would always be many irregular scenes. There was once a great sun that covered the sky, illuminating the heavens and earth, continuing for many days without scattering. There were also stellar rivers that descended, cleansing the world. Yin Bancheng's eyes were filled with envy, yearning, and longing. Although every celestial has a different phenomenon when they are born, there is no doubt that this is caused by an expert breaking through to the Deva realm. Celestial being, he had bitterly pursued this realm for 1,000 years, but he still couldn't break through this hurdle. The peak of the God martial realm had a lifespan of 3,000 years. 3,000 years was a very long time, but there would be a day when it would be exhausted. For Yin Bancheng, it took him 700 years to step onto the path of cultivation and break through to the God martial realm. Then, it took him 1,000 years to reach the peak of the God martial realm from the first tier of the God martial realm. Since he had stopped at the peak of the God martial realm, another 1,000 years had passed. He had already used more than 2,700 years of his lifespan of 3,000 years. Until now. Although the spirit god had not declined, the qi and blood in her body had gradually calmed down. In the remaining 200 years or so, if she couldn't find a way to break through to the Deva realm, then this expert at the peak of the God martial realm could only quietly die. For Yin Bancheng, he had been in the cultivation world for more than 2,700 years. Naturally, he was unwilling to die like this. But the difficulty of breaking through to the Deva realm was simply too great. Although he had been deducing the Traceless sect's legacy cultivation method over the years, gradually deriving a path to the Deva realm. But the deduction was ultimately not perfect. And even if there was a cultivation method to the Deva realm, it didn't mean that he could break through. Or else, Yin Bancheng wouldn't have been trapped at the peak of the God martial realm for 1,000 years. When he had heard about the Sky Origin sect's phenomenon, he had thought that it might have been caused by the birth of a Deva realm expert. Now that he had seen it, he was certain. At the peak of Mount Liang, Qin Shujian's aura had now condensed to its peak. The surrounding space and qi had become stagnant. You have successfully broken through the limit of the Deva realm's high-grade cultivation method, the Guiyuan Ancestral Codex. You have obtained the Deva realm's cultivation method, the Guiyuan Ancestral Codex. You are currently at the 41st stage of the Deva realm's cultivation method, the Guiyuan Ancestral Codex. The system's notification came as expected. Qin Shujian abruptly opened his eyes. A beam of light pierced through the sky, and all the strange phenomena dissipated. This is a Deva realm expert, Qin Shujian murmured. Then, he calmed his mind and began to observe the changes in his body. He saw that the inside of his body was as bright as a galaxy. Every closed acupoint had been opened, turning into a star. His qi and blood had transformed. It was like a galaxy quietly flowing between the stars. As for the so-called muscles, bones, and veins, they had completely disappeared. His entire body had become chaotic. The spiritual spirit that originally only existed in the sea of consciousness. At this time it had broken free from the shackles of the sea of consciousness and merged with the body. When the spiritual spirit was strong, the body was limitless. When the body was strong, the spiritual spirit was limitless. Lay the foundation for martial arts and temper the body. True martial realm cultivates qi and condenses vital essence. Spiritual martial realm cultivates the spiritual spirit and gives birth to the spiritual spirit. Divine martial realm actually belongs to the spiritual refinement realm. It's just turning the yin spirit into the yang spirit and completely deducing the word deva to the peak. A deva realm expert combines the essence, qi, and spirit, breaking the shackles of the mortal body and stepping into the transcendent realm in one fell swoop. In Qin Shujian's mind, the information about the deva realm flashed through his mind one by one. In the past, the so-called transcendent realm was only relative to a certain level. In fact, the real transcendent realm, breaking through to the deva realm, was the first step. Therefore, the deva realm was divided into three realms, namely transcendent, saint, and almighty. The first realm of the deva realm was called the transcendent realm. The first level of the deva realm, transcendental, and lifespan of 5,000 years. Qin Shujian felt the vast power surging in his body, and a smile appeared on his face. A lifespan of 5,000 years. Compared to the 3,000 years at the peak of the divine martial realm, it was nearly twice as long. Such a span. It was far from what other realms could compare to. Not to mention, after a cultivator broke the shackles of the mortal body, his strength also changed dramatically. If the original body had a limit, then breaking through to the deva realm was breaking this shackle. From then on, his strength was infinite, and there were no more shackles. The fusion of soul and body is only the beginning. It has not reached a perfect state. The first three levels of the deva realm are mainly based on this. When I reach the fourth level of the deva realm, I can gradually control the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, I can be called a saint. Qin Shujian took a few deep breaths, and then focused on his attributes panel. Name, Qin Shujian. Title, Cold Mountain Region Lord. Identity, Yuan Sect Leader. Affiliation, Yuan Sect. Faction Level, Level 5 Realm, First Level of the Deva Realm. Martial Arts, Transcendence. Martial Arts, Ancestral Scripture, 41st Level, Astral Manifestation, Level 11. Impenetrable, Red Lotus of Purgation, Level 11, Martial Arts, 5 Elements. 8 Trigram Steps, Taoist, 7-leaf flower piercing palm, Taoist, Golden Immortal Soul Shattering Chant, Greater Heights, Low-Grade Divine Rank. Transcendence. Martial Arts, Spirit Severing, 10%, Level 9. Immaculate Indestructible Body, First Tribulation, Lawful Embodiment of Heaven and Earth, First Level, Special Martial Arts, Celestial Light Alchemy Tome, Alchemy Grandmaster, Ancestral Scripture, Forging Grandmaster, Array Grandmaster, Hidden Secret Technique. Level 5, Special Abilities, Dharma Eye, Saber Intent, Sealing Intent. Life Source, 15. 32 million luck points, 31100. His attributes panel had also undergone some changes. First of all, the martial arts column was now blank. Apart from that, there was an additional Transcendence martial arts column under the martial arts column, and the ancestral scripture was there. 3 special traits. Among them, the Red Lotus of Purgation that Qin Shujian was most concerned about had not disappeared. It had only broken through from level 10 to level 11. Also, the ancient immortal body had disappeared, and was replaced by the astral manifestation body. Regarding this special trait, Qin Shujian had some understanding of it. The ancestral scripture that had broken through the limit could further develop the body's secrets during cultivation, and could open up the acupoints into stars. The strength of the physical body depended on the number of stars opened up. As for the strength of the stars, it depended on the cultivator's foundation. The level 1 astral manifestation body opened up the most basic 365 acupoints. The acupoints turned into stars. An endless stream of energy would emerge from them, nourishing the cultivator's body, and the cultivator's own energy would be fed back, further strengthening the foundation of the astral acupoints. the two complemented each other. Under such circumstances, as long as there was sufficient spiritual chi of heaven and earth, one could slowly improve their strength even if they did not cultivate. However, the speed of the improvement was very slow, and far less practical than cultivating on one's own. After all, the first level of the celestial being had a lifespan of 5,000 years. Although it was long, there was no immortality. In this way, one would still have to cultivate, and it was almost an extravagant hope to rely on automatic advancement. But even so, Qin Shujian was satisfied. The first level of the celestial being. Now I can be considered to have entered the ranks of the top cultivators. But unfortunately, after breaking through to the celestial being level, the bonus from the sect and the title of domain lord have disappeared. Regarding this change, he could more or less understand it. Whether it was the bonus from the sect or the title of domain lord, they could not actually allow one to break through to the next level. They could only increase the total amount of true essence. For cultivators below the celestial being level, if the shackles of the physical body were not broken, then there was a limit to the total amount of true essence. But after breaking through the shackles of the physical body and officially advancing to the transcendent being level, the physical body had already evolved endlessly. In Qin Shujian's opinion, this should be beyond the limits of these bonuses. From the previous bonuses that could not allow one to break through to the next level, he knew that there was a limit to this kind of bonus. Now that it was gone, it would be a lie to say that he did not regret it. But for Qin Shujian, since it was gone, then it was gone. Breaking through to the celestial being level was more practical than any other bonuses. Then, Qin Shujian got up, and the power spreading from his body suddenly retracted. The spiritual chi that was originally stagnant suddenly loosened and slowly flowed again. Then, with just a thought, the 27 square formation discs around him were all taken back. Now that the spiritual spirit had merged with the physical body, there was no such thing as how many feet it was. But if one had to make a comparison, one could see a little difference. Before the breakthrough, Qin Shujian's spiritual spirit was about 6,000 feet. Now that he had broken through, his spiritual spirit was about 20,000 feet. One had to know. A spiritual spirit of 7,000 feet suppressed a spiritual spirit of 6,000 feet. As for 20,000 feet, they were on two different levels. In Xianxia City, when the strange phenomenon disappeared, Yin Yurong suddenly stood up. He walked out of the tea house and said, Qin Shujian has broken through successfully. Let's go and pay a visit to this celestial being. Even now, he was still a little absent-minded. He had broken through successfully, it should be, the strange phenomenon had lasted for so many days before disappearing. If he had failed, he would have failed long ago. Why would he have waited until now? Therefore, in Yin Banqing's opinion, the other party should have succeeded. Especially now, where the origin sect was, that indistinct vast aura was spreading. Only a celestial being could possess it. A celestial being could suppress an area. A celestial being who had not broken through was ultimately just an ant. Even if they could survive in the true dominion and the ordinary dominion, the real stage was still in the spirit dominion and the big dominion. To go to these places, one had to be prepared to face a celestial being. Standing where he was, Su Yuan was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly came back to his senses. He took out an ingot of silver and placed it on the table. Then, he immediately followed Yin Banqing and headed toward Liangshan. There were many people in Liangshan City who did the same thing as Yin Banqing. Not everyone could guess that Qin Shujian was breaking through to the celestial being realm. After all, this was too shocking. If the other party had broken through to the peak divine martial realm many years ago, it would be easy to guess. However, Qin Shujian had only broken through to the divine martial realm a few months ago. Therefore, not many people would connect this to the celestial being realm. Only an experienced and knowledgeable person like Yin Banqing would be able to link it to this matter. At the origin sect, all the strange phenomena disappeared. Zheng Fang and the others had been waiting outside for a long time. When Qin Shujian came down from the forbidden area, they happened to meet him. When they saw Qin Shujian, they were all stunned. If they had not looked with their eyes, they would not have been able to sense that someone was approaching. When they met Qin Shujian's eyes, they felt a great pressure. They also felt a great pressure, which made it difficult for them to breathe. Suppressing the shock in their hearts, Zhengfeng and the others cupped their hands and said, "Sect Master." "Yes, we're all gathered here." "What happened?" "Sect Master, did you break through to the celestial being realm?" Niao Feng asked first. At this time, the others also pricked up their ears, ready to listen to Qin Shujian's answer. Hearing this, Qin Shujian smiled and nodded. "I broke through to the celestial being realm by luck." Boom! Niao Feng and the others felt a roar in their minds. Their expressions changed several times, and even their breathing became a little hurried. Celestial being, he really broke through to the celestial being realm. Although they had heard from the bow of heaven and earth and combined it with the strange phenomena before, they had some guesses. However, guesses were just guesses. When Qin Shujian really admitted it, it still caused a great shock. Niao Feng gulped and said with difficulty, "Sect Master, can you let us see what a celestial being realm is?" The celestial being realm was too far away for him. A few years ago, he was just a bandit leader in the martial arts stage 5. Now, he was facing a celestial being. To be honest, Niao Feng's shock was no less than that of the others. Qin Shujian looked a little hesitant. He looked at the others and asked, "Do all of you have the same idea?" "Sect Master, please let us broaden our horizons." Zhengfang and the others also replied in unison. To have the opportunity to see a celestial being's means was something that they could only dream of. If they could learn something from Qin Shujian, it might be useful for their own cultivation. "Alright, I'll let you see it." Qin Shujian did not refuse. He stood there for a while. The others also looked at him attentively, afraid that they would miss something. The next moment, the 365-star acupoints in his body vibrated at the same time. Vast power turned into a surging star river. At the same time, a supreme power erupted from his body. Thump! Thump! Whether it was Zhengfeng, Niao Feng, or the others, they all fell to their knees with a thump. They knelt neatly and meticulously. "Sect Master, please retract your divine power," Niao Feng said with difficulty. His face was full of fear and shock. When Qin Shujian retracted his power, they felt their bodies relax and then stood up from the ground. At this moment, no one wanted to see a celestial being's means anymore. At such a close distance, they could not even resist his aura, let alone other things. When they besieged the Heavenly Corpse sect, Lian Gumming, the celestial being, did not attack them. Qin Shujian stopped him the whole time. Therefore, they did not know how strong a celestial being was. But now, they were facing Qin Shujian's power. They finally understood. The celestial being and those below it were two extremes. Niao Feng said in admiration, "Sect Master, you've broken through to the celestial being realm. When you rule the cultivation world, you'll definitely defeat all your enemies." He did not ask Qin Shujian how he broke through so quickly, because there was no need to ask this question. No matter how the other party did it, he was now a celestial being. Just this point alone was enough. Outside Mount Liang, Yin Banqing and Su Yuan, who were about to hand in the visiting cards, suddenly felt a vast power erupting from the Yuan sect. Yin Banqing was fine, but Su Yuan's heart was beating wildly, as if he had encountered a terrifying existence. "This is the power of a celestial being." Su Yuan's face was filled with horror. He realized that he had been shocked too many times in the past few days. Yin Banqing sighed and said, "Who else can have such power except for a celestial being?" Then, under Qin Wentian's gaze, Su Yuan handed a visiting card to the guarding disciple of Yuan sect and said politely, "Traceless Sect's Supreme Elder Yin Banqing and Elder Su Yuan are here to pay their respects to Sect Master Qin. I hope you can inform him." The shocked disciple immediately came back to his senses. After receiving the visiting card, he also replied politely, "Please wait for a moment. I'll go and inform him right away." After saying that, he turned and left. Traceless Sect was a large sect in a large region. The name of the Supreme Elder Yin Banqing was also well known in the cultivation world of Baiyun Mansion. Therefore, this Yuan sect disciple did not dare to be negligent. Inside the Chenggu Hall, Qin Shujian, who had just broken through, was sitting on the main seat. There was a mysterious meaning in his every move. Below. Yin Banqing's posture changed from that of an old man just now. The moment he saw Qin Shujian, he cupped his fists and bowed, his voice booming like a bell. Traceless Sex Yin Banqing greets Sect Master Qin. Traceless Sex Su Yuan greets Sect Master Qin. Su Yuan did not dare to be negligent. Both of you, please have a seat. Thank you, Sect Master Qin. After the two of them sat down, Qin Shujian slowly sized up Yin Banqing. He had heard of the Supreme Elder of the Traceless Sect, a famous expert in the Baiyun Mansion. However, Yuan sect rarely interacted with other sections. Therefore, he had only heard of Yin Banqing's name and had never met him in person. Peak of the Divine Martial Realm. Unfortunately, his vitality has declined. Even if the spiritual god is still strong, it's not easy to break through to the celestial being realm. With just a few glances, Qin Shujian saw a lot of things. As for Yin Banqing, he did not know that he had been seen through by Qin Shujian. After he sat down, he immediately cupped his hands and asked, I saw that Sect Master Qin's breakthrough had ended, so I came to visit. I'd like to take the liberty to ask if Sect Master Qin has broken through to the celestial being realm? When he asked the question, Yin Banqing looked at Qin Shujian with bright eyes. Qin Shujian nodded and said, I broke through by luck. An answer. Yin Banqing's expression changed. Then, he sighed and said, in the cultivation world of Baiyun Mansion, there hasn't been a celestial being for thousands of years. Now that Sect Master Qin has broken through, you've broken the record of Baiyun Mansion. From now on, with Sect Master Qin in the cultivation world of Baiyun Mansion, we'll definitely be able to compete with other manners in the future. Elder Yin, you flatter me. I'm just lucky to break through to the celestial being realm. Compared to other celestial beings, I'm still far behind. Sect Master Qin, you're too modest. Yin Banqing naturally would not take his words seriously. After breaking through to the divine martial realm for a few months, Qin Shujian had become a celestial being. Who could guarantee that Qin Shujian's cultivation would not go further and reach another level in the next few years? Thinking of this, he also secretly sighed. The reincarnation of a mighty figure was indeed terrifying. Now, Yin Banqing was sure that Qin Shujian was definitely not the reincarnation of an ordinary mighty figure. There had been reincarnations of mighty figures in history, but it was the first time he had met one as terrifying as Qin Shujian. In his opinion, before Qin Shujian was reincarnated, he was very likely to be a supreme mighty figure. However, these were all Yin Banqing's guesses. There was no real evidence. But he was sure of one thing. Qin Shujian would definitely not stop at the first tier of the celestial being realm. Now that Qin Shujian had broken through, there were not many people in the world who could keep him in check. From now on, he would be able to fly high in the sky and fish in the sea. After a few simple greetings and compliments, Yin Banqing finally got to the point. I have one thing I want to ask. I wonder if Sect Master Qin is willing to enlighten me. What is it? May I ask Sect Master Qin, what is a celestial being? Qin Shujian replied lightly, above the divine martial realm is the celestial being. Yin Banqing was about to answer, but at this time, he choked. What was a celestial being? Above the divine martial realm was the celestial being. There didn't seem to be any problem with this answer. Even if he wanted to refute it, he didn't know where to start. Yin Banqing didn't believe that Qin Shujian didn't know what he meant, but the other party's answer clearly showed that he wanted to evade the question. Normally speaking, at this time, the topic should be stopped. But, the celestial being realm had been Yin Banqing's obsession for 1,000 years. It wasn't easy to meet a celestial being, so how could he let go of such an opportunity? Sect Master Qin, what I want to ask is, how can I break through to the celestial being realm? This question makes this Qin feel embarrassed. The smile on Qin Shujian's face faded a little. He tapped his fingers on the armrest and didn't answer the question directly. At this time, Yin Banqing suddenly stood up, bowed deeply, and said solemnly, I know this question makes Sect Master Qin feel embarrassed, but I've been stuck at the peak of the divine martial realm for 1,000 years. I don't have much time left. If Sect Master Qin can give me a few pointers, the Traceless Sect will definitely reward you generously. What price can the Traceless Sect pay? Qin Shujian's expression also turned serious. If there was a reward, then everything would be fine. Anyway, the method to break through to the celestial being realm wasn't a secret to other celestials. Although not many people knew this news, it definitely wasn't a small number. But knowing was one thing, and being able to break through was another. If a piece of information could be exchanged for benefits, he wouldn't refuse. Yin Banqing said, Sect Master Qin, as long as it's not something difficult, the Traceless sect will agree. How many properties does the Traceless sect have? How much are they worth? This? Yin Banqing hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Su Yuan who was at the side. Seeing this, Su Yuan immediately understood. He cupped his hands and said, My Traceless sect has a lot of properties now. If converted into silver taels, it should be around 2 billion silver taels. 2 billion. Qin Shujian's smile widened as he looked at the two of them and said slowly. This gene won't beat around the bush. If the Traceless sect can take out 500 million silver taels, then I will tell you the secret of how to break through to the celestial realm. I do. It's a resource worth 500 million taels of silver. As for cash, there's no need for that. There were quite a few in the Silver Essence sect. What they needed now was cash to buy resources. At present, the flames of war were everywhere. War was the place that consumed the most resources. Many things in the market had been bought by the various feudal lords and the imperial court, causing it to be somewhat difficult for Yuanzong to purchase some things recently. Yin Banqing nodded without hesitation. Traceless sect agrees to this matter. The resources worth 500 million taels of silver were important. But for him now, the chance to break through to the diviner level was more important. As long as he could break through to the diviner level, he would not hesitate to pay any price. Or else, when his lifespan ended, the Traceless sect would lack a powerhouse at the peak of the divine martial realm. Their strength would definitely decline a lot. At that time, when the various sects swallowed them up, their losses might not be less than this. Yin Banqing agreed readily, and Qin Shujian's answer was equally straightforward. But there's one thing that this Qin will say first. I will only tell you how to break through to the diviner level. Without my permission, you are not allowed to pass it on to others. Otherwise. At this point, a vast and surging aura spread out from his body, causing Yin Banqing and Su Yuan's expressions to change dramatically. I can guarantee that no one in the world can protect the Traceless sect. This aura was so vast that even Yin Banqing felt a little breathless. Although he had reached the peak of the divine martial realm, this was the first time he faced a diviner at such a close distance. He had heard of Qin Shujian's threat. Yin Banqing took a deep breath and then solemnly replied, Sect Master Qin, you can rest assured that no one will know about this matter whether I break through to the diviner level or not. Okay. Qin Shujian nodded. Then he got up and walked out of the hall. If there's nothing else, you can come with me. As for the resources, prepare them as soon as possible. I don't like to delay things for too long. Su Yuan, go back and prepare the resources, then send them to Sect Master Qin. Understood. Su Yuan replied in awe. He didn't refuse Yin Banqing's approach. If the other party could break through to the diviner level, it would be of great benefit to the entire Traceless sect. After giving some instructions, Su Yuan immediately got up and left. As for Yin Banqing, he followed behind Qin Shujian and left the Chenggu Hall. Walking in the Yuan sect, Yin Banqing was always half ahead behind Qin Shujian. He didn't have the aura of a supreme elder of the Traceless sect at all. Instead, he was like a student, following behind his teacher. There was no seniority in learning. The one who learned was the teacher. Moreover, in Yin Banqing's mind, Qin Shujian was the reincarnation of a peak almighty expert. In terms of real age, the other party was probably a few streets ahead of him. In addition, he was now a diviner. Therefore, Yin Banqing didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. When he opened the gate of the courtyard, a strong wave of spirit energy rushed out. Since the last time he left the sect, Qin Shujian hadn't returned for several months. The osmanthus tree in the courtyard had grown more luxuriant at this time. The osmanthus flowers on the branches and leaves were in full bloom, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Sensing Qin Shujian's return, the osmanthus tree's branches and leaves were swaying non-stop. When Banqing walked into the courtyard, he was also attracted by the spirit plant. This tree's spirituality has already been born. Its achievements in the future will be extraordinary. Yuan sect really has a deep foundation. It's admirable. This praise, Banqing, wasn't purely flattering. It was easy to cultivate spirit plants, but it was another matter to give birth to spirituality. As long as all living things in the world gave birth to spirituality, they would have a chance to step on the path of cultivation. Spirit plants had a long lifespan, much longer than ordinary demons. As long as Yuan sect's spirit plant was properly cultivated, after 1,000 years, there would be another powerful cultivator. Elder Yin, please take a seat. Qin Shujian's sleeves fluttered, and the fine dust on the stone table flew in. Banqing sat down as he was told. It's actually very simple to break through to the diviner realm. Qin Shujian looked at him, thought for a moment, and then said, rudimentary martial arts lays the foundation, true martial arts cultivates qi, spiritual martial arts cultivates yin spirit, and divine martial arts cultivates yang spirit. At this moment, Banqing's expression was already solemn, and he was listening attentively. How to break through to the diviner realm. This could be considered a different kind of preaching. The Traceless sect had spent 500 million taels of silver to get this opportunity, so they naturally wouldn't waste it. In the following period of time, Qin Shujian briefly explained the method to break through to the diviner realm, and then also talked about his own enlightenment. After all, with 500 million taels of resources in hand, it was impossible to simply say that one could break through to the diviner realm by combining essence, qi, and spirit. In that case, Banqing would probably fight with him to the death. Until now, Qin Shujian also hoped that the cultivation world of the Baiyun Mansion could be stronger. Although Yuan sect was the dominant force at the moment, the situation was good. But according to the current development of the situation, sooner or later, they would have to go to war with the demon clan. The cultivation world of the Baiyun Mansion was weak. If Yuan sect was alone, it would be difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Under such circumstances, it would be a good thing for Qin Shujian if he could have more helpers. The most important thing was, even if other sects produced diviners, he was confident that he could suppress them. This was the real reason. If Qin Shujian wasn't confident in suppressing them, he wouldn't have preached to Banqing so easily. Not to mention 500 million taels of silver, even if it was doubled, it would still be the same. After preaching for a while, 2 hours passed in a flash. In the end, Qin Shujian looked at Banqing, shook his head and said, to be honest, to break through to the diviner realm, your essence, qi, and spirit must be in peak condition. Although your spirit god is strong now, your qi and blood are declining. Even if you know how to break through, the success rate is not high. If you fail to break through by force, your qi and blood will be depleted, and your lifespan may be reduced. In my opinion, you'd better not break through by force. He could see that Banqing was eager to break through. But in his state, these words were really just to scare him. Banqing said with a wry smile, I understand what sect leader Qin said, but I've been at the peak of the divine martial arts realm for thousands of years. Now that I have a chance, I can't die in peace if I don't give it a try. And I don't have much lifespan left. Even if I don't break through by force, I can only live for another 100 or 200 years. What's the use? That's true. Qin Shujian nodded slightly, then changed the topic and said with a faint smile, but it's not completely impossible. You can find a chance to make up for your qi and blood. Sect leader Qin, what do you mean? Have you heard of the cultivation pill? The cultivation pill? Banqing murmured, then asked in surprise, sect leader Qin, are you talking about the cultivation pill that can reverse the Khanate heavens? The 9th level pill, the cultivation pill. With his status, he had naturally heard of it. It was just that there were too many pills in the world. If Qin Shujian hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have remembered it for a while. In response to Banqing's question, Qin Shujian nodded and said with a smile, yes, it's the cultivation pill that can reverse the Khanate heavens. Your qi and blood are declining. If you want to break through to the diviner realm, you must rejuvenate your qi and blood. Only by reversing the effects of the Khanate heavens can you do this. Otherwise, your breakthrough will definitely fail. Yin Banqing looked troubled and sighed. It's very difficult to obtain the cultivation pill. Even an ordinary alchemy grandmaster may not be able to refine it. With the strength of the Traceless sect, it wouldn't be easy to collect the cultivation pill. Qin Shujian faintly smiled. Perhaps I have a way to deal with the revival good fortune pill. But, you should also know that there are strong and weak 9-step pills. The revival good fortune pill reverses the Xiantian realm and is at the peak. If you want to get the cultivation pill, the price is not low at all. Is sect leader Qin serious? Yin Banqing's hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, suddenly clenched. He could no longer keep calm as he looked at Qin Shujian. If Qin Shujian didn't lie to him, then, if he got the cultivation pill, he had at least a 50% chance of breaking through to the diviner realm. Although a 50% chance was low, it was actually very high. Ordinary people had at most a 20% chance of breaking through to the diviner realm, or even lower. Yin Banqing could achieve this because he had been at the peak of the divine martial realm for thousands of years. During this period, he had explored the path to the diviner realm countless times. Finally, he heard Qin Shujian's preaching and verified himself. Even if there was a 50% chance, there was still a 50% chance of failure. But for Yin Banqing, 50%. It was enough. Not to mention 50%, even if he had a 30% chance, he would still try. Once he broke through to the diviner realm, the problem of his lifespan would be solved. As for the price, even if he had to empty the entire Traceless sect, he would not hesitate. The cultivation pill is not a problem. Qin Shujian skillfully boiled the water with his vital essence. Then, with a thought, he took 2 osmanthus flowers from the branches and leaves and brewed them. Suddenly, a fragrance filled the air. Without seeing him do anything, one of the cups of tea automatically moved in front of Yin Banqing. Then, he picked up the cup in front of him and took a sip. But the cultivation pill is the creation of heaven and earth. It is not something that can be bought with money. If the Traceless sect can take out 20 spirit stones, I can get the cultivation pill. 20 spirit stones. Yin Banqing's hand trembled again. This was not a small number. Combined with the original 500 million taels of resources, it was almost half of the Traceless sect. But, compared to the temptation of breaking through to the diviner realm, this price was still within his acceptable range. Then, Yin Banqing looked straight at Qin Shujian and asked in a deep voice, Sect Master Qin, are you serious? I'm not joking. Okay, but I want to make one last deal with Sect Master Qin. What deal? I want to take a look at your divine connection technique. After saying that, a murderous intent that seemed to have condensed into a substance instantly locked onto him. Qin Shujian put down the teacup in his hand, looked at Yin Banqing indifferently, and said coldly, Elder Yin, I have been giving you a chance because of your face. Don't push your luck. You must know that a man who is not content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Looking at the divine connection technique, only he could say that. A divinity cultivation method was the lifeline of a top sect. If it could be casually shown to others, then the sect would not be far from destruction. Seeing this, Yin Banqing also realized that he had misspoken and hurriedly explained, Sect Master Qin, please don't misunderstand. I just want to take a look at the Heavenly Corp sect's divine connection technique. I have no intention of coveting your sect's inheritance. The Heavenly Corp sect's divine connection technique is now in the Yuan Pavilion. If Elder Yin is interested, you can go to the Yuan Pavilion to exchange for it. Qin Shujian mercilessly refused. Diviner Realm Enlightenment and Fortune Pill. Although these were all exchanged with money, if Sect Master Qin did not give them, they would not be able to get them even if they had money. Not only did he give so many benefits, he also wanted to take a look at the divine connection technique. All of a sudden, a thought emerged in Qin Shujian's mind, this should be the legendary dragon. Sect Master Qin, what price do I have to pay to take a look at the divine connection technique? Yin Banqing did not know what the other party was thinking and asked bluntly. Price? Qin Shujian sneered, the price of the divine connection technique is not something your Traceless sect can afford. Speaking of this, he paused for a moment and continued, Elder Yin, I have already said this much. I don't think I need to say more. I have already given you the Diviner Realm Enlightenment and Fortune Pill. The Divine Connection technique is in the Yuan Pavilion. If the Traceless sect has the ability, you can go and exchange for it. But if you want to get it from me, you have made the wrong decision. I was rude. Yin Banqing sighed and gave up on the idea of getting the Divine Connection technique from Qin Shujian. Although he had already deduced most of the Traceless sect's legacy techniques. But if he could verify them with the Divine Connection technique, the speed would undoubtedly be much faster and it would also save him some detours. But, looking at Qin Shujian's current stance, this path was obviously not going to work. Next, he wanted to get the Divine Connection technique. He could either exchange for it through the Yuan Pavilion or slowly deduce it himself. Not long after, Yin Banqing got up and said goodbye. Qin Shujian had only promised him one thing about the Revival Fortune Pill, and that was that he would get it within 3 years. But the specific time would have to depend on the situation. After sending Yin Banqing away, Qin Shujian didn't even have time to catch his breath before someone else came to visit. In the same courtyard. The difference was that the person sitting opposite him was no longer Yin Banqing. Sect Master Qin, please save me. Looking at Wu Lang, who had just sat down and revealed a mournful expression, Qin Shujian was a little speechless. Esteemed envoy, let's talk nicely. He immediately asked for help. To be honest, this was the first time he had met such a person. At this time, after seeing Qin Shujian, Wu Lang seemed to have seen his savior. Especially when he learned that Qin Shujian had broken through to the celestial realm, his first reaction was not shock but surprise. He had broken through to the celestial realm and was also an array grandmaster. With the combination of the two, Qin Shujian's strength was more than a level higher than the average expert who had just entered the celestial realm. For Wu Lang, the stronger Qin Shujian was, the better. It would be better if he broke through to the almighty realm on the spot. That would be more appropriate. Of course. He only thought about this in his heart and did not say it out loud. Sect Master Qin, you may not know this, but now that all the feudal lords have rebelled and the central state prefecture is surrounded by the army, the imperial court is at the end of its rope. Without external help, I'm afraid that the empire that has been established for thousands of years will have to surrender. Wu Lang's face was full of sorrow and his expression was as ugly as it could be. Over the past few days in Liangshan City, the bad news in the central state prefecture had been coming one after another. It even gave him the feeling that the imperial court would be destroyed at any time. Even though he was not in the central state prefecture now, he still felt a great deal of pressure. What do you mean, Brother Wu? Qin Shujian frowned and said with a puzzled expression, I've just broken through to the celestial realm. Although Yuan Zhong's strength is not bad, it's not worth mentioning in front of the imperial court. I'm afraid that with or without me, it won't change anything. Sigh, now that we have more help, the imperial court will have a better chance of winning. Although Qin Shujian has just broken through to the celestial realm, he's also a formation grandmaster. If he's willing to help, he can provide a lot of help. I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint you, Brother Wu. Qin Shujian rejected him without hesitation. Now that the imperial court and the rebels were like fire and water, if they did not have the strength to intervene, they would be torn to pieces in an instant. After breaking through to the celestial realm, he believed that his strength was enough to be ranked among the top. However, there were also high and low ranks among the celestial realm. Qin Shujian would definitely not believe that there were no powerful figures involved in this war. Wu Lang had already expected this. When Qin Shujian rejected the offer, he immediately said, Sect Master Qin, don't be in a hurry to reject it. Since the imperial court has invited you to take action, the reward will definitely not be low. As he spoke, he looked at Qin Shujian's expression and continued. In order to show their sincerity, the imperial court is willing to give you a divine martial arts, a second realm formation grandmaster's comprehension, and 50 spirit stones. And this time, Sect Master Qin has killed 237 demons, a total of 48 spirit stones. The imperial court will also directly give you a round number, plus the reward for helping, a total of 100 spirit stones. I wonder what Sect Master Qin thinks. A divine martial arts. A second realm formation grandmaster's comprehension. 100 spirit stones. The bountiful rewards from the imperial court shook Xianxia to the core. He was about to reject the offer, but he hesitated instead. The value of the divine martial arts was needless to say. Although it could not be compared with the divine martial arts, it was still priceless. If he threw it out, it would be enough to make the major sects of the big region scramble for it. As for the second realm formation Grandmaster's comprehension. To be honest, with the opportunity to improve his source of life, this thing was not very useful to him. However, the value of this thing could not be ignored. It could also be seen that the imperial court did have a second realm Grandmaster. The last 100 spirit stones were even more irresistible. As for the number of demons that Wu Lang said he had killed, Xianxia also understood what was going on. The number of demons that really died in his hands was naturally more than this number. What Wu Lang said was the number of demons he had killed before the imperial court terminated the deal. For a moment, Xianxia fell silent. Wu Lang, who was sitting on the side, did not persuade him anymore. He had already given the imperial court the best conditions that they could give. The rest was up to the other party's choice. If the other party was determined to refuse, Wu Lang had no other way. But in his opinion, the possibility of Xianxia refusing was not high. Time passed little by little. After a long time, he looked at Wu Lang and said in a deep voice, "I can help, but there are 2 conditions that the imperial court must agree to. Otherwise, Brother Wu, please go back." "Please speak, Sect Master Qin." Xianxia stretched out 2 fingers and said, "First, I will only help if it is within my power. If it is not, it is impossible for me to be buried with the imperial court. Second, I need to get the thing first. If the imperial court can agree to these 2 conditions, then I will have no objections. If the imperial court is not willing, then I will not force it." Hiring him was fine. But it was impossible to spend money to make him work for the imperial court. As for the latter, to be honest, Xianxia wasn't confident in the imperial court. If the imperial court was destroyed, he might not even have a chance to get the item. He would never work for free. Wu Lang nodded. "No problem." As he spoke, a storage ring was handed to Xianxia. "Sect Master Qin's reward is inside. You can check it. Brother Wu, you've prepared for this." A smile tugged at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. He was increasingly concerned about the situation in the imperial court. Straightforward. Everything was too straightforward. Under such circumstances, the more straightforward it was, the more it proved that the imperial court was in a desperate situation. Or else, with the imperial court's power, they wouldn't do this. Just like killing the demons last time, the process of reporting back and forth took a lot of time. Now that everything was simple, it explained a lot. He took the storage ring. This time, Xianxia did not need to drip a drop of blood on it. A supreme power of his divine sense fell on it, easily erasing the master recognition mark in the storage ring. Then, he left his own divine sense imprint. In less than a breath, this storage ring had already changed owners. He could do this because he had broken through to the diviner realm. When he was at the peak of the divine martial realm, to make a storage ring recognize its owner, he couldn't do without the old method of dripping blood on it. He used his divine will to check it. Soon, Xianxia retreated from inside with a smile on his face. "I wonder when Brother Wu would like me to leave." "As soon as possible. I need 3 days to prepare. I'll leave with Brother Wu in 3 days." "Okay." Wu Lang nodded. 3 days wasn't a long time. He could afford to wait. After making the decision, Wu Lang stood up and said goodbye. "I'll leave first. I'll visit your sect in 3 days. No need to trouble yourself. Brother Wu, you can rest in Liangshan City. I'll find you when the time comes." "Then it's a deal." "It's a deal." After settling the matter, Wu Lang also felt that the dark clouds in his heart had dispersed by quite a bit. Soon after, he left. In the courtyard, Xianxia's mind flickered. In the distance, Niao Fang's ears twitched slightly. He had already arrived outside the courtyard and was just in time to send Wu Lang down the mountain. After the 2 of them left. Xianxia took out some things from his storage ring. First, he took out the 27 square formation discs from his storage ring. Following that, he took out another 81 spirit stones and cast them into the formation plate through casting. As the spirit stones entered, the formation plate was still a high-grade spirit tool, but its power had increased by at least 30%. Don't underestimate a 30% increase. For a formation that could rival a celestial, a 30% increase in power was already very powerful. After that, Xianxia activated his spiritual eye and looked at Yuanzong's luck. The yellow cloud Qilin above the sect seemed to have become denser, but it hadn't reached the level of transformation yet. My breakthrough to the celestial being realm has also given the sect a lot of luck. However, this luck lacks enough supreme treasures to suppress and stabilize it, so even if it has increased now, it hasn't allowed the sect to break through to the level of a 6th grade force. Xianxia thought to himself. Supreme treasures weren't the only thing that could increase the luck. For example, if the cultivation of the disciples improved by leaps and bounds, or if there was an unparalleled expert, or if there was an increase in territory, all of these could increase the luck of the sect. However, such luck was the most illusory. Unless there was an equivalent supreme treasure to suppress and stabilize it, it would be impossible to completely turn the luck into one's own use. Or else, although the accumulation of the luck looked prosperous, it was actually just a pavilion in the sky that was difficult to stabilize at all. Therefore, even if he had broken through to the celestial being realm, the luck wouldn't allow Yuanzong to break through to the 6th grade force. That was the reason for it. There's still a little distance before it can be promoted. If I have 1 or 2 more Dao artifacts, I should be able to become a 6th grade force. Thinking of this, Xianxia fell into deep thought. After having the Dharma eye, he could see more clearly how far away the sect was from being promoted. Now that this gap was converted to luck points, how much would it be, after a while? Xianxia came back to his senses and had an idea in his mind. With a thought, he injected 81 luck points into the 27 array discs. All of a sudden, the yellow cloud Qilin looked up to the sky and roared. Its body, which was supposed to be like clouds and mist, seemed to be growing a little bit of scales. However, this scale armor only grew a little before it suddenly stopped. The aura that was about to transform was also stuck in the middle and couldn't complete the final transformation. On the other side, after the luck was injected, the 27 array discs shone brightly. Originally, they were just ordinary spirit artifacts that didn't have the effect of suppressing luck. Now, with the injection of luck, they transformed and entered the ranks of half-step Dao artifacts. On the array discs, Dao patterns were engraved. However, the amount of luck was too little, so the Dao patterns of each array disc couldn't be completely engraved. Only half of them stayed there. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but smile. An array disc made of 27 half-step Dao artifacts. In this way, coupled with my current strength, perhaps I have a certain degree of competence to deal with a 4th-level celestial being expert. 4th-level celestial being was the Saint Realm. Experts at this level were already different from the Transcendent Realm. They were gradually controlling the power of heaven and earth, fighting across realms. After breaking through to the celestial being level, it was no longer that easy. Subsequently, Xianxia took out 2 crystals from the storage ring that Wu Lang gave him. One crystal recorded the 2nd level of the Grandmaster realm. The other crystal recorded a divine level martial art. After thinking for a while, he first picked up the crystal that recorded the divine level martial art and then stepped into it with his divine thought. Half an hour later, the crystal in Xianxia's hand turned into powder and he also withdrew from the state of enlightenment. You've learned the divine level martial art, Sky Cloud Finger. Finger technique. This was the first time Xianxia had obtained such a martial art. However, when he carefully digested the insights of the Sky Cloud Finger, he also had a great understanding of this divine level martial art. It's a good attack finger technique. It's just right for me to use right now. It was also at this moment. Another system notification appeared. Detected that you possess the true meaning of sealing and are compatible with the divine level martial art, Sky Cloud Finger. Do you wish to consume 1000 luck points to fuse? Fuse, looking at this system notification, Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows slightly. 1,000 luck points. This was not a small number. Even now, he would need to kill 10 demons in order to obtain so many luck points. Even if it was injected into a Dao artifact. It was equivalent to 2-3 Seal Dao artifacts. This was different from deducing the Gui Yuan ancestral canon. That was his foundation and lifeline, but the fusion of this divine-level martial art was not necessary. For a moment, Qin Shujian was a little hesitant. Looking at his luck points, he still had more than 30,000 points. The amount was indeed not small. Fine, I'll see what it is after you fuse. Qin Shujian thought for a while and chose to fuse. Soon, 1,000 luck points disappeared. You've consumed 1,000 luck points. You've consumed the divine level martial art, Sky Cloud Finger. You've consumed the true meaning of sealing. You've obtained the divine level martial art, Sky Cloud God Sealing Finger. Sky Cloud God Sealing Finger? Qin Shujian comprehended the divine level martial art that had already transformed, and only came back to his senses after a long time. After completely consuming the Sky Cloud God Sealing Finger, his face once again revealed a smile. This wave is not a loss. Although the divine level martial arts were divided into strong and weak, they did not have a specific grade. At this level of martial arts, they were no longer divided into low and high grades. Once they stepped into the divine level, they would be called divine level martial arts. If the heavenly cloud finger before the fusion could only be considered as average or even inferior among the divinity martial arts, then after the fusion with the true meaning of sealing, the heavenly cloud god sealing finger could be considered as superior among the divinity martial arts. More importantly, after the fusion, the sky cloud god sealing finger was no longer divided into levels, it was directly at the level of perfection. It consumed one divine level martial art, 1,000 luck points, and a true meaning of sealing. In the end, it was exchanged for a sky cloud god sealing finger at the level of perfection. Whether this kind of transaction was a loss or a gain, anyone with a discerning eye could tell. After doing these things, Qin Shujian's attention fell on another crystal stone. The comprehension of the second stage of the Grandmaster. Speaking of which, he was now at the peak of the first stage of the Grandmaster. He was only one step away from the second stage of the Grandmaster. The peak of the first stage was roughly what it meant. So, Qin Shujian also had the idea of using this comprehension to break through the second stage of the Grandmaster. If he succeeded, then he would directly save 1 billion life source. Very soon, Qin Shujian's divine consciousness fell on the crystal stone. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Shujian walked out of the courtyard, gave some simple instructions, and then walked towards Cold Mountain City. Cold Mountain City, in an inn. After Wu Lang left the Yuan sect, he had been suffering for the past 3 days. Although he did not think that Qin Shujian would go back on his words. But as long as the other party did not come, he could not truly be at ease. Ever since he broke through to the God martial arts realm, it was rare for Wu Lang to be so restless. After all, it would take a normal cultivator hundreds of years to cultivate to the God martial arts realm. What had he not experienced in a few hundred years? But, now that the situation in the Great Zhao country was grim, Wu Lang also felt that he was insignificant in the face of such a situation. It was also because of this that his mind was in a mess. However, Qin Shujian did not make him wait for long. Once the 3 days were up, he arrived at Cold Mountain City. With the Yuan sect's influence in Cold Mountain City, it was not difficult to find out where a person lived. Brother Wu, this Qin has arrived. Please come down and meet me. Wu Lang, who was in the guest room, suddenly heard a voice in his mind. After being stunned for a short while, a look of relief appeared on his face. A voice transmission through divine consciousness. Wu Lang immediately stood up and left the guest room. When he walked downstairs, he saw Qin Shujian sitting there. He ordered a pot of tea and looked at the surrounding scenery like an ordinary young master. Cold Mountain City was a city built by a top sect. This was destined. Those who were able to enter this place were almost all people with a cultivation base. Even a waiter who served tea was at least at the 6th stage of the martial arts realm, a cultivator who had reached the peak of chi and blood. If they were in the mortal world, a cultivator at the 6th stage of the martial arts realm had a high status. No matter what, he was an expert who could fight against 100 people. But in Cold Mountain City, he was willing to be a waiter at the lowest level. To put it bluntly. Or it was because there were too many powerful cultivators here. If a powerful cultivator took a fancy to him, he would be able to get some benefits from it. It was something he would pursue for his entire life. Under such circumstances, naturally, those low-level cultivators would flock here like a flock of ducks. Actually, it was not just Cold Mountain City. Most of the other sects and cities were like this. But in Baiyun Mansion, the other cities were not as big as Cold Mountain City. In the end, it was because of the Yuan sect. Especially during this period of time. Although the news of Qin Shujian breaking through to the heaven realm was not deliberately spread, it still spread like wildfire. Regarding this news, many of the cultivators were skeptical of the news. This was because the news was simply too shocking. Qin Shujian had only broken through to the divine martial realm for a few months. Even if he kept taking pills, swallowing heavenly treasures, and even if he had a powerful cultivator to pass on his cultivation, it was impossible for him to break through to the heaven realm in such a short time. Even if Qin Shujian had stayed in this realm for a few more years, or even a few decades, it would be more believable. But a few months. To be honest, if they did not see it with their own eyes, not many people would believe it. Sect Master Qin. Brother Wu. Qin Shujian smiled and then gestured to the seat in front of him, saying, Brother Wu, do you want to have a cup of tea first? No, let's set off immediately. Wu Lang shook his head. He was not in the mood to drink tea now. Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not force the issue and left the place with the man. As for paying, this was the Yuan sect's property. It was too unreasonable for him, the sect master, to pay for a cup of tea. In front of the teleportation gate, 2 Yuan sect disciples respectfully opened the teleportation gate. Then, Qin Shujian and Wu Lang stepped in. Now, the Central State Prefecture was besieged. In order to prevent the rebels from invading, the teleportation gates of many cities in the Central State Prefecture had been cut off from some other prefectures. Every time a city fell, the original teleportation gate in the city would be closed. But fortunately, there was one thing that happened. The teleportation gate between the Central State Prefecture and the Baiyun Mansion was not closed. Zongyang City. The teleportation gate flashed and the two directly appeared here. Sect Master Qin, if you want to directly cross other prefectures and reach the Central State Prefecture, you have to change to an official teleportation gate. Wu Lang walked on the side and led Qin Shujian in another direction. The teleportation gate built in each capital city is extraordinary. It is said that the person who built it is at least an expert of the 2nd level of the Grandmaster realm. Therefore, the teleportation gate can cross prefectures. However, opening a teleportation gate across prefectures consumes a lot of energy. Qin Shujian walked slowly and listened to the other party's words. It had only been 3 or 4 years since he came to this world. During this time, he was almost obsessed with improving his strength and did not know much about foreign things. He only knew a little about some of the more secretive things. Now that Wu Lang was willing to say a few more words, he was happy to listen. Seeing Qin Shujian's interest, the smile on Wu Lang's face widened. He tirelessly said, Sect Master Qin should know that generally, to open a teleportation gate, one only needs to inject spirit qi. This kind of teleportation is usually done in adjacent areas and it does not consume much energy. If it is a large-scale teleportation, you need to use spiritual stones. But generally speaking, as long as it is not an interprefectural teleportation, it will consume about 6 to 9 spiritual stones. These spiritual stones can withstand about 30 to 40 teleportations. After that, the spiritual stones will be exhausted and need to rest for a while before they can be used again. But if it is an interprefectural teleportation, these spiritual stones can only withstand 30 teleportations and they will be permanently damaged. After 30 teleportations, the spiritual stones will break and there is no possibility of repair. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was also stunned and couldn't help but say, in this case, the cost of interprefectural teleportation is too high. 30 teleportations sounded like a lot. One had to know that a single spirit stone was not cheap. 30 teleportations would consume 6 to 9 spiritual stones, which was not a small price at all. Of course. Wu Lang nodded and said with a sigh, so unless it is a critical moment, it will not be used like this. At most, it will take a little more time to transfer to an adjacent area. Anyway, there is not much difference. But, speaking up to here, Wu Lang sighed again, now that the 3 prefectures close to Baiyun Prefecture, Nanfeng, Baiyong, and Pingchuan prefectures have rebelled, the teleportation gates connecting to Baiyun Prefecture and Zhongzhou Prefecture are also closed. In this case, if we want to go to Zhongzhou Prefecture, we will have to choose one of the 3 prefectures to cross. Otherwise, we will have to use interprefectural teleportation. If I'm not mistaken, the news of Sect Master Qin's reinforcements has definitely spread. The rebels might even send people to stop you. Therefore, it's better to head directly to the Central Province Prefecture and avoid a lot of trouble. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was silent. Even if not many people believed that he had broken through to the Diviner Realm, his identity as a Formation Grandmaster could not be faked. Now, the rebels were focused on conquering Zhongzhou Prefecture. If someone wanted to help the Imperial Court, they would not just stand by and watch. It was inevitable that they would interfere. While Wu Lang was talking, the 2 of them had already arrived at the inner city. Just like Xinqing City, the Imperial Court's official teleportation formation was in the inner city. And the inner city was also one of the most heavily guarded places in the city. Stop, you are not allowed to enter the inner city. A general in armor with a saber at his waist blocked their way. Seeing this, Wu Lang immediately took out his identity token and handed it over. After seeing it, the general's expression changed slightly. He immediately returned it with both hands respectfully, so it is Lord Envoy, please go in. Thank you. Wu Lang also nodded, then took the token and put it away. Then, he walked into the inner city with Qin Shujian. May I ask where you are going? Guangdong City of Zhongzhou Prefecture. Wu Lang thought for a while and finally chose a place. The teleportation was not done randomly. Now that Zhongzhou Prefecture was burning with the flames of war, it would be very troublesome if they were accidentally teleported into the enemy's lair. After all, the teleportation gate in the Imperial Court's hands would immediately close the connection with the original city when the city was breached. But Zongyang City might not be able to do it immediately. As for the Imperial City, it also needed to be transferred through the cities in Zhongzhou Prefecture. The capital cities of other prefectures only had the right to enter Zhongzhou Prefecture directly, but not the Imperial City directly. Hearing this, the general's expression changed. Then he respectfully replied, I understand. Going to Zhongzhou Prefecture meant that it would cost a lot. Wu Lang used the teleportation gate as an envoy of the Imperial Court, so it was naturally impossible for him to bear the cost. And looking at Wu Lang, he did not intend to bear the cost. In the end, the cost would still fall on Zongyang City. However, the general also knew that it was impossible for him to ask Wu Lang for money. It did not take long. Everything had been prepared. Then, Qin Shujian and Wu Lang stepped into the teleportation gate and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The spirit stones that were originally inlaid on the teleportation gate suddenly dimmed a little, and small cracks appeared on them, like thin strands of hair. I hope this kind of thing will not happen again, otherwise it will be a great loss. When the general saw this, a pained expression appeared on his face, then he carefully put away the spirit stones again. Kill. In a city, there was already chaos at this time. The Imperial Court's army and the rebels' army. Both sides were killing each other, turning this place into an azure battlefield. In the sky, Du Qingwu's aura filled the sky, and the moment he punched, the void distorted violently. When the terrifying power erupted, the Imperial Court's heavenly being who was fighting with him suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Then, he took out a jade talisman from his storage ring and squeezed it hard, then a powerful attack erupted. The moment the attack erupted, the heavenly being coughed up blood again, then his body turned into a stream of light and fled into the distance. You run fast. Du Qingwu destroyed the attack with a punch, his face was cold and fierce. Looking at the heavenly being's back, killing intent flashed across his face. He did not chase after him. If a heavenly being was determined to escape, it was very difficult to stop him. Moreover, in terms of speed, it was not his forte, so he might as well not waste his effort. Anyway, they were not in a hurry now. If these heavenly beings fled, then so be it. Anyway, when they encroached on the central state prefecture step by step, they would not be able to escape in the end. Thinking of this, Du Qingwu suppressed the killing intent in his heart, then looked at the situation in the city. He punched out in the air, and the body of a great cultivator in the god martial arts realm exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. For a moment, a terrifying power spread out. Surrender or die. Du Qingwu's domineering voice resounded throughout the city. For a moment, the resistance in the city weakened a lot. In the end, the remaining resistance was also strangled, and the rest of the people abandoned their weapons and surrendered. The remnants of the army surrendered. The rest of the matter was much simpler. On one hand, Du Qingwu arranged for people to stabilize the situation in the city. On the other hand, he recovered his strength as quickly as possible and continued to attack the next city. Marquis, there's a disturbance at the transportation gate. At this time, one of his subordinates came to report. Du Qingwu had a puzzled expression and then said, "Go take a look." There was a disturbance at the transportation gate. Could it be that reinforcements from the imperial court had arrived, but now that the city had been taken down by him, what was the difference between sending reinforcements now and sending them to their deaths? Thinking of this, Du Qingwu immediately order all archers to surround the transportation gate. If the Great Zhao army comes through, kill them immediately. As you command. Transporting people across prefectures was different from transporting people across regions. It was impossible to arrive instantly. This process required some time. By the time Qin Shujian and Wu Lang came out of the transportation gate, a few minutes had already passed. This is Guangding City? Qin Shujian's expression was somewhat strange. Looking at the surrounding scene, he didn't know what to say. As for Wu Lang, when he saw the surrounding scene clearly, his expression was as ugly as if his entire family had died. Guangding City has been taken. How can this be? How can Guangding City be taken so quickly? The reason why they chose Guangding City was because it was the closest to the imperial city. It was considered one of the lifelines of the central state prefecture. Although the situation in the central state prefecture was chaotic now, Guangding City was one of the safest cities apart from the imperial city. From Wu Lang's perspective, it was impossible for Guangding City to be taken in a short time. If Guangding City was taken, it meant that the imperial court had been completely defeated. The army was about to surround the imperial city. But, Wu Lang looked at the smoke that had yet to disperse, as well as the dense group of archers that surrounded the two of them. However, from their attire, it was clear that they were not the army of the imperial court. He had no choice but to believe a fact. That was, Guangding City had been taken. Lord Qin, Guangding City has been taken. This one has miscalculated. We must immediately leave here and head to the imperial city. Soon, Wu Lang collected his thoughts and calmed down. As for the surrounding archers, they were completely ignored by him. It was impossible to stop a celestial being and a divine martial being with just a few soldiers. If he really wanted to leave, it was just a matter of minutes. Qin Shujian shook his head and said indifferently, "We want to leave, but I'm afraid some people won't let us." "What do you mean?" Wu Lang frowned and followed Qin Shujian's gaze. In an instant, his expression changed drastically, as if he had seen something terrifying. Du Qingwu. If it was any other cultivator, even if it was a sky human expert, they would not have been able to escape. Even Wu Lang would not be so shocked. But, Fallen Moon Marquis Du Qingwu was completely different. The strength of the other party had reached the peak of the Saint Realm and was close to the level of a half-step almighty. Such strength. In his opinion, even Qin Shujian would not be able to contend with him. However, compared to Wu Lang's shock, Qin Shujian was much calmer. Although he looked at Du Chenggu with a solemn expression, he did not lose his composure. "Your fallen moon Marquis Du Chenggu. I've heard of you for a long time." He had been to Fallen Moon Mansion and received a reward from Marquis Fallen Moon. But at that time, he had only heard of Marquis Fallen Moon's name and had never seen him in person. Now that he saw Du Chenggu, Qin Shujian sensed a vast and profound aura from the other party. On the other side, when Qin Shujian looked over, Du Chenggu's expression changed as well. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable. Sky human. At first glance, he could tell that Qin Shujian was a sky human. That resonance with heaven and earth could only be triggered by an expert of the same level. Compared to Qin Shujian's unfamiliarity with him. Although Du Chenggu had never seen Qin Shujian in person, he had seen his information screen, so he recognized him immediately. But recognizing him was one thing. When he sensed the other party's realm, he could not help but be shocked. If he remembered correctly, the other party had just broken through to the divine martial realm. But now, he had turned into a Deva expert in the blink of an eye. Even though Du Chenggu was experienced and knowledgeable, he had never seen such a thing. The scene was silent for a long time. When Du Chenggu came back to his senses, he said with a little shock, "I didn't expect the rumor that Sect Master Qin had broken through to the sky human realm to be true. You have only been a cultivator for 3 or 4 years and you have already broken through to the sky human realm. This cultivation speed really makes this Marquis blush with shame. Marquis Fallen Moon, you flatter me. A mere transcendent is not comparable to a saint. Now that you have reached the transcendent level, becoming a saint is not far away. With Sect Master Qin's potential, I'm afraid he will be able to reach the mighty realm in the future." Du Chenggu sighed. Then, his gaze fell on Wu Lang. It was just a glance. Wu Lang's mind trembled. If not for Qin Shujian standing beside him, he would definitely turn and leave. The gap between the divine martial realm and the sky human realm was huge, not to mention Du Chenggu, who was at the peak of the saint realm. However, Du Chenggu only glanced at Wu Lang, then looked away and back at Qin Shujian. What is Sect Master Qin's purpose in coming to the Central State Prefecture? I have been invited by the Imperial Court to help the Imperial City. Qin Shujian did not hide it and said frankly. He believed that Wu Lang's invitation to the Yuan sect would not be hidden from these people's eyes and ears. Moreover, he was standing with Wu Lang now. Even if Du Chenggu did not know anything before, he should understand now. As expected. After hearing Qin Shujian's words, Du Chenggu's expression did not change at all. Now that the great Zhao dynasty is about to be destroyed, why does Sect Master Qin want to go like a moth to a flame? It is better to join forces with us. When the imperial city is destroyed, this marquis will be able to give you the things that great Zhao promised you. Originally, he did not intend to rope in Qin Shujian. After all, the rebel army had the upper hand now and the great Zhao dynasty was powerless to reverse the situation. Although Qin Shujian was a formation Dao grandmaster, his own cultivation and strength were only average. It would be difficult for him to be of much use. He was not like the imperial court who had reached the end of the road. He could not be so desperate as to rope in everyone. However, after seeing Qin Shujian's sky-human realm, Du Chenggu changed his mind. A formation grandmaster was nothing. A transcendent sky-human was nothing. However, the combination of the two could not be ignored. Hearing this, Qin Shujian did not move, but Wu Lang's expression changed slightly. Now that Du Chenggu was in front, he could not guarantee that Qin Shujian would not go back on his word. If the other party went back on his word, he would be dead. Although he was worried, Wu Lang did not speak and quietly waited for Qin Shujian's reply. The current situation. It was not something a divine martial artist like him could influence. Whether he lived or died depended on Qin Shujian's choice. On the side, Qin Shujian pondered for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. Marquis Fallen Moon's offer is indeed tempting, but I am a man of my word. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you. Sect Master Qin, have you thought it through? I have. Qin Shujian nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell silent. The next moment, the space suddenly exploded, and the two disappeared at the same time. Then, they collided in the void. Qin Shujian pressed out a finger, and the 365 star acupoints in his body vibrated violently. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and when the astral finger fell, endless killing intent was revealed. As soon as he attacked, he had all his strength. Facing an expert at the peak of the Saint Realm like Du Chengguo, any reservation would only lead to death. Sky Cloud Finger? No, it's not the Sky Cloud Finger. When Du Chengguo saw this finger, a strange look appeared on his face. It was not that he had never seen the heavenly cloud finger before, but the one displayed by Qin Shujian seemed to be the same. It had a bit of the charm of the heavenly cloud finger, but it was completely different. However, he did not think too much about it. By the time Qin Shujian made his move, he had already sent out a punch. Who cares what finger? He would break it with a punch. Boom, the astral finger shattered. Qin Shujian's body shook, and he uncontrollably retreated. In an instant, the blood and qi in his body were surging. With just one move, the gap between the early Skyman and the peak of the Saint Realm had already been revealed. However, Qin Shujian was already prepared. The Zhou Tian stars in his body vibrated, and a vast force gushed out from his acupoints, forcibly suppressing the surging blood and qi. Then, with another finger, wind and thunder roared, sweeping across the sky. On the other side, Du Chengwu's face also became a little more dignified. In the fight just now, he found that Qin Shujian's strength was not as simple as the first level of the Skyman realm. That power was much weaker than the second or third level of the Skyman realm. Thinking of this, Du Chengwu's heart was even more dignified. Not only did he have great potential, but he was also extremely strong. He also had the strength to challenge those at a higher level in the Skyman realm. If such a person could not be an ally, he must be killed. While his thoughts were turning, the two had fought no less than dozens of times. The power of the integrated Sky Cloud God Sealing Finger was indeed extraordinary. Among the many divine-level martial arts that Qin Shujian had obtained, it was currently the first. Of course, the Sky Cloud God Sealing Finger was also a consummate martial art, but it could not erase the power of this martial art. But even so, after fighting for more than a dozen times, Qin Shujian also fell into a disadvantage. The gap between the two could not be made up by a martial art. Boom! Another collision. Qin Shujian snorted. The moment he retreated, he waved his hand. Thousands of formation patterns formed a large formation and immediately swallowed Du Chengguo. Then, he landed on the ground, grabbed Wu Lang, and shouted, "Let's go!" Hearing that, Wu Lang did not dare to resist. Like a little chick, he was directly carried away by Qin Shujian. As a great cultivator of the God martial arts realm, it was the first time he encountered such a dilemma. However, Wu Lang also understood the importance of the matter. Now Qin Shujian was obviously not a match for Du Chengguo. If he wanted to escape from the hands of a sky man, only a fellow Skyman could do it. If he wanted to escape by himself, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream. So, Wu Lang was not annoyed by the predicament in front of him. Instead, he was grateful that Qin Shujian did not leave him alone and escape. Just at the moment when the two of them escaped, suddenly, two great cultivators at the peak of the God martial arts realm soared into the sky and directly attacked Qin Shujian. Want to leave? Stay. Although the peak of the God martial arts realm was not a Skyman, the power that erupted from them could not be ignored. Looking at the two figures that soared into the sky, Qin Shujian was instantly furious. Get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, the 365 star acupoints in his body went berserk. Two energy fingers turned into long rainbows and instantly stirred up the wind and clouds like thunder. Boom! The void exploded. The two great cultivators at the peak of the God martial arts realm who had just appeared could not even resist and were directly killed by the two energy fingers. Under the raging power, they exploded into two clouds of blood mist. Unparalleled power was displayed, and it immediately deterred the others who wanted to make a move. At this moment, the formation shattered. Du Chengguo stepped out with killing intent. His fist encompassed the sky, the earth, the sun, and the moon. The energy fist expanded in the wind and pressed down on Qin Shujian. How could it be so easy to leave after killing two of his peak god martial arts realm cultivators? If he let the other party escape today, he, Du Qingguo, would be utterly humiliated. After all, a peak saint was fighting a Skyman at the first level of the Skyman realm. Not only did the other party not escape, but he also lost two peak god martial arts realm cultivators. It would be a joke if word got out. Let's go. Qin Shujian flung Wu Lang aside. In the next instant, the 1,000 mountain blood appeared in his hand. He pushed his saber true intent to the extreme. The shadow of a long saber tore through the sky, causing tens of thousands of soldiers to wail. Then, the 1,000 mountain blood slashed out with endless lightning bolts and collided with the energy fist. Bang, the energy saber shattered. Qin Shujian hurriedly retreated. As he coughed up blood, he waved his hand again and set up a grand formation that swallowed Du Qingguo. However, this time, the grand formation had just been set up when it was torn apart by the raging power. That's F***king fast. Qin Shujian cursed under his breath. He did not even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand again and set up another grand formation. That was not all. He expended his divine will rapidly. In less than a breath, more than a dozen formations were formed at once. Then, he threw them at Du Qingguo. Can't you break formations? Let me show you, Sect Master Qin. The moment the formation was shaken off, Qin Shujian did not even look back as he fled for his life. As for the confrontation, he had no intention of doing so for the time being. The peak of the Saint realm was worthy of its reputation. There was a gap of 5 small realms between them. Such a gap could not be made up with just a foundation. Du Qingguo had been famous for many years, and his strength was unfathomable. In Qin Shujian's opinion, it was already good that he could fight with him. If he wanted to defeat him, it was not something that a first-tier heavenly being could do. Even if he advanced 1 or 2 realms in the future, he might not be able to do it. Of course. If he stepped into the Saint realm, Qin Shujian would definitely teach Du Qingguo a lesson about how to conduct himself. However, he was not strong enough now, so he had to retreat. As for his face, forget it. It was good enough that he was alive. What face did he want? Qin Shujian turned into a rainbow and tore through the sky. In front of him, Wu Lang was still running for his life. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying aura approaching him from behind. Before he could react, he received a divine sense transmission. Don't resist. Before the voice transmission ended, Wu Lang felt that he was lifted up again, and the surrounding scenery changed rapidly. Behind him, Du Qingguo chased relentlessly. The dozens of formations that Qin Shujian set up in one breath only stopped the other party for 1 or 2 breaths. Feeling the aura approaching from behind, he couldn't help but curse. He's really good at chasing. Peak of the Saint realm, right? I'll remember this. For so many years, no one had ever chased him to such an extent. He would be lying to himself if he said that he wasn't angry at all. At this moment, Wu Lang struggled to raise his head and saw the blood on Qin Shujian's body. He couldn't help but ask, Sect Master Qin, are you injured? How about I let you go down and fight with Du Qingguo? Qin Shujian looked unfriendly. You don't know what to say. Hearing that, Wu Lang immediately shut up. He also realized that he had asked the wrong question. A genius like Qin Shujian must be a proud and arrogant person. Now that he was being chased everywhere, one could imagine the anger in his heart. If he angered the other party at this time, he might really be thrown down. Qin Shujian, you can't escape. Behind him, Du Qingguo's eyes were cold as he kept closing the distance between them. Looking from below, 2 long rainbows broke through the sky, one in front and one behind. Feeling the pressure, Qin Shujian asked anxiously, where is the imperial city? Right in front. Wu Lang immediately replied. Hearing this, Qin Shujian directly changed his direction and rushed toward the imperial city. Seeing that, Du Qingguo's face became colder. How could he not know what Qin Shujian and Wu Lang's plan was? They wanted to escape to the imperial city and then get rid of his pursuit. Thinking of that, Du Qingguo's face became ruthless. The vital essence in his body burst out, and suddenly there was a terrifying explosion in the void. His figure had already disappeared into the distance. Suddenly, the distance between them was less than a mile. "Let's go." Qin Shujian directly threw Wu Lang off, then turned around and launched a finger seal. The power of the Heavenly Cloud God Sealing Finger erupted to the peak. Heavenly Cloud God Sealing Finger. Strictly speaking, it was divided into two moves, Heavenly Cloud and God Sealing. The former killed the enemy, the latter sealed. Qin Shujian's eyes became ruthless. When the Heavenly Cloud God Sealing Finger blasted out, he directly slashed out with his spiritual will. The invisible blade directly cut toward Du Qinggu. Spirit-severing martial art. In the void, Du Qinggu saw the incoming finger force and was about to attack when suddenly he felt a slight pain in his head and his mind was in a trance for a moment. It was just a short delay. The finger force was already in front of him. The peak of the Saint Realm reacted very quickly. When the finger force was about to hit him, he punched out first, and the powerful force immediately destroyed the finger force. But the moment the finger force was destroyed, a powerful sealing force turned into a large net, trying to seal all his vital essence and spiritual will. Child's play. Du Qinggu smiled disdainfully. The qi and blood power in his body shook, and the sealing net immediately shattered. On the other side, Qin Shujian took advantage of this moment to open up a little more distance between him and Du Qinggu. But this distance was not even a step away for the peak of the Saint Realm. Soon, the two sides fought. By now, Qin Shujian did not dare to underestimate him. Zhou Tian's stellar acupoints in his body trembled, and waves of pure energy continuously surged out, allowing him to exert strength that was far beyond the first level of the Sky Realm. Although this kind of strength was far from the peak of the Saint Realm, it was not to the extent of being defeated. Just like that, Qin Shujian fought and retreated, constantly extending the battle line toward the imperial city. However, every collision caused his body to tremble. His body, which was supposed to be strong, gradually showed signs of cracking under the bombardment of this force. Such an injury, it was directly affecting the body, and it was not something that a spotless immortal robe could block. As for Wu Lang, he had already run away. Du Qinggu punched out and said arrogantly, "Qin Shujian, if you're willing to submit to me, I can spare your life. Then let's see if you're worthy." Qin Shujian laughed in anger. The storage ring in his hand flashed, and a 6th-grade golden lotus bloomed. The strength of a Sky Realm cultivator directly activated the power of this 3-seal Dao artifact. Dao artifact. Du Qinggu's face turned cold, and a pair of gloves appeared in his hands. The other party refused to surrender, and he did not intend to waste time with him. After putting on the gloves, the aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. When his fist landed, the 6th-tier golden lotus trembled violently. The illusory golden lotus lasted for less than a breath's time before it was destroyed. Boom, the golden lotus was sent flying, and its light dimmed. After destroying the 3 seals golden lotus with a single punch, Du Qinggu took a step forward and lashed out with a whip kick. Then, he charged toward Qin Shujian at lightning speed. Bang, the spotless immortal robe emitted a light shield, and then it was shattered by the terrifying force. But it was only a hindrance. Qin Shujian took advantage of the recoil force and calmly retreated. "You have quite a lot of tricks, but no matter how many 3-seal Dao artifacts you have, they're still just 3-seal Dao artifacts. They're not good enough." Du Qinggu sneered, and there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes when he saw Qin Shujian's endless Dao artifacts. As for the other side, when Qin Shujian saw that the other party used the 6-seal Dao artifact, he knew that it was difficult to let this matter go. If he retreated at this time, he might die even faster. So, holding Xianxia in his hand, he took a step forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next second, he appeared behind Du Qinggu and slashed with his long saber, erupting with endless sharpness. Du Qinggu seemed to have expected this. He moved his body to the side to avoid the blade. Then, he punched the blade. Suddenly, Xianxia let out a sorrowful cry, as if it couldn't bear this force. Qin Shujian's body shook and the arm holding the saber cracked. But the injury recovered immediately. Then, without any pause, he disappeared again. Entering the Dao with footwork, after he broke through to the celestial being realm, his advantage was even more prominent. However, Du Qingwu's speed was not slow at all. As soon as Qin Shujian retreated, his killing move had already followed. Boom! Boom! The two exchanged blows in the air, and the destructive aftermath spread out, causing the clouds within 100 miles to retreat. The terrifying aura directly alarmed the experts from all sides. At this moment, Qin Shujian's mind was completely immersed. This was the most dangerous situation he had encountered since he entered this world. Every step, every move, they were walking between life and death. If he was careless, he might lose and die. Under the threat of life and death, Qin Shujian found that his spirit was gradually transforming. The speed of his attacks became faster and fiercer. However, this feeling didn't last long before Qin Shujian had to withdraw. There was no other reason but because Du Qingwu was giving him more and more pressure. At this time, he had also taken out his final trump card. 27 square array discs appeared in the sky like stars falling to the earth. In an instant, a large array had been formed. The combination of 27 half-step Taoist array discs, coupled with the activation of the array engraved on them, was more terrifying than a three-sealed Taoist artifact. In the array, 27 stars swayed. Thousands of rainbow lights bombarded down, vowing to kill Du Qingwu. Array. Du Qingwu's face was solemn. The array in front of him was different from the array he had encountered just now. Its power was many levels higher. Therefore, when the rainbow lights bombarded, he also broke the sky with his fist and destroyed all the rainbow lights with a strong posture. Then, Du Qingwu took a step into the air and rushed toward the stars in the sky. However, when he was about to approach the stars, the void twisted and changed. The distance between them, which was originally not that far, suddenly widened by a long distance. In the middle of the array Qin Shujian's divine sense covered the entire array and the changes of the array were all under his control. Du Qingwu, this array was set up by me with 27 half-step Taoist artifacts. Even if your strength is great, you can't break out of it in a short time. Originally, he didn't intend to expose this trump card so quickly. After all, it was not easy to refine the array discs. If there was any damage, he would have to find something to repair it. Qin Shujian prepared this trump card to deal with other cultivators. He never thought that he would use it against Du Qingwu, who was at the peak of the Saint realm. However, now that the other party was going to fight to the death, there was no need to hide it. The array changed, and all the mysteries were like a flash in the pan. The moment it dissipated, it turned into a terrifying killing intent. Du Qingwu's divine sense spread out. Every time he punched, the array trembled slightly. So what if your array formation is profound? You're still far from being able to defeat me with this array formation. Why should I defeat you? This place is not far from the Imperial City. Guess who will arrive first, the experts of the Imperial Court or the experts of your rebels? Qin Shujian sneered and said disdainfully. Moreover, the army is now approaching the Imperial City. I'm afraid that even if the other dukes see this, they might not be willing to help. After all, you're more useful to them now that you're dead. Hearing this, Du Qingwu looked calm on the surface, but his heart sank. He understood the meaning of Qin Shujian's words. Now that the Great Zhao's power had been greatly reduced, there was no longer a need for the alliance of the 7 vassals. On the contrary. However, Great Zhao was currently lacking manpower. As a result, even if the experts of the Great Zhao dynasty arrived, the experts of the other alliances might not come. Seeing this, Qin Shujian continued, I'm only here because of the Imperial Court's invitation. I don't have any intention of fighting to the death for the Imperial Court. Why do we have to end up in an internecine situation and let others benefit from it? Why don't we stop here? You go your way, and I'll go mine. Let's forget about this matter. In the end, a kind smile appeared on Qin Shujian's face. He looked sincere. To tell the truth, he really didn't want to fight Du Qingwu to the death right now. In the end, it was because his strength was too weak. Even if the formation was set up, it could only stop the other party for a short while. It did not have the ability to completely surround and kill the other party. Otherwise, why would Qin Shujian waste time talking nonsense with Du Qingwu? As for what he said just now, he wasn't trying to scare him. This was the truth. If Du Qinggu was determined to fight to the death, there would only be two results. One was to break the formation and kill him before the experts of the imperial court arrived. The other was that the experts of the imperial court arrived before the formation was broken and then joined forces to kill Du Qinggu. After all, the imperial court was determined to kill Du Qinggu if he was alone. At this moment, it would definitely end with one side being defeated and killed. Du Qinggu was silent for a while before he finally nodded and said, "Okay, I agree." In order to show his sincerity, he restrained his strength. On the other side, Qin Shujian also stopped the formation attack. "Remove the formation and let me out. This matter is over for now. If we meet on the battlefield in the future, I won't show any mercy," Du Qinggu said coldly. In response, Qin Shujian also smiled, but the killing intent in his smile was awe-inspiring. "So do I. I hope you won't be killed by me when we meet again. It's good to be confident, but overconfidence is arrogance." Du Qinggu's eyelids drooped as he replied indifferently. Then, the scene fell silent. Obviously, the two sides had nothing to say. Seeing this, Qin Shujian waved his hand and opened a hole in the formation. The defensive power of the formation immediately quieted down. At this moment, Du Qinggu suddenly burst out with a punch that crushed the void and blasted toward Qin Shujian. This scene, Qin Shujian didn't panic at all. Instead, he seemed to have expected it. The original hole in the formation changed and turned into a blade energy that was hundreds of feet long and slashed out. Rumble. The battle broke out in an instant. My heart illuminates the moon, but the moon illuminates the ditch. Qin Shujian shook his head and sighed, but his face was frighteningly cold. "Even if I kill you, I can still leave." "Then let's wait and see." Feeling Du Qinggu's determination to kill, Qin Shujian's killing intent was also awe-inspiring. Since Du Qinggu wanted to fight to the death, he would accompany him to the end. The only thing he had to worry about now was whether Wu Lang was reliable or not. A quarter of an hour passed. The battle between the two had reached a white-hot stage. Qin Shujian covered the formation with his divine thought and kept consuming his own strength to maintain the operation of the formation. Du Qinggu, on the other hand, burst out with powerful attacks and kept crashing into the formation. The stars formed by the 27 square formation plates were swaying wildly. The spirit stones inlaid in the formation plates were now almost exhausted. Not only that, under the constant bombardment, even the formation plates, which were half-step Taoist artifacts, showed signs of being unable to bear at this moment. There were faint cracks in the formation plates. Boom! Du Qinggu threw another punch. Du Qinggu suddenly said, "Let's stop now. If we continue to fight, you will definitely lose." "Lose my ass. You still want to leave now? Don't even think about it." Qin Shujian cursed and his eyes were a little red. After paying such a big loss, Du Qinggu still wanted to leave. Don't think that he didn't know that there were several powerful auras approaching. Qin Shujian could guarantee with his head that they were definitely from the imperial court. Du Qinggu wanted to leave when he saw that his helpers were coming. How could there be such a good thing in the world, so? Du Qinggu's words were no different from farts in Qin Shujian's ears. In the outside world, several auras were constantly approaching. Dan Hao was the first to rush to the battlefield. Behind him were experts from the Imperial Astronomer. Just as Qin Shujian thought, after Wu Lang escaped, he immediately rushed to the Imperial City to inform Qin Shujian. The news that Du Qinggu was chasing after Qin Shujian also spread in an instant. For Xianxia, the battle strength of every celestial being was indispensable. So, the first thing he did was to send experts over to help. However, in Xianxia's heart, he was not sure if Qin Shujian could hold on until then. Even though Wu Lang said that Du Qinggu had already become a celestial being, he was still not sure. Because Du Qinggu was not an ordinary celestial being, but a peak saint who was close to becoming a half-step mighty figure. As for Dan Hao, after receiving the order, he rushed over without stopping. He had a good impression of Qin Shujian. If possible, Dan Hao did not want Du Qinggu to die in his hands. However, in his heart, his opinion was similar to Xianxia's. He was afraid that Du Qinggu would not be able to hold on until they arrived. However, when Dan Hao felt that there were still powerful fluctuations spreading in front of him, he was relieved. Since they were still fighting, it meant that things had not reached the point of no return. With that thought in mind, Dan Hao's speed increased by several notches. At this moment, in the void in front of him, thousands of formation patterns exploded and finally gathered into a shocking slash. Du Qinggu, go to hell. Qin Shujian held the saber with both hands and the star acupoints in his body exploded. At the same time, he absorbed the vast spirit chi that erupted when the formation was broken and finally made the strongest slash in history. Boom! The shocking saber slashed down and Du Qinggu retreated quickly. Du Qinggu, don't think you can escape. Dan Hao just arrived. He did not have time to figure out what had happened. He only shot out a spear in the air and smashed toward Du Qinggu with a force that could shatter mountains and seas. Dan Hao. Du Qinggu was shocked and furious. However, he had just endured Qin Shujian's life-risking slash and his qi and blood had been shaken a lot. At this moment, facing Dan Hao's spear, he could not resist for a while. Puff! Du Qinggu took the spear head-on and his body was directly sent flying by the terrifying force. When he was in the air, his body cracked and blood splashed like raindrops. However, he took advantage of the momentum of flying and turned into a stream of light to escape. His speed of escape was even faster than when he was chasing after Qin Shujian. Seeing this, Dan Hao could only look at him in the dust and had to give up the idea of chasing him. At this moment, his attention fell on Qin Shujian. Sect Master Qin was not in a good state now. The flesh on his arm was cracked and his qi and blood were unstable. However, the surging battle intent was not extinguished at all. How is Sect Master Qin's injury? Fortunately, it's not a big deal. Fortunately, General Dan came in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been defeated. Qin Shujian shook his head and looked at the scattered fragments of the array disk. His breathing stagnated a little. Gone. Everything was gone. 27 cubic meters of half-step Dao artifact array disk and 81 spirit stones were all gone. The half-step Dao artifact was still okay. It was just some luck points and he still had a lot of them. However, even Yuan Zong did not have many 9th-level materials to refine the array disk. More importantly, the spirit stones that accompanied the array disk shattering were what made his heart ache. He had just obtained 100 spirit stones from Wu Lang and 81 of them were gone. No matter how he thought about it, his heart ached so much that he could hardly breathe. On the surface, Qin Shujian's expression changed again and again. Then, he revealed a miserable look. Seeing this, Dan Hao was stunned and hurriedly asked, Sect Master Qin, have you suffered any serious internal injuries? Please follow me back to the Imperial City and get the Imperial Doctor to treat you. I'm fine. Qin Shujian took a few deep breaths and squeezed out an ugly smile. If you can give me 100 spirit stones, I should be able to recover. Dan Hao ignored the latter part of his words. At this moment, the experts from the Imperial Astronomer had finally arrived. Dan Hao immediately changed the topic and looked at the people from the Imperial Astronomer. Du Qinggu escaped with injuries, but Sect Master Qin suffered some injuries. Let's return to the Imperial City first. Okay. The people from the Imperial Astronomer looked at each other and nodded. Du Qinggu had left. Now, the most important thing was to return to the Imperial City. Dan Hao turned to look at Qin Shujian and asked, Sect Master Qin, can you still fly? It's okay. I won't die. Qin Shujian rolled his eyes at him. He had seen through Dan Hao. Stingy, he was really stingy. The loss this time was equivalent to the reward given by the Imperial Court for nothing. In this way, it was no different from working for free. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian almost choked in his heart. But it was obviously unrealistic to expect the Imperial Court to pay the bill. At this moment, he followed Dan Hao and the others and flew towards the Imperial City. The star acupoints in his body that had exploded were now reopened one by one as time passed. For a celestial being, as long as it was not a fatal injury, it could be healed by itself. And with the characteristics of the star manifestation body, Qin Shujian's physical body was stronger than ordinary celestial beings. His healing ability was even stronger. Sect Master Qin, I didn't expect you to break through to the celestial being realm so quickly. It really makes me feel ashamed. In the air, Dan Hao let out a sigh. This was the celestial being realm. Thinking back to the first time he saw Qin Shujian, the other party was only a spirit martial realm cultivator. Although he used many Dao artifacts to set up a powerful formation and severely injured an evil demon. But at that time, he still saw the other party in his eyes. A formation Dao Grandmaster was strong. But it was not easy to match a celestial being. But now it was different. Qin Shujian had broken through to the celestial being realm, which immediately raised Dan Hao's opinion by several levels. Hearing this, Qin Shujian shook his head and said with a smile, "It's just luck. Now it's easy to break through to the celestial being realm, but it's hard to say if I want to go further in the future." Haha, Sect Master Qin is too modest. A strange light flashed in Dan Hao's eyes. It had long been confirmed that Qin Shujian was the reincarnation of a mighty figure. Now, from the other party's words, he heard some hidden meaning. He was able to break through to the celestial being realm because of the foundation left behind in his previous life. Now that the foundation was exhausted, he could not improve his realm so quickly in the future. For this, Dan Hao also somewhat believed it. After all, no matter how strong the foundation of a reincarnation of a mighty figure was, it could not be endless. Now, it was already incredible that the other party could break through to the celestial being realm in such a short time. Just as the two of them were talking, a vast imperial city appeared in Qin Shujian's sight. Faint yellow clouds appeared in the sky. That was the transformation from nothingness to reality when the luck was rich to the extreme. Seeing this, Qin Shujian also secretly took a breath. The luck is visible to the naked eye. What kind of tyrannical luck is this to reach this step? The current luck of the origin sect was already prosperous enough. But even so, it was not qualified to reach the point where the luck directly appeared like the imperial city. For others who had not seen the luck, the yellow clouds above the imperial city were more like a vision, showing the extraordinariness of the imperial court. But for people who had some understanding of luck, they could understand how shocking the scene in front of them was. The fluctuations in Qin Shujian's heart also attracted Dan Hao's attention. He could not help but ask, "Is something the matter, Sect Master Qin?" "Nothing, I am just shocked by the luck of the imperial city." Qin Shujian came back to his senses and smiled, shaking his head and saying, "The luck of the great Zhao nation is really vast and endless. No wonder it was able to rule the world for thousands of years. If one did not come to the imperial city, they would not have the chance to see such a scene." Haha, Sect Master Qin is too kind. Dan Hao laughed. He only treated Qin Shujian's words as flattery. However, the experts of the imperial astronomer all looked at each other and saw some thought-provoking meaning in each other's eyes. This Sect Master Qin could affect the luck of the nation. That was a little interesting. Qin Shujian did not say much on this topic. The luck of the nation was flourishing in the imperial city, but they could see a blood cloud clashing with it. That was the killing of the military. It also showed that the great Zhao nation was currently in the midst of war. Not long later, they directly entered the imperial city. One of the experts of the imperial astronomer said, "General Dan, Sect Master Qin, we still need to go back and report. We will leave first. Take care." Dan Hao cupped his hands. At the side, Qin Shujian also cupped his hands symbolically. Then, the experts of the imperial astronomer left. After the experts of the imperial astronomer left, Dan Hao said, "Originally, Sect Master Qin should have gone to see His Majesty. But now that Sect Master Qin has been injured, I will take you to the residence to rest. We will talk about the rest after Sect Master Qin's injuries have healed. Then I will have to trouble you." Qin Shujian did not refuse. In his current state, he indeed needed to rest for a while. Although the self-healing ability of a diviner was very strong, but no matter how strong it was impossible to truly recover in an instant. Not to mention, the injuries on his body were left behind from his fight with Du Qingguo. Zhou Tian's star aperture had exploded and was already in a mess. Even though it had already recovered a lot, it was still not much better. As a result, Qin Shujian's strength was already in a subtle state. Soon, Dan Hao brought Qin Shujian to a residence. Looking at the plaque in front of the residence, Qin Shujian also understood where he was. Bright Vision General's residence. Sect Master Qin's injuries have not healed yet. Since Du Qingguo is so eager to kill you, maybe the other rebels have other ideas. My Bright Vision General's residence is not a dragon's pool or tiger's den. But it will not allow any small fries to invade. Dan Hao's eyes were cold as he said with hidden killing intent. Qin Shujian asked, "Is there anyone who dares to assassinate in the Imperial City?" In the past, there was naturally no one, but in the current situation, it's hard to say. Dan Hao shook his head helplessly. There was some worry between his brows. While the two were talking, the guards guarding the door had consciously opened the door and then retreated to the side. "Greetings, Master." When Dan Hao and Qin Shujian walked in, an old housekeeper came to greet them. "Master. This is Qin Shujian, Sect Master Qin. Arrange a quiet place for him to rest. Don't let anyone disturb him." Dan Hao said and looked at Qin Shujian again. "Sect Master Qin, you should rest today. If you need anything, just let the servants know. I'm afraid I have to go to the Imperial Court today, so I can't receive you for the time being. General Dan, you can take care of yourself." Qin Shujian smiled and then left behind the old housekeeper. Bright Vision General's residence was very big. At least, only the marquee residence in Zongyang City could be compared to it. Apart from that, there were many experts in the general's residence. In Qin Shujian's perception, there were no less than 3 or 4 experts at the peak of the divine martial realm. There were also many experts below the peak of the divine martial realm. The strength of the general's residence alone was enough to be on par with or even better than a major sect in a large territory. The old housekeeper led Qin Shujian through many twists and turns before finally arriving at a quiet courtyard. Only then did he stop and turn around to speak respectfully. "Sect Master Qin, you can rest in this courtyard. The servants have already cleaned it up. There are also guards and servants in front of the courtyard. If you need anything, just let them know. Then I'll have to trouble you." "Sect Master Qin, you're angry. You're Master's friend, so you're naturally an important guest. How could I dare to neglect you?" The old housekeeper's tone was as respectful as ever. Although the Prime Minister was a 7th-grade official. But it also depended on who he was dealing with. For ordinary people, a housekeeper in Bright Vision General's residence was not someone they could offend casually. But at the same time, in front of someone of noble status, a servant was always a servant. Judging from Dan Hao's attitude towards Qin Shujian, the old housekeeper knew that the other party's identity was definitely not that simple. Even some of the officials in the imperial court might not be able to make Dan Hao be so polite. And Qin Shujian's faintly discernible aura made people tremble. This was an expert with a cultivation base that had reached the peak of perfection. To be able to be the housekeeper of Bright Vision General's residence, his strength was not weak at all. He could be considered a great cultivator of the divine martial realm. As a result, it could also make him feel a great deal of pressure. Other than the great cultivator of heaven realm, there was no other existence. Subsequently, Qin Shujian walked into the courtyard. There were 2 beautiful maids standing on his left and right. After seeing someone come in, the 2 of them bowed and said delicately, "Servant greets Lord N." Qin Shujian's eyes did not waver as he walked towards the room. The 2 maids immediately straightened up and opened the door to the left and right. Just as Qin Shujian entered, the 2 of them were about to follow him in. However, just as they were about to step in, a sentence sounded in their ears. "All of you can leave. I prefer silence. I don't want too many people to disturb me." "Yes." The 2 maids looked a little disappointed, but they quickly recovered and respectfully left. When they left, they even considerately closed the door. On the other side, after Qin Shujian briefly sized up the room's environment, he did not immediately enter the healing state. Instead, he first set up a simple formation around him, then sat cross-legged on the bed and silently healed his body's injuries. In the imperial court, Xiang was no longer as high-spirited as before. Instead, he looked haggard and tired. His black hair had turned white as well. He had experienced the ups and downs of life in the past few months. His high spirits from the beginning had long since disappeared. On the throne, Xiang rubbed his forehead and looked at Dan Hao. He asked calmly, "General Dan, how is it?" "Reporting to your majesty, when we arrived, we happened to see Du Qinggu and Qin Shujian fighting. Although Du Qinggu managed to escape, he was severely injured by my spear. Based on his injuries, if he wants to fight in half a month, his strength will be reduced by 50%. Dan Hao cupped his hands and replied. Hearing this, Xiang smiled. He nodded and praised, "General Dan is powerful. You are indeed a pillar of the imperial court. Since Du Qinggu is injured, the rebels must be weakened as well." Speaking of this, he paused for a moment, then changed the topic and continued. "I heard that Qin Shujian broke through to the divinity realm. I wonder if this is true." "Indeed." Dan Hao replied honestly. "However, in my opinion, his breakthrough to the divinity realm should be due to the legacy of his previous life. If a powerful figure really left behind some means, it is not impossible to create a divinity realm expert. However, even if it is a powerful figure, creating a divinity realm expert is the limit. It won't be easy to break through the transcendent realm and advance into the saint realm, or even the final almighty realm." That is true." Xiang nodded slightly. The strange light in his eyes faded a little. At this moment, another official stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, now that Guangding City has fallen, the rebels are very powerful and are not far from the imperial city. What should we do now? The imperial city is still there. The great Zhao Empire will not be destroyed. What are you afraid of?" Xiang glanced at him coldly. The official trembled and bowed involuntarily. "Your Majesty, there is no doubt that Gu Chongqing has a demon saint following him. If it is a powerful figure, it will be difficult to fight against them." One of them cupped his hands and said. "Demon saint, powerful figure." Hearing this, Xiang's eyes also turned gloomy. If the demons had not interfered, the imperial court would not have collapsed so quickly. According to the news, Gu Chongqing had 2 suspected demon saints by his side. Many of the imperial court's experts had been defeated by them. However, for an expert of this level, it was simply impossible for an ordinary celestial to contend against. Only by dispatching an almighty would one be able to compete. But for the imperial court, there were only a few almighties. These thoughts flashed through Xiang's mind, but his expression remained the same. He said in a deep voice, "We already know about the Yao race, but the current situation is not only because of the Yao saint. Marquis Shichong and Marquis Pingchuan had rebelled. In the past, the other marquises had come to the rescue of the emperor. Today, they had finally revealed their fangs. Tell me, what should we do next?" A deep voice echoed in the hall. The ministers all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. They had already guessed that this might be the case when the vassals came to rescue the emperor. However, at that time, the imperial court was completely treating a dead horse as a living horse, and had no choice but to mobilize the other dukes to send troops to rescue the king. And now, it was the same. The current situation was on the verge of breaking out. Even if the vassals who came to rescue the emperor rebelled, they could not do anything to the other vassals. To put it bluntly, they did not dare to. Once the remaining vassals were forced to rebel, only death would await them. Fine, the court is dismissed. Seeing this, Xiang lost interest and did not want to continue the discussion. Then, the ministers bowed until Xiang left, then straightened up and left the hall in an orderly manner. On the other side, Xiang walked in the palace, followed by the eunuchs. All of a sudden, he stopped in his tracks, then turned and walked in another direction. "Your Majesty? Arrange for the imperial astronomer. I want to go there and take a look." "Yes, Your Majesty." Then, a group of people went to the imperial astronomer. The imperial astronomer. It was the most mysterious organization in the imperial court, established by the human emperor. Similarly, Many experts had gathered in the imperial astronomer, including experts from the imperial family. Although the imperial family and the imperial astronomer were separated, the two could be considered as a whole to a certain extent. It did not take long. Xianxia arrived at the imperial astronomer. In front of the gate of the mansion, an old man in embroidered robes sat there leisurely, no different from an ordinary old man. However, when he saw Xianxia, he slowly got up and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, what brings you here to the imperial astronomer today?" "Elder Mu, I came here today to look for the imperial uncles. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint your Majesty. They are now in seclusion and have not come out for many years." Hearing this, Elder Mu frowned and shook his head. Xianxia's expression was somewhat displeased. He said in a low voice, "Now that the imperial court has reached a critical juncture of life and death, the imperial uncles are still unwilling to come out of seclusion. Could it be that you will only come out of seclusion when the soldiers arrive at the city or when the city is breached? There is no other way. The place where they are in seclusion is heavily guarded. Unless they come out of seclusion, no one can barge in. This is the rule." "Rules? Do I have to abide by this rule?" Xianxia's face was unfriendly. Elder Mu glanced at him, then lowered his eyelids and said indifferently, "Rules are rules. Everyone has to abide by them." "Impudent, how dare you be rude to His Majesty?" One of the eunuchs behind him saw this and immediately shouted out. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Mu lifted his eyelids and a terrifying cold light shot out from his eyes. In the next moment, the eunuch's body exploded, scaring the other eunuchs and causing them to involuntarily take a step back. "Who dares to be impudent in front of me? You're really lacking discipline." "Impudent." Xianxia was completely enraged. A terrifying aura spread out and his eyes turned cold. "You killed my people just like that. You're too arrogant. This is the imperial astronomer. I hope your Majesty will consider this carefully." Elder Mu sat back down and ignored Xianxia's anger. "If there's nothing else, your Majesty should go back. The imperial court cannot be destroyed with the imperial astronomer here. When the time is right, someone will naturally take action." After he finished speaking, he did not say anything else. At this point, Xianxia restrained his anger, but his face was as cold as the winter. After taking a deep look at Elder Mu, he did not make a move in the end. Instead, he turned and left. That's right. This was the imperial astronomer. All the powerful cultivators of the imperial court were here. Although the imperial astronomer was an organization of the imperial court, it was beyond the control of others. The only one who could order the imperial astronomer was the human emperor. But with the fall of the human emperor, even he, the sacred emperor, did not have the right to order the imperial astronomer. This was something that was not under his control. Xianxia was very unhappy. Especially Elder Mu's attitude, which made him even angrier. If not for the imperial astronomer's background, Xianxia would have made a move just now to show them who was the real ruler of the imperial court. But, now was not the time. At least, he did not have the competence to deal with the imperial astronomer. As for what the other party had said, Xianxia snorted in contempt. What was the right time? Was it when the army besieged the city, when the imperial city was destroyed, or when he, Xianxia, was beheaded? Rebels and traitors. All of them are rebels and traitors. Xianxia roared in a low voice. The murderous intent in his heart soared, but he could only suppress it. One day, when he regained control of the imperial court, any people or forces that did not follow his orders would be completely uprooted. Even the imperial astronomer would not be spared. On the other side, Elder Mu's originally closed eyes suddenly opened after Xianxia left. He looked in the direction where Xianxia had left, and no one knew what he was thinking. In the Mingyuan general's residence, after Qin Shujian dismissed the maids and servants, he directly entered a state of cultivation. Although it was called cultivation, in fact, it was to nourish the injuries in his body and reopen the exploded stellar acupoints. The first level of the stellar manifestation body opened 365 Zhou Tian stellar acupoints. Even if these opened apertures exploded, they could still be opened again. The process of opening them was relatively simple. It only required enough spirit energy. Moreover, even if he did not cultivate, Qin Shujian only needed to lie quietly for 10 days to half a month to recover on his own. But for him, 10 days to half a month was too long. Guangding City was broken, and the rebel army was heading straight for the imperial city. No one could be sure when the war would break out. If his injuries did not recover at this time, when the war broke out, it would be troublesome. At this moment, Qin Shujian was sitting cross-legged. Around him was a small spirit-gathering array with spirit stones as the foundation. The vast spirit energy of heaven and earth surged in from all directions, filling the room with a rich light green color. This was the scene that appeared when the spirit energy of heaven and earth reached a certain level. But there was one thing worth noting: the spirit energy of heaven and earth was so rich, but not a trace leaked out. It was all blocked by the array that he had set up in advance. Rumble. Breathing in and out, it was like a thunderclap. The Guiyuan ancestral cannon was activated, and the blood in his body was like a surging wave, raging and crashing in his body. Such a collision was not without purpose. Instead, it went towards those shattered stellar acupoints. Every collision seemed to have the power to split heaven and earth, causing his body to emit a violent roar. Then, the blurry acupoints suddenly separated, and endless power overflowed from them. At the same time, the vast spirit energy of heaven and earth surged, constantly pouring into the acupoints. Not long after, one of the acupoints was rejuvenated, as bright and dazzling as the stars. Looking from the outside, at this time, Qin Shujian's body seemed to have become transparent, and dense light spots were appearing in his body. When looking carefully, one could find, those seemingly scattered light spots were arranged according to a mysterious rule. Not knowing how much time had passed, only to see the light spots on Qin Shujian's body appear one by one, and those collapsed acupoints were reopened. Looking from the outside, only to see a huge amount of spirit energy of heaven and earth being pulled, constantly converging towards the Bright Vision General's residence. The spirit energy was so vast that it had formed a huge vortex. For such a scene, some people found it strange, but some people were used to it. The imperial city was not like other places. Many celestial being experts settled here. Once these experts cultivated, it was easy to cause all kinds of strange phenomena. However, movements like Qin Shujian's were still very rare. Generally, when a celestial being cultivator cultivated, although there would be strange phenomena, most of them were more subtle. Because after reaching this level, ordinary closed-door cultivation was already very difficult to have any effect. Every step in this realm required a long time to polish. Without dozens or hundreds of years, there was no chance to go further. So generally speaking, even if there were celestial beings who breathed in spirit energy, it was relatively gentle. Plundering wantonly like Qin Shujian was in the minority. Inside the room, the original 365 stellar acupoints had all been successfully opened. The moment they were opened, Qin Shujian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. That was the blood clots that had accumulated in his body. Now that he spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole body relaxed. However, Qin Shujian did not stop cultivating. Instead, he continued to control the qi and blood in his body and rushed in another direction. Qi and blood surged like waves. At the same time, it was like a flowing river of stars, containing boundless might. 2 hours later, an acupoint trembled and opened under the impact of this force. Then, a large amount of spirit energy of heaven and earth poured in, completely opening up this acupoint. At this point, Qin Shujian opened his eyes again and spat out a thick white gas from his mouth. A thunderous voice resounded in the room. 366 stellar acupoints. I didn't expect to get a blessing in disguise after being injured once. A smile appeared on his face when he saw the changes in his body. This time, his injuries were healed, but he took the opportunity to open up another acupoint. Although one acupoint was not enough to make the Guiyuan ancestral canon advance. However, after breaking through to the celestial being level, every stellar acupoint opened was a part of his strength accumulation. After a short moment of joy, Qin Shujian's face became gloomy again. He gritted his teeth and said, "Du Chenggu, we've formed a grudge. If you don't die this time, I'll kill you sooner or later." This time, he was really in a sorry state. Being hunted down was not a big deal. What really made him angry was that the disc array that he had worked so hard to refine was gone. 27 half-step Taoist instruments. It would be a huge sum of money if he took it out. Not to mention that there was a total of 81 spirit stones inlaid on the disc array, which was another huge sum of money. The two losses added together would be a big loss even for a top sect. Although, this was completely the extra money that Xianxia earned, it was also his money. Such a big loss, and he couldn't find anyone to reimburse him. Only Xianxia himself knew how much pain his heart was in. If I want to compete with someone at the peak of the Saint Realm, I have to at least break through the 4th level of the celestial being and enter the Saint Realm. The 2nd level of Array Master can also compete with a Saint Realm expert, but it's too difficult. Although the Array Master was strong, there were also limitations. Especially after breaking through to the celestial being realm, the gap between each level was very big. Although the peak of the 2nd level of the Master Realm was enough to deal with Du Chengguo, it was also determined by the power of the divine thought of the person who set up the array and the materials used to set up the array. With the Taoist instrument in his hand, even if he set up a large array, with the means of the 2nd level of the Master Realm, he could at most compete with an expert who had just entered the Saint Realm. If he wanted to deal with Du Chengguo, it was still far from enough. Unless I can break through to the 3rd level of the celestial being realm and use the means of the 2nd level of the Master Realm, I should be able to compete with him if I am prepared. Xianxia's mind was spinning. After suffering a loss, he naturally had to get back his face. However, it would take a long time to get back his face. In his opinion, it would be good enough if he could get it back in the next 10 years. After all, after reaching the celestial being realm, every improvement would take a lot of time and the accumulation of a large amount of life source. Xianxia made an estimation in his mind. Whether he could take revenge in 10 years was still a question. The next day, Xianxia removed the array and walked out of the room. Outside the door, the two maids had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Xianxia coming out, they bowed and saluted, "Your Excellency, someone wants to see you." Hearing that, Xianxia glanced outside the courtyard and said, "Let him come in." "Yes." One of the maids answered and left. Xianxia went into the courtyard and then sat down at a table. Another maid poured tea for him. At this time, outside the courtyard, Wu Lang followed the maid in. The moment he saw Xianxia, he heaved a sigh of relief. "I'm relieved to see that Sect Master Qin is fine. Brother Wu, you worry too much. Please sit down." "Thank you. Speaking of which, I should be the one thanking Brother Wu." Xianxia smiled and said, "If Brother Wu didn't invite the experts from the Imperial Court in time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had a good time." "Sect Master Qin, you are wrong. If it weren't for my wrong estimation, we wouldn't have appeared in Guangding City. In the end, if Sect Master Qin didn't ask me to leave first, I wouldn't be sitting here today. Speaking of which, I owe Sect Master Qin a big favor." Wu Lang said gratefully. He was sincere in his words. In the situation yesterday, if Xianxia didn't take him away, he would never have been able to leave. As for what would happen if he fell into the hands of the rebels, Wu Lang knew it just by thinking about it. To put it more seriously, Xianxia was equivalent to pulling him out from the gates of hell. He could be regarded as his savior. "You didn't come here just to thank me, did you?" "Of course." Wu Lang took out a jade box from his storage ring and handed it over. "This is a healing elixir. Take it as a token of my appreciation. I hope Sect Master Qin won't refuse." Hearing this, Xianxia grabbed the jade box and felt the surging spiritual energy inside. He smiled and said, "Then it would be impolite for me to refuse." Seeing Xianxia accept it, Wu Lang also smiled and then said seriously, "I came here to tell you one more thing." "Go ahead." "His Majesty has heard of Sect Master Qin's reputation and wants to meet you. I wonder if Sect Master Qin can come with me to the palace." "Palace?" Xianxia pondered for a moment. After a long time, he nodded and said, "Well, since His Majesty has asked, it would be a bit ungrateful of me to refuse. There's no time to lose. Let's go to the palace. Brother Wu, lead the way." "Please." Wu Lang immediately got up and led Xianxia to the palace. As for those maids, they didn't dare to say anything at this time. General Ming Yuan's residence was not far from the palace. Following behind Wu Lang, it didn't take too long to enter the palace. Wu Lang had an identity token, so there was no obstruction along the way. Walking in the palace, Qin Shujian found that this place was vast and boundless. It was better to call it a city than a palace. Walking in it, he also felt the constant pressure coming from all directions. That was the pressure brought by the fate of the country. Besides that, there were many strong auras coming from all over the palace. Some of them even made Qin Shujian's heart palpitate. It was as if they had seen Qin Shujian's abnormality. Wu Lang explained in a low voice, "Sect Master Qin, there are many experts in the palace. You must not expand your divine sense to explore. Otherwise, you will easily anger some experts who have been in seclusion for a long time. If there is a conflict, there is no need. Brother Wu, don't worry. I am not a reckless person. I just said it casually. Sect Master Qin, please don't take it to heart." Wu Lang laughed and didn't say too much on this issue. They were all smart people. A little reminder was enough. He was just worried that Qin Shujian was young and impetuous and couldn't help but spread his divine sense to alarm these experts. After all, the place with the most experts in the palace was the Imperial Astronomer. Most of the experts in the Imperial Astronomer had a deep foundation. There was no lack of saint-level experts. There were even almighties. If Qin Shujian really had a conflict with the people of the Imperial Astronomer, it would be really troublesome. Following behind Wu Lang. About half an hour later, Qin Shujian had just arrived at a garden when the back of a figure in a yellow robe attracted his attention. An expert. At least a saint-level expert. At the first sight of the other party, even if it was just the back of the other party, Qin Shujian already had this thought in his mind. Such a feeling. There was no basis for it, but the warning in his heart told him. The other party was definitely a saint-level existence. It was just that he didn't know which stage he was at. After all, only a cultivator of this level could arouse his vigilance and make him feel threatened. At this moment, Wu Lang had already bowed and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, Sect Master Qin has been brought here." After saying that, the mysterious yellow figure turned around, revealing a dignified face. After glancing at Qin Shujian, Xianxia had a faint smile on his face. Then, he waved at Wu Lang and said, "You may leave." "Yes, Your Majesty." Wu Lang responded and left. After Wu Lang left, Xianxia's gaze fell on Qin Shujian again. He said with a faint smile, "This is the first time we meet. I am Xianxia, the current ruler of the Great Zhao world. You should have heard of this name before." "Qin Shujian greets Your Majesty." Qin Shujian said solemnly and cupped his hands. "For years ago, you were just a bandit leader and your cultivation was only at basic martial realm. For years later, you have become a diviner. I have to say, you really make us very curious." Xianxia's expression was calm as he said lightly. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. "My methods are not worth Your Majesty's concern. If becoming a diviner in 4 years is not worth worrying about, then there are not many things worth worrying about in the world." Xianxia suddenly smiled, then walked into the pavilion and sat down. Qin Shujian also followed him in. "No need to be reserved, sit." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Qin Shujian did not stand on ceremony. After cupping his hands, he sat down across from Xianxia, facing the present Great Zhao Saint Emperor. It was impossible for him to say that he did not feel any pressure at all. Even if the imperial court was in danger, as long as the imperial court was not destroyed, Xianxia's status was still noble. And if he disregarded his status, the other party was also an expert with unfathomable strength. In addition, even though Xianxia had only been on the throne for a short period of time, he had been a prince for thousands of years. He still had the dignity he should have. However, Qin Shujian might be reserved, but he did not show it on the surface. Speaking of which, Sect Master Qin has had many interactions with my Great Zhao. Sect Master Qin has also contributed greatly to the suppression of the demon disaster. We have to thank you on behalf of the people of the world. Your Majesty is too serious. The matter of the demon disaster concerns the world. This Qin is also a part of the world. How can I sit by and watch the demon disaster wreak havoc? That's right. If everyone in the world thinks like Sect Master Qin, our human race would not need to worry about prosperity. Xiang nodded in satisfaction, then let out a sigh. To this, Qin Shujian maintained his silence. He also knew a little about the other party's meaning. But as an outsider, it was not good for him to say too much about this matter. He could only pretend that he did not hear. On the other side, Xiang only sighed with emotion for a moment, then recovered and said with a light smile, in Sect Master Qin's opinion, what do you think of the current situation of the Great Zhao? The fate of the Great Zhao is stable and there is naturally no need to worry. Qin Shujian replied calmly. The fate of the nation is stable. Xiang muttered, then shook his head, if it was really stable, how could it have ended up in such a situation? It's normal for there to be some twists and turns in the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Just some twists and turns? Xiang said. It sounded like he was talking to himself, but it also sounded like a question. Qin Shujian immediately shut his mouth. Seeing this, Xiang didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he changed the topic, speaking of which, after the collapse of the Great Zhao Empire, the invited cultivators all left or retreated. People like Sect Master Qin, who came without hesitation, are few and far between. I heard that Sect Master Qin has a good relationship with Marquis Baiyun. What do you think of him? Marquis Baiyun has helped me a lot. That's not bad. Qin Shujian answered indifferently. Now, he was basically sure that Xiang didn't look for him just to meet him. Therefore, he always gave ambiguous answers to the other party's questions. It didn't represent his own opinion, but it was the same as mud. After a long time, Xiang seemed to be bored with his questions. Then, he got up and asked someone to send Qin Shujian away. In the gazebo, Xiang sat there alone. The difference was that the smile on his face had disappeared and was replaced by indifference. Qin Shujian, who exactly is the reincarnation of a mighty figure? Half a year ago, he was only a divine martial artist, but now, he's already a heavenly being. His foundation is not simple. However, this person doesn't reveal any clues when he speaks. He's also a tactful person. It's not easy to get something out of him. The conversation just now could be said to have no substance at all. Qin Shujian avoided many probing questions. Xiang couldn't do anything about it. After all, he couldn't put a knife to Qin Shujian's neck and force him to talk. On the other side, after coming out of the palace, Qin Shujian also felt that the faintly discernible pressure on his body had disappeared, and the faint smile on his face finally disappeared. He could tell Xiang had some malice toward him. However, this malice was too faint. As for where it came from, he had a rough guess. It seems that breaking through to the heavenly being realm in such a short time has aroused suspicion. Perhaps Xiang wants to know what my foundation is, or perhaps he has other motives. However, I still can't let my guard down when it comes to Xiang. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Without realizing it, he had already left the imperial city. He had made up his mind. If it wasn't necessary, he would temporarily avoid contact with Xiang. If Xiang decided to attack him, he wouldn't be able to get out of the palace with his own strength. In a large tent, the marquises of the 7 prefectures had gathered. Du Qingwu's face was a little pale. Like a weak scholar, he sat to the side without moving. Marquis Luoyue, how's your recovery? Zhang Yi looked at Du Qingwu and asked with concern. I won't die. Du Qingwu didn't even look at him as he replied indifferently. Zhang Yi said, that Qin Shujian is really so powerful that even you can't kill him. Instead, you've delayed until Dan Hao and the others arrive. Don't you already know the truth? Why bother asking? Du Qingwu's face darkened. Zhang Yi mentioning this matter at this time was no different from rubbing salt on his wound. Therefore, his tone was a little unfriendly. Seeing this, Shen Hong immediately interrupted the conversation between the two. He coughed and said, now more than half of the cities in the central state have fallen into our hands. Now, there is no longer any obstacle between us and the Imperial City. What do you think now? What else can we think? Let's take down the Imperial City and divide the world equally. Let's go home. Xianxia glanced at him and said with a smile. Indeed. Now, there was no longer any city between them and the Imperial City. The best thing to do now was to lead the army straight up. As for whether they would really go home or kill each other after taking down the Imperial City, that was a matter for the future. This kind of thing. Before the Imperial City was taken down, no one would mention it. Because once it was mentioned, an irreparable crack would appear in the alliance. After speaking, Xianxia also looked at the others. I suggest that we choose a day to attack the Imperial City and not give the Great Zhao Empire a chance to breathe. What do you think? Okay, Qin Yangbua replied faintly. At this time, there is no need to delay. Let's take down the Imperial City as soon as possible. There is no need for everyone to worry about it. Gu Chongqing smiled. Meaningfully. He did not object to Zhang Yi's words. As for the others, most of them were like this. Only Du Qinggu was silent on the side. Zhang Yi looked at him and smiled faintly. Marquis Luoyu, what do you think? If you want to fight, then let's fight. I don't care. Very well, then this matter is decided. All the marquises agreed. The matter was quickly settled. Marquis, we are really going to send troops to fight the Great Zhao Empire. Your current body. In Guangding City, a scholar said hesitantly with a serious expression. Zhang Yi clearly wants to use this opportunity to kick me out. How can I give him a chance? Du Qingwu's expression was gloomy. Naturally, he did not want to start a war with the Great Zhao Empire so soon. He had just been severely injured by Dan Hao and had not recovered. If he started a war, the risk would be much higher. However, now, the other marquises clearly wanted to use this opportunity to declare war on the Imperial City. As for why they were in such a hurry, it was up to the wise and benevolent to see if there was any other meaning. However, Du Qinggu was certain of one thing. If he rejected, the other marquises would definitely use this opportunity to kick him out. After all, the Imperial City was already in sight. With the strength of the Alliance army, one marquise would not affect the overall situation at all. Moreover, if they kicked one marquise out at this time, they would have one less competitor when the Imperial City was divided. Du Qinggu could not let these people have their way with such a thing. The next day, the army rose and headed towards the Imperial City. At the same time, the battle report was also sent to the Imperial Court. Dear ministers, the enemy has arrived. What should we do? Xiang took a deep breath. Even though he had expected this, when he saw the battle report, his heart still felt heavy. Dan Hao's eyes were cold. He said, the rebels are here. Let's fight them. I am willing to be the vanguard. As soon as these words came out, among the military officials, there were suddenly many voices asking to fight. Although the current situation of the imperial court was collapsing quickly, there were also plans to shrink their forces. So many cities had been lost. But the army did not lose much. These soldiers were all gathered in the imperial city at this moment, waiting for this moment to come. As long as the rebels who were besieging them were defeated in one fell swoop, then this crisis would be alleviated. As for losing the battle, the result was needless to say. Then let's fight. Xiang waved his hand and directly ordered. Soon, the entire imperial city began to move. Qin Shujin, who had been resting in the Bright Vision General's residence, also received the news at this time. The war has begun. After receiving this news, he was obviously stunned for a moment. It was a little unexpected that the war would start so soon. But thinking about it carefully, now that half of the central state prefecture had fallen, the imperial city was located in the center of the central state prefecture, and there was no obstruction in front of them. Under such circumstances, it was natural for the rebels to attack the imperial city. For them, the sooner they took the imperial city, the better. The longer they delayed, the more variables there would be. Outside the imperial city, the army gathered. The imperial city. Looking at the vast city in front of them, all the vassals were excited. Every time I see the imperial city, it makes my heart so excited. Only the strongest people deserve to have such an ancient imperial city. Xianxia looked at the imperial city and said with emotion. His eyes were full of a fiery look. Not only him. Even the other vassals were looking at the imperial city with a fiery look. Ancient imperial city, no one didn't want to have it. Sitting in the imperial city, one had the qualification to rule the world. In the past, in order to build the imperial city, the human emperor spent a lot of manpower and material resources to finally create the vast city today. However, in front of the imperial city, the army stood tall. Dan Hao stood on the city wall, his eyes were indifferent. There were no words. The scene was terrifyingly silent, only the air was filled with killing intent. When Xianxia walked up the city wall, he happened to see the endless number of troops on both sides lined up in a row. Kill! With an order, the army charged. Dan Hao took a step into the air with an unparalleled momentum. Du Qingwu, do you dare to come and die? In the rebel camp, Du Qingwu's face was as dark as ink, and he pretended not to hear it. He was not afraid of Dan Hao when he was at his peak, but now that his injuries had not healed, he was just looking for trouble. I'll fight you. Shen Hong took a step into the air, and the halberd in his hand tore through everything as he charged toward Dan Hao. Now that the army was fighting, what they needed was an unparalleled momentum. If no one answered the challenge, once the morale was low, things would be troublesome. Seeing Shen Hong's attack, Dan Hao's eyes were cold as he said, Du Qingwu doesn't dare to come and die, then I'll kill you to avenge Luo Jing. You, Dan Hao, are still too inexperienced to kill me. Shen Hong was cold, and his momentum was not weak at all. In an instant, the two of them began to fight. Boom! The halberd tore through the sky, and the long spear burst out. Whether it was Dan Hao or Shen Hong, they were both experts in the 6th level of the celestial being realm. Their strength had reached the peak, and the movement of their fight was extremely vast. As the two of them attacked in the imperial city, the experts immediately moved again. Du Qingwu, do you dare to fight me? Dong Fengmao took to the air and shouted sternly. In the camp of the rebels, Du Qingwu's face darkened a little more. But at the same time, now that he was injured, he could not defeat Dan Hao, nor could he defeat Dong Fengmao. Each of the 5 generals was in the 6th level of the celestial being realm, an expert at the peak of the Saint realm. In his current state, he could not defeat any of them. Not long after, someone flew up to meet him. The person who attacked was Qin Yanghua. Du Qingwu, do you dare to fight me? Du Qingwu, come and die. Soon, experts from the imperial court appeared one after another. Unsurprisingly, they were all challenging Marquis Luoyue, Du Qingwu. By now, Du Qingwu's teeth were about to be crushed. A tiger would be bullied by a dog. Now, any Tom, Dick, and Harry dared to challenge him. However, none of the people who challenged him were below the Saint realm. In his current state, he could not resist at all. For a moment, Du Qingwu felt that the people around him were looking at him strangely. Dan Hao, we are not done with this matter. Du Qingwu was burning with anger. If Dan Hao had not seriously injured him, he would not have fallen to such a state. On the city wall, Qin Shujian had no intention of watching the battle. He was invited to help, not to watch the show. Glancing at his attribute panel, there were still more than 30,000 luck points. As for the life source, it had not even reached 100 million. Immediately afterward, with a thought, 10,000 luck points disappeared in an instant and were replaced by 1 billion points of life source. Then, 1 billion points of life source were consumed, and the ancestral scripture of casting officially advanced. Buzz, invisible waves spread from his body. Qin Shujian stood still on the city wall, seemingly thinking about something. An hour later, he took a step into the air, stood above the sky with his hands behind his back, and shouted coldly, Du Qingwu, do you dare to fight me? Qin Shujian, how dare you humiliate me? Du Qingwu completely exploded. Dan Hao humiliated him, so did Dong Fengmao. Even if others challenged him, he could pretend not to hear it. But now, Qin Shujian had just entered the celestial realm, and he dared to provoke him like this. If he did not accept the challenge this time, then his reputation as Marquis Luoyu would be gone. Damn, Qin Shujian, that's the master of Mount Liang. The master of Mount Liang is so arrogant that he dares to directly challenge Marquis Luoyu, Du Qingguo? Damn, rumor has it that he broke through to the celestial realm. Could it be true? There were also many players in the army who were fishing in troubled waters. After all, for such a large-scale mission, coupled with the suppression of the devil disaster, whether it was the imperial court or the rebels, they had hired many players as thugs. Regarding this, the players naturally had no reason to refuse. Not to mention whether the mission reward was generous or not, just being able to participate in such a grand war was an exciting thing. Places where there were players. Naturally, there would be people who knew Qin Shujian. The name of the master of Mount Liang could be considered to have lasted for a long time. After all, among all the NPCs they had encountered, only this big boss was the strongest. And the speed of his growth was something that even the players could not compare to. If the players were considered to have cheats, then in their eyes, Qin Shujian was probably the one who had cheated. At this time, seeing Qin Shujian invite Du Qingguo to battle, the vast aura made people tremble, and it also shocked many players. Of course. In addition to being shocked, more people were complaining. This is what I call a cheat. Celestial, wasn't he just a divine martial artist a few months ago? How did he suddenly become a celestial? If it were not for the fact that there were no GMs in this game, they would have collectively reported him leveling up so fast. The others would not be able to play anymore. As for Chao Hong, at this time, his body instinctively shrank back at this time to avoid being seen by Qin Shujian. A celestial, thinking of this, he could not help but smile. Haha, so he's a celestial. But as he smiled, he felt a little sad. This was a celestial, in the void. Qin Shujian ignored everyone and only looked at the camp of the Luoyu army. Immediately afterward, a shocking aura erupted. Du Qingguo stepped into the air and directly went up. Below, Ming Jingshan was originally facing the enemy. When he saw Qin Shujian invite Du Qingguo to battle, he instinctively frowned. Qin Shujian. Although he was shocked that the other party was a celestial before him, he was only at the first level of the celestial. Even if Du Qingguo was injured, he was still at the peak of the Saint Realm. Compared to the two, the difference in strength was not just a little bit. At this time, Qin Shujian invited the other party to battle. In Ming Jingshan's view, it was extremely unwise. However, now that Qin Shujian had already made the announcement, it was too late for him to stop it. Not to mention, Ming Jingshan looked at the opponent in front of him. The two large arrays had already collided, and his heart was extremely solemn. Array Master, the Imperial Court had an Array Master, and so did the rebels. Moreover, the person in front of him was an old opponent. Thinking of being injured by the other party, Ming Jingshan's face became gloomy, and the killing intent in his heart soared. Qin Shujian, this time you will die. The anger in Du Qingguo's eyes disappeared and was replaced by indifference. His killing intent had risen to the extreme. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Qin Shujian. In this way, Du Qingguo calmed down. He had no fear of Qin Shujian. Even if he was injured, his strength was not much weaker than a Saint Realm expert. The other party was at the first level of the celestial being. What did he have to fight with him? This sentence is also left for you. Qin Shujian sneered. The killing intent in his heart was not weaker than Du Qingguo's. Every dog had its day. He did not expect to meet Du Qingguo so soon. He thought that when they met in the future, the other party might have recovered from his injuries and be the expert at the peak of the Saint Realm. But now, he was still half dead. For this, Qin Shujian resolutely chose to invite the battle, without any shame of taking advantage of the other party's difficulties. Taking advantage of the other party's difficulties, there was no such thing. He was only at the first level of the celestial being realm. Even if he was seriously injured at the 6th level of the celestial being realm, he was still the weak against the strong. The others had nothing to say. Boom, Du Qinggu put on his gloves and launched an attack in the next moment. This time, he had the intention of killing Qin Shujian quickly with a thunderous momentum and then straightening his momentum. So, he used all his trump cards as soon as he made a move. Even if he was seriously injured, with the help of the six-sealed Taoist instrument. The power that Du Qinggu displayed was enough to make people's faces change. Qin Shujian took a step back. His divine thoughts surged wildly. Endless formation patterns seemed to be born from the void as his divine thoughts fell. Then, a vast formation descended from the sky, completely enveloping the two of them. Everything happened too fast. The sudden appearance of the formation and the disappearance of the two of them caught the other people who were paying attention to the situation off guard. In the imperial palace, in the imperial astronomer, a grey-clothed old woman withdrew from her cultivation. Her turbid eyes were a little brighter. This is the second level of the Master Realm. The second level of the Master Realm. Discovering this, a look of curiosity appeared on her wrinkled face. Without any movement, she quietly disappeared from the imperial astronomer. The next moment, she had already appeared in the city wall. The people around her were puzzled by the sudden appearance of the old woman. But when they saw the pattern embroidered on her clothes, they immediately bowed. "Greetings, Your Excellency. No need to be so polite." The old woman waved her hand, but her eyes were still looking at the void. On the other side, heaven and earth changed. Heaven and earth reversed. By the time Du Qinggu reacted, he had already appeared in another world. The earth cracked, magma rose from below, meteors fell from the sky, and there were countless black cracks in the sky, showing a doomsday scene. Illusory formation. No, it's not an illusory formation. It's a killing formation. Du Qinggu's face changed slightly. In his perception, he couldn't detect the existence of Qin Shujian. The formation in front of him. Compared with the formation he encountered last time, it was a completely different concept. Meanwhile, in another part of the void, several Taoist artifacts appeared in the sky as if they were suppressing everything. Qin Shujian looked dignified. His divine thought was activated to the extreme to maintain the operation of the formation. It was different from the first level of the Master Realm. Strictly speaking, the formation set up by the second level of the Master Realm had no formation eye. If one wanted to break the formation, they could only break it with absolute strength. Now Du Qinggu was injured. After Qin Shujian devoured many evil red lotuses, his spirit god had undergone a transformation when he broke through to the celestial being realm. He had already reached an extremely strong level. He admitted that he was no match for Du Qinggu in his heyday. But Du Qinggu was seriously injured, a cold light emerged in Qin Shujian's eyes, and the killing intent in his divine thought soared. In an instant, in the world on the verge of collapse, a terrifying attack suddenly emerged. End of chapter 476. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.